in Israel. So we're going to be talking about all those things. If you're on the YouTube though, let me know if it's working. Oh yeah, obviously I haven't even put it on here. That's why I'm like, is it working? But I haven't even joined the space. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Sorted. Let me ask them. Working. Okay, and yeah, let's speak about it. Lots to speak about and quite a bit to get through. If you could do me a favor, if you can retweet, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Anyone who quote tweets the space, I will retweet your quote tweets. So please, if you can do that for me, I'm doing it right now. I'm retweeting the quote tweets. Quite a lot to talk about today as well. Let me get it up on here so I can speak about all the news at the same time as multitasking. You know, your boy's multitasking. You know how it is. But yeah, if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. Let me just quickly get this up. Lots of news today. Lots of news. So we'll go through that in a second. Okay. Okay, we'll go here. Okay, yeah, if you can retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Lots to speak about. So, as you know, what's been happening is the United States of America and Israel have been bombing Iran's key infrastructure. That includes their steel manufacturing, includes their nuclear facilities, it includes their desalination plants. It includes a wide range of things. And so they've been attacking those things, and the question mark become, what will Iran do? Because we expected a response. And yeah, guys, if you can quote tweet the space, so you go to the space, you press the quote tweet, write a comment on, and do that for me. That will be awesome. Is the YouTube working? You boy live. Let's go. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. Okay, so what we had yesterday was the IRGC warns everyone to leave American institutes in the Middle East as there will be retaliation. So they said leave these institutes because they will. Oh, did I not print? Oh God, what a flop. 1 second. Because they said there will be retaliation, and they told everyone to leave. And what were the different areas they told everyone to leave? Well, basically, let me go through them. The first one was in Qatar. There was 5 universities. I don't think I should go through reading all of them, but 5 universities in Qatar. 2, such as, for example, Northwestern University, Texas A&M, Georgetown University. In the UAE, American University in Dubai, in Sharjah, and NYU Abu Dhabi. Lebanon, American University of Beirut, the Lebanese American University in Iraq, American University of Iraq, American University of Iraq in Suleimania, and another one in Kurdistan, Kuwait, and Jordan. So those were the specific universities where they told them, like, look, you need to evacuate. For your own safety, you need to leave. You hit our schools, we hit our universities, and there was actually today confirmation from the BBC that what happened was the Americans specifically targeted a a sports complex with children in there, and it wasn't something that was an accident, but it was specifically targeted based on coordinates. So quite clearly, this is not being done accidentally. It is being done intentionally. And it's worth having a conversation about why this is or what's happening. Why is it innocent civilians being targeted? Why is it locations of civilians are being targeted? Now, the thing is, okay, if you can, guys, make sure you quote tweet the space. Obviously, you know the Zio spaces out there. They're trying to spew propaganda. They're trying to cause ground invasion. They're trying to cause destruction in the Middle East and in Iran. This is their way. So yeah, then we had explosions overnight. This was in Bahrain. The steel plant in Bahrain was hit, and it was the Bahrain steel plant and the Babco oil refinery that was hit. Actually, let me just quickly tweet out the YouTube as well. I'm just doing it now, which is follow us on YouTube and join the conversation. Okay, cool. YouTube is on as well. Let me put the link in the nest. Your boy's multitasking, man. Your boy is multitasking. Let's see. Okay, I'm just putting the YouTube link in the nest right now. Here we go. Day 30, guys. Day 30 of the war. Some said it's going to be only 12 days. It's going to be like the 12-day war. We're already day 30, 2.5 times longer already. Okay, so that's what happened. Despite the rain, Iranians flooded the streets in support of the government. Iran's parliament speaker, Galibaf, if you remember, he's the one some claim that this guy is speaking to the United States of America, that there is some kind of negotiations going on, and if there is, this guy is a part of them. So yeah, that's oh. Yeah, that's that. So anyway, this is what he said. He said the enemy openly, boys, I'm literally reading the news to you and like sending the link out to people. Okay, the enemy openly sends messages of negotiation and dialogue while covertly planning a ground invasion, unaware that our men are waiting. Remember, I don't know if I told you this bit. So sources, oh, Simon's here. Oh, what a savior, bro. Sources are telling me that a ground invasion is coming, and I'm very confident about those sources that the Pentagon has decided and approved a ground invasion. I'm hearing this from my own sources. Daniel Davis is saying it. Separate to him, Colonel McGregor and his sources are saying it. So this is a universal point that is being relayed by everyone. So I think ground invasion is definitely coming. Obviously, I know my good friend Andrew, we'll speak to him in a second, thinks it's all a feint to get the best negotiation deal there is, and we'll hear his conversation. This is what we love about these spaces. Everyone's got different opinions, everyone's got different views. But one thing we all don't want is this war to harm people. We want this war to end. We don't want this war to escalate. We don't want American lives to be lost. We don't want Iranian lives to be lost. We don't want Lebanese lives to be lost. We don't want any of that. But anyway, this is what the Iranian parliamentary speaker had to say. He said, the enemy openly sends a message of negotiation and dialogue while covertly plans a ground invasion, unaware that our men are waiting for American troops to enter on the ground so they can set them ablaze and punish them for their regional partners forever. Sorry, and punish their regional powers forever, meaning the Gulf states. Our strikes continue. Our missiles remain ready. Our determination and faith have grown stronger. We are aware of the enemy's weaknesses and clearly see signs of fear and terror within their ranks. That was by Galibaf. The European Maritime Mission in the Gulf of Aden said ships urged to stay clear of Yemeni waters after Houthi involvement with Iranian support. Iran has given the United States of America a deadline. Everyone loves the deadlines. Trump loves his 24-hour deadline, then his his 48-hour deadline, then his 5-day deadline, then his 10-day deadline. Well, he's also given a deadline. And the deadline is this: you have till 12 o'clock on Monday to condemn the attack on the University of Tehran. If you don't, there will be severe consequences. This is what he had to say, and I kind of read a bit of it to you already. But he said, The US has until 12 on Monday, March 30th. That's tomorrow, right? Yeah. Tehran time to condemn the bombing of Iranian universities. Otherwise, Israeli American universities in West Asia will be targeted. Galibaf, the Iranian parliamentary speaker, like I mentioned, said this. He said, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the Ramadan war, has become Trump's dream. He said the Houthis in Yemen have given a new breath to the resistance front by entering the war and are ready to achieve great surprises. Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is completely threatened with disarmament in today and an important and active part of the resistance, and the Iraqi resistance is fighting valiantly and astonishing the enemy. The war is now at its most critical moments, and the enemy, who claim to have destroyed our naval, air, navy, and missile forces, have made its goal the opening of the strait. The enemy is planning a ground attack, unaware that our armed forces are waiting for the Americans to enter so they can set them on fire and punish their regional partners. We are in a major global war and must prepare ourselves for a long, difficult, and complex road until we reach the top. After 30 days of aggression against Iran, the world accuses Trump of igniting a war without a goal, and he has no answer to public opinion about the war. And the evil of the war has returned to those who started it. We will not exit this war except with victory, and we will not allow enemies to exit the war without consolidating our power and making this war a lesson for every single aggressor. That was Galibaf, the Iranian parliamentary speaker. If you remember, many people claimed that he was the one who was a part of the negotiations. Hezbollah continues to dominate on the ground. They are absolutely demolishing, decimating, destroying Israel in the Lebanon ground war, to the extent where at least 60 plus Merkava tanks have been taken out. In addition to that, every single attempt they're making to try and enter Lebanon, whether it's through northern Israel, southern Lebanon, whether it's through the east of Lebanon, have been failing miserably. Things are just not going right for them. And the reason it's not going right is quite simple. They failed this mission in 2024. They failed this mission in 2006. And they simply do not have the ability to enter Lebanon successfully. And this is why you're seeing a huge amount of loss of life and casualties. And I'm talking about Lebanon and Hezbollah. The Iranians, they're saying that they've killed at least 500 American soldiers. They're saying that the numbers are a lot higher than what you're being told. It's going to be interesting to see what the reality is. I think the reality of 13 just simply isn't true. Maybe 500 is a form of exaggeration, but something is happening. There's a lot of casualties. We're just not being told about them. Not being told about them at all. Okay. A US fueling plane taken off from Ben Gurion was forced to circle over Jordanian airspace and send a distress call before returning and landing at Ben Gurion Airport. Satellite imagery shows destroyed US Air Force E-3G Sentry AWACS aircrafts at Saudi Arabia's Prince Sultan Air Base after Iran's March 27th strike. Pope Leo said the following. He said, God rejects the prayers of leaders who start wars and have hands full of blood. Seems like he's talking about Donald Trump there. We saw the aftermath of the Israeli US attack on the University of Science and Technology in Tehran. 2 US B-52 bombers have arrived at RAF Fairford Base in Gloucestershire in England, bringing the total number of bombers stationed there to 26. Keir Starmer is heavily involved in Trump's illegal war of aggression in Iran, but doesn't want you to know about it. The UAE cancel residence permits for Iranian citizens, including the people with the the golden visa. That's interesting. Gargash, UAE's president, MBZ's advisor, Anwar Gargash, said the following. Any political solution addressing Iranian aggression against the Arab Gulf states must include guarantees to prevent future violations, uphold the peaceful principle of non-aggression, and mandate Iranian reparations for targeting civilian and vital facilities as well as civilians. Hilarious. So they want reparations from Iran. That's interesting. They were saying Iran was saying they want reparations from the Gulf states. Professor Morandi was saying that today. Iran deceived its neighbors about its intentions before the war and revealed premeditated aggression despite their sincere efforts to avoid it, making these two parts essential in confronting a regime that has become the primary threat to the security of the Gulf state. So this is why the UAE is a joke, because they were actually very clear that that they would attack American bases in Israel, in the Gulf. They said they would attack their infrastructure if this was to happen. So they were very clear. You know this because I interviewed Professor Morandi before the war and he told you guys straight. So why the facade? Why the blatant falsehoods? We don't know. But this is the UAE for you. Okay. Mike Pompeo said the following. He said 2,000 US Marines are now on the USS Tripoli in the Arabian Sea. He said former USS Secretary Mike Pompeo says they've been positioned for leverage and negotiations. So his claim is that they're not going there to go to war. They're not going there as a ground invasion, but instead they're doing leverage. They're using leverage. This is his claim. Obviously, you know my position. I think I doubt that claim. I think this is them trying to think that are trying to play reverse psychology, but it doesn't work. Okay. We also have Qatar's Al Arabi TV office in Tehran was heavily damaged after airstrikes. That's hilarious. They're bombing Qatar's Al Arabiya offices in Tehran as well. That's, someone needs to tell the Qataris because they're simply not getting it. They're simply not getting it. Okay. Foreign ministers of Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Turkey met in Pakistan today, most likely for the resolution or some kind of agreement. And as you know, the IDF photoshopped a photo of Al-Manar journalist Ali Shuaib, who was killed in the IDF strike yesterday. If you remember yesterday, they targeted and killed two Lebanese journalists in Lebanon. If you remember, one of them was Ali Shuaib, the other one was Fatima. They were basically doing journalism. So obviously they've been exposed for what they did. And people have been calling them out. So what did the Israelis do? They basically took a picture of Ali Shuaib and posted that picture on photoshopped it and photoshopped it on a soldier, Hezbollah soldier from the Al Radwan force. They think that photoshopping is going to convince us, but the photoshopping failed, and the internet peeps, because they're awesome at this type of stuff, showed what the original was, and it was a totally different person. These are the levels of lies and propaganda these Zionist forces attempt to do, but they always, always, always fail. And then today was a huge attack on Beersheba. Iran hit. Let's bring some people up. Iran hit the Rotem chemical plant in Beersheba. It was the Rotem chemical plant was hit hard. It was hit aggressively and it was on fire. They hit Ramat Hovav as well. And the Iranian spokesperson came out and said the following. He said, Trump is a pawn of Netanyahu under pressure from Mossad due to his background in the Epstein case. So it seems like the Iranians are aware of Trump possibly being blackmailed as part of the Epstein list. And like I said, guys, we're continuing on with the space. Do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweet. We've got live on YouTube as well, the tweets in the nest. But anyone who retweets, we will quote tweet. Anyone who quote tweets, we will retweet their quote tweets. I'm doing that right now as I'm speaking to you. I'm multitasking, guys. I'm multitasking so hard. It is unbelievable. Okay. We had a lot of footage of chemical factories in the Negev being hit. Turkish journalists say Iran has triumphed in this war in all political, military, economic, social, and psychological fields. UK said they shot down 7 Iranian drones in the Middle East. I thought the UK is not involved. Didn't we tell you the UK was involved? Yes, we did. Because they are involved. There's Keir Starmer. We knew Keir Starmer would be involved. The US is now refueling its fighter jets over the Balkan countries with the help of the Italian Air Force. So I thought she said that they weren't involved, that they didn't want to get involved. It seems like Trump has pressured many of his allies, or some would say vassals, to jump in and help him in this war. The chemical facility that was hit produces 40% of Israel's chemical production and waste as well. Like that's the only source of like the waste, get thrown away, the waste. There's ongoing attacks on Kuwait. Israeli police today blocked. This is how they treat Christians in Jerusalem. They blocked the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pizzabella, from entering the Church of the Holy Sepulchre to celebrate Palm Sunday Mass. So he wanted to celebrate Palm Sunday Mass. They stopped him from going in. Welcome to a Zionist-run nation where Muslims and Christians have no rights and no ability to practice their religion. I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, just to repeat, the US precision strike missile on March the 9th hit a sports hall, killing 21 people, including children, confirmed by a BBC investigation. So the BBC investigation is showing is that this strike was done intentionally, on purpose. It was precise because that was their target. Obviously, the attack on Beersheba was significant. There was a lot of emergency services, a lot of police, a lot of rescue services. And Beersheba was hit with a second wave and it was hit hard. We also got visuals of Abu Dhabi, the what's it called? The Emirates Global Aluminium Al Tawila facility and the Abu Dhabi was hit hard and is on fire. Netanyahu came out, he said, I've instructed to expand the existing security buffer zone in Lebanon. I'm not sure how he's going to do that when he's failed to take any part of Lebanon. They're being dominated on the ground. The Iranians even sent a... Oh, how do you hear this? The Iranians sent a missile. On one of the missiles, they wrote something which was quite interesting. They wrote, in revenge for all of Christ's suffering. A kind of nod to the Christian friends in the attack against Israel. So that's some of the latest news. Obviously, we'll continue to give it as and when we receive it. As I said, boys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. We've just got so much to talk about. We don't want anyone to go to these Zio spaces and hear their propaganda and they push for what's it called again? Ground invasion. We want there to be peace. Okay, thanks for that, guys. That's the updates. Retweet, reshare. We're live on YouTube as well. Okay, let's go to Simon. Simon, thanks for joining us as always. Hope you're well. Appreciate you. What's the kind of update on the market?
Yeah, let me just say a few things as well on the whole Ziospace thing. I can't tell you how dangerous they are. Like, originally, like when Suleiman and myself started boycotting them, because we were on those platforms before this, before October the 7th, but consistently spreading propaganda that leads to the death of people, like by covering up what was happening on October the 7th and the Gaza genocide. Like it specifically set the delay understanding of the average American person in understanding what their government was actually involved in, which led to the death and destruction and the continued genocide. To me, it's covert complicity. um, then spreading the propaganda that led to Iranians thinking that they can do an uprising while Mossad was embedded into the protests, led to the death of innocent Iranians. So we've now had the death of innocent Gazans, the death of innocent Iranians by encouraging them to protest, and Trump coming up publicly and saying, "Don't worry, we got your back. We're gonna regime change. You uprise. We've got you. We're gonna liberate you." And that directly leads to the death of just average Iranians who are upset that their currency has been destroyed, which was a US operation as well, and creating an inflationary cycle where and then you pretend and you engage in the propaganda saying you got their back, um, and now directly encouraging an environment where effectively what 3,500 to 10,000 troops are gonna believe that they're gonna take on like a natural fortress with deep underground military infrastructure with up to 1 million troops that are preparing for like 40 years, in terms of thousands of years of history, and look at every history of invasion into into these this I mean, and now you're engaging in the propaganda of making people think that this is a good idea. So now you're going to be killing Americans. So well done, you've killed innocent women and children in Gaza. You've killed just normal traders in a market in Iran. You and now you're just going to kill American troops. It's just a sacrifice mission. And to not put together mentally in your mind that allowing most likely paid agents to pretend, just like the mainstream media, these are effectively being fed sources by paid agents and propaganda. The same's happening in those spaces. And you're directly leading, like information is life or death at the moment right now. So I just want to like put it out there, like there was a reason why Suleiman and myself like boycotted those spaces like a long time ago, because it is costing lives. And look, this is going to be a disaster. Like this is going to be an absolute disaster if there's some kind of ground invasion, whatever. I haven't spoken to one person that really knows what they're talking about can tell me how this actually makes sense. And I don't claim to be an expert on these topics, but I do listen to a lot of experts and and none of them and to me it's just like simple maths, in terms of what is the game plan here. So I just wanted to say that, and that's why we encourage everybody to share these spaces, like turn up just so your followers know that you're here, because if you're in the wrong side of this information, look, There is going to be an economic catastrophe that's coming. And if you're thinking, if you're being fed information like, it's okay, I'm in America, we've got all our oil and gas, and you're like falling for some kind of MAGA understanding that America is isolated from the rest of the world and we're taking down China. And we're going to choke China and the world is going to bow down and we're going to take over Iran and we're going to control all of the oil just like we control Venezuela. Like, if that's your understanding, you are severely underprepared for the world that we're about to enter into. Like, there is no reversing what has already happened. And I said about 2 weeks ago, the strait needs to open, and if there is not a way that the mighty military empire is able to brute force it open, then we are going to have severe economic consequences. And they lied to you. They pretended like that America could just brute force it open, and it was open, and everything's okay. And we're going to get the Koreans and the Japanese and the Europeans and Keir Starmer's mighty woke rainbow fairy army are going to come and help. Like, I mean, everything's a lie. And you need to, it's. I just want you to put together the ethics of this. There is a rainstorm coming. There is a hurricane coming. And if you just want to believe that it's not there, then the problem is that it's going to blow off your roof and you're not going to be prepared. What you need to be doing right now is you need to get a raincoat, you need to get an umbrella, you need to patch up your roof, and you need to put the scaffolding on, and you need to prepare for that shit, because by the time it comes, you're not going to be prepared. There is an economic tsunami coming. That the strait is not open. It was meant to be open 2 to 3 weeks ago. It is not open today. And it's not going to be open unless there is a deal. And it looks like a ground invasion has to happen, and the meeting with Xi Jinping is being delayed until May. Um, and there's the possibility of another nuke firing, which is that if the Houthis close the Red Sea, I cannot tell you how much this is going to impact, like economically, financially. Bond yields are going to blow out. The price of oil is going to go up. Inflation's going to go up. It's going to create demand destruction. It could go from a global recession to a depression if the strait isn't open. Like, and they're not telling you that. They're making you think everything's okay. Everything's not okay. I just want you to understand the severity of what we're about to experience. This is like the global financial crisis, the 1973 oil embargo, the Russia-Ukraine war, um, and all of that impact into one thing. And Darkside will tell you, if it doesn't get fixed, if it can't get patched up or papered up, it can lead to something that looks like long-term capital management. So think about all of those things that we've experienced. um, we're leading to that type of environment, and they're trying to make you think that everything's okay. It really isn't okay. And this is 100% unnecessary. This is so anyway, like I just wanted to say that. The other thing that I've started to notice is, if I'm trying to draw parallels in history, this really is starting to feel like the Suez Canal moment of the British Empire, where effectively, like, Egypt took control and nationalized the Suez Canal, and the Brits were like really trying to hold on to their hubris of a previous empire, and they thought the almighty naval fleet of the British Empire could come and take on the Egyptians and rip open the Suez Canal and take it back and privatize it for private interest. This is really starting to look like that. There was an article that I was reading about, within Iran, they were passing a Hormuz law. And effectively, the strait has always been opened. Now it is closed. But now they want to actually formalize that as part of this agreement. And that will mean that there will be a toll, and that will feed an Iranian sovereign wealth fund. There are only two countries in the world that are prepared for what's about to come. And those two countries are the ones that have been isolated by thousands and thousands of sanctions that cut them off from the world. So they had to figure out, they took all the pain already, they became insulated, and they figured out how to build an internal economy and the routes to work with partners where you can circumvent various sanctions, and that being China and Russia. And so the only two countries that are ready for this, not China, sorry, that was the route, is Iran and Russia. They know they've been sanctioned for thousands of years. They have an insulated economy. They have built their natural defenses. They know they're already economically prepared because they've been in the shock that we're about to experience of isolation for years now. So we have created an environment where literally the quote unquote enemies who are aligned with China are the only ones that are actually prepared for this set of economic circumstances. Um, and so, look, the markets open in a few hours, the futures markets. The Houthis have said that if this continues, then we may be closing the Red Sea, or we may be escalating in that direction. There was escalation over this weekend in violation of the quote unquote 10 day pause, which now means that more and more American infrastructure in the Middle East that effectively props up the petrodollar is about to be decimated and destroyed. And so the more you destroy of Iranian infrastructure, which is severely, gonna have consequences, then more infrastructure of American infrastructure in the region gets destroyed, which destroys the petrodollar. And so, it's and the petrodollar was the only thing that was holding up this debt-based Ponzi scheme called the American economy after the 1973 oil embargo. And what did you have to do? You defaulted on your debt. You came off the gold standard. You assassinated King Faisal, and you forced Saudi Arabia to come onto the petrodollar so that they could lend you more money in a debt-based Ponzi scheme, and buy those U.S. treasuries. Well, that's not going to happen at the end of this, and we are in a radically different world. So yields are at the point where the American debt is unsustainable. The growth rate that America needs to experience right now, previously, prior to these yields going up, had to be 3.3% or above. That's now been revised down to 2%. Next year, 1.7%. That means America is in a debt spiral and a doom loop already. Plus, the cost of that debt is about to go up because now you've got these high yields. And Trump knows that, which is why every time the yields on the 10-year and 30-year Treasury goes up, he tries to find a new tool. I believe he's built a structural short futures position using the US Treasury, which means that if the price of oil doesn't go down, that short position could lead to another type of systemic risk event, or financial crisis. The price of oil is up to the point at which he had to give Russia and Iran sanction relief. And the G7 countries, they don't have enough strategic petroleum reserves in order to suppress this price of oil for more than a few months, at these rates. No one believes anything that the Trump administration says. Trump is basically seen as a senile fool, speaking like your granddad that's drunk and you're embarrassed by, and you're trying to figure out what the hell they're saying. So now no one listens to
You don't like
Trump.
the dance?
The dance, yeah. um, and so what tools? I'm running out. Someone else tell me a tool that they've got. You've got Iranian sanction relief gone, Russian sanction relief gone, strategic petroleum reserves, they're being depleted, and you can't increase the rate. And you've got no one believes a damn thing that Trump says, and they're starting to think he's a drunken sailor. What other tool have you got? There's only one tool left. Sign a deal with Iran, and when you sign that deal with Iran, it's going to have severe concessions because Iran's the only economy that is built to be able to survive what's about to happen. And as thing gets worse for China, that gets worse. Like we're about to have, if we get another month of this, we're going to have an Asian crisis. We're going to have a European and Asian crisis. And yes, America, you need the petrodollar. You also need the euro dollar, and you also need the Japan carry trade. If you wipe out those three things and you don't get above 3.3% growth, which is about to go up, the growth rate you need to achieve, then we're entering into a guaranteed recession. And Trump will literally go down in memory, just like the British Empire, that over the Strait of Hormuz, just like it happened to the British Empire over the Suez Canal. This will go down in history, and I think it's already happened. So you can bomb as much infrastructure as you want, but everything happens underground. We saw this in Gaza, right? You can bomb children, you can bomb universities, you can do whatever you want. You can level it, but when the infrastructure is underground and you've set up an environment where they're isolated, and the asymmetric warfare that we're in, that Iran, Russia, and China have the better technology. They've got the ballistic missiles and they got the drones. Everything you fire just comes back with something significantly cheaper. Um, Run the maths. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe someone can tell me how I've got this wrong. But the arithmetics are not working. Like this is just simple maths and physics at this stage. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Simon, you mentioned about um, you mentioned about things are gonna get bad, and one of the things you spoke about is that things are gonna get bad in Europe. Do you see this happening in total in the? Do you think it's gonna be worse in the UK compared to the rest of Europe? Do you think it's gonna be worse in the sense? Because I remember when we just had this discussion maybe weeks ago, but this may have been before the war. I think your position was always, oh yeah, it is gonna get bad in the UK. But you something like the center of the UK would be fine because it's kind of like the financial capital, or something along those lines. Do you still hold that position, or because of the war has that now changed?
No, the only people that survive this are the rich. Like that's just reality. Like this is mass wealth transfer again. The conditions that we were talking about is that if there is a deal and this is a bluff and the strait opens, then we can deal with the ramification of, at that time there were 700 ships. We've been closed for a month. And I was saying there's no set of circumstances where this can happen for another week, another 2 weeks. We're now at a month, and if we're going for another month, like I can't tell you how catastrophic this will be. The rich are the only people that are going to be able to survive this shit, because money buys options. But everything's about to get incredibly expensive, and Europe's going to go into Europe and UK could potentially go into negative growth, and they can't hike rates. Like their yields are through the roof. The only thing you've got left in that environment, we don't have the world reserve currency. Europe has got the second largest currency in the world, but the only thing you've got left after that is austerity. And Trump is tapping up Europe to say, buy more war, buy more war, buy more weapons. Like they're not going to be able to look after Europe is not going to be able to look after the Europeans. Your government is rendered useless at this stage. Like it's just you, yourself, your community, your family. Your government ain't going to help you. Your government ain't going to be able to help you. In fact, they're going to make it worse. They're taking on debt on your behalf to send weapons to Ukraine. And unless you profit from war, then you ain't going to be protected from that. This is it's really severe. And if things get worse next week, which it looks like it is, uh, just buckle up. Like energy costs are going up, your mortgage is going up, your credit card bills are going up, your interest rates are going up, your energy is going up, which means that everything is going up until it hits the point where no one can afford things, and so therefore it all crashes because demand is broken. That's already going to happen. How long are they going to let it happen? Are they going to turn a recession into a depression? Are they going to reset supply chains? Are they going to take decades to come through? Or are they going to do something that only takes a year or two to resolve? Money printing is their only solution, but the shortage of oil is not going to be solved until alternative infrastructure is built that renders the Middle East irrelevant, and that's going to take years. That's going to take years.
And like in terms of like London, is it so you think just the centre, like Mayfair, these type of areas are going to be fine, or do you think anything within?
No, absolutely not. The more rural you get, you need to get away from people. People are going to be going bloody. The closer you are to a city, the more psychopaths you're going to be around. The more crime. Like this isn't turning around. I'm not trying to say I'm not here to be a doomer. I'm just telling you, like maths. Like if you want to be in the city of London and you think it's bad now, wait till what it looks like next year. Like everything gets worse. Nothing's getting better. Nothing is being fixed here.
So you think the and then that's from a kind of like that. I think sounds like you're talking more from a, like a cultural safety perspective. But what about like a financial? Like for example, do you expect property prices to drop, or in the
Yes,
center, or
yes.
everywhere, or what?
I mean, yeah. Look, obviously, get into the minutia of which properties are going to be affected more. I mean, in the case of the UK, London has always been more resilient with real estate because the major cities, you've always got institutional capital that will put a bit of a floor on prices. And when everyone's looking for capital and they want to deploy to real estate, they'll look for bargains, but they'll always go to London over like other areas which are more risky. So London will always be more insulated in terms of property prices. But I'm no property expert, but think about those normal trends. But yeah,
Oh, because I was asking May from more from the perspective. Do you remember when you were talking to the US and you said that there's going to be like a massive, uh, essentially a massive collapse on the value of properties, especially if it goes into a depression. So I was trying to ascertain whether it was the same in Europe and the UK.
yeah. I mean, American real estate will be better than UK and European property. Like the impact in America will be severe, but it will be less than in Europe and less than in Asia. Like we've already seen that in the stock market reactions. So since the war started, the S&P's lost $4.5 trillion. But the impact in the Japanese stock market, in the South Korean markets, and in the European stock markets has been more severe. Uh, so yeah, it's going to be bad for America, but it's going to be worse in Europe and Asia, and UK is basically
Would you say
Europe
it's
at
going to be
this stage.
worse in Asia as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you mean by Asia? Like, you
Well, the Philippines, Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, China was the only one that was prepared for this. But if this goes on for a long period of time, then it just depends on the Chinese-Iranian relationship, which I think is pretty strong.
it is, yeah.
But the whole world is still needs to buy shit from China. That doesn't get fixed for at least another 5 years.
Interesting. What
So,
about what about
and don't you think China's Belt and Road is going to be taking advantage of all these distressed opportunities? Of course they are.
they definitely will. But what about like Malaysia and Singapore? Singapore seemed like it was insulated as well. You don't think so?
Yeah, I mean, look, islands of millionaires and billionaires will be fine.
Okay.
If you're rich, you'll be fine. You'll buy your way out of it, and the higher prices will just, they'll get more tax revenue. They'll get more. This is a problem that is solved for rich people.
Mm.
But if you end up with supply chain issues, there's only so much money you can put out there to pay for your energy needs and things like that. I'm on an island that depends upon the UK functioning. If the UK stops functioning, the island will be fine, but we still need our energy from UK. And as long as there is a price at which we can get our energy, then people that have means will be able to pay that price. But
Mm.
they'll probably start doing carbon credits and all sorts of World Economic Forum agendas. Like they'll weaponize this for their police and surveillance state agenda. Like, how are they going to solve the energy crisis? Well, you charge for it, you create markets for it, you create tokens for it.
Okay, so
That's what they'll start
we've
doing.
got a couple of questions for you. What about Malaysia?
Yeah, same thing. I don't think any of these, not many of these countries are going to be insulated from the recessionary impact right now. It's only the countries that are prepared for this is China, but it'll be severely impacted by lower exports if everyone's consumption dries up. I mean, American financial system doesn't work. If no one can consume, that blows up. And Europe is a dependency upon America, effectively. And the Asian countries, they're dependent upon their vast export industries and imports and energy dependencies. So there's no insulation here. This is we're effectively reversing globalization, where every single country in the world is going to say, right, we had COVID, now we've had this. How do we make sure this never happens again?
Mm.
Everyone's going to become insulated. You're effectively unwinding globalism.
Interesting. A couple of questions for you. First of all, thanks to Mead for the level 1 membership and Bash for the level 1 membership. Appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. We do appreciate each and every single one of our members. It shows that, you're contributing to what we're doing here, and that matters a lot. That means a lot. It means you value what we're doing. So I really appreciate it and appreciate the help. Huma says 4 universities in Tehran and Isfahan were hit. Long live knowledge. Yeah, it is a kind of demonstration of the psychology of these people if they're hitting the center of learning, the center of knowledge and information and ideas and thoughts. So I agree with what you said there. And then we've got a couple of questions for you, Simon. I'll read them both out to you and then you can answer.
I'll add one more thing as
Yeah.
well. Like I think Iran is winning the PR battle as well. Like maybe I'm in a bubble, but I'm looking at the videos that Iran is releasing. I'm looking the sentiment of how Americans feel about Iran. um, you know, I think they're seeing a strong country with a strong army. Like, I think they may have had a perception before that this is some like ragtag bunch of terrorists with flip flops in the sand or something like that. And they're actually starting to realize, okay, we attacked them. This is the Epstein class. Like, even just the phrase of the Epstein regime and various other things like that. I think Iran is winning the marketing and PR battle as well. And if we end up in a situation where Americans hate Israel so much, which more and more obviously do, that they actually want Iran to win this just so that Iran can liberate them from their Epstein regime, which is effectively what Iran's PR and marketing is achieving right now, and they attaching it to their 401k and the value of their assets, and they can say it wasn't us, it was Israel. Effectively, you've created an environment where the American people are wanting Iran to win, and that's why I'm scared that they're actually doing this ground invasion just to leave to the sacrifice of Americans, so that they can then do what effectively they can just say, look at that Iranian terrorist regime that killed all these American people. And so I think they're actually at the stage where Trump is just sacrificing Americans for PR to win the PR battle. I may be, from what I've learned around how these operations work, they're willing to take 3,000 Americans down in Twin Towers. So why wouldn't they be willing to put 3,000 people on an island so that they can just basically try and do what they did on October the 7th, where they painted the resistance against the oppression of the Israeli terrorists, and tried to make out like their Hamas is the same as ISIS. I hope that I'm not right, but a part of me thinks that these psychopaths are going to be sacrificing Americans just so that they can change the PR battle here, by just literally doing what they did on 9/11, sacrificing Americans.
Yeah, yeah. Simon, there is a couple of questions for you actually. Let me quickly get them up. Um, it is a question for Simon. If the US dollar falls, what would be the next best currency to hold? And the other one was, what happens to mortgage interest rates in UK, Simon? I think you answered that one before about the tracker. The fact that a lot of UK mail mortgages are based on tracker, so they're gonna prices are gonna go up. But I'll let you elaborate again because there might be new
Yeah,
people who
two
join.
two questions. So, firstly, the dollar is strengthening. It was weakening before, which is what America needed. America needed its currency to weaken so that it could rebuild its manufacturing base and build its exports. As a result of this war, that trend has reversed, which means that you're still growing on increased deficit spending, and the your exports are becoming more expensive, and you're financializing further, where people are going to the dollar as a bit of a safe haven relative to their own currency. That's what created the problem in the first place. Now, once the war ends, you'd expect that to have a sharp reversal. So throughout this war, the dollar has been strengthening, which means that you're increasing your dependency upon Chinese exports, or you're going to have a major inflationary impact in trying to insulate your economy. But there's no rebuilding your manufacturing base with a strengthening dollar. That you can't defy gravity here. And in terms of like at the moment, basically, if you're trading on this, the DXY, which is a basket of currencies priced in dollars, that went to a low of $96. It's now about $100. And whether I think because everywhere is going to be slightly more affected, and you've got these supply chain issues. That's currency, but currency. Look, currency should just be to meet your living expenses. You shouldn't be saving in a currency. You should be saving in assets. Assets are the only ones that outperform. Currencies go decrease your purchasing power. And so the only currency you hold is what you need to meet like 3 months, 6 months, or depending on how conservative you are, a year or two, or whether you're close to retirement, how much cash you actually need. But when you save in currencies, you're losing value and you're about to lose a lot more in this inflationary part, unless we enter into a depression, which the issue will be your job at that stage, or we enter into a recession. The issue will be job security. The other part is my understanding, and again, I don't know if Grant Cardone or someone comes up. They're more of an expert on real estate than I am, but I do know that in America in general, most people like when they enter a cash flow issue, because the price of their real estate has gone up so much, they don't really have it. Like their home has become their asset, and what they do is when they need cash, they take out a loan and they release equity from their home. And so they just lever up a bit more. So the higher the interest rates are, the more the interest rate you'll be paying to release any equity off your home. And my understanding is that the US real estate system is a bit more fixed interest. So there's a bunch of people that can't leave their home because they locked in interest rates at very low interest rates, and banks are now losing money on those real estate mortgages, and so they're locking in negative equity, which creates distress in the banking system. That's why Trump wanted everyone to roll over onto a 50-year mortgage, and he was looking at various incentives. But in the case of the UK, most people is slightly different. My understanding is that most people that have a mortgage, they tend to get, when you get a fixed mortgage in the UK, it's locked in for 2 years, and then it moves to a tracker. So if they look, we're going to be in the place where the Bank of England just stops working, right? You have two choices. You either create demand destruction by increasing interest rates, i.e., making mortgages unaffordable for people so that they default on their mortgage, so that you can get prices down by destroying demand. And then that has a knock on effect of creating companies that look to lay off staff and replace them with AI and start to make those, start to think about how they can do that to save costs. or you try and give someone relief by decreasing interest rates, which then kicks off inflation, and but it gives someone some relief, and so you effectively hit the point where nothing works, and we're hitting that point right now. Um, Now they were like inflation was coming under control in the UK and Europe, and they were on a rate decreasing cycle. The European Central Bank and the Bank of England held rates, so that's reversed. But we could hit a phase where they have to increase those rates to tame inflation, in which case that's going to create severe distress in the mortgage markets. In the UK, they're entering into a new regulatory regime around real estate. A lot of people left the UK because there was new tax regimes around your worldwide wealth, as well as a new regulatory regime where you had to meet as a landlord, you had to meet really strict requirements. So there was already stress in the real estate market. The country went to just 1% growth, and there's no vision. Like our only vision is getting the government to print money and spend money on war. Like literally, the stock market did okay, but the economy sucks. And so my fear is that you enter into what do we do? What do we do to stimulate the stock market? Well, we spend more on war, but there's no manufacturing. Also, in the North Sea, they started in Germany. They switched off all their nuclear energy. They started like investing in buying loads of shit from China in terms of renewable energy, which they can't afford in order to run because it doesn't produce the cheap energy. And then they started implementing windfall taxes up in Scotland on the North Sea oil trade. A bunch of people, that industry, like our North Sea oil, we just became a dependency upon Norway and America. So to me, it's not stupidity; it's deliberate sabotage. And that's because our governments do not work for us. They are sabotaging the economies for the wealthy.
Appreciate that, Simon. Hopefully that was helpful to a lot of people, and they can make plans for how they're gonna navigate. And that's really important. This is why I love people like Simon being on here, and Dark Side, and Gary, and Robert, because they give us the financial breakdown, which is important to have, and we can understand the global aspect of it. But one of the things these guys always do, and I do try and ask this question as well, but they do it themselves, is they do give you a kind of, some ideas of what your own internal position is, and then we can all be more in a better position to be able to make decisions, because there's going to be tough decisions to make in the next weeks, in the next days, in the next months, in the next years. And we're going to have to think of how we're going to survive this situation. And so hopefully that was helpful, and hopefully people, we all can make decisions based on that. But yeah,
One more thing that is important, and your role and part of what we're doing here, is to not engage in propaganda, not be inaccurate, not do something deliberately, but to correctly point blame where it needs to be pointed. And obviously, there's been a massive movement in the world understanding Israel's role in all of this. And so it's really important to not allow Israel and the Trump administration, and also the corporations that benefit from this, to be able to blame shift onto saying, "Oh, it was the evil terrorist regime in Iran." No, everyone needs to play their role. And when they were, you've seen the impact of that. When they were trying to engineer a regime change, and they were trying to hype people up, saying this evil regime is shooting people, 100,000, a million people, 6 million people are dead. Like you can see your role in that. We had to combat that, because people will start, like, people make, if you don't have the right information, you can't make the right things. And in order to have a solution at the end of this, we have to correctly be able to allocate blame so that we can actually start thinking, well, how do we resolve that? Because if you're working off the wrong information, you're going to be blaming the wrong thing. And if you blame the wrong thing, then, the people that are doing this and benefiting from this are going to get away with it. So the information war is really important as well. People have to understand. that it's Trump and the Epstein class and the Israeli regime and the corporations that are profiteering from this, that we need to be, allocating our blame to.
Yeah, for sure, Simon. Um, Very important. There is one more question for you, but I think it's really broad. But I don't know if you want to answer it or not. And if not, we can go to the speakers. Simon, is this not kind of planned global reset WEF?
Yes, it will be. Look, you either buy into two models. One is that they engineer it, or one is that when it happens, they weaponize it. It doesn't matter what you believe. The fact is, they will do the World Economic Forum, global reset. 100% they're going to weaponize it and utilize this for all they can. So whether you believe in a conspiracy or whether you think they're just evil reacting to a crisis, or even just doing what you're meant to do in a crisis, that's irrelevant. Yes, it is a global reset, and the world's already completely different to the world we were in before Trump decided to bomb Iran. Have we lost Suleiman? Are you speaking?
Well, hello, Sully.
Right.
Yeah, major
I
audio
can't.
issues.
No worries.
Yeah, I can't hear.
We got some hands up. I can see a couple of hands. Hassan, did you want to jump in?
No, not yet. Let someone come back. Let someone else go.
Okay, sure. Dark side, did you want to chime in anything on the financial side before we pivot topics?
Um, Thanks, Simon. You did a great job. I would just add that, there's this thesis that even the rich will be fine. I'm not sure that's true. If you break things to the extent that it appears we're on target to do so, no one's going to be fine. I mean, this is entering into fourth turning vibes, and I would just say societally, while you're on an island there, the United States is not, right? Like we are 50 states that are very different, and societally we're really against it. We're up against it. And I'm not sure we can handle what's coming if they don't fix this. Again, I'm not even sure you can fix it at this point. The question is how much damage will be done. And it just appears to me that they have no desire to stop doing damage. I spent the night last night just asking one question: what did the United States stand to gain from this scenario, from this playing out, from this war? What possibly, like, if I could sit down with any of these politicians and ask one question, what did we stand to gain? I think I have a pretty good idea of what we stand to lose, but I'm struggling to even come up with a basic understanding of potential gains. And that's how you know that this thing is really jacked up, because just thinking logically, trying to understand just basic thinking, first principles. What did we stand to gain? What define victory for me? And I just can't get there. But Simon, I think you made a great point. I think there's a real risk that we go into full blown crack up boom, a la Weimers. You just can't cut off energy to the world. It's not an option. With that, I'll land the plane.
Thanks, Darkside. Why don't we go to Dr. Michael?
Hey, Simon. Good to hear from you. And I agree with everything you said. This just unbelievable what kind of financial straits, what kind of economic disaster this whole thing represents. I don't know that whether this is intentional or this, they're complete idiots or both. But I just can't even imagine the extent to which this administration, the Trump administration, utterly ignored reality. The only thing I think they stood to gain was Israel's approval. That's it, and that's what they sought to gain, and that's what they went for is Israel's approval. I don't see any other gains at all possible here. And I think you're right. I think a lot of Americans are actually hoping that Iran destroys Israel because, frankly, we're tired of paying for them. And if they cease to exist, then we won't be extorted for their benefit any longer, for their warfare, for their welfare, for the entire scenario that we've been extorted to support. Now our economy is being destroyed at their behest and for their benefit somehow. What benefit it is, I don't know. Maybe they want to weaken the whole planet so that they can roll out their own imperium, Pax Judaica. I don't know, but it's stunning to the extent to which now the whole world economy is going to pay for Israel. Because of Israel, we're going to see massive economic crisis. And thank you very much, you pricks. Unbelievable what they exact out of the world population. It's unbelievable the damage they do to the entire economic world now. I mean, it's anyway. I mean, and I think you're right. I think that Iran is winning the propaganda war because, first of all, those wonderful videos they're putting out, they're hilarious, and they show that they have a great deal of cognizance about our political scenario here. That we're fighting for, that this war was executed on behalf of the Epstein class, and that Trump has maybe something to hide, and that he's hiding other things for the Epstein class, or maybe he's hiding something of his own. It's hard to say, but definitely they're very keen on what's going on here culturally. They know what's happening in the United States, and they're playing right on the only country that is exacting revenge for the horrors that Israel has perpetrated on us from Rachel Corrie on down. So, I mean, I just can't believe the extent to which this whole world economy is now will be put on its knees thanks to Israel. That's where we are.
Yeah, unfortunately so. This is exactly where we are. Guys, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space. We're also live on YouTube. That tweet is in the nest. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. We have loads of awesome content on there. We got a short clip from Professor Morandi that just came out. That's on the YouTube channel. It went out before the space, so do check that out. But lots to speak on, lots to get through. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yes, Sully. Yes, Sully. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are all in this fight. This is the resistance. This is the resistance of the moral resistance versus against the axis. And this is the Epstein class. We see it clear and more clear every day. From a military perspective, and by the way, Simon, do a mic drop, sir. That's one of your best. I hope people really understand the damage that these spaces are doing. A lot of people think, well, okay, it's their opinion. They can weigh in on that. That's what they say. Okay, fine. But here's the damage. People take that and lives are being lost. And Simon, I'm glad you hammered on that. So just quickly, from a military perspective, what I saw from Mike Pompeo, that he came out with that, Sully, I think that's what I've been waiting to hear. That is, and I know the word leverage, and study the word leverage, folks. Not Sully, not you and the panel, but some people might not understand the real meaning of leverage. But look at the word negotiation. The United States absolutely needs and is desperate for a deal. And that's why I backed Simon up 150%. I know Simon gets beat up, but Simon's right. They're going to make a deal. It's going to be a big deal behind closed doors, but the United States loses on the deal big time. Rightfully so. Israel, National Zionist Israel, is now in derision. So is the United States, brought into great shame, worshiping at the statue of Baal. And I'm glad, I'm happy. I'm not happy that Israelis are being killed. No, I'm happy that they're brought into derision, to be brought into open shame. So I don't think the ground war will happen. It'll be a big fake, a big feint while we try to negotiate. If if it does happen, it will not happen from the amphibious forces. Absolutely not. It would be an absolute suicide mission even before they launch. But if it does, which I don't think it will, be from the north, from the 82nd Airborne and other forces up there. But even then, so what? We land, nothing is gained. It'll just be another bloodbath. Therefore, I really believe it really will not happen for real, but it'll be big saber rattling, shapes and shadows, we call it in the submarine force, and smoke and mirrors. And I'll land it there, Sully. Keep fighting the good fight. Love you, Sully. Keep working.
I don't understand how it's not going to happen, Andrew. Sorry, like I can't see any other alternative right now. Doesn't make any sense. Suleiman, do you agree?
Oh yeah, I'm convinced it's gonna happen, but I know Andrew thinks it's gonna be a feint, so it's always nice to hear a different perspective. But yeah, I'm very confident it's gonna happen. My like I mentioned, the sources I've got. Every time I've told you this war is gonna, every information I've had up to now, many of these sources have been right. Now they could be wrong this time, and it's possible, right? So I'm not saying that, but it's like they're telling me Daniel Davis's sources are telling him directly in the White House. I believe Colonel McGregor, although he has been wrong a few times, but when it comes to the sources of mine and Daniel Davis, they've kind of not been wrong that much. They are saying that this is happening. This war is occurring. There is going to be a ground invasion, and actually on that, there is some breaking news. So let me actually go through those breaking newses, and then we'll get back into the conversation. The first one is obviously this is a bit unrelated, but you know me, I gotta put a stab at the UAE when I can. Iran basically tricked the UAE. They sent a missile equipped with flare bombs. So the flares were going off, and the Emiratis thought that these were missiles, or they thought they were missiles or drones. So they start firing hundreds of missile interceptors at them. So they did that in order to make them waste their defense interceptors. The Yemenis have put out videos saying there are no red lines before the Yemeni people. In addition to that, the USS Tripoli has arrived in the Middle East, carrying 3,500 sailors and Marines, amid reports that the US is preparing for a potential ground invasion. So the Tripoli is in place. We have
I do have to say, like Iran, like on the PR side, I am absolutely fascinated at the degree at which they successfully managed to troll. It is absolutely incredible.
well, that's Simon, and also it's smart as well because they know that the American public is not happy with the United States of America, especially when it pertains to Epstein. And so, and it's quite clear that some Epstein files were released and others were held back upon, and those that held back upon were possibly used as leverage to place the United States into this war. And so what they've been doing is pushing back onto that and using that as information. So today, was it today or yesterday, the spokesman literally said that, look, Israel pressured America into this war because of Epstein and the videos that Epstein has of Trump. Like, what perfect line, even if it's true or not true, what's the most perfect line to hit than that one, Simon?
It's incredible. But even just firing blanks at the UAE in order to get their interceptors, like I do feel like we, often people were like joking about the whole 5D chess thing and the Q, but I actually feel like the Iran is playing the 5D chess. Like it is pretty remarkable to watch, and they're beating America at their own game, which is PR. Like that's America. America is the greatest PR agent in the world, and yeah, Iran seems to be beating them in the PR and information war. Which, if we remember, if we look back, the Gaza side was an information war, and Gaza decimated, Israel and America and the West and Europe and UK in the information war. Like that battle was a decisive victory, and it looks like the same thing's happening again in with Iran.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
Suleiman,
Yeah.
couple quick questions. I know I've got his hands up. When do you think the land invasion will happen? Number one, and number two, what do you think the response is? Because I've seen some stuff online about the response being against where the land invasion comes from, i.e., the UAE. Do you think that would happen as well?
Yeah, so I do believe the Iranians, when they said that there was American vessels docked in the UAE and Kuwait for the land invasion, and they managed to hit them and cause a number of casualties. So I do believe the Iranians. Uh,
How soon? How soon do you think they'll be
or
invading?
how
Will it be
soon?
like this week?
Yes, I think by next Sunday, I think the invasion will have started. That's my guess. Um, this weekend I thought it may happen, but I knew they didn't have all the assets in place. But I thought, okay, even though they don't have the assets in place, maybe they might still do the land invasion. But now I'm more towards yeah. So then it makes sense it'll be happen within the next by next Sunday.
And what do you think that the response will be once they invade? Will they see through the threats?
What do you mean?
So they said that where the countries where the land invasion originates from,
Yeah.
they will go very hard on those
Oh
countries as in
yeah,
destroy
yeah,
the infrastructure.
yeah. That I mean, that's gonna happen. And if my only thing with Iran is this, that obviously you've not heard me on the space but yesterday, because I had a bit of time to, like, because I wasn't on the space yesterday because I was traveling, and I came on the space the last like few hours. But I had time to, like, really reflect and think about things, and I do feel like I've gone down your road a little bit. I don't know if you still hold that position, but I feel like the Iranian response has been too gentle. They've
I
all
agree. No, I agree.
Yeah, they've always hit back equally, but you know what? I think in a war, you like, and this is why I always said that I don't think I would be the right leader in a wartime, because I don't think I'd be cutthroat, and I feel like Iran's conducting the war the exact same manner I would, but I don't think that's the right manner to conduct it. It's complicated in what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, I would conduct it based on my own morality and ethics and viewpoints, and that this would be the game plan that they conduct, and I would have conducted the exact same game plan. But I feel like you need to be cutthroat in this situation, and I don't think I can be cutthroat. And I feel like Iran isn't cutthroat enough, and that's, I think, where their weakness is. They need to be cutthroat, and so cutthroat would be whoever is the stationing ground, whether it's the UAE or Kuwait, because I think those two are the most likely. It's going to be Kuwait if it's Kag Island, and it'll be the UAE if it's the one that Ryan Dawson thinks, the Tanub, or maybe even if it's the Hormuz Islands. So whichever one of those two it is, for me, those people need to those countries would have to pay, where they would have to absolutely be destroyed. And I'm not sure if Iran's going to do that. That's the thing. When I look at Iran's,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
I agree. I don't think they're going to do it. Yeah.
yeah, and so I think
The
that,
reason I think that's a mistake is because look, that's maybe what the ground invasion is for, is to change the PR war. So if Iran comes and America invades, they kill a bunch of Americans, then there's going to be a massive PR issue. But the time to decimate Tel Aviv was when everyone wants that, and so I feel like the time to do that was before or now, and yeah, it lines up with the whole the framing of Israel. Iran is defending itself, and that's acceptable right now. But if they change the narrative, then I think it's going to be harder.
yeah, yeah, and I agree with you. They're playing the narrative game, and I would just, and I've been on that position that you're saying up until probably yesterday, because then I've been thinking, look, does narrative help? No, it doesn't. Who cares about narrative? Israel's never cared about narrative, and they've literally got what they want. They've fought who they want. They've taken what they want. They've killed who they wanted. They've taken the Gaza what they wanted. They've genocided them. They've ethnically cleansed them. They've taken Lebanon how they wanted. They've bombed all those countries when they wanted. They've taken Syria and caused a regime change when they wanted. They want to do the same thing in Iran. And what? We're all angry with Israel. Whoop-de-doo. Israel does what it wants. They control America and they do what they want. And so I guess I'm more toward, I've been thinking just, and I'm not saying I'm right in thinking this, but the last 24 hours or so, I've been thinking that actually, you know what? Who cares about narrative? Who cares about these things? It should be about, and those things matter, don't get me wrong, but you should actually, I think it should be, they should have, I think they should go in harder against Israel. I think the GCC countries, they should go harder against them. There is and I think that whichever country out of the GCC countries helps with being the stationing ground, that country should be hit so hard that they don't consider again to be a stationing ground for the next thing, the next event, the next big land invasion that occurs. If they let off lightly, then they'll continue to facilitate.
Unless the strategy is to actually draw the Americans in and cause them a catastrophe.
I mean, the land invasion will cause that for sure, but I still think that look, the land invasion, there will be a loss of American life. I don't think it'll be completely a failure as much as everybody else thinks, but it will be a failure. But I've just been thinking a lot that in war, you have to be cutthroat. You have to be willing to go that extra mile. I know David Z would probably agree with me on this. He'd be like, yeah, have it at them. Don't hold back. Go the full shebang. And he's angry with Putin because he's not gone hard enough. So I don't know. I just feel like in war you need to whenever you show weakness or softness, not weakness, let's rephrase that. Softness is probably the more right word to say. Whenever you show softness, that softness works against you and ends up being you lose more people and more lives and the war prolongs a lot longer.
Yeah, I just say this. Basically, they're too nice. The Republic plays too nice. I've always had that belief.
I agree. That's what I've been thinking recently. Because I just think like, and that's my fear about them, that they make a deal when it's too soon out of niceness. If there's one fear I have is that one, that they make a deal too soon out of niceness and they'll be back again. I think Trump said it yesterday. He said, we've hit them so hard that they won't be able to remake their bombs for a while. So for a while told me that he wants to pull out and come back again after a year or two. So if Iran was to agree, they're going to have it for a while. And next time, they won't have the position they've got. Everyone will be prepared better. Everyone will be in a better position. A lot of things they didn't expect, a lot of mistakes the Americans and the Allies made, those things won't be in place anymore. So for me, it's now or never. And the next time the America comes to them and Israel in 2 years, they will wipe them off the face of the map. But yeah, great conversation. Oh yeah, I was giving you the news. Let me just quickly give you a few points of the news, and then we'll get David in. We got and who else we got here? We got our dark side here. We definitely want to hear from him. Where's the news? Okay, here it goes. Okay, so this is maybe it's a bit similar to Simon's position, but maybe not. There are claims by Israeli Channel 12 News who is saying that America can relocate their bases away from the Middle East and to Israel, and Israel will accommodate those American bases. Iran's Speaker of the Parliament trolls Trump and pushes No Kings Day. He said, "Welcome to the party we started 47 years ago, No Kings. This is the people of Iran and we support this message." So that is him trolling the No Kings Day. And obviously the 86th wave that hit Beersheba, we mentioned this, was completely obliterated Beersheba. And what is this? Okay. And okay, cool. So yeah, that's the latest news in that regard. David, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Suleiman. Thoughts. I'll give it from the Russian perspective as usual. I'll drone on a monologue about it.
Aren't they getting smashed up by Ukraine right now?
Don't try and incite me. Just don't. You drive me to drink. It's now public. Putin's office is now declaring that oil, as far as they're concerned, will be at contract export of $150 a barrel within the next couple of days. And then you put your premium on top of it. And that's what they're declaring. Number two, Russians want this war to go on as long as possible. That is, the more it goes on, not only the better is their budget, but the more control that they have over the partnership with Iran. Number three, I think we're wrong on assessment that Iran is going too soft. They are methodically after doing a perfect example within the last 4 weeks of dominating the complete battlefield with minimum usage possible. You do not want to expend all your military, in the first couple of days and then be out of wind. It's like a boxer again in a match. The first 2 rounds, you go hell belt. And then from the third round on, you're just slogging like an old Frank Bruno. and they're doing it properly. That's all. Now, I was reading today some analysts in Russia, and they were surmising what is most likely, and a lot of them are in agreement with it, and even some in the West, that what most likely is going to happen is that as we see this intervention, let's say by American ground forces, which they are going in, I think we can all agree that they are going into this, and they have to do it. I mean, Simon alluded to it earlier, but I would like to add a bit further. I mean, the American banking system failed when Lehman Brothers went bust in September 2008. It was lining up for it since early 2006, but it went bust then. And then the too big to fail came in and they bailed it out. On that date, the national debt in America was $9.5 trillion in September 2008. We can now say comfortably, if you include the additional debt that they do not include, like credit card additional debt and student loans and even car debt, etc., it's about $44 trillion. So they've added, $35 trillion to it since 2008. 18 years. It's unsustainable. When Trump came in,
Sorry, David. There's also 250 trillion of unrealized obligations
I know,
as well.
but you can't mention them, Simon, for God's sake. I mean, when Lehman's and Bear Stearns went bust, I mean, the notice we were given that they were holding $120 trillion in these debentures that you just spoke on. And some of them are still being unrolled at the moment and rolled over and just accommodating the creditors. I mean, it's, what were they saying, 270 or 317 trillion is a total debt load. It's not. It's a quadrillion. I think Max Kaiser has been saying it like for many years that, this unsustainable debt, since the time he started first doing his show on RT, was a quadrillion. He was mentioning it back then. And I think we're proving it with the DTCC turnover, how it's gone from 650 trillion to 4 quadrillion in 15 years. So they are just rolling over this debt, issuing new debt out of thin air, and just trying to keep the boat afloat, and it's failing.
It's quite funny you mentioned that, David, actually, because if now I think about it, I didn't think about it before, but Max Kaiser has been getting literally over a decade ahead on Russian TV, how to get ahead of all this stuff. So it's quite funny that it was always on RT, and then they had to take RT out.
Yeah, he actually used to come. David McWilliams, who used to be a central bank officer, he's a famous economist in Ireland. He goes all around Europe, but he is famous just in our little bitty ass end of a country. He used to have a festival every year in a Kilkenny city called Kilkenomics, and Peter Schiff and Max Kaiser used to come every single year. Myself and my wife used to go up there all the time, and we'd be sitting. Konstantin Gorgachev was there as well, who was another Russian Irish economist there, and we had dinner with Max Kaiser, and he was pontificating this back. This was the last, when we went bust in 2007, 2008, and then we exploded when our Minister for Finance signed a $400 billion debt, a commercial debt in on top of the sovereign entity of Ireland, and destroyed us. Then David McWilliams was having these meetings for about a week every year. They're very, very good. Like, we had ministers of state coming in, and people all over the world used to fly in, existing finance ministers, etc. So it was doing really, really well. But Max Kaiser was there saying this is only the start. Now, this is back in 2010. And he was there up on the stage saying everyone was freaking out about what we would do with our savings in our bank and all the rest of it. But Max was up on the stage and he let it rip. He was the first guy to call it. Peter Schiff was just in behind him. And Peter Schiff, of course, wanted everyone to go gold, how right he was. And Max was there saying, look, guys, this is too big to fail. They've just put a bandage on a broken leg. And it's going to come a cropper. And they're going to print loads of money.
Just a bit of breaking news. Either one, Sully.
Yeah, just some breaking news. Israel and the US have struck Iran's energy infrastructure. There are major blackouts in Tehran and Karaj, I believe. And yeah, the lights are out there. They've hit the energy infrastructure in Iran. That's the latest news. So they're in darkness at the moment. Sorry, back to you, Simon. And I just realized now I was meant to have Professor Morandi on, so I think the chances of him coming on are probably not going to happen. They've took out the entire, basically, energy infrastructure.
That was a timely conversation we're having, Suleiman, about that. Do you think they're going to hit?
You broke up
again, isn't it? This is a problem.
Sorry, you broke up. You think I'm gonna hit what?
I was saying, do you think they're going to hit back as hard as they are saying they would hit back? That they said they would hit back infrastructure, energy infrastructure in the region. I don't think they will.
I don't think they will. I think they're gonna just respond in kind, and I don't think that's enough. I think you need to go a bit more aggressive. Personally, remember it's like 5 countries going. It's like 7 countries going after one, and then you're responding to like 1 or 2 countries or 3 or 4 countries. You gotta hit them all harder and worse, so they realize that when you get hit back harder. A bully doesn't learn if he thinks that he's gonna get the exact same response. But sorry, Simon, you were saying your breaking news.
Yeah. Breaking news: the most important island in the world, the Isle of Man, has just run out of diesel fuel. So we're not going to be able to. Our trucks aren't going to be able to get around in order to get us the food right now. So we're going to start feeling the stress already.
Where's that news? Sorry, Simon, come up from?
That's the island that I live on. There's only 85,000 of us, but we've run out of diesel fuel.
As in, oh, is it official or are you just hearing it now?
Yeah, no, it's just been announced. So yeah, that's Isle of Man. It's a little island.
Would that be is that like significant? Because yeah, I'm assuming there's a lot of like farming going on there.
It's only the Isle of Man, Suleiman. It's insignificant. As long as they have
it's the most important 85,000 people in the world. Like, we have to go. Xi Jinping has to consult us. Putin has to consult us. I think.
Simon, do you have LPG at your house? Do you have storage? Sorry to interrupt you.
I don't know. Is that what I got to get? Yeah.
Well, a little late now, but yeah, that's what you want, man. You want you have a property.
I'd ordered our solar panels from China. They hadn't arrived yet.
Yeah, that'd be good. But especially if you're on liquids, to have storage on your property would be very wise in the future. But that's they're canceling everything. So imagine the amount of people. I mean, all of India's like, you're not running a restaurant tomorrow. You're not heating your bathtubs. This is a shit show, man.
So that sounds quite racist.
Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Thanks, Gary. You sound a bit racist there, but I'll let that fly.
What was that? I don't get the joke. What did he say?
Me either, but we're all racist, bro.
He said Indians are not going to be able to have a bath and they're going to be in shit. And I just disavowed his blatant racism.
Wow, he unfollowed me. Look at that, man. At least he didn't block me.
Go away. I'm triggered, Gary. I'm triggered. Okay, so David Z, sorry, you were saying. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead with what you were saying. Tell us why.
Yeah,
tell us what Putin's going to do, because he's looking really weak at the moment. The Ukrainians are smashing you guys up. I'm seeing Zelensky in the Middle East.
All on one
Dave,
side.
can you ask Putin if he can send us a bit of diesel to the island?
Unless you change your name to Cuba, I don't think it's going to happen, Simon.
I've been helping him all along. I've been I've been helping him with the PR battle.
I had that conference, I had that call last night on this big space in Ireland, and they were asking me, any chance you can call Kremlin and send us some oil and gas, because Ireland is going the same way. Your big buddy next door is gone as well. I just want to finish off.
We're a 20-minute flight from David in Ireland, so
we're not.
We're next.
I mean, a couple of armbands on you and you can swim it. I mean,
David, I'm going to have to. I don't think I can get a flight. I'm going to have to swim over.
It's looking disastrous, isn't it? I just want to finish off in relation to what the Russians were saying. Some of these military analysts are saying that what's going to happen is the Americans are going to go in, and that the Iranians are just going to have to go click straight away. Right, it's full bore. They're doing a deal currently with some Iraqi militia that the Iraqis will take Kuwait, B, the northeastern part of Saudi, get a beachhead in there, and the Iranians will follow them. What the Russians are saying is that they're going to do exactly what the Russians did in 2022. They're assembling the men, and they're just going to roll it. They're going to roll it down through Saudi. They'll take Bahrain, they'll take Qatar, and they'll end up with Iranian soldiers in the ground in the UAE.
I think that's a bit optimistic, David. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, we're at war. I'm sorry. This is war. This is no longer, you're having nice. This is going war. I fail to understand what you're not seeing here. I said it 4 weeks ago. We are now doing the Iranian version of an SMO, special military operation.
I agree. I agree with you in terms of your assessment of the escalation, but I don't agree in terms of the capability that is there to do.
Oh,
to do
they
all
have
that.
they well and truly do have the capability. This is an underestimation again. They have the military capability of a conventional war, moving 1 million men, if they wish to, across into some of them across the sea and the rest of them across land. Oh, they certainly do. This is an existential. You're not listening to what they are saying, obviously. This is an existential. Look at what Miranda
I listen to everything they said, but I also think that some of those things are threats. Some of them are real. I don't agree. I don't disagree. I don't think everything will be carried out.
Disagreement. I mean, sorry to tell you, you're wrong. I mean, it's the same as the Russians. The mentality is exactly the same.
Look. The Republic is doing amazingly well. That's on several fronts. But like in terms of the economic warfare, amazing. In terms of the strikes on the bases, fantastic. In terms of the strikes on Tel Aviv and now getting past all the defenses, wearing down all the defenses, and on the ground in Lebanon, phenomenal. I agree, all these things are really good, but I also think that they can't. There's some things that they can't do yet, and if they can,
why can't they? What are they going up against? I mean, Bahrain is technically, like, Kuwait will fall with the Iraqis. The Iranians do not have to worry about that. That's a weekend warrior stuff. Bahrain is gone. Qataris, I lived there for a while and I worked for them, and I can tell you that boo, and they'll jump out the bed and run out the front door. The UAE, 15% of the population are UAEers. What are they going to put up with? I mean, what's happening is you're four. Can I just finish?
I'll finish
and then you can talk. But there are 4 weeks there at the moment with no supplies in. There's no fresh vegetables in their Tesco per se down there. Nothing. They're slowly being drained. They're weakened. They're like a guy on a hunger strike. That's where they are. And people who thought that this was a stronghold and that UAE would never fail, it's failing as we speak. It's a failed entity already. But what has Iran got to do in order to stop this happening? They've got to go and take over everything. The Houthis are coming up. We know this. The Houthis are coming up, and they will take back. They had 7 years of a war put upon them. This is revenge for them. They're saying it. Look at the man on the podium. The Houthis have enough, and I heard Larry Johnson say this and others. The Houthis have enough of a land army that they could walk to Riyadh. Do you understand? They have the capability to do that. The Saudis don't have an army. They have nothing. So here's the Iranians now. I'll finish so you can interject then. Here's the Iranians, and they have a 1 million man army, officially a million odd of an army. They are more than well armors up, tanks, munitions, logistics, etc. And this is an existential risk for them. And what's the end game here? The end game here is that Iran will have turned over all these little fiefdoms, these snake pit fiefdoms, and they will put their own vassals in there. And they will have $30 trillion of assets that they can then go back to the world community and redo a deal and not be worried about the United States bombing them again. This is the obvious way to go. And I said 4 weeks ago, are the Iranians willing to lose 1 million people for 94 million, for 93 million? And the answer came back was yes. The Ukrainians have lost, if you want to be on the bad side, they've lost 2 million. The Russians have lost 150, 160,000. So we're not even scratching the elephant's ass here yet. There's 2,000 people dead in Iran, give or take. It's horrendous. But put two more zeros on that, or maybe even 3. They will do that. You need to understand, this is a multi-generational fight for their existence. And if Putin got on the phone, on the TV in the morning, tonight at midnight, ding ding, when the church bells go, and he says, right, I'm upgrading this to a CTO or indeed war status, you'd have 15 million men piling to the registration offices already with their full kits and their AK-47 saying, tell us where to go, we're off. Berlin, Warsaw, London, we're doing it. You mean to tell me, and that is fact, and that's what they were saying, you mean to tell me the Iranians will not do it? Their enemies are across, you got to take them. And they have the capacity to. That's what all the Russian military advisors are saying. They have the capacity. And Putin is like, you've just seen, I'm poking my finger in Suleiman's eye. You're just seeing in the last 24 hours. The Russians are coming out and basically saying, brothers, whatever you want, we're waiting here to give it. I mean, look what Stanislav said to Mario and put him in his box. Even Max Blumenthal responded to my post. And they're saying, yes, it's real. Pepe Escobar did. What the Russians are saying now And they're saying quite explicitly that Iran is Ukraine 2.0. Actually, what they are saying is that Iran failing and falling to the United States and Israel would be a greater risk to them than Ukraine. That's what is being said, a greater risk, because the Caucasus, as we all know, Dagestan, that general area, has been volatile for the Russians for quite some time. I mean, the Chechen Wars 1 and 2, I mean, they're best friends now with Moscow, but there still are issues down in that area because of the ingress. I mean, just recently, the 2-year anniversary was of the concert massacre in Moscow, where 146 people were shot, burned, and knifed to death by Tajiks that were paid for and accommodated by Turkey
David,
and Ukraine.
you've taken a diversion here.
No, I'm not taking any diversion whatsoever. I'm trying to emphasize to you that how the Russians view Iran, and they are not going to let Iran fall. And Iran's purpose is to make sure that nobody is
That's not the discussion, though. The discussion is about...
And what they are going to do is they're going to make damn sure, that, according to what Russian analysts are saying, that they will be left with no other cause but to get in their tanks and in their APCs and march all the way down and eradicate the threat within the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. That's what they're going to have to do. No other way. And that's it.
So let me, if I can have a conversation, I mean, it's a good conversation to have. Just
you can always have a conversation with me, but you don't have to be so belligerent and then just keep on interrupting. Yep.
I mean, you talked for a while. I was just saying, I was in a conversation where we can...
You're a good one for talking to. Thank you.
I'm not belligerent. I assure you, I like to have a good conversation. So look, my point is this: in terms of it's not about what they want to do and how they see. I agree with all those things. You're just kind of preaching to the converted. What I'm saying is that the nature of the battle is such that the air superiority is on the side of the US and their allies and obviously the entity. They have the ability to carpet bomb. They have the ability to fire endless. They've got those
now the Wall Street Journal.
Those jets.
I want to
they've
stress
got the
this isn't like in
helicopters.
the beginning. I thought maybe this is
the Apaches. They've got F-16s. They can keep dropping bombs on if there's any kind of
well, the CEO of Rheinmetall said they only have 3 weeks left.
I think they have huge number of
the
weapons
CEO
to hit.
What you think doesn't matter. What I think doesn't matter. What the CEO of Rheinmetall said in an interview with German television, that American forces have only 3 weeks of air-to-ground munitions left. That's planes. For them to go further, they got to transit land, conventional warfare, and that's slaughterhouse.
Do you think that the region doesn't have? There's not enough weapons to keep going on?
Well,
to attack
have you
people
noticed in the last 4 years that
APCs?
NATO has been depleted entirely by a thing called Ukraine, and that they're crying they have nothing. They have nothing in Europe. The French, the Germans, the Italians, the English have nothing. Nothing in their warehouses. No money assigned for new production. They have nothing. So the fact is they have nothing. In August 25, an assessment was done by the Department of Defense, as it was that time, assessing how much they have in their stockpiles. And it was, go Google it, 20% under minimum requirements. So that was August of last year. What have they launched so far this year? I'll say that, maybe you're not hearing me properly. The CEO of Rheinmetall, the biggest manufacturer of military goods in Europe, stated that the United States have 3 weeks left of air-to-ground missiles. That's it. Now,
so after that, you think they won't be able to hit infantry and tanks and APCs from the sky?
It's over. They will have to go beg to the armies around the world and say, please give us A, B, and C. And the armies around the world would be some lunatics to say, absolutely bloody not. South Korea, they robbed the stuff in the middle of the night. There's nothing left. Rheinmetall are stripping Volkswagen at the moment and starting to produce military goods. So
where are
you going?
Yeah. Look, it sounds very optimistic. I hope you're. I kind of hope you're right.
But I'm just pissed off as many are. I'm just telling you what has been said, and it's quite obvious.
I mean, I would have expected, and maybe I'll come no military expert, that they would have had enough munitions for months.
You would have expected, but obviously didn't take it
because we said.
You weren't aware of the fact that there was a war in Ukraine, and more tonnage has been expended in that war in Ukraine since all the wars, including Vietnam, since 1945. That's a hard thing to understand.
We did say the interceptors would run out within a week, but they did last 3-4 weeks, and they still got some numbers of them, right? So the interceptors have lasted more than we expected.
Interceptors? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is,
have you seen the videos?
Yeah, now they're running out. But I'm saying to you, everyone said they would run out within a few days, and they didn't. They ran out
Who's
after a number of
everyone?
weeks.
No, I didn't say they run
Most
out.
analysts.
Well, okay, but I didn't. Okay, that's what you said.
So your expectation was it would last till 3-4 weeks, and then is that kind of the timeline you were looking at?
Well, as you just heard, Suleiman said, like the Iranians are now using drones with flares that are literally taking whatever is left, and they're disposing of it. Same as what Ukraine is. Ukraine is nothing. Zero. They have men on the back of trucks with M50 carbines pointed up at the sky, and they're doing more damage to surrounding residential areas with fallen bullets going back down again than they are by the drones themselves. So there's nothing. Ukraine has done the job for Iran. Iran would be in a very, very difficult situation if the Ukraine war had not happened. By far. It wouldn't have had the drones, and it wouldn't have had the depletion of the resources of NATO. I mean, you just had Rutte come on and say, we're going to put a 22-member convoy going down to Hormuz. He was laughed at. He was absolutely laughed at. All the existing and retired generals and military people came out and said, what is this guy on about? We have nothing. We don't have armies. We have no munitions. The French said we'd last 10 days. We can't get logistics out. There's a French army, supposedly the second biggest army in continental Europe, would last 10 days. So where are all these munitions coming from? For God damn it, for 3 years, almost 4 years, Biden sent everything to Ukraine. Everything, ATACMS, HIMARS, you name it. It's all gone. And like they can only produce, 900 Tomahawks a year? And they haven't even started really production yet. And 90 Tomahawks a year. 90 Tomahawks a year.
So about the carpet bombing that's going on in Iran right now, what's that about then?
Well, what it is indiscriminate bombing. They're bombing residential areas, and they're just throwing them. What's happening is there's no planes over Iran. These are being launched at a distance, and they can deviate by 100, 200, 300 meters. They're only the good ones, the ones that you are seeing hitting directly, which is mostly duds and decoys that the Americans have hit. CENTCOM have hit painted murals on airports, and they're hit the decoys. And Morandi actually said it again yesterday. I watched an interview. He said, but we bought hundreds, if not thousands, of these decoys from China and Russia, and that's what they've hit. And they're just indiscriminately bombing residential areas. So what? What damage are they doing to the military machine? Zero. Less than 1. Zero. No damage to the military machine. Yes, they are wiping out people. They're very good at that, aren't they? Killing people, killing civilians. But they're not hitting the military machine. So Iran has the capability. I mean, they have friends everywhere now. And they have friends even in Saudi. We call them the Houthis. And they have in the southeastern department of that country, you have people that hate MBS. So do you think they're a unified force in Saudi? No. What do you think Qatar can do? They'll be in Paris by 6 o'clock if they found out that Iran is coming for them. They'd empty the city. UAE would do the same. There's nobody in UAE.
I don't see Iran acting in that way with the people of the region. I think.
Well, when they say
maybe it can, but it won't do it.
Risk for their people, they'll do anything. They'll do anything. And but the thing is, they have the capability to do it. You're missing the point. They have the capability to do it. They're the biggest conventional army by far in the region. If you were to add up those 5 little countries and multiply them by 5, they still wouldn't come to where Iran is in numbers, in capability. I guess Saudi Arabia has spent hundreds of billions of dollars in military over the last 10, 15 years. But what good is it? Nothing.
Well, look, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but obviously it's not them that they're facing. They're facing America and the entity, right? So and NATO and there's a lot of there's the biggest military in the world.
What has America got now? It sent 2 carriers. Abraham Lincoln is after running away scared, and the Ford, I think we can guesstimate it was a little bit more than a laundry fire, and they could be neutralized by $1.5 million Chinese sea-skimming hypersonic missiles. There's nothing that America can do. Yes, it has all these air bases, but really Iran has not targeted those air bases yet. I mean, they could be neutralizing every plane on every runway as of tonight and work them over for the next week. They're not doing it yet. That's what Suleiman alluded to as well. Why aren't they doing it? It's methodical.
Well, I think I partly agree with you. I just don't think it's as I'm not as optimistic as you. I think there's a much the victory hopefully is there.
It's not about
but I think it'll take
optimism.
longer
It's just, I'm dealing
longer
with
than you're saying.
statistical fact. This is statistical fact. The capabilities of the Iranian military machine is X. The capabilities of the region is Y. And then you have America, which has been depleted on a maddening scale for the last 4 years with Ukraine. A plus B equals C. That's it. I'm not into emotions or anything else. This is what we're looking at.
We shall see, I guess.
We shall see indeed. We will see indeed. I got some breaking news. Sorry, I was posting some out. We have got some more breaking news. I'm gonna give it to you in a second. Actually, just about let's go quickly to Andrew because then I can then jump on from him and give the breaking news. Go, Andrew.
Hold on, Blue. Hey, call.
Yeah, you had your hand up.
Sorry about that. I hit it right there, silly.
Hey, Tom, Suleiman is my. I did the same thing you did earlier, naming someone else's, naming yourself when you were calling Simon. Didn't think that would ever happen to me, but 1 hour later it did.
Right.
Good Lord.
Right.
Yeah,
Let me
I
just
was just
quickly.
asking if you could
Actually,
see
we'll go
that.
to you, Tom. We'll go to you. Just let me just tell everybody about this. So, guys, we've got some breaking news, and then I'm gonna go to Tom because I know Tom's been waiting a while. So, just let me read the break. Oh crap! 1 second. Okay, sorry. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is the breaking news. It's kind of in line with what I was saying, what Daniel Davis has been saying, what Colonel McGregor posted out yesterday. Ground invasion is imminent. The Washington Post has said the following: Pentagon is preparing for raids by a mixture of special operation forces and conventional infantry troops in Iran. So the ground invasion is imminent. It is coming. And it is happening. And on that note, I've got a tweet in the YouTube comments, and I'm about to put it in the nest. And it is a short clip of Daniel Davis talking about the ground invasion and saying it is imminent. The ground invasion is imminent. Check the short in the nest. It's in the YouTube comment, guys. If you can like it, if you can share it, if you can write a comment on it, that would be brilliant. Let's try and get 100 likes on there and spread what. And actually, I'm gonna go through my interviews. I'm gonna post out loads about the ground invasion because I think we need to realize that everyone knows the ground invasion's happening and it's a big mistake. It's gonna result in a huge loss of American lives and Iranian lives. And let's try and push that information out there so we can maybe have a lot of Americans who can speak out against it. And we know Trump is easily swayed in these scenarios. Maybe he won't be, maybe he will be, but at least we know we tried. So that tweet is in the nest, as well as it's in the YouTube comments. Make sure you like it. And just before I go to Tom, apologies, I said I was going to go to you, but David, obviously you know Daniel quite well. Is he the type of guy who would be dramatizing and saying a ground invasion's coming if it's not?
No, he's absolutely not. He's very conservative in relation to it. As you know, as I think most people know, he's a good Christian guy. He does not want bloodshed, even though he was a member of the military and did see death and participated in it in Iraq. And I believe that's the reason why. But he's absolutely not, glorifying what is about to happen. He does not want it to happen. I mean, I've spoken to him almost every day for 2.5 years in relation to the Ukraine war. And the stuff he told me, what you've heard him say, what was going on in the Pentagon, that he could not believe his ears. He did not understand these warmongers. Wasn't the fact that they were pure warmongers in the Pentagon, the fact that they were totally bereft of any intelligence or in relation to what was actually happening in Ukraine, that he found the most alarming than anything else. You can deal, of course, with a warmonger because they do not care about human life. But the fact that the majority of them in there did not want to know. I mean, as we now just found out, you laughed about it 2 days ago, but this was going on for years, especially with Biden. You saw that Trump sits in front of a TV for 2 minutes every morning and sees a TV reel compilation of what's going on to Iran. This thing is blasted. This is blasted. Hoorah! Good morning, Vietnam. And he thinks we're all winning. The same thing proliferated in relation to Ukraine. We found out there last September that the majority of Trump's news was coming directly from a feed from the Kiev Independent. The Kiev Independent is where all the news that he was getting on Ukraine. That's why every time he stood up in front of people, oh yeah, the Russians are losing more than Ukrainians. There are 1 million men dead, etc., etc. And like Daniel used to say, what is this?
Well,
Where is this coming
this
from?
time it's worse than that because the claim is that this time he's being given a 2-minute, basically trailer about events about Americans blowing up places in Iran, and then he's with some WWE music in the background. And so,
That's it.
sorry.
But he got that on Ukraine, Suleiman, and Biden, and I can't think of the name of the guys that were behind him now, that were with Biden that were running it. They were doing the same when we found out that all the information that was coming in. I mean, remember Daniel Davis got the job of being the right-hand man to Tulsi Gabbard, so he would have been compiling the military information and handing it to her, who then presented it across the table at the morning brief. And I have to say that because of his personality and because of his morals, he would have been by far the best, because he wanted just pure information going across. He was not, I mean, look, I'll tell everyone here straight. I got him several people to interview on the Russian side, George Mansurov, Aidan Minas, and several others, Andrei Martinov. I got them all over the years. Would you talk? Would you talk? And he was saying, I'm middle of the road, which he still is today now, and he's very good at it. Even today, I'm trying to get some interviews. But I said, David, I can't do this, but I can do this. He's got to level it up, and he's had some bloopers come in from the Kiev side. But he is very middle of the road. He's very methodical in trying to provide, as he said, the uncompromised truth. And he found it very, very, very difficult, as you can understand, in relation to Ukraine. And you remember as well, he was voicing an opinion on Gaza that Ted Cruz lost him. It was Ted Cruz actually found out there just before Christmas, lost him the job. For a long time, he thought it was Mark Levin and a few of those other idiots that lost him the job. But it was actually Ted Cruz that did it. And that was all about Gaza. That was all about, the rights of Israel. They didn't give a shit about Ukraine, of course. And it was all about Gaza. So he does conform to giving an unbiased view. Yes, I would have to say that he's not at all to be cajoled or coerced to provide a partisan view. He's straight on it.
For sure. And so if someone like him is saying a ground invasion is imminent, then you should take that with a number of credibility. So yeah, that tweet's in the nest. Make sure you're sharing it. Make sure you're watching it. Make sure you're liking it. I'm making people aware of it. It's also in the YouTube comments as well. So yeah, that's that. So let's get to Tom. Tom, you wanted to jump in with something. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. So, first, I just wanted to say that I'm really appreciative of Simon's opening commentary. Number one, extremely powerful opening. Number two, I think it's extremely important, and I'm extremely relieved to hear top financial experts for the first time since the situation started to devolve, speaking with the sense of urgency, guys, that this moment demands, because believe me, it's devolving quickly, and we can't have nothing but monotone deliveries during times such as these. So I thank Simon for that very strong opening, very timely, very pressing as well. So with respect to something Simon mentioned after his opening commentary about how people in the United States are rooting for Iran because they see them as being in an existential battle, not only with the Epstein class and the Israelis, but if you think about it, some of the places they've been targeting, like NVIDIA, data centers or offices, Intel inside offices in the GCC, Microsoft headquarters in Israel, Amazon data centers in the region, etc. One could even argue that what Iran is presently doing is basically the extracurricular work of fulfilling a lot of Trump's campaign promises pertaining to taking on the deep state and all of these different things. Because, it's funny, Trump, he campaigned using a lot of populist terminology. It was always very cryptic. It was never very specific. So when he talked about, oh, I'm taking on the deep state, a lot of people interpreted that to mean he's taking on the lobbies, including the pro-Israeli lobby. He's taking on the influence of a lot of these characters that were heavily involved in COVID and the mismanagement of that disaster. And so obviously that points to groups like Microsoft, it points to the Israelis, it points to the Israeli lobby. So it's rather unusual. We're living here in times where Iran is making America great again. It's becoming the darling of the world. I don't know. The world's been flipped upside down, and it's just an amazing time to witness all of these changes. And I hope, I'm trying to be positive. Obviously, there's plenty of cause for concern, but we have to see some silver lining here, right?
I think that's absolutely hilarious and actually true, Tom. It's so funny. Iran is taking on the deep state for Trump. It's absolutely factual.
Yeah, I know. This is the craziest year ever by far. I thought 2025 was going to be hard to surpass. This is definitely already surpassed it.
Iran is draining the swamp.
100%, and making America great again potentially. Highly doubt it, but who knows?
We can hope. We can hope. What do you think the sentiment in the United States of America will be if there is a ground invasion? Will they be
Absolutely.
succeed in convincing everybody that it's going to be a very limited ground invasion?
No, I don't think that's being bought at all. But then again, you can never underestimate the impact of Fox News. But I think that the younger generations are completely immune to the brainwashing of such channels. It seems to be the boomer generation that, for whatever reason, they can't manage to defeat the programming that they were subjected to throughout their entire lives. It's tough. I know people that I've been really trying to wake up to think, because these are people that could invest and make a lot of very wise investments right now and vastly improve their situation, those of their family members and loved ones. But these guys think that things are going to keep trucking along beautifully and there's not going to be any sort of issues and Trump's going to find a way to get things back online, or there's no way that there are elements within our own government or within any power structure that benefits from the United States of America that could possibly work to undermine it. It's sad, but a lot of people still aren't waking up. But I think overall, Suleiman, people are aware, and I really think that Iran, as you said earlier, is doing an absolutely incredible job with the PR. They're doing an amazing job at winning the hearts and minds of people around the world. It was funny. There were a lot of Iranians that would come into these spaces in the year or so before this war, and they would hang out, and we would we'd joke around, and I really liked a couple of them. One of them, Tavana, who I haven't seen around in a while. Hope the guy's doing well. And I think these guys were studying and preparing for this, and they're doing an incredible job, man. You got to hand it to them. Obviously, I'm not happy to see the U.S. getting kicked. It's not good for me or the country I'm from to have these optics circulating the world. But again, because I see the Epstein class, as many people do in our country, and I see the Israelis as the most existential danger facing anyone around the world, specifically U.S. citizens, I can't help but kind of understand that this is probably in our best interest, as crazy as that may sound. As crazy as that may sound.
It's a big internal conflict, isn't it, Tom?
Big time. Within families, within everything, brother. Yep.
Dark
But
Side, I think you put your hand up. Did you want to chime in on something Tom said?
Yeah, it's kind of, I just have this vision in my head of American boys being killed with these fiber optic FPV drones they've been using in the Ukraine, where you can actually see the individual getting blown up by the drone. I just don't think there's a stomach for that here. So Fox News, CNN, they can do whatever, Newsmax, for goodness sake, they can do whatever they want. But those videos, when they start hitting the air and start hitting X and all the social media of our boys getting blown up, and you can actually see their faces the moments before they die, that's going to be a turning point. And you can bet your ass that they have this equipment. This has been part of what's been tested over in the Ukraine. And to Dave's point, that's coming to this is Ukraine 2.0. You can feel it. And I did appreciate Tom's point about the economics. Look, there's a group of us that have been screaming about this from day one. Like, this had to end yesterday. Now we're past the point of no return. Um, they have broken things. Trade routes are broken. Europe's going to absolutely fall into the ocean. It's just getting worse. Things aren't getting better. They're going to get worse. They're going to continue to get worse. And Iran wins every day this goes on because they're going to break the back of the US dollar. That's just the way this will play out. There's no way to stop it.
Dark Side, do you see a way where the media machine could take those images of Americans dying and then somehow direct the anger towards Iran rather than them thinking this was unnecessary or something?
I don't, because until the Iranians march into Nevada or Arkansas or Montana, I don't think the Americans have any will to fight on foreign soil, especially in the Middle East, of all places. But
I'd like to also jump in on that. What happened in 1968 when we watched ABC Nightline? We watched Walter Cronkite showing those images of the mangled Americans being stacked up. They tried to spin it saying, "Hey, we took heavy losses," but man, and they started doing literally, they were doing body counts on TV. My mother was appalled. Oh my God, yeah, they were saying, "Well, we lost
Andrew, quick
3,000,
question
but
on
we
that.
killed."
Andrew, quick question on that, and I want you to continue. But do you think they'll do that this time? I don't think they are. I think there's a lot of American soldiers who've died, who're gonna go back in body bags, and they're just not showing it. They're just lying about it. So do you think they'll show it
No,
this
no,
time?
they're going to. Oh, Sully, you're absolutely right. They've already covered it. There are hundreds, plural, of already dead and mangled, probably hundreds. And we only hearing ones, twos, tens, 20s. But the truth is going to start coming out when these body bags start turning into caskets, flag draped caskets, and parents and families start talking about it. And there's no way they could keep it under lid. This is going to blow open, wide open. And I just got off the phone.
So do you think, Andrew, do you think it would be like Gaza where they try and contain it, but the social media will just blow up? Because I guess Iran, because the difference here, right, with Vietnam, everyone would have been watching their TVs, but everything, like just like with Gaza, everything goes through Telegram and then on X, and you can't really control it to the extent you could before.
Exactly, Simon. No, we're all on the same sheet of music here. Yeah, they're going to try like hell to contain it, but it's going to blow wide open, and all hell's going to break loose. They're going to say, "What in the hell are we doing here?" But I feel,
So basically, the Zio spaces are going to be saying, "No one's done. We're
yeah,
kicking ass. Everything's fine,"
right,
and we'll be here trying
Yeah.
to share it. And
right.
Again, I just think back to these FPV drones because this is a whole new thing, right? Fiber optic controlled FPV drones that are being used left and right across Ukraine. We've all seen the videos of soldiers getting absolutely maimed and blown up and killed. And these drones have the cameras. So it doesn't matter what the American media wants to do. Once the Iranians start posting this stuff on social media, and they've shown that they're very adept at fighting the propaganda war or truth war, as it may be. Once we start seeing these videos of Americans getting killed, it's gonna change things. And there's nothing the U.S. media or the U.S. Army or any of us can do to stop it.
I think the difference is, Doc, is like with Iraq, you had, yeah, we're kicking ass because they took down the towers. But now you're like, what? This happened because of Israel? Like, and that's just not going to fly. It's just not the same. There's no like, it is worth it because they're trying to kill us type thing.
I just
I
got off
agree
the phone.
completely.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with a Marine. This man, his family goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War. His great was a captain in the Revolutionary Army, and he lost actually families, his brothers on major medical because of being hit by an IED. And this man is a great man of honor. This man he's a Marine, and he will lay down his life for his country. And he called me. I said, I'm in this space here, brother, right now. And he goes, no, I know. I just need to talk to you on an offline real quick. He said, makes this very clear. He said, I will never speak against my Corps. Never. But this is what I'm saying. He said, if it looks like it will, and I know he and I disagree. I don't think it will, but he thinks it may. He said, it will be a bloodbath. Now, for a Marine to say that, come on. Do you see where I'm going here with this? Marines don't think like that. When they think, they go and destroy. They don't think about, but he says, no, it's an open, he calls it a suicide mission. And you know what he calls it? Another Pearl Harbor, just to make an impact. And it's insane. It's insane. Please keep speaking out against this, folks. And Simon, again, I hope you heard the words you spoke when you opened up and Sully gave you the mic. People got to realize they go into these spaces and they don't realize they're causing lives. They're costing lives. Now they're throwing American lives out, and all the innocent Iranians are going to die in this. And they think, it's just rhetoric. No, their words have consequences, brother. Amen.
Yeah. And even with Vietnam, Andrew, like there was a narrative like we're taking on the communists and communists just kill millions of people. So you still had like a narrative. I just think the narrative is very unclear here. I think it's almost like a bit of a niche. We're taking on the Islamist terrorists and they're 2 weeks away from a nuke. Like it's just not a strong enough narrative to justify what's going to come next.
Exactly. My father said we got to stop the commies. Those commie bastards. They're going to leave China. They're going to take Vietnam. They're going to take all of Asia, and they're coming here. We got to stop the commies, boy. I don't care if you come on with a body bag. Your ass ain't going to go to Canada. You hear me? You shave. You're going to be head shaved. Go over there and serve your country. You got to stop the commies. The commie. Well, the Great Red Scare, it don't work, and then it literally ran out of gas in Vietnam. And now people are like, "What? No. We're not buying your Islamophobia." Here's the other thing too. What about God will not be mocked? How dare people say, "Oh, God's name"? So that means that Jesus Christ looks upon the Muslims and says, "You don't know. You're all just cattle. Nothing." I mean, God will not be mocked here, and so this Islamophobia that's worn out. People are awake. Even the boomers. I talk to boomers like, "Yeah, I guess it wasn't the Muslims, was it? It doesn't work. They've ran out of gas. They've run out of narrative." And that's why I keep hammering this. They're going to be a big show, but guess what? It's a no burger. There's no logistics there, gentlemen. Please, I beg you. There was 10-fold more logistics in place for Iraq than there is now in this Afghanistan. Correction, in Iran right now. There's no surge there. It's all a big show. Those amphibious forces cannot sustain themselves afloat for more than a few months. Now, listen to this carefully. They've got to be resupplied. All right. We need heavy resupply from the fleet. The reserve fleet, we've already commissioned they call them the reserve fleet. They come in, we commission commercial shippers to help us back it up. I don't see it. I've been checking. Where's the massive resupply? It's not there. So I think it's we're going to kick your ass. It's like a big bully stepping in and finding out there's a bigger guy coming around the corner. And if people have been listening a little bit to David's making it clear. This ain't a game, people. We're going to throw down for real. Did you watch what happened 4 years now in Ukraine? I have, and people thought, "Oh, Russia's getting their ass kicked." What Russia did is bleed out the United States and NATO. Putin has systematically destroyed NATO. People don't realize that they were broke, and now we're drained from that. And now Russia's like going, "Okay, U.S., bleed out some more, you idiots." I mean, this is like unprecedented times. A military analyst, now I'm not a military expert, that's not my wheelhouse, but I served and studied it. They're freaking out. Colonel, I've never heard Colonel Davis, I've known him for a couple of years now. I've never heard him act like, he's pleading, please, for the love of God, listen to me. I wonder why he's doing that. And I'll land it there.
David, he's exaggerating a bit. I wouldn't say Russia's. I'm seeing Russia struggle. I'm seeing these Ukrainians hit them. I'm seeing Zelensky in the Middle East making deals because his weaponry is so good.
Stop
it. You're going to turn the ruble into rubble.
I'm seeing Zelensky being invited to the Middle East because he's saying, "I'm doing such a good job against the Russians. You can use my defense against the drones."
We're gonna do a GoFundMe for Zelensky. Let him get some more weapons.
No, Zelensky's selling his weapons to the Middle East because they're saying they're so good. He's pushed back the Russians so much that even the Middle Easterners who are abandoning Trump and going for the Ukrainian defense. David.
So he's selling them on. He's knocking them on. Do you reckon he's getting a markup there?
Of course, he's getting a markup, double time. He needs it for his Miami villa, doesn't he? By the way, remember when I was saying the other day that the Chinese are developing the AI swarms? Well, about 12 hours later, all over Telegram, the Russians were posting a new AI system that the Chinese had just developed, which was a 60 to 100 deployment tubes releasing AI swarms with one operator to hunt and track down whatever they want in their way. What the story is that Iran currently has about 300,000 to 400,000 of these FPV drones. They're bringing in several tens of thousands of the fiber optics, all from China. So they are preparing them at the moment. Something very similar to what Russia is doing. Russia has countless assembly points all up and down the line of combat. And we're hearing now that China has supplied them. and that they are going to use this new system as a testing ground. Remember, everything that the Russians have done in 4 years in Ukraine has been testing ground. I mean, Russia now has the best jet fighters in the world. Why? Not because their planes are, say, better than the F-22s, F-16s, which they are really, but because their pilots are operating 24/7 in full combat operational mode. Their helicopters, the Mi-28s, the Ka-52s, Mi-8s, they're operating in full combat mode for 4 years. So these, I mean, one of the guys you would often see come in here, I mention his name because he is known, Colonel Gannon Burton. He's a Top Gun fighter, and he was a Top Gun commander. He used to teach at the school that Tom Cruise used to go to. But he was a fighter pilot over Serbia, etc., etc. And he said the same thing. He said the experience, remember I heard him on a space a few months ago, the experience that the Russians have attained with 4 years of combat in Ukraine, we don't have. We haven't had since Vietnam. And even Vietnam, it was one-sided. And it wasn't in favor of the Americans. Go check your figures, or North Korea. But what the Russians have now is something over the top. And all that experience, that's why Stanislav said it. If you look at the clip that I got of Stanislav with your best friend, Suleiman Mario, where he said, I'm not going to say this, he said, but if you think that Ukrainian...
Wait, Simon's best friend. He's Simon's best friend.
Okay, Simon's best friend. If you think that...
No, it's Suleiman, man. That's where I met Sully.
Let's not go back on that again.
He introduced me to his brother.
You used to work for him, Suleiman. Tough. You're taking it in the head. So let's, as Stanislav said...
I'll take the hit. I made him.
Yeah,
I'm like Obi-Wan. He's like Anakin, and then he turned to the
You
dark
made
side.
the spaces. On the Ukraine-Russian topic, you made a space. You were the only fair co-host and host on that space. I give you the hands down. Nobody says a bad word about
Suleiman used to have to sneak me up, and then I'd get chucked off the stage.
They won't let me up anymore, anyhow. But Stanislav said, if you believe that Iranian pilots are in those S-34s, S-35s over Iran, I have another story to tell you. They're Russians. So Russia is fully backing it. The experience generated 4 years is all there. And now the Chinese are coming in. China and Russia are not going to leave Iran fall. And in order to secure themselves, they are taking over. Look at it from Russia and China's point of view. If they secure the vassal states, let's air quote that, vassal states from Saudi and the 4 others, now, this is their opportunity now. And they are able to do deals, leverage with Europe. And they'll turn around and say to Europe, yeah, look, we can guarantee you contracts for the next 50 years if we take over the Middle East. So who gives a damn? It was the Brits that made Lawrence of Arabia and drew the lines on the map anyhow. So all they want is the juice flowing into Europe, and they will take anything. And Iran is going to be the proxy in reverse. And that's how they're looking at it. I'm sorry to tell anyone that is of any belief that Iran does not have the conventional means to do it. They are backed by Russia. They are backed by China. That's it in a nutshell. Thank you, Suleiman.
I want to welcome Rob onto the stage. Robert. And Gary's on the stage as well. We've got all the finance guys here. Robert, appreciate you coming on. We got Darkside on. We got Gary on. We had Simon on. But Simon's left. But it's fine. We still talk the financial club. He's probably just glitched out. He's probably come back up. That was a joke. But Robert, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. What's happening in the financial market? I believe it's going to be opening in 5 hours and things are not looking rosy.
Yeah, about 2 hours and 15 minutes. No, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I mean, there's no, I don't think there's any sugarcoating it. Things look really bad. I'm generally not one to be bearish, like, Gary and Darkside. No, my general view, my general kind of underlying framework for looking at markets, looking at the macro is governments, like the S&P 500, it usually just goes up. Trying to bet against that thing is a losing bet, right? The governments, their answer to everything is to print money, to increase and dilute the money supply, right? And debase the currency. And generally things go up in price, right? Whether it be the S&P 500, whether it be the price of kind of everyday things. And that's just kind of the general framework that I think most people should have, right? I'm not like a perma bear. I'm not one of those people that has been calling for a recession nonstop for the past like 4.5 years. In fact, those people kind of drive me crazy. But there's like no way to really kind of sugarcoat it. Like that is the only appropriate response right now. I think that if this thing drags on another month, it's not going to be a question of do we go into a recession. It's going to be how severe is the recession, and is the rest of the world in a full-blown depression? How many bank failures? Not are there any bank failures, but how many bank failures and where are they? Not currency, is there a currency crisis somewhere in the world? How many currency crises are there in the world? Not, is there a sovereign debt crisis somewhere, but how many sovereign debt crises? Like things just look unbelievably bad no matter where you look, whether it's the bond market, what's going on there, whether it's oil, our inability to print oil, obviously, physical commodities, requires a huge amount of consumption to be destroyed, either through shortages or through a radically higher price, higher even than where we are today with Brent, like 110. I mean, I'm talking like $200 Brent, right? So whether it's oil, which is key to everything, energy is key to everything. When the modern day interconnected economy stops consuming oil, it looks like Q2 of 2020, right? That's generally kind of the scale of the problem. And the Houthis getting involved yesterday, like if they go after Yanbu, it'll be worse than Q2 of 2020, right? When the entire global economy was shut down, the streets were empty, the skies were empty, everything was empty, everyone was locked in their home. It'll look worse than that if that Yanbu pipeline gets hit by the Houthis or by Iran. It just looks really bad. Like the physical world is colliding with our kind of paper fake, hyper financialized, derivatives driven fake world that we kind of live in. You're seeing that fracturing with different oil prices. We saw it a year ago with silver, or maybe it wasn't a year, maybe 6 months. I don't know. Time is kind of a strange concept these days. But yeah, I think that kind of fragmentation, those dislocations, I think it just gets worse, especially when you're talking about energy. Energy is just it's really hard to understate just how important oil is. Not only oil, right? Not only the refined products like gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, but also all the like third derivatives, right? Like stuff like plastics and even some pharmaceuticals, right, are based on petroleum. Like you start really kind of playing that out, and I think supply chains are even higher risk of dislocation than we saw during Q2 2020. It's just things look really bad. Now, if you believe that that all of this is just magically better tomorrow or a couple days from now, all that oil, a lot of which was shut in, meaning it's going to take months to get back online. If you believe that this is all no big deal and we can print oil and it's 5D chess and it'll all be over in a couple days, totally over, I'm talking 100% over, then yeah, maybe we kind of escape with like a bruise on our cheek and live to fight another day. But like this thing goes on like another month, things are look really bad, like really really bad. And again, that's not normally who I am. That's not normally my view. I've been very bullish on the S&P, on risk, on Bitcoin, on gold, on the economy, and I've been right? But the way I see it right now, things look really bad because you can't print oil.
And Robert, from the obviously you're talking about a lot of the stresses in the market. What about what about if the Houthis were to close the Red Sea? How bad would that be?
Yeah, I mean, there, a lot of that traffic got rerouted down through that strait. So, like you add another month onto, tank, anything going from Asia to Europe, because now it has to go all the way down through south, around the Cape of Africa. So yeah, it would be bad. I think that arguably probably it's even worse if it be, because the ship can still make it, right? Now it's adding a month on, when we don't have a month. Like we're talking about a situation where it needs to be over, like for Europe, it needs to be over like in days, not weeks, right? They're on a clock, and that clock is in terms of days, not weeks. So you add on another month, where ships need to be rerouted again away from the Suez and down around Africa. Like they're in a really bad spot. Asia, most of those emerging markets, Southeast Asian countries, even Japan, South Korea. I mean, some will be better than others, right? China has a pretty substantial reserve when it comes to their SPR. Japan too has a reasonably substantial SPR. So Thailand is going to be much worse, right? You can't just look at a map and go, oh, all of these countries are equally bad. You have to really kind of break it down country by country. But generally, just to speak in generalities, Europe is not in a good spot. Norway is positioned to become like a superpower, right? For every 10% increase in the price of oil, Norway's GDP goes up by 2%. Like there's a kind of interesting setup there where countries up there that produce a lot of oil, like Norway, have the potential to just wildly outperform, and Russia too. Russia is set to benefit massively. So some countries are going to be hurt more. Generally, Europe and Asia are going to be hurt really badly. U.S. net exporter, but you start kind of playing out, a capital control, export control. You start really kind of playing that thread out, and it's bad for the US. You get higher interest rates, you get dumping of US equities. Foreigners hold $69 trillion. I'd been saying 65, but the data got updated. It's $69 trillion of US stocks, US treasuries, right? So, like, could the US come out better than Europe? Sure, right? Is Europe going to be really hurt if that strait closes and all the ships get an extra month added on into an already disrupted supply chain? Yeah, Europe will be really hurt. But it's all kind of it's all kind of a question of degree. Everyone is going to be hurt in this. Russia and Norway and those kind of countries, they might actually kind of legitimately like benefit with kind of no risk. But Russia's bogged down in Ukraine. They've had like 3 refineries hit in the past week. So like they're not necessarily doing great, you know what I mean? They have a full war going on they have to finance, and they're not perfect, right? But like yeah, I think no one really wins. I think that it's just a question of how much is country A losing relative to country B.
Yeah, it's massively concerning. And you still, I believe, oil shut at almost close to 115, correct? Are you expecting the opening to be higher or lower when it opens in a few hours?
I mean, if you look at we don't really have like a super liquid market over the weekend. There's the hyper liquid and CFD market, but that stuff is super illiquid. It's indicating, I think, like 2% higher. So, I mean, you would think it would be much higher with the Houthis officially involved, and then verbally threatening. At least last I saw, they hadn't decided to close the strait. They were just talking or thinking about it, kind of throwing it out there, like, "Hey, we might close it." But yeah, like I think it should be much higher, not just like a little higher, much higher. But again, I think there's a lot of like headline risk associated with trying to trade it, and I also think that there's potential market intervention, right? Whether it be Japan shorting futures, whether it be U.S. Treasury Department shorting futures, like trying to trade this thing is like I'm just raising cash. That's kind of, yeah. Things are so uncertain. There's so much risk. I'm still holding my Bitcoin. I'm not touching. I'm not selling that. But I want to have some beta just in the off chance that like they decide to print $10 trillion tonight, right? I want to still have my big. I don't want to sell it. I don't want to go short or anything. But just kind of raise cash is kind of my, not try to trade this thing. I think there will be some epic trades, right? Whether it be shorting some of these dollar peg currencies in the GCC, right, where peg could break. Man, if you catch that, especially like in an options market, you're talking like 200x, right? Kind of trades. There will be legendary trades out of this, but for me personally, for at least for now, right? Like I'm not trying to trade it or understand, right? Because I look at oil and I don't get it. I've ran like dozens of calculations with different inputs with different short run elasticity inputs for the price of oil, and they're all indicating like double where we are now. So I look at the Brent at 110 or whatever, and it's like, this doesn't make sense. There could be other things going on. The market could just not be as in tune with what is really happening, right? It could be more optimistic. If you look at the forward curve on WTI or Brent, the market thinks this is gonna all just be done in like a couple weeks. I don't think it is, but yeah, I'm not trying to trade it.
Hey, Robert, when the war started, the paradigm was probably less than a week, a quick action. Very quickly into it, it shifted to 3 or 4 weeks. Now we're at the 4-week mark, and it looks like we're going to see, at least there's indications of escalation in ground forces, and who knows where it goes from there. So I do think that the market has a decent amount of discounting on duration, and as best I can tell, duration is the one variable that affects how bad this is going to affect the economy. If we all of a sudden magically turn it around today, it'll take several weeks, maybe a couple months to get back to quote normal because we have damaged the infrastructure. But if it doesn't feel like we're making any steps towards ending this other than rhetoric, in fact, if anything, it could be escalating. I don't know. What's your take on that?
Yeah, no, I agree with that read. I watch this stuff all day. I watch both the information, right, developments of the war, and then I'm watching markets. I'm watching the bond market, I'm watching currency markets, I'm watching equity market, volatility market, and precious metals. And like most of the time, I'm not able to mesh the two. Right, the two are like not making sense. They're not congruent with one another because all I see from the information, and I've done a pretty good job at like over the past 4 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, like I've been building a reputable list of people that don't post fake shit. And so, like I think the information's pretty solid, pretty reputable people, at least over the past 3-4 years. And I'm looking at the information of, every missile strike, every failed interception, every misdirect from the Trump administration, which is provably false, right? And like looking at that and then looking at markets and go, what are they smoking? You know what I mean? It really seems now look, like if you're willing to take risk in that environment, if you believe there's an asymmetry there, then there's a ton of money to be made, right? If the market is in la la land, then what that means is that like get some puts, go long volatility, and you'll make a lot of money probably, right? But for me, for now at least, I'm not there's too much going on. It's just, man, I'm tired, like I feel like I'm pretty good at this stuff, and it's just I'm tired, and it's hard. It's just a really tough time. I mean, Luke Groman just said with Jay Martin, he said the same thing. He's like, I've been doing this like 3.5 decades or whatever, Like, I've never seen a time that's more uncertain, where there's more misinformation and fog of war and propaganda and uncertainty. Because I mean, you try to model out some of this stuff, and there's so many. Like, it's not just the first thing, the first order effect, right? You have to go, okay, first order effect. What's the second order effect on every country in the world, right? And then you have to look at the third order effect and the interlink to have, right, a correlation or dependency that some other input has to that, right? And then you have to think through, okay, well, what happened? There are just so many possibilities, so many permutations for how this could all play out. I think it's just, I think, I just keep coming back to, I think it's just best to like sit on my hands and not try to, not try to like be a hero or trade it or do anything crazy for now. But if you have a strong view, that the market is in la la land, then there's probably a ton of money to be made. Like if you look at the S&P 500, this thing has got a long way to fall. If the market is in la la land and this is really as bad as it looks, the S&P, I mean, you could get some serious returns trading, some spy puts or something. Not with VIX. I wouldn't enter when VIX. That's part of the problem is like all the volatility indexes are so high that like I don't trade futures. I trade options if I'm going to trade. And I'm not going to go long volatility when VIX is at 30, and OVIX is at 3-year highs. GVIX is, it's just like, it's tough. Move index too. Bond market volatility is like starting to approach danger levels, so you don't even necessarily want to trade that. So it's just, it's just tough. It's tough.
So I know you follow Luke Groman. I do as well, probably not as closely as you do, but I would characterize his recent commentary, probably in the last week to 10 days, as quite concerning. And he's tempering a little bit, but you can see.
Come on, Thomas, that was so British. Like, say it American. Quite concerning.
Well, I'm trying to temper my stuff a little bit so I don't sound overly hyperbolic.
He's a politician, Simon. He never gets out of their blood.
He sounded very British, didn't he,
He's
Gary?
a good one, though. He's a good one.
But I would just say, when I listen to people like him, someone like Ed Dowd, people are talking about some serious things to consider. Like the phrase that Groman used, and again, take it for what it is. He says,
use Gary's word. It's a shit show.
It's a shit show, but it's going to be worse than the great financial crisis and COVID combined.
Thomas, I'm there. I think we're going to global depression. I think it's unstoppable at this point.
It's unstoppable,
I don't think
Gary,
you can stop it.
The thing I can't think of the exit plan for Trump. They got into a sticky wicket.
They could exit tomorrow morning, and we're going into a depression.
Yeah, they could, Gary, but that would mean they'd have to, quote, surrender, because we had a certain set of objectives, and if you pull out now, you're basically going to cede the Gulf to Iran, and we're going to be out of the Middle East. It feels like, in the end, it would look like defeat. Now,
it's like the Brits and the Suez Canal, isn't it? It's rhyming, right?
It's identical to that. And look, this is coming in the broader backdrop of an already kind of de-dollarizing world, a world where I was already talking about a global monetary reordering for the past, 3 years. Like all the stuff that we saw in 2025, right? Like that's the backdrop. Again, remember the petrodollar system that all the dollar bulls like to talk about. By the way, I should point out, I just watched Brent Johnson, his weekly update. He is the biggest dollar bull. He is the biggest, I don't want to say jingoistic type, right? Like I appreciate his thoughts, but he's generally very bullish on America, on the dollar. Even he is worried. Even he is scared shitless. And again, not just through the words he's saying, which he's saying, I'm scared shitless, but you can just tell, if you know him. So like even him. So I think that's important. But yeah, man, it's coming in the broader backdrop. The petrodollar system, the entire premise of that was, hey, you sell your oil in dollars. You denominate your transactions in dollars, provide this inelastic or require this inelastic demand for dollars to transact in commodity transactions. You recycle your revenues into US Treasuries. We provide you with defense guarantees. All you got to do is look at their their countries, right? They're getting bombed to shit. Like we don't have any interceptors. They keep getting drones. Like, yeah, they say they intercept, 80% or whatever, but like, we're not exactly keeping them super safe, like probably as safe as they would like. So do they start to question, this entire framework that we've premised everything about they have dollar pegged currency specifically due to the fact of the petrodollar, right? For the past 60 years. Do they start to you have to realize that this is not happening in a vacuum, right? It's happening on that kind of broader backdrop. And once you realize that, I think it changes everything. And I think that it opens a door for some really, really tumultuous, volatile period of time for countries like America. Look at Britain after the Suez Crisis. Look at their GDP. Look at their standard of living. Look at their GDP per capita. I have, right? It's bad. It's really bad. They had basically a 30-year depression after this coming out of the Suez Crisis. That kind of thing for America, right? You have to. I'll put it this way: the probability of that kind of thing happening to America is increasing. Right? It might not be 100%, but it's increasing.
Good.
So speaking of currency pairs, Suleiman, I had to jump down to get some petrol. And obviously the most important layer of this whole system is the Petro-Manx pound, propped up by a population of 85,000 people. And yeah, we are out of petrol. But I managed to get some super unleaded, but we've got no diesel left. And we're waiting a shipment. And I was having a word with the guy at the petrol station. He's just like, yeah, we're just waiting for the shipment. We don't know what's happening here. So apparently it may be coming tomorrow. But the Petro-Manx pound, the most important currency pair in the world, is breaking.
Simon, you guys get your petrol from the UK, correct?
Yeah, we're dependent on the UK.
And UK, what's the UK situation in that?
I think last I looked, the reserves. Robert, I don't know if you've looked more, but last data, I think people are being secretive to not create a panic. But the last time I looked, it was the reserves were down from 54% to 30%. But I think everyone's at the stage where they should be hoarding and
Oh,
supplying. That you're at
absolutely.
that stage already.
You should prep right now. Simon, I was going to ask you something about the UK. Is it true that there's a blackout effective 11 p.m.?
I don't know anything about that. Do you know anything about that, Suleiman?
Yeah, can
Nah,
you
bro,
guys
I'm
check
here,
that?
I'm live. There's not gonna be no blackout. What are you talking about? Space is going. Don't listen to this propaganda.
No, 11. I heard they're trying to invoke something in the UK of everybody get and stay in your house at 11 p.m. lights out.
Nah, blood. There's not. Well, I'm
No?
gonna be inside anyway, but nah, that's not true, Gary.
So he's
Okay.
got a generator. He's good. And he's got petrol.
I'm prepped. I'm ready. The space is not gonna stop. The space ain't gonna stop. We're gonna keep going.
But yeah, as I said, the Petro-Manx pound is breaking. Once the Petro-Manx pound breaks, you're in trouble.
All 85,000 people are gonna impact the global market.
We're going to be rioting. We're going to save the system.
Come on, Simon. You guys are too nerdy to do that. You'll just send very strong worded letters.
Yeah, we're good. Well, I'm going to be going visiting the farmers anyway. I need to make some better friends.
Something I was
that you definitely need to do.
Something I was thinking was, if this goes on and on, corn and ethanol, right, could emerge. I've been into cars kind of my whole life, and my last car I had tuned to run on ethanol, and so I learned a lot about ethanol as a fuel. It's got it's basically like race gas in terms of the octane rating, right? So it's super, super high octane. It's really cheap. It's obviously renewable, right? Corn grows, you harvest it, it grows back, right? So it's a renewable energy. Like I learned a lot about ethanol. It's like, why it makes no sense why we're not pursuing ethanol as a not a replacement maybe to petroleum, but like, at least more than we currently are. That's one area where you could see, because again, in the long run, like we will adapt. I don't want to make it sound like we're doomed forever and ever and ever, right? Like there will be, over the long run, the elasticity for demand gets better than the short run, because we're able to find alternatives, we're able to adapt, maybe accept a lower quality of life, right? A lower standard of living. That's an adaptation where people will need to consume less oil. It sounds really horrible to say that,
Maybe less
but
wasteful life too.
yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe not
yeah.
as less comfortable, but less wasteful. I think we waste a lot. I think you're going to be surprised how quick the demand will respond here, guys. It's
And
going to
less
have. It's being forced
globally.
to, by the way.
Well,
Like
that's the
you
point. That's the main point, Gary. It's like when this shit happens, you realize, oh shit, I built a relationship with my neighbor? Have I built the relationship with my farmer? This is where we have to use this as an opportunity to get back to a more normal state of being. I think it's the right message, Gary.
Yeah, less globalized. Like why, when you look at a car, right? And there's like 30,000 components, and you take one little individual computer chip, and it goes from country A, across the country to a port, right? Then it gets on a ship, goes all the way halfway around the world to country B, where it's literally wrapped in saran wrap, put in a package, and then sent to country C, right? You like some of this. I mean, I get it that globalization in the aggregate was raised the average standard of living. I get like all the neoliberal talking points, right? But some of it is just kind of batshit crazy. Like what? Why are we so globalized, right? Okay, yeah, you trade with one another. I get that. I'm cool with that. But like the degree of globalization, I think is pretty kind of insane, and I think that that's definitely changing. I think we've reached peak globalization, which, in my opinion, for Americans, I'm an American. My family's American. My friends are Americans. As an American speaking, I think that's a great thing. But it is going to be a much different world. That's for sure.
Yeah, great point. Guys, we're live on X. Retweet the space. We're live on YouTube. Repost the YouTube or whatever you do on YouTube. Let everybody know about it. Lots of important conversations. We're talking about the geopolitics, the finances. As I said, reports coming out of the Pentagon are stating that a ground invasion is happening, and it's going to be happening soon. There is a tweet in the nest pertaining to that. It's with Ryan Dawson, who explains that the US military preparing for invasion, Iran's few different strategic islands, and what possibilities or where these people can go in terms of attempting to invade. So the tweet is in the nest, the tweet is in the YouTube comments. Again, like it, watch it, put a comment on it. That will be awesome. Let's bring Puncher into the conversation. Puncher, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts about what's happening in terms of the financial market.
Thanks, Uli, and great listening in. I just did observation. I'm with my kids in Arizona at a soccer tournament that's about an hour and a half away from our house. Last night leaving, diesel was $6, and then coming up this morning, it's $6.50. So, around the world, the people who maybe are undergoing shortages right now, that might not seem like a big deal, but to see a 50-cent move overnight, and who knows what it's going to be tomorrow, you can just see it happening right in front of you. But most people are completely oblivious to it. I just talked to some few people in like a Walmart and said, "Hey, what do you guys think about what's going on?" And they don't even doesn't even register. So interesting. I think this is going to be very, very, very difficult for
When you
people,
say it doesn't register,
and in
Puncher, do you
short
mean
order.
it doesn't register as in they don't really know what's happening in the geopolitics, or do you mean in the sense of the increase in the prices, or both?
No, they see the increase in the prices. They just don't make the connection as to why it's all happening. They're complaining about the prices, but when you ask them, what do you think the reason for that is? That's like, well, something to do. Maybe the government is doing it or whatever. They really have no idea why this is occurring. And by the way, like, I consider myself fairly well informed, but the information here in the States about what's going on in the Gulf is very hard to come by. The narrative across all media is kind of silence or a positive spin on it. And, and you got to dig and dig and dig. And then when you do dig, you wonder if it's real, right? With AI and everything else, you don't know what to believe. There's a few sources that I look at that I think are very trustworthy sources. And even when they post things, they say, not confirmed, and then they'll confirm it. But you got to hunt for the information. So it's not surprising that the average American, anyway, really is completely clueless to what's going on in Iran and what America is doing about it.
And it takes a lot of time to go through it too. That's the other thing.
Well, oh my gosh, Robert, right? Like, you got to even. I spent the better part of my adult life in the Middle East, and you just know that it's a sweater. And if you pull a string, just one string out of that sweater, 6 others get pulled out in a different direction. And we just kind of went into this thing head first with no brains. And I just don't see the off ramp. I don't see it.
Hunter, you're in the military and you spent your career there, right? So this ground invasion, or at least the reports that we're going to be sending in people, you gotta wonder what the morale of the troops are. There are reports, again, I don't know what's true, but we probably have all read it. The people on the Gerald Ford carrier who were out on a very long deployment, an inordinate long deployment. They were flushing T-shirts down the system to try to back it up and make the carrier unoperational for,
Is that confirmed, Thomas, that that's what happened?
I don't know. I mean, they said that there was a laundry room fire, and that's why it's going to be out of commission for over a year. But then, Trump alluded to the fact that, he was talking to some of the commanders and they were being overwhelmed with missiles. You just don't know what to believe. I mean, information is warfare in today's modern landscape. So it would be naive to think that everything we hear from official sources is true. It's not. I mean, that they're using social media posts to affect the market. They want to keep West Texas Intermediate below $100. Right now, it closed Friday at 101. The Globex opens up at 6 o'clock, so about an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, they lose that battle today, buddy. That game.
I think so.
Thomas, last week I was in Virginia looking for business, and I had breakfast with a couple of buddies. One's a Navy SEAL who literally just got out, entrepreneur. The other, his brother, is a SEAL Team 6 instructor who's been deployed like crazy as you can imagine, over the last 2 years, just parts unknown. And the general sense I get from them is just exasperation, right? Say, what do you think about this? And they just kind of roll their eyes and go, I don't know. Now, they're soldiers, right? They're going to do what they're told. But it's different this time. They don't see the plan. They don't understand why we're doing this, why we got into this. I mean, the same thing we all say, like Trump said he wasn't going to do this. And now we're here. So they're just like, they're going to shut up and color, as we say in the military, and they're going to go where they're told to go. But the morale around it is not good. It's not like they are excited to deploy again for the umpteenth time, to be away from their families for another war with an uncertain outcome. If you could define success and say, I remember sitting in Afghanistan and Iraq saying, what does victory look like?
Well,
and the answer was always the same. We don't know.
The military oath that's taken by the soldiers is to protect and defend the Constitution. It's really hard to get behind something that doesn't have an obvious threat to the United States. So I know you've worked in the past with General Dan Kane, who's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's like the obviously the top military guy sitting with Trump. What can you say about him in terms of? I mean, I just got to believe that the military's not going to accept crazy orders. Is that a fair thing, or are they just going to follow the orders that come down no matter how crazy they are?
It's a tough call. I would say Raisin's one of the smartest, most disciplined, honorable guys I've ever met. Like, Raisin was the man, and just excelled at everything he did, obviously. I am sure, I remember saying on a Spaces the day that we decided we were going to do this, I was pretty sure, and reports were, that Raisin gave a very sober assessment of what this was going to be, and in no uncertain terms said, this isn't going to be like, going into Venezuela. And I think he laid it out there, but at the end of the day, we are a civilian-controlled military. You give your assessment as best you can, and then you're told what to do. So that is the nature of the beast. But I'm pretty sure Raisin gave the National Security Council, to the extent they even cared, a pretty sober assessment of what this was going to be. And I think it's playing out, if I had to guess, exactly like Raisin laid out. I wasn't in the room, obviously, but
if they drop in,
they're not the kind of guys to say, I told you so. They're just going to make the best of the shit sandwich they're handed and do what soldiers do.
What do you think they're going to drop in, pick a number, 2,500 tier 1 operators? If we lose, just pick a number. There's 100 casualties over the, in the few days that after that happens. How do you think that? Describe to me what you think would happen in terms of the military morale and the blowback that would come from that. Because these are these tier 1 guys are like the top of the top, right? It's not like grunts from generation.
Losing a tier 1 operating team is like losing an aircraft carrier in what is now asymmetric warfare, right? They're more important than an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carriers, for the most part, have been rendered mute in this situation, right? They're not generally in the Gulf because they're a sitting duck. So the general assessment I get from most people I talk to who are still active duty, and remember, I'm a little long in the tooth. If I were still in and I'd been promoted to such ranks, but my contemporaries are Indo-PACOM, Raising Cane, flag officers at the highest level. That's my year group. So those guys are in, but the guys who are in for like 12, 14 years, pilots, operators, really, really critical nodes in the U.S. system are kind of like, I think I'm going to get out. And they throw a lot of incentives at these guys to stick around, mostly monetary incentives. But the juice isn't worth the squeeze to a lot of guys who fully intended, in my opinion, to make a career out of the military. They're now kind of the guy who swam halfway across the river at the 10-year or 12-year mark. And the joke is always the guy swam halfway across the river. He decided he couldn't make it, so he swam back. Well, they're swimming back, or they're getting on a life raft. They're getting out. And whereas usually around the 14-year point, you're like, I'm in for 14. I got 6 more to go. I can get the retirement and the pension and the benefits. That's not worth it anymore, given the pace of operations the guys have gone through for the last 2 decades, and they're looking at other options. Very talented people, by the way.
Hey, Puncher.
Okay.
Hey, Puncher, Andrew here. Hey, Thomas, can I just jump in real quick on this one? Hey, Puncher, this is, like I said, I have the highest respect for you, sir. You're a fighter pilot. You guys, my closest best friend, Rick Smith, was one of you guys. You guys are amazing. I was doing on a carrier, watching carrier ops, and he and I spent time in the simulator. He wanted a submarine ride. I took him on submarines. We spent a lot of time together. But for those that don't know Puncher's background, to get to even what Puncher, he's a very, you're a man, sir. I know you don't go around bragging, but you're one of the top of the cream of the crop to get where you are. I'm just saying this. I agree with 150% with everything you said about these mid-career guys. The fight's not there. They're like, what the hell's going on? And also what you said is also true, and that's what's dangerous is and don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not, General Kane. I mean, I'm not worried of the shiny shoes, but I honestly, sir, I don't have any respect for him because unless Trump, of course, Trump lies, but Kane should have said no and even resigned if he's seeing this complete shit show and they just keep, and Admiral Cooper, I'm brokenhearted that he would walk into this, but thank God that how come Vice Admiral Ketcher walked away. And I don't know your thoughts about Admiral, if you know Admiral Alvin Halsey very well, he walked away from this and I think more senior officers, Puncher, need to stop up and say no. Your thoughts on that, Puncher?
I'm not in their shoes, right? But I do remember I've deployed for multiple combat tours in the Middle East, mostly save one. And, it was always explained to us before we got into the tactics. It was always explained at a high level. What is the goal? What are the metrics? What are the KPIs? And why? And I do not believe, maybe at the highest ranking levels of the flag ranks, that's explained, but it's definitely not explained to anybody below that. It's just kind of now like we're deploying and the tactics, I guess, are described and the objectives, but the bigger purpose is not explained. And that's a problem because you didn't join the military to be like a mercenary. You joined because you thought you were protecting and defending something worth defending, and you are, but are we really defending the United States and Iran? And it's hard to square that circle. And I don't want to say anything because I really do respect and admire these guys and know them. But they've got to be asking some of the same questions, like, how do we let this get away from us? That's all I can say about it, really.
Yeah, Puncher, I got one more thing to throw at you, sir. And again, great respect to you. Is this? I'm kind of the lone wolf out here. I'm kind of like getting beat up a little bit because I'm saying that we will not actually make a full insertion of the Marine amphibious unit, expeditionary unit. We called them amphibious in my day. They won't actually attack, but it'll be a feint. And even the north up there, the 82nd Airborne, and those, they'll if they do, I think it'll be special ops kind of stuff. And I think Trump's going to just say, hey, well, we took out their nukes, or we completely disabled them by our special forces. But Puncher, I don't think we're really going to do a full blown assault, sir. And I don't think so. But
don't.
Well, can you help me?
Andrew? Look.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I'm seeing the talking heads come out on the Sunday shows to the extent anybody even watches them anymore. It's just so pathetic. But they're coming out, and the narrative has definitely changed that we're going to do this, and we need grounds, we need to acquire the uranium, and all this other craziness. And I'm like, guys, you act as if we can waltz in there and just take it, and you act as if there's not going to be an equal response against our GCC partners. That just exacerbates the problem. So I don't know. I've been against this from day one, and I'm taking a lot of heat for it. But my biggest complaint was from the moment we started this, what is the off ramp and why are we doing this? If someone can explain to me very cogently how this benefits the average American, I'm all for it. But to date, that has not been clearly articulated. And every attempt at it goes back to 1983 and the bombings of the Marine barracks. It's like, really? I've had people tell me stuff about 1976 and the Iranian hostages. That was a half a century ago. That's the reason we're doing this. It's absurd. But everybody's reaching for a narrative, and I think we're peeling people off one by one as what they're told, and then the reality of what happens, however delayed it comes in the media, are not matching up. And I think that's just going to continue to get worse.
Puncher, if you were to look at the exit plans now, like what would be a reasonable exit plan? If we could achieve an outcome that put us back to late February, we would take that deal, which means that this whole thing has made the situation worse. Now you could say, and people were thinking, oh, we're going to do this. We're going to topple the leadership and the people in the streets are going to revolt and take their country over. Well, that didn't happen. This thing didn't take a week. It's now into a month, and who knows how much longer it goes. And so now we're looking at exit scenarios that actually make the looks like that we made the situation worse. And then if you're
Thomas,
Trump,
I think Trump naturally thinks he can, like back in last June when they went after the nuclear facilities. He thinks he can, find that there's always an off ramp, right? Even if there's chaos, he can find that one little niche and get off. But those exit ramps have kind of all just whizzed by us. And every time the bravado comes, or we're going to do this, or we're going to really hit them hard this time, it just makes the available kind of opportunity to shuck and jive and declare victory and get out that much more complicated, that much more detrimental to our national interests. And you hear the other narrative of, hey, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 50D chess. You just got to trust the plan. Well, I wish somebody could articulate that to me, because I think this is kind of wing it, fake it till you make it type stuff. And fake it till you make it in kinetic combat is not a good strategy.
I'm sitting here. I can't think of how you're going to exit out of this situation without a real shit show. I mean, I'd love, as you said, I'd love for someone to articulate what an exit plan looks like that makes, let's just pick a time frame, July look better than February. I just don't, whatever we're going to do is going to end up being a net negative, which is going to mean that this was an ill-advised adventure, to use euphemistic words. But I'm with you. I have not supported this. I've always been a big Trump supporter, so there's no issue there. I just don't support this action. I think it's a real problem. And if it looks like the only thing we could do is pull out, I don't think we're going to take the country over. It's not Iraq in 1991. It's a different country. They've been preparing for this. We have no idea what other weapons they might have. And the weapons that I've always thought I've been concerned about as a domestic politician is sleeper cells in Europe and in the US. We know they have them. They haven't been invoked. But they're saving something for the next escalation. And I'd be concerned because we have a soft underbelly against that attack.
We do. I think it was Churchill's quote. He said, "War, the glorious combination of the horrible and sublime. If men of light and learning saw your face more closely, the average man would see it almost never at all." But that presupposes that men of light and learning are at the decision table. And I don't think we're there anymore. I think we're there with people who would sacrifice lives to achieve an objective and not lose a moment's sleep over it. Not necessarily saying Donald Trump, but I'm saying neocons, Lindsey Graham, whoever's in Trump's ear, they couldn't care less. 10,000 troops to them is a statistic. And that's what really has me concerned, because there was always the presupposition that those at the top of the food chain who are making these decisions were, again, men of light and learning. And I just don't think that's the case anymore as we enter into this fourth turning. I think it's people who see military as pawns. I'd see, objectives as the supreme. And then, like Simon says, you've got the military-industrial complex that is in the business of war. That is their business. And when there is no war, business is bad. I wish I had, better things to say, but it's just like everybody. It's now fourth turnings are marked by the loss of confidence in institutions, and that might also include, the institutions that I, for 25 years in the military, trusted had at the base, at the core, at the center of their thinking, force protection and what's best for Americans and the American soldiers.
What was it, Puncher? One question I do have for you is because you've kind of, if I've understood it right, and I think I've got the same impression, but just for you to elaborate a little bit more. you mentioned about General Reza Khan and how there were reports that came out that said that he was against this war. He was completely against this war. He pushed back against it. And then, if you remember, Trump had to come out on a press conference and say, well, Reza Khan didn't say that. He supports everything we do. And then, I don't know, this might have been just before the war or just in the first week. I can't remember specifically now. It's been a while. But he had to come out and kind of refute those claims. So does that seem to suggest to you that that was real? That he was actually against this? He thought there was no benefit to it. There was no like logical conclusion to it. And then what he did was, because he's a soldier or and whatever, he just then, after raising his concerns, he went back to the same point, which is that we are gonna what do you call it again? I'm gonna go ahead and fulfill these orders, even if I disagree with him.
Look, that is the job, that is the oath. That is, you give your assessment of the situation, you give your briefings to the civilians in charge, and then you ultimately trust in that civilian leadership either knows more than you or has a plan or whatever. Like you are going to salute smartly and carry out the plan of the day, or you're going to throw your stars on the table and walk away. I don't that second scenario, I just don't see that, because in every soldier is the kind of can-do attitude. Like, all right, this is going to be tough, but we can get it done. But that presupposes that you have the munitions, the logistics, the assets to get done what needs to get done, and we're running up against that now. And what do we make? 80 Tomahawks a year? That's that missile system, and what that costs per missile to take out a $10,000, $20,000 missile or drone. This is a numbers game at that point, and our ability to have a supply chain that would allow, even in the worst case scenario, at least the ability to continue and carry out that plan despite the objections of somebody who might have thought it was a bad idea. I think that is the kind of the wall we're going to run up against here, because we just don't have the same mechanization, supply chains, and access to raw materials to build things anymore. And we're robbing Indo-PACOM, I've been told and I've read, of a lot of their assets to backfill what's going on in CENTCOM. Well, that's got its own set of problems with it, right? Now you're in deficit elsewhere around the world. So I don't know. I don't think that anybody's going to throw their stars on the table. Those who we're going to have, if things continue to degenerate, you might see one or two, but I just doubt it. I just think the ethos of the soldier is, I'm gonna tell it like it is. I'm gonna tell my piece. I'm going to advise my superiors, the civilian superiors, on what I actually think, so that there's no misunderstanding about what our capabilities are. And then when the decision gets made, the oath is that I'm going to carry it out.
Puncher, what do you think about like the impact of the information war, in the sense that we were all very ignorant like a decade ago and stuff. We've been through COVID, now we've been through Epstein files, and like a lot of people would have had a lot of awakenings. Like, do you think there's going to be an impact on the morale where people feel, I thought I was fighting for my country, but it turns out I'm fighting for something else, or Israel, or corporate profit, or Epstein, or like, do you think that morale is going to kick in, or do you think people are just fully rallying around the flag?
No, I think look, I think people, one thing you have if you're deployed is you have time, especially if you're in the Navy or a flat off carrier. I can't tell you how much I read and studied, and I had a lot of time to do what we call self-improvement on a deployment. And you read about things and you start to understand that maybe things aren't as I once thought. So I don't see how the truth has a funny way of coming out no matter what. So I think the average soldier, sailor, Marine is thinking, what, I'm not a dumb person, but somebody needs to clearly articulate to me why I'm here, why I'm putting my life on the line, and why I'm away from my family and my friends and my country.
And
If
I
somebody can,
think that's the issue here, Punch. That I think the Iranians are fully on board with defending their country and 6,000 years of history, and doing it with a worthy cause. Like I just think the asymmetric morale is going to be completely different here.
Simon, unconditional surrender. Well, you haven't heard those words in over a week, but unconditional surrender, what does that mean? That means we are turning ourselves over with no conditions whatsoever. That is, in prior times, you're going to rape our women and children. Now, not that the United States would do that, but that's what unconditional surrender means. No conditions. And I just don't think, that's the case here in Iran. I don't know what we thought we were going to get into. It's not as if we haven't mission planned ad nauseum for the last 40 years, 25 years of which I was in the military. Strikes against Iran. Like you would be on the carrier. This is 2 decades ago. And you get a phone call in the junior officer suite and they'd say, the boss, there's a scenario down in the skiff and grab 8 guys and go down there. And it's going to be, you're briefing the boss in the morning. Here are the objectives inside of Iran. And, we've planned this type of scenario for 4 decades. So how we could waltz in there now, not knowing exactly what we were up against, is perplexing to me. I don't even know how to talk about it.
Punch, I need to say,
unless there's another agenda at play here that's not being articulated. And again, given the global macro forces and the realignment of monetary systems and everything else, and who is truly calling the shots, as Simon so eloquently, defines as he speaks. If the war is being waged at that level and the chips are being moved kind of behind the scenes, then it's no wonder it's opaque. You're just given false narratives to justify the next few days, and then another false narrative.
And Punch, maybe you could answer this, but from my very ignorant but listening to a lot of people, it feels like there is no solution to hypersonic missiles and drones and that asymmetric. Like it feels like you're rocking up with a tractor trying to out a someone that's using new technology. Like and I don't want to do you agree with that? Like is there like some miscalculation here or?
I don't know what else to attribute it to, Simon. I mean, but it's not like we weren't unaware of drone capabilities. I flat out refuse to believe we didn't fully understand Iran's capabilities, asymmetric and other, prior to going into this. If we did, that was a dereliction of duty at the highest levels. And then we saunter into this mess, not knowing. I refuse to believe that. I just believe that Donald Trump got bullied into this by Netanyahu and his proxies, and here we are. And the shucking and jiving and finding an off ramp, which I think Trump inevitably thought he would find, just has escaped us. And every time we double down, it gets worse, and the exit ramps get fewer and fewer and fewer. So that's it. I don't know what else to say about it.
And do you think there's like some magic like weapon that, because we always have this thing like there's some magic weapon, like it feels like just narrative,
Well, if there is, it's magic weapon time, Simon, because putting 10,000 troops on the ground in Iran is probably not the magic weapon that everybody seems to think might be out there. If there's one out there, we need to see it fast.
We got Amanda here. I know, Amanda, you've got a deep history in your family with these military operations and stuff. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah, and Punch and I, we follow each other, but with all due respect, sir, I am the daughter of a Korean and Vietnam vet who spent 20 years in the Air Force as enlisted as a radar avionics tech for the F-111 and F-4. My husband was intel officer in the Army. He left as a full bird colonel after about, 24 years. And my son is a U.S. Air Force Academy grad who I guess he was the last place he was stationed was at CENTCOM, actually at MacDill. and then went back up to the Air Force Academy to coach football, and could see the writing on the wall back then. And this is while Trump was still president, and we had voted Republican our entire lives. You know, I don't know how. I mean, I think blaming this all on Netanyahu, we've been in these spaces for months talking about this. The problem with Trump is he has people like Hegseth, who thinks he's going to build the third temple by himself, and Rubio and all of these extreme Zionists. And the other thing too to remember, these people in the military, and I'm going to say Kane is, I think he's a coward. You don't make your,
I can
you don't
assure you,
swear.
Dan Kane is
Hold
not a
on.
coward. I can assure
Well,
you.
then he should have dropped his rank and walked out of the building.
All right. Well, that's
That's
easy
what
for
I,
you to
and
say.
let me finish, because you do not take an oath to the military, to the commander in chief. You take an oath to the United States Constitution. And we don't want our children. I also have a cousin that his name's on the Vietnam Memorial. We don't want our children. I'm older, right? We don't, well, after 250 years service in the military, literally, we're finished. We do not allow our treasure to be mercenaries for Israel or any other country or any banker. My 4 grandsons will never ever see a uniform, maybe a firefighter uniform or a paramedic uniform where they can actually serve the people of the United States. You know, it took a
Where do we
long
disagree?
time.
Where do we disagree?
Okay. Well, I knew we would, and that's why I said with all due respect. Um, you know, it took a long time for the military to earn back respect, because I was in high school during and after Vietnam, and I remember how the veterans were treated. And then, you know, it was built back during the Gulf Wars. Of course, we didn't know then what we know now about, you know, us killing 1.2 million civilians. We didn't know all these things. But if Trump and his posse of derelicts are allowed to continue doing what they're doing, um, the military will lose all respect. You cannot be bombing schools with 160 little girls inside, and then to double tap it so when their parents and the paramedics come, you hit it again. Like, that's such an Israeli maneuver. Where did we learn that? I thought we didn't do things like that. And so we have been cautioning our friends, and I live 20 miles from Fort Hood, um, to think twice. And my son has been saying this since the pullout of Afghanistan. All you had to do is look at the 13 that were killed at the gate, and you realize whoever's running the show has either no idea what they're doing or really don't care what they're doing, and they will not do what's needed to protect. Now, I realize in war and in the military, it's a dangerous occupation, but you have to have people in leadership that are going to lead your children, and in my case, and grandchildren, to make sure that everything is done properly. Aside from coming home in a coffin, your kid can come home with PTSD, wanting to commit suicide, brain injuries. I mean, then you got to deal with the VA, right? Nobody wants to have to do that. So
Amanda,
I
I'm
think, and I'm going to land with,
intimately familiar with
I'm going
everything.
to land with this.
What's the assertion here?
These people that are at the Pentagon right now. My husband was at the Pentagon. That was his last place he was deployed, or he served. Um, I'm truly disappointed that we're going to take these Marines. I've listened to Andrew. He's a very good friend of mine. Talk about, you know, the air power and whatnot. The base that my son, the last deployment, Kuwait, that base is gone. I thought when I sent him there, he was going to be safe. I guess that was timing, because he was, and he came home. Um, and I just want you to know, not everybody feels the same way. In the last 2 weeks, 3 fighter pilots have filed emergency conscientious objector paperwork. The morale is not very good. And I just want to double down and say, and as a Catholic, listen to what our Pope has said and what the cardinals are saying. As a Catholic, do not at this time let your kids go and do this. We don't support this war. And, you know, it's funny. We watch ICE pull over all these Hispanics all over, including here in Texas, in Temple. That's an hour from me. But boy, we put them in a uniform really fast, huh? And we send them over there to get their asses shot off. So that's all I want to say. I personally think Kane is a coward, and all of the people he's serving with, I think they are cowards. So and to blame Bibi,
I could tell you a story about Dan Kane, and
I'm
you
not
would
in the
not believe he's a
military, but
coward.
I know we all knew months ahead
Well,
of time. So I
you're
knew
giving me
here that this
positional
was going to
authority
be a
because you sit near a base
well. Then
somewhere. Like,
how is it? How is it that Trump and his buddies didn't know? Well, it's because Pete Hegseth and his little friends, they don't care about your kids. So get your kid out of the military. This is not the time to be kissing them goodbye and waving the flag, because they don't give two shits about your kid. Thank you, and I'll land. And that was with all due respect, Punch.
I don't, Lisa, that's your opinion. Great. You made some assertions, and they're your assertions.
Great conversation, guys. Great conversation. I'll just give some updates on the news, please, and then I think we're having really good conversations on the space. Israeli artillery's attack reported on UN peacekeeper base in southern Lebanon. So they are attacking the UN peacekeepers in southern Lebanon as well. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the following: that he said AI experts in the United States of America should make President Trump aware of the reality of the people in his country participating in the No Kings protests. The American people are angry about Israel first. They are tired of Israeli kings ruling over American democracy. Pezeshkian trolling Trump hard. They understand what's happening in the politics, internal politics as well. The IAEA said the plant of Kundab, which Iran reported was attacked on March the 27th, has sustained severe damage and is no longer operational. I mentioned there's power outages in Tehran and Karaj, but that hasn't stopped the people. The people have come out in their huge numbers supporting the government. I've heard also that there has been a small amount, there has been some limited return of the power, but the power outages did happen earlier on today. On top of that, Galibaf, if you remember, the guy who was, many believe is the guy who's negotiating, said, heads up, pre-market so-called news or truth is often just a setup of profit taking. Basically, it's a reverse indicator. Do the opposite. If they pump it, short it. If they dump it, go long. See something tomorrow, you know the drill. Simon, Simon, Darkside, Thomas, Gary, and Rob and Puncher. He's going on your side. He's all about the market now. He's telling you about the market. He's giving you the market update. Simon, he's telling you when they tell you to pump, dump. When they tell you to dump, pump.
Hey, Sully, I'll just say I think that the support, as tenuous as it is at home, is going to start to evaporate rapidly. And I'm not talking about this AstroTurf no kings nonsense with a bunch of hippies from the 60s and pre-made signs paid by leftist organizations. I'm talking about the average citizen is starting to ask questions. So if things don't turn around rather quickly, I think you're going to see the political support. Look, it's already been damaged beyond repair in my estimation. MAG is dead, but it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse quickly here at home.
Yeah, actually, I got a question for you on that. Just before I do, let me just quickly read these super chats. The first one is, always appreciate your space. I had one question for you and David. David's gone, but does the energy infrastructure not be, I think they mean with the energy infrastructure being hit, is that not a sign that the ground invasion begins tonight? It's a fair analysis. That would be a move that they make is to hit that, but they've hit it in Tehran and Karaj, so I doubt that would be the case for the islands, and they would know what's going on in the Karaj Island or the Hormuz Islands or the one off the Gulf of Oman, the Tanub. So unlikely, but I mean, in terms of ground invasion, yeah, you guys know my thoughts on that. I think it's going to happen anytime within the next week or so. What is it, Sunday now? Yeah, within the next week or so, something's going to go down.
So Sully, play that out. I mean, no doubt. I mean, you see everything lining up for that. I mean, it could be a fake, a head fake. Let's assume it goes through with that. Just play out how that looks. I mean, that to me feels like an escalation And what gets shattered in that escalation is the perception that a few that have substantial capital in the market now view this as having duration risk. And duration risk is the thing that is keeping the futures down. So if you look at the WTI futures, it's a 101. We closed on the front month contract. December is down to like 77. So people view that we're going to be back to normal in a couple months. To me, ground troops move the out year contracts up because I think people then take duration and say, wait a second, this thing can go on for a while. You tell me, what do you?
Yeah, I mean, you know more about the market in terms of like the ground invasion happening specifically. Yeah, I think that this point of escalation will end up being inevitably a very long escalation because you look at, for example, let's say they take Karg Island. If they take Karg Island, obviously they're gonna have to bring soldiers in from the air. They're gonna have to use the amphibious units and do it through the ground. They're gonna try and take the island within a day or two. The Iranians are obviously gonna start attacking. They claim that they've got a huge number of troops already on the island. They've got mines. They've got basically ammunitions there. They've got various other ways of hitting them, and then separate to that, they've got the missiles and the drones. The US troops are going to obviously try and create a base camp there, take control of the oil, use the oil as a negotiation to try and open the Strait of Hormuz. But I think just that entire thing is going to take a while because what's going to happen is the US is going to continue to have to basically bring troops in. Them helicopters can only take in like what, 24 people? So you're going to have like rotation of helicopters bringing troops in. Those are going to be attacked. They're going to have to rotate. That entire thing is going to take long. Now they may have to, and then the question mark becomes, and I don't know Trump's psyche, but does he continue to just throw in more and more troops into the meat grinder? Does he pull out? Does he think I don't care, like we're gonna take that island no matter what it takes? If he says we're gonna take the island no matter what it takes, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a long time. A lot of troops will lose their lives. Iran's gonna have to make a difficult decision as well. Like, do they take out their oil infrastructure in order to take out the U.S. Troops. I hear that they're willing to do it, but again, I don't know if they're as cutthroat enough to do it. This has been my thought for the last day or two. That have they got that kind of killer instinct? So yeah, it's gonna elongate for a long. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to think it through. Like, let's assume that they take the Karg Island, like it's been speculated. We don't know. Let's say that's the speculation. And let's say they go in and there's 0 casualties and 0 resistance. All right, that's a Pollyanna assumption, but let's assume that happens. Now they're sitting there and they're holding the island. What's the objective?
For
You're
me,
choking off the revenue. You think that's going to bring them? We've been bombing the hell out of them for 30 days. We think choking their revenue off is going to all of a sudden make them say, well, we should just agree. Let's go back to the way things were. I don't see that you achieve the objective that way. Now, and then how do you get out?
I think from all the different options, I would say that's the option. By the way, I think all the options are really bad, but just from your kind of thought experiment, from all the different options, I would say that's the best option in terms of trying to get leverage, because the oil is what, like 95% of Iran's oil. If they were to remove it, Iran could redirect, but this would take time. They would reduce their capacity by 50-60%. So yeah, they could take the squeeze, but there's only so much squeeze that someone can take as well. So the American position in this would be that we take the island, we then use that as a negotiation tactic, and just like how they're choking us and choking the world, we'll choke them back and choke the world, and then see who chokes out sooner. So at least you've got some point of leverage, some point of a negotiation item, because at the moment they don't have any of that. They're like literally headless. They don't have any way of pressuring Iran to open their strait because they just don't have the military ability, the geographical ability or anything like that. So I think this is why I thought it's going to be Karg Island. There's a lot of people who think it's not. They think it's going to be the island of the Gulf of Oman, the Tanub. That's like Ryan Dawson's friend of mine. He thinks that, like, actually, that tweets in the nest is about the ground invasion. So do check that out, guys, and like it. But he thinks it's going to be that. But that one is the one that I think it's easier to take. So his point is, look, it's easy to take, less loss of life, less resistance, and then they can say we've got an island. But then my thing on that is like, okay, you get an island, but there's nothing achieved. Like Iran can be like, yeah, good one, you got the island, so what? We can actually bomb you from here and hit the missiles, and we don't really care about that island. So that's why I thought that there's less of a chance that island's going to be. But his point is, well, these guys are dumb. They don't care. This is all in order to manufacture a victory amongst the populace, and they'll just say, look, we won by taking this island. So that's why he thinks that one. But there's the reason I think Karg Island is, at least there's some kind of leverage there. The leverage negotiation, the leverage is Iran needs to destroy their own oil industry and put it back like 10, 20 years in order to hit the Americans on the island. So that's why I thought Karg Island was more logical.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it through. I mean, if you want a Pyrrhic victory or just a symbolic one and say, I need a political out, a face saving out, you still got to deal with Israel because Israel is not interested in a face saving out. They have their perspective, whether you agree with it or not. Understanding their perspective helps you understand how what's important to them and how they're going to act. They're interested in a certain substance, and the objectives that Israel had through this whole thing are not being achieved, and so they are not going to stand down easily. And you can decide how independent they are, or what the relationship is with the U.S. We can all speculate on that and have done so. But I am struggling here, sitting here, even going through the thought exercises about what is an exit plan that is viable and that makes sense across all the players. And we're going to end up in a place.
Americans don't exit wars; they start, dude. We don't
Yeah.
have any history of exiting anything except Vietnam, I think, right? When was the last time we exited a war? When was the last time we won one? Sorry to interrupt you, Thomas, but
No,
it's
I think that's right, Gary. I mean,
they don't even think about the exit. These people are so far in over their head. Like, I do not see how you reverse this. You could stop today, right this second. We could submit, and the behavior. The only reason you start putting ground troops to militarized storage is that you're going to take a second and a third and a fourth step. Like, that's what's happening here. Okay. Well, I think we're just going to attempt to grab all the resources around the world. Like, why would they stop? That's going to be their pitch too. We have to do this without America controlling energy. Look what these crazy peeps will do. That's going to be the pitch, man. We wouldn't be here if we were managing everything and we had bases everywhere. Like, that's where we're headed. And man, I'm an optimistic guy. I can't even believe I'm saying this stuff. But walk me through any other scenario, because a guy that goes to war does not want to stop war. He's going to justify his behavior.
Gary,
You kill one person, you have to
agree
kill two just to justify the first one.
Gary, you would agree with this statement. If ground troops get launched here, it is not the final point of escalation.
This is truly a forever fucking war, in my opinion. Like, because you have 3,000 years. Listen, if I grew up in that era and I had parents like the parents I have here, I will lose every body part to defend my family's honor. Like, Americans, like, we're talking about Bitcoin, self-custody, and all this shit. These people will fight for their honor, man. That's the true. You can't fix that. No amount of MTV is gonna fix that shit, dude. Or drugs or whatever. And our soldiers aren't gonna have the heart for it, man. There is zero heart for this. So I think this could have gone too far. In fact, I actually think it has gone too far, and I don't mean to be so deeply concerned, but I don't know. Well, we're going to find out in an hour, 55 minutes, how crazy it is. But That's the problem. See, how do you extricate yourself from this situation, man?
It's a very good question, Gary, because, and why I think you're right is because you can say, look, exit ramp. Okay, can country, let's say America, can America take an exit ramp? Yeah, if they were able to negotiate with themselves on their own, they could have an exit ramp. Can America negotiate an exit ramp with Iran? Yeah, maybe they can come to some kind of agreement. It may not be too friendly for America. It may not be too it may be something that maybe even Iran's not happy with, but maybe they could come to an agreement. But although I think it's difficult, but each one is more difficult than the other. But then once you put a third country, which is Israel, into the equation, and then you need to make an agreement where all three of them are happy, I just think it's not possible. And it was actually based on this idea that we knew that there was going to be a war. Like whenever anyone said there's not going to be a war, we were like, it's going to be a war, it's going to be a war. And that was always because we were putting this third party into consideration. And I think the same thing rings true here, that once you take this third party into consideration, what deal could there be where they'd be happy with? Because any deal now that Iran wants results in a very strong Iran, results in them dominating the Middle East. Would Israel allow that when this whole war was about them weakening Iran, but now the opposite happens? I just can't see that happening. And so this is why I agree with you. I just can't see any kind of off ramp. Like, what would an off ramp deal look like? There is no like logical conclusion you can come to where all three of them would be happy. What do you think, Gary?
I think that scenario, one, I agree with it. Two, the, man, I think somebody's going to throw a serious weapon over there. That would be the next step. Once you figured out you overplayed your hand, you got, okay, well, how do we fix this? We can't just walk away. And you can't just walk away because you've already convinced yourself economically, if you do, the whole world goes to shit. So you're going to justify the greater good for humanity, even if it was your mistake in the first place. And you do it. You do it, Japan, man.
But
And
also, Gary,
I don't think. Listen, I'm a weird cat. Okay, but it really hit me hard when Trump made that loose comment, and I think it was a slip, a fucking Freudian slip. When he talked about what happened in Japan with nukes. So again, I don't mean to be an alarmist. Most certainly not a crazy man, but I don't take these things as like, wow, when was the last time you heard a president say that? That's a kind of a weird comment, right? And it didn't seem like there was any remorse. I have tremendous remorse of us doing that. That was fucking obnoxious. What we did, and I'm afraid that somebody's going to do it again, and it would be the third group, right? It would be that third party who just doesn't want peace. So
and it's just not, and it's not even that as well, Gary, because we're thinking, because we want peace, we're thinking of it on a psychology of
yeah,
off ramp. But
totally.
if you look at the actions of what's happening, it's actually not an off ramp, but it's escalation. So each time where it seems like there's some kind of understanding, we see some form of escalation. So, as an example, we know Trump said, guess what, Iran, you've got 10 days. 10 days, we're not going to hit your power plant. We're not going to hit your energy infrastructure. We're not going to hit anything. And then the next day, Israel bombed Iran's steel plants, nuclear plants, energy infrastructure. Now, bombing could have been Israel doing it on its own. It could have been Israel and the US colluding. But what we know is there was a kind of an understanding that there wasn't going to be escalation. And then you had the escalation. The escalation then resulted in Iran absolutely devastating the UAE, Kuwait, Israel, and their infrastructure. Then you had today, which was again more escalation. They start hitting Iran's power grid, taking the electricity off, the nuclear, hitting the nuclear plants as well. And so what you're going to then see is Iran respond in kind and do that. So whatever's happening, even if there is some kind of understanding that there may be negotiations, there's some either the negotiations rely on both America and Israel are colluding and doing this, or Israel on its own is doing this. Whatever it may be, what we're seeing is that there is an actual attempt to escalate rather than off ramp. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, well, whatever. The other side's never going to trust you, right? For whatever reason, we're not able to live within our. And how weak does it make us look if we can't even control our partner? I mean, that says everything. All you right wingers that are banging on me about me being in these rooms, like, just look at the dude. Seriously, okay? We can't even control our Rottweiler. We have a fucking bad dog, okay? And the truth is, I don't think he's the dog. So it doesn't appear like they're the dog. It appears like they're the alpha male in this situation. Just take the politics and the religion out of it. Okay, the president of the United States said, hey, 10 days, dude, we're good to go. This guy's known for his willingness to keep a deal. And boom, 12 hours later, you know, we either have the military violating the very orders Trump gave, or we have a partner that's, shall we call it, nigger in the woodpile, as we used to say in Louisiana. And as Solly will say, Gary's a racist. It's just a term.
Yeah, craziness.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was yeah, and this is the concern. There is escalation happening, and yeah, I can't see any kind of off ramp. But let's get Andy into the conversation. Andy, jump in. What's your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, there is. If this was just Trump and well, if it was just Trump without being forced by Israel, there wouldn't have been a war because Israel dragged us in. Because I mean, so, but because we have to appease Israel, there isn't an off ramp because Israel views this as their last chance to get regime change, so they're going to keep dragging us in. And I mean, I just don't see how this is going to end. It feels like they're going to literally drag this into a boots on the ground. And at this point, we're going to have Nick Fuentes running for president in 2036 on ending the Iran war. That's literally, I would not be shocked if that's what this is going to be. I may sound crazy, but literally, we're going to have Nick Fuentes running for the Republican nomination, or hopefully a third part or a new party. Hopefully, the Republican Party is replaced and called something different, just like the Whig Party died off and it became the Republican Party. Because it's still called the Republican Party in 2036, something has gone horribly wrong. It needs to completely die and be called something different. But yeah, we're literally going to have someone running in on a True America First platform in 10 years on ending the Iran war. I really think this is I pray not, but this is going to turn into a Vietnam where we're going to have tens of thousands of dead Americans at this rate. I, I would not be shocked. I'm not saying it definitely will happen, but I just don't see how this ends because it's just they're going to have to keep pouring more troops in to try to collapse the regime. You can't just drop some 2,000-pound bombs and collapse a regime. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. This isn't some weak, feeble government. This is a military force with the best drones and missiles in the world. And let's say we do try to take Carg Island. First of all, I don't see how we can even do that. Any ship we try to bring in would get destroyed. Let's say we do take it. Iran's not just going to be like, oh no, you cut off our oil. We are going to make a beneficial deal for you. No, they'll take out all of the Gulf oil. And if they take out Saudi Arabia's oil, Emirates oil, all of Qatar's natural gas, those countries completely collapse as well. So they'll be like, okay, if we're going down, you're going to go down too. And then the entire global economy would collapse and it would be worse than 2008. So there's no way the United States and Israel can actually win this. At best, they could collapse Iran economically, but then the Gulf states collapse economically, and the entire global economy collapses. So it's I just don't, I mean I still can't really imagine this turning into a full blown war, but I also don't see an off ramp. So it's like, where can this even go? It's like this is uncharted territories that we're in because we've never. I mean, I feel like they're gonna try something because I mean Israel's getting pummeled. They can't take that for much longer. I feel like they're gonna try something to just relieve the pressure on Israel. Like they're going to try to take an island just so Israel can get some breathing room where they're not under missile attack. Like, if they go at an island, Iran would maybe be focused on basically killing our troops and not bombing Israel, although Iran could probably do both at the same time. Because Israel's not a rational actor. They don't care about the global economy. They don't care if Americans' 401ks crash. They don't care if our job market crashes. They don't care if Europe doesn't have oil. They could care less about that. They only care about getting their regime changed and trying to salvage the Greater Israel Project, which seems like it's just never going to happen at this point because, I mean, they can't even beat freaking Hezbollah.
Yeah, that's the concern. That is the concern for sure.
I think that although if this does end up with us going for Carg Island and all of that oil getting taken out, and we do end up in that deep global recession, there wouldn't be the financial resources to ramp up the war machine for a full invasion of Iran. Correct? We wouldn't, if 20% of the oil is gone and we're in a full blown recession, we wouldn't be able to ramp up the war machine for the full invasion of Iran. Correct?
No, negative. I think that is exactly why I'm getting so pessimistic, because the only thing that brings you out of a global recession is a war. Yeah.
I mean, isn't it a bit different?
Massive amount of austerity, a redirection of all assets and resources, while you're going for the long game, which is not the long game, but like trying to secure resources while the whole world's chessboard is being reshuffled. I mean, look,
This is a
people
lot
were
different than the Great Depression. We're in a completely different economy than the Great Depression, though. This is
no
not the
shit,
same as
yeah, I agree with you,
1929.
man. I agree with you, but you know, market can only handle so much disruption, and back then, Wall Street hadn't had 50, 60, 70 years of hiding the weenie, so to speak. They've taken it to, you know, look, it's been about 100 years, man. Most of the companies that people praise, I mean, we have 7 companies basically covering all the value of all the profitability of our biggest companies in the world, or the index that makes that up. And well, we're gonna see in 30 minutes. So I just don't see how you even exit out of this thing. You couldn't extract yourself gently out of this if you wanted to, because the other guy's got too many fucking cards to play.
I mean, there's nothing that we can do with 17,000 troops, and I don't even know how you do a ground invasion into Iran. We don't have the troops. Like what are we going to do unless we have the Taliban actually working for us, and the Taliban's going to invade Iran? I don't see how that's going to work.
Yeah. Court Marshal, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. Court?
Hey, for my American friends and you know, whoever, like anybody that thinks this is wrong, it seems very like, I'd love to hear the upside, okay, of this trade, and not necessarily reasons why, but like, even if we're there for the right reason, are we there for the right reason today? And how do you get out? Like, every investor knows you have to know how to exit. Exiting's usually the biggest problem. Starting a fight, starting a business deal, easy peasy, but fucking getting through problems is difficult. And I just don't hear enough Americans speaking up, man. I don't, and I don't understand why. Okay,
Well,
because team
because
humanity here.
yeah, well, you know, Gary, it's not without consequence, right? You know,
Yeah.
I never had death threats and been called a Jew hater and all that shit until I spoke out. So look, it is what it is, man. Like, either you come forward and you tell the truth and you speak your truth and you stand up for what are American values, or you cower it out. And you know, I have a lot of respect for all the Americans that come up on here and are willing to tell the truth and it's a painful reality, right? Like this isn't easy. It's not easy to speak out against your country, but it's the most patriotic thing we can do. And just to go back to the financial realm for a second, there's a part of me that believes that we needed this crisis, that this is not uh, a consequence of bad decisions, but the genesis of bad decisions, because this is how the fiat Ponzi scheme works, right? Once the debt is unsustainable and there are no buyers of the debt, you have to create crisis, a crisis of epic proportions. Each crisis needs to be bigger and more dramatic than the prior one. And that's been the history of my trading career from the late 80s to today, right? Every single crisis is more dramatic, it's more expensive, it's more crazy. I mean, look, COVID was about as crazy as anything I've ever seen in my entire life. And
Well, hey,
now,
to that point, to that point on COVID, okay. Hey guys, this is the same people that ran the COVID deal. They will do anything. Okay. They will do anything. They're crazy. They are crazy. They've already killed tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. And if I would have taken those shots, I would wake up every morning terrified, man. And there's still even stock companies. Amazing to me. The board members are still sitting on boards. Amazing to me. This shit isn't going away. The only way we get through this is to fight through it. Is for the. That's why I think we're going all the way, man. I can't believe I'm saying that shit.
And the same people that sacrificed 3,000 Americans in the towers as well. Just wanted to say,
Totally, dude.
just
They
wanted to say,
won't give a toss
yeah,
about it. Yeah.
exactly. Just wanted to say, Dark Side. I noticed when you started speaking out against Israel, like some bad actors were trying to conflate what you were saying. We're calling you a Jew hater and all that stuff. I just want to say, welcome to the club. It's a tactic. It's dishonest. It's designed to censor you and shut you up. But everyone sees through that BS right now. So anyone's allowed to criticize Israel, and that's not the same as hating Jews. And Dark Side, has just been on a journey, and he's starting to call out after studying extensively and figuring out what's going wrong, and people ridicule him. But I saw those bad actors, and just we've all been through that journey, Dark Side. But don't let it censor you, and I know you won't.
yeah, I won't. Don't worry about it, brother. Yeah, I'm not backing down. I'm not giving up. Look, the best thing I can do is to try to give a better America to my kids and my grandkids than I've had. And yeah, it troubles me to know that that's going to be really hard to do. But I think the most patriotic, again, I'll say it again, the most patriotic thing you can do if you love your country is speak up against this injustice, this insanity. And it's going to hurt. And it's going to hurt. We're already down this road.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Dark Side? I've got a lot of respect for yourself, for Gary, for everybody that comes up here from America to speak up, because I think that's ultimate patriotism. Doc was huge on MAGA spaces before the genocide even. And he was attacked relentlessly by his MAGA friends because he started speaking out after October the 7th. And the same thing, you can't speak about Israel, a country, because it's anti-Semitic. And I'm telling you, you've been on our spaces for weeks now, right? You've probably heard them for weeks. We won't allow anybody talk about any faith or religion in a bad way because it's politics, it's not religion. And I was listening to this space from the beginning. You guys have been talking about an off-ramp. And at the beginning, they were talking about why is Iran not going as hard? I think Brother Hassan was up here and he was asking what's going on. And then is there an off-ramp and how Iran is, winning the PR battle. But I think it's also a public perception battle. And I think that Iran is giving Trump so many avenues, so many easy avenues, literally to just distance itself and show a little bit of humanity. So one of the things that I was thinking about is, and it's kind of, I don't know, it might have just slipped under the radar, but a couple of universities, Isfahan University of Technology and the University of Science and Technology, both in Tehran, were attacked by Israel and I think America. I'm not sure. I think they were both in it together. And Iran is like, why are you hitting our educational institutes when you know it's full of students? So what they've said, in essence, is that they have a whole list of universities. I don't know if you know this, but America has about 60 universities across the Middle East. I know, like the American University of Beirut, the AUB, they call it, amazing. Like, it's an amazing campus. It's beautiful. I've been there many times. And they have these in Qatar. They have like 5 or 6. They have a medical center in UAE, in Abu Dhabi, in Sharjah, in Lebanon, as I say, in Iraq, in Kuwait, all of them. So remember when Iran said it would be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, whatever you hit, we're going to hit back. They don't want to go there. So they've not actually hit back. What they said was that we're going to give President Trump time until Monday. We want him to condemn the fact that, our universities have been hit in this way. And then if he doesn't condemn the bombing of universities by noon, Tehran time, local time, then we will strike back at those universities. We'll strike back because you've got a hell of a lot more universities across the Middle East, and then it's open season. So I was thinking about this, and I was thinking, all Trump has to do, he's not taken out the staff, he's not taken out the personnel from those universities. He's not actually said everyone evacuate and come back home. So they're still there. And a lot of them will be Americans teaching. And all Trump has to do is say, guys, I want to just say we should not be hitting educational institutes. I want to condemn that. But the reason why he won't is because it will show a distance between him and Israel. And it will also show him to be a bit more humane, to be honest. But he won't do it. He's so dumb. A few words could save so many lives. Just words is what Tehran is looking for, condemnation. But he won't do it. And that really troubles me because I just think, okay, you know what? You want to be in this for the long run. You want to be a winner. You want to do all of these things. You don't want an off ramp. You want to play with the markets, whatever. But this is like 2 sentences is all Iran is asking for. And the fact that they're even asking for it, take it. Don't let them bomb universities in return. Condemn the fact that educational institutes were hit, but he's not going to. And that really troubles me. It really, really troubles me that this is, and I think Iran's been quite clever in this, because if Trump did condemn it, that would be the first little chink in the armor between America and Israel as well. The first little distance, but Trump's not going to take it. It really troubles me. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Beatrix. Did I tell you that unfortunately the plan to replace the petrodollar with the petromanx pound is not going too well? We're out of diesel now. The petrol stations aren't looking good.
Simon.
On your island?
Sorry, Beatrix. Simon, if I could just add quickly something to this. Sorry, I'm new in this chat. But
sorry, just 1 second. 1 second, Lancelot. Just 1 second. We'll come to you straight away. Simon, sorry, you were addressing me on your island?
Yeah, we're out of diesel on the island, and I've been speaking with all the petrol stations. They said just deliveries have stopped, and they're just waiting. So yeah, diesel's out on the island.
That's crazy, because I told you in my local area, right? I was struggling when I was out on Friday night. I was at the other side of London, and I found a petrol station which looked really busy. But I just thought, right, I'm filling up. And I did fill up. I saw a video online today. I don't know if anybody saw it, but it's in England. I think it might be in London. I'm not sure. But it's a woman with loads of carrier bags. She's stupid. She's filling up carrier bags full of diesel and putting them in her boot to stockpile diesel. It's crazy. That's really worrying, Simon.
I was
to be
on there
honest.
with Dave earlier because
you know.
it's about a 20-minute flight from my island to where Dave is, and so he said I can, if all goes wrong, I can swim over, and hopefully it'll be okay.
Thanks, Simon. Lancelot, jump in. Lancelot, your mic's muted.
Sorry,
Bottom left.
Beatrix. Sorry, Beatrix. Yeah. Regarding the university that was hit in Tehran, apparently it was a technological, something like technological institute, where they developed some kind of technologies also for radars and satellites. So that might have been a strategic target. But what Simon touched on before is a very important point: the petrodollar.
So Lancelot, let me just stop you there firstly. I don't believe it was a strategic target. They hit 2 universities, and if you'd have followed the genocide, this is modus operandi for Israel. They bomb universities, they bomb schools. The first target that they hit when they entered Iran was a girls' school.
No,
so it's not a strategic
Beatrix,
target.
I know, Beatrix. I know. I've followed very closely, and I followed the numbers of medical. I posted it on my Twitter X account.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, it was not a strategic target, because why did they hit the second university then?
I'm not an expert on that, but what Simon mentioned
Okay,
before.
so I'm telling you it's not a strategic target because Israel's got a history of doing this. But anyway, let's move on to the second point.
This is probably the most important point in the whole story. It's the macro picture. It's not the micro picture. It has to do with the sanctions and the petrodollar. So as you all know, when the King of Saudi Arabia in the early 70s called the president in the United States and asked him to come visit him, Nixon sent over Kissinger, and Kissinger spent several days with the king. And at the end, Kissinger said, well, why did you call the president here? I'm here as his proxy. And then he said, I want you to protect us, military protection. What do you need in exchange? So Nixon went outside, Kissinger went outside and called Nixon in Washington, and he said, well, tell them they have to sell their oil in dollars forever. That was the birth of the petrodollar. Now, the petrodollar, if the petrodollar stops to exist, which means that most currency commodities in the world are traded in US dollars, the US middle class is finished. The U.S. Treasury's debts can't be reached. It will be an absolute Armageddon for the U.S. economy. The middle class will be erased. Now I want to talk about sanctions. What do they do with sanctions against Russia? The 47 years of sanctions against Iran. What they're essentially doing, they're trying to hurt the regime. In reality, they hurt the civilian population. As you know, the Iranian dinar devalued 40% at the end of Q4 of 2025. And that's why people went on the street and demonstrated. So the left hand in America doesn't know what the right hand does, because you put sanctions and then you're surprised that the majority of the commodities around the world are traded in non-dollars, because these people can't trade in dollars. So you're actually shooting yourself in the foot with the petrodollar. And that is a very important subject in this whole thing. And Agenda 2030, let's not forget that, Agenda 2030 from the WEF, depopulation, right? We know 30,000 soldiers die in Ukraine every week. And that's why our other friend on the chat here doesn't have any oil on the island. So there's many different evil forces at play here. That's just what I wanted to add.
Beatrix, you know the girl loading up petrol in bags.
Simon's not.
Yeah, it wasn't me, Resistance. Someone on YouTube saying, oh, Beatrix stole all the diesel. That's why Simon's not got any. Go on,
I thought you were
Resistance.
talking
No,
about Simon then. I was in, how dare you call Simon a girl? He didn't drop off to get some petrol in some bags.
yeah, it's illegal. You have to have a UN 1204, I think, container in to store it in, either 5 or 10 liter, and you cannot. It's illegal because it's a fire hazard to carry anything open, and also, man, that is the smell and all the fumes. I don't know how you can survive in that car for very long. But yeah, it's just really stupid.
Just on the whole petrodollar stuff, we've obviously been covering that the whole way through. But the micro and the macro is very important. Everyone, we're in these massive macro shifts, but everyone needs to protect themselves. So we try and really hone in on that, because people need to get ahead of this stuff on the micro side. But I do want to remind people that the Strait of Hormuz is currently open. If you're willing to contact Iran, I don't have the telephone number, but you can purchase oil in Chinese yuan, and you can expel your US embassy and your Israeli embassy. And for a small toll, the IRGC would be happy to get you your shipment of oil. So it's currently open to you. So if anyone from the Isle of Man is listening, you can pay in Chinese yuan. You can save the Manx people, and you can try and get a direct shipment from Iran, but you have to pay in the Chinese currency. I'm not sure if we've got any of those. They take, you know, I think. Oh, my mate. But I don't think they take Manx pounds. Like, so I think this is a really good opportunity for the island to create the Petro Manx pound.
If they don't take Manx pounds, Simon, for your 1 Manx pound, we will give you 1 English penny, and you'll be able
Simon,
to.
The 1 penny is not so great British pound.
No. If you for a Manx pound, okay, for a Manx pound, for 100 Manx pounds, we will give you 1 Great British English pound. I think it's a good deal. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's in your benefit, and you may be able to get
I thought
get petrol.
no, yeah, I thought Beatrix. What am I saying? Beatrix. Haven't you got bags full of diesel for me? Like I can give you Manx pounds.
Oh my God, Simon, you turned against me. That like literally somebody was saying on the YouTube chat that was Beatrix. It wasn't me. I wasn't filling no plastic bags full of diesel in the boot of my car.
Look, we got to make
You
our own. We got to
crazy?
make our own trade. So if everyone gets some like bags full of diesel, I'll give you Manx pound, and we'll start the Manx. We'll start creating the Petro Manx pound. I'll send some over to Gary. Like Gary's got. Gary, you can get in Texas, isn't it? Let's make our own new trade routes. It all starts with us.
look, Simon, just create a liquidity pool for Manx pound, all right, and then and also pound
I'm going to
and
create a Manx
Yeah,
pound state.
Simon,
I'm going to
create
create a Manx pound stable coin. It's
Simon
coming.
Manx token. Call
It's
call the
coming,
guys at
man.
Ripple. I understand they have a few they'd like distribution for.
and
Now, just to say, if anyone in the audience launches the Manx pound meme coin, it's a scam. It's not us. They're opportunistic. But I'm definitely going to create the Manx pound stable coin, and Gary's going to figure out the how to ship it to the Isle of Man, and we're going to create a new business. I got 85,000 customers for you, Gary. If you can get that Texas WTI oil, and I'm going to price it all in. I'm going to price it all in Manx pounds, and we're going to take down the petrodollar.
and it's going to be collateralized in Bitcoin, Simon, right? Your Bitcoin. And remember,
Be backed by Bitcoin.
Iran does accept Bitcoin, by the way. It does accept Bitcoin for the toll charge and for purchases of
Simon, you sorted
of,
then.
of crude. Yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
exactly. And Dave's going to get it from Ireland, and we can. I reckon. Look, I can swim over there. I reckon 5 hours swim, and he's able to get the. So Gary, you can get it to Ireland. I'll get it onto the Isle of Man, and then I'm going to have a town hall meeting, and we're going to get all 85,000 people, and we're going to take down the petrodollar, and we're going to back it by Bitcoin.
You really do want to die, don't you?
Yeah, we're going to take on Mossad. We're going to do it with the Manx intelligence agency. Have you not heard of the MIA? We're like the biggest intelligence agency. I think we're getting bigger than Mossad.
Well, it sounds like you might even be even more efficient than they are right now. Do you think I'm being too pessimistic?
No, we can put no.
That's
Look,
asking the wrong guy probably, but
this is very efficient. Like we can send Bitcoin through the. Actually, hold on. What's going to happen to all the electricity with the mining
yeah,
equipment?
bro.
Um,
What's going to happen to the API guys, the HPC guys?
you know who the biggest sovereign miner of Bitcoin is in the world?
Is it Iran?
Definitely Iran. 100% is Iran.
I heard they were very big on crypto, Bitcoin, that is.
Look, if you're sanctioned, Like it's Iran and Russia, the two sanctioned countries are
Yeah,
the ones that's mining Bitcoin internally
which,
with
by the
as a
way, have
sovereign.
more energy than they can throw a stick at. Hey, you know, the marathon. What marathon did was the best move they've made, in my opinion, since they got into the business. Selling, getting out. I don't think large guys are going to make it. They large miners can't scale efficiently, right? And this could be really, really awesome for Bitcoin. It's creating this decentralization, right? Like every country that's over there is going to be looking at Bitcoin. That's why I say that in the next 12 months, to me, I don't know, and I know Solomon's probably heard us say this before, but we have such a short window here for Bitcoin to really take its role. Gold has certainly taken a role. Energy now has taken the role of, hey, let's show you what's really important on this planet. It's been mispriced for probably all of, you know, at least the last 8 years of Bitcoin's existence. But it's really just shows you how much there is, right? So I just think in the next 12 months, in fact, right now, we should start to see panic to a collateral that you can flee with. Most certainly, people in Dubai were not expecting this situation 3 weeks ago. And the market's not responding either. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on, but it's almost like it's muffled, which tells me we haven't even really seen the true effects of this thing, right?
Gary, don't you think it's like when you know when COVID and Wuhan like first came out? That was kind of like
Yeah,
December, but it wasn't until March that everyone really thought, "Oh shit, this affects me."
yeah.
Um,
Well, like just it's all over the place too. Like Meta, you know, agreed that it wasted $80 billion on Meta, changed the name, changed his whole brand around this dumb robot thing,
that's
and then
crazy, isn't it?
oh
He
yeah, and then
rebranded on a product that he got rid of.
yeah, and blew 80 billion. Okay, I mean, what a punk move. And then just suffered a 254 what was it, $254 million fine for abusing children's rights and what they could see, and like it took 3 days for the stock to start to unwind, even during this shit. So it does appear like something is trying to, like, you know, definitely manage the downward movement. But tomorrow morning, dude, I mean, 20 minutes, we're going to find out. But tomorrow should be brutal day, don't you think?
Gary,
Yeah.
Fucking
I was
brutal.
going to say. I was going to say, I just saw on X, someone posted a $17.3 million short on oil. I know it's not big, right? But to have that sort of conviction to put a short on the oil, to short the oil for 17.3 million, you must know something today.
Well, not necessarily, man. These are all time. Well, maybe if he just, I don't know how you'd put a short on today, but oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Look, man. I mean, it most certainly is going to do something. So it wants to test the last high. Okay, that's where we're headed. And I mean, you have the largest disruption in the history of mankind, energy time. I mean, this makes the Nord Stream pipeline. I will build the case Nord Stream pipeline blow up. When they did that, I was like, oh wow, we just uh, called civil war a war on Europe, dude. Like whoever did that is literally choking Europe, and that's where we're at now. 4 years later.
You, you do realize one of the pipes were not blown up on Nord Stream,
Yeah.
and Trump said 2 weeks ago to Putin that he can sell oil to whoever he wants and in whatever currency he wants.
Yeah, he said on Fox he wants to grease the system, so by allowing the
Venezuela wasn't ready.
yeah.
Well, I do know that there is a temporary sanctions lift on Iran and Russia right now, and I'm sure they'll accept Bitcoin. I think it's
You
the
know,
easiest way to get the money there. How else are you going to get it via the SWIFT system?
Simon, like
Just some
it,
breaking news, and then I'll give it
yeah.
straight back to your resistance. We've got a few breaking newses. Okay, the first one is okay. I missed quite a bit. Okay, one second. Iran's spokesperson says, in response to the enemy's attack on residential and civilian homes in Iran, we begin bombing US Israeli officials and commanders' homes in the region. He also said the armed forces of the Islamic Republic will retaliate by striking the residence of American commanders, political officials, and the Zionist regime in the region and the occupied territories. Trump to N14 said, I love Israel. I love the people of Israel. And I'm very proud and happy with their support. Well, he's definitely got more support of them than Americans at the moment. Breaking, Trump told Israeli Channel 4 that the US is already acting to take control of the Strait of Hormuz. He said it's already happening. So he told Israeli Channel 4 that they are already acting to take control of the Strait of Hormuz. He said it's already happening. Is that an indication of a ground invasion coming? Possibly. We also have huge damage to US bases in Bahrain due to Iranian strikes. Over 50,000 US troops are now in the Middle East. There are now 10,000 more than usual after 2,500 Marines and 2,500 sailors were deployed. The IRGC made the following statement, quote, the response to the attack on infrastructure in Iran will continue through the destruction of strategic industries associated with the United States of America and the Zionist enemy in the region. So far, chemical industries in Nofov, in occupied territories, one refinery, two steel complexes, and two aluminium complexes have been targeted. Those painful attacks will continue until we see pain in your eyes. This goes back to my point that I think that they need to be responding a lot more because they're doing like a few hits on each different country, whereas they're getting the absorption of all of the hits, if that makes sense. So I think they should be hitting harder personally, but that is a good start. Also, I've got a clip of Greg Stoker in the nest. I know Amanda loves Greg Stoker. If you remember, we had him on the show 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks ago, he mentioned that he believed a ground invasion is coming to Karg Island, and it seems like his prediction is right. A ground invasion into Karg Island is indeed coming. He mentions in there that when you have unachievable objectives, when you have objectives that can't be achieved, then you deploy something called mission creep, and you creep more and more towards escalation, one after the other. And so a couple of weeks ago, before there was any conversations about a ground invasion, he said in this video he believed that there would be a ground invasion and it would be to Karg Island. So I think it's worth checking out. Because I think I rate Greg a lot. He's a smart guy. He when it comes to military strategies, he's on point a lot. Before the war, he said there won't be a war, and the reason he said that was because he said militarily it makes no sense whatsoever. But in terms of his military analysis about what's going on specifically, he gets it right. Like in the sense of his analysis of like, X deployment going through Y angle and Z result and so on and so forth. So on that note, that tweet is in the nest. Watch it, like it. I'm seeing the views and the likes drop off, and to be honest, all that does is makes it difficult to get more guests. And you can see we've not really had any guests on yesterday or today. The guests come on when they think they can get the views. So if you can boost those videos, that would be awesome. So we can try and get some more guests on. I have got a list of people, but then I need to show them the channel. You see. So yeah, if you can get that Anthony Aguilar stated ground invasion was inevitable. He did. He's been on point. We've had him on many a times. I just didn't do the clips of his because remember the quality was really low because he's in the middle of a jungle he was in the middle of a forest, sorry, while he was doing our interview. But yeah, he was on point about that as well. For sure. So yeah, guys, that tweet's in the nest. Watch it, like it. Let's try and get 100 likes on there. We've got 3,100 people on the space, 3,200 people on the space, and on the YouTube we've got nearly 900 people. So yeah, if you can like that, that would be awesome. Okay, back to the important conversation. I think that's important though as well because he is someone who served in the army. He knows the perils of it. He understands it. Amanda, you there? Okay, guess not. Okay, let's go to resistance.
Suleiman, I just want to add something
Yeah.
here about the ground invasion. We've been talking about this over the last week 2 weeks, that when people come up and say the American and Israeli military, and we've literally been saying Israel doesn't have a military, it just has people who've done 2 years service and they could be called up 8 years later. So on their border, they'll fight Hezbollah, they'll bomb Gaza, but they don't really have an army. So now Israeli Channel 12 is saying that if America launches a ground operation in Iran, Israeli troops will not take part in that combat. It's only going to be Americans, no Israeli boots on the ground, only American. And Andrew, do you remember I said that to you about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that if this happens, Israeli won't be there?
Yes, absolutely.
The Israeli life is worth more than the American life, according to those that want you to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandy, you laid that out, in which we know that, and you had to say it to make, to be on record of stating that, and you did state it. And yeah, we now see clearly that that's what's being played out. I just want to add real quick on this. We have right here everything being put in place for this invasion. However, there's no logistics in place for this, for the long haul, not even really even more than just a week or so. Now, I'm going through carefully and going back and really reconstructing the military sea lift. Please, someone double check me on this. I don't want to be hanging out here without talking about it. And I've said so many times, I'm not speaking without knowledge on this. When I was literally working 12 hours on, 12 hours off in the Pentagon during the Gulf War I, 90% of my work was assisting and setting up the logistical surge. That not only included all of the military sea lift, but that also included airlift. We had commercial airliners being reflagged to be militarized, and you can research this yourself. But nothing is in place, and I've said this so many times, and I'm going back again. Nothing is there that I can see that would justify or support. Now, we've heard up there was, I think Sully last said that we have like 50,000 total in place or moving into place. Help me with the numbers there, Sully, but there's no support to see that we can justify it. I don't see it.
What's that, Andrew? You can't see what?
The logistics to support a massive U.S. support going in there. Ships require, just alone, those ships require major resupply. Imagine thousands of men eating 3 meals a day, plus all the supplies and everything like that. I don't see anything in place to support that.
I think that they'll have everything they need within the next week or so. Not in terms of successful. We don't think there's going to be a successful mission, irrespective of whether it happens or not. But if you were going to do it, then I think the personnel they want in order to try and take Carg Island will probably be in place within a week. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. If they were going to do a real quick, let's jump in there like the Carg Island. Yeah, even though it certainly doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that would be, they would have enough to do that because that's very short term. But then what? And that's what we've been saying 100 times.
How can they get to Carg Island if they can't get to the Straits of Hormuz?
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's why it's so insane a suicide mission.
And also China sent 3 cargo planes full of weapons.
No, more than that.
Yeah, more than that. And Russia is selling a lot of equipments. They're not siding on them. But Russia sent a lot of drones and different military missiles and stuff.
Right.
It's tricky. It's basically a third world war. BRICS.
I mean, it's more like a proxy war. It's more like what we're seeing in Ukraine, but reversed. Let me quickly read some of these super chats, which I kind of missed a few of them. So, okay. The U.S. uses 2 to 4 months.
I must say, so I'm surprised by your response to that, because I actually think we have. When does it become a world war? I mean, we're talking about going into Cuba. We've been in Venezuela now. I mean, like, what Europe is gonna. We're gonna watch the fail of Europe. Well, like, This is not a regional conflict, man.
Yeah, thank you,
I don't
thank you
think
very much, Israel and America, for the millions and millions of refugees from Iran that are coming into Europe. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, which country do you live in?
Switzerland, but I studied in the States. I studied in Boston, and then I worked 10 years in New York.
What's your origin?
I'm Swiss.
Were you actually born in Switzerland?
Yeah, my family's Swiss for 1,000 years.
Okay.
But I'll tell you something. I took a course at Boston University. It was an Iranian professor, and the course was called Introduction to Terrorism. We were 80 students, a 13-week course, spring 94, I think, and I got an A in it. And everything the professor discussed happened afterwards. And when I got my syllabus about 2-3 years ago, the course was missing. So I called the university registrar, and they told me, Mr. Frick, this course never existed.
Wasn't terrorism created by Haganah that later became the IDF?
Exactly.
So yeah, in terms of the immigration into Europe, I think that's the least of the concerns. I think the Europeans shouldn't be help facilitating this war, and then they wouldn't cry about the fact that people are looking for a place that isn't getting bombed.
Well, we're neutral.
Well, in Switzerland are, yeah, but the thing is, and I don't know what your immigration policy is and how many people you get in, but I'm talking about the rest of Europe.
You host the Bank for International Settlements. You create all this shit.
Yeah. The Zionism was founded in the same city where the Bank of International Settlement is headquartered in Basel.
Exactly. So then you're responsible, isn't it? Okay.
No, I'm not, because I'm from Bern and Zurich.
Yeah, that's Switzerland still. Basel is Switzerland, right? So this is a super chat from the Great Human Mind, which is always appreciate your space. I had one. Oh no, I answered that already. The other one was the U.S. uses 2 to 4 more times resources than the average global, and throw away 30 to 40% of all of its food in the garbage. Is this the great moderation? This is, I think, to what you were speaking about earlier, Simon. Close up Disney World, Las Vegas, all the energy eaters across the world. Take all that energy, distribute it back to all the communities. No bias. Well, when these guys distribute, they'll make sure they keep it for themselves. That was Fanto. Another one was X-Commerce. This is Munia, who says, have a feeling Iran stopped playing Trump's game and is waiting for market open for its retaliation strikes. I mean, they've already done some retaliation strikes, but yeah, I think you're hoping there's more. Maybe there will be. So Ted says, Gary, how do you feel about white supremacy? The Cool says, Simon, you saw what the Iranian parliament speaker just tweeted about the market. Tell us what to do, Simon. Time is ticking. Appraiser says, listen to those with experience and knowledge and always respect their background. Simon says, sorry, Numera says, Simon, I'd appreciate if you could explain what BTC mining and halving means in detail, please. Well, it's not really that type of space, but yeah, Bitcoin space, they do explain. Now, although, if you want to explain that quickly, Simon, in a couple of sentences, or is it a bit of a long explanation?
Yeah, it's not. It's off topic, but I'll make it relevant. Basically, anyone can become the central bank and they can start mining Bitcoin, and it's a decentralized network. But the biggest miner on the sovereign level is Iran, and I believe they actually use nuclear energy to become one of the most efficient sovereign miners in the world. But where it relates to this conversation is miners rely upon, the most efficient source of electricity in order to create this decentralized network of where people can transact. And yeah, so it is, electricity is the input that backs the Bitcoin network, and wherever you can get the cheapest electricity, which tends to be nuclear, then miners effectively just think of it as a decentralized central bank, which is run by maths and code, and the input cost is energy, and that removes the need for a bank, and everyone can then transact peer to peer without any kind of intermediary. But yeah, it requires there's supply chains, there's semiconductor chips, there's silver, there's energy, all of those supply chains. But it doesn't break Bitcoin because it's already the largest distributed supercomputer in the world across America, Russia, Iran, Africa, Europe, Central and South America, China, everywhere. So it's very well distributed. And yeah, even if all supply chains break down in terms of shipping new mining equipment, it's already like the largest supercomputer in the world that exists. And if a bunch of them come offline, then it just makes it more profitable for the ones that are left online in order to be able to mine. And as long as there is, as long as there is a cheap source of, as long as there is a source of electricity, it doesn't matter if one country came off the grid, another country can still mine, and it's very distributed, so it's not dependent upon one country, which is turning out to be a very important thing when you enter into these war zones.
Yeah.
Does Bitcoin not have is not under sanctions in relation to Iran?
Simon.
Sorry, my so Bitcoin is just like any other currency. It's if there's sanctions, it's restricted by law as opposed to something you can enforce. But anyone is able to transact peer to peer, and if there's legal consequences, then you accept those legal consequences. But sanctions are only applied in relation to two parties trading with each other. Within Iran, it's got its own internal economy, and obviously, you can't sanction a country from trading with itself. And so, Iran built a sovereign wealth fund based upon mining its own Bitcoin, which then allows it to transact with countries that essentially, like if they want to trade with China, America can't necessarily enforce sanctions on China unless they want to trade with each other, and then they just agree, okay, we'll lift sanctions here, but you have to help us out here, and that type of thing. But yeah, if you get your own legal advice, but right now, if you're in a country and you want to trade with someone in Iran, if there are sanctions that prevent you trading with each other, then you may be breaking the law, but it wouldn't stop the network from actually working because there's no bank and there's no intermediary, so you can transact. But obviously, if you break the law, you've got to follow the law, and if you break the law, there's consequences to breaking the law.
So, if I understand you correctly, Bitcoin doesn't have a jurisdiction.
No, it's absolutely no jurisdiction. It's mass encode. It's a decentralized network, and anyone that wants to perform the role of central bank, they can start a mining operation. And those miners exist all around the world, and it creates a network where it's the largest distributed supercomputer that exists in the world today. There's no country; it's completely decentralized, and anyone can download a wallet and transact with somebody else that wants to download that wallet.
So we've got some breaking news. Okay, this might shock you, so get your seats ready because it might blow you away. This is according to Channel 12 News. It says if US launch a ground invasion into Iran, Israel will not take part. If US launch a ground invasion into Iran, Israel will not take part. This is according to Channel 12 News.
You
Oh
just
my
did Adam.
God.
Oh, what did I say?
It's back.
Yeah. So if US launch a ground invasion.
You literally said it so people could understand it, right, Suleiman? Because they didn't understand it when I said it, like literally 5 minutes
What
ago,
did you
right?
say?
That
Really?
headline,
Bro,
literally
you're
that
not even on the
headline.
space. What's she done? Why is this person pretending to be on the space? What is going on? The only time I heard you speak was when you were telling us you were going to steal that petrol in them bags. Other than that, I've not heard you on the space. Trump said the following on Iran. He said, I think they really want to make a deal. They're practically begging. Anyone who was being destroyed would want one, right? Is what he also is saying. Guys, in addition to that, we also what was I gonna say? Oh, okay, plug. The space is going. We're giving you real news, real information in real time. It's the only place where you're getting real updates live throughout the day in addition to that, we have amazing interviews on the YouTube channel, amazing videos on the YouTube channel with updates. So we have 3,300 people on the space. We have 900 people on the YouTube. What's that? 4,200 people in total. If you all can do me a favor, if you can go to the tweet in the nest and just follow the YouTube channel. Press the follow, press the subscribe so you don't miss anything. And you don't want to miss anything. So much news, so much information in real time. Like, look at this. Amanda, you missed the bit where I was promoting your boy. But if you went back on YouTube, you could listen to it, right, Amanda?
Oh, of course, and everybody should subscribe and turn on the notifications. Now, I have to admit, I'm kind of like Andrew. I never could figure out TikTok, but it's my age. But yeah, definitely, because I can now send all your YouTube videos to all of my I almost said the R word. I don't think we're allowed to, but all my dummy boomer friends who aren't on X. It makes it very easy now. I can send them your YouTube videos.
Did you send it to Gary?
W Amanda. And Amanda, you're working very closely with Greg Stoker.
Yes,
And
I'm working on his campaign. He's running in my district.
yeah, and he's an awesome guy and we love him a lot. And we just put a short on about him. I was promoting it, but I think you never heard it. I was like, Amanda, tell us if you were there. But
I'm sorry I had to take a phone call, but
no
yeah,
problem whatsoever.
I'll go and check it out, and I will promote that, and I'll make sure that the other people that I'm working with, there's about 7 of us, kind of doing the certain things. I'll make sure they all get it, and I'll make sure they're also subscribing to your YouTube.
W Amanda, see that, guys? You gotta be on the level of the boomers. This is why we love them. Don't you know what it is, Amanda? It's these millennials. They're like, oh, I gotta go in the tweet in the nest and press the subscribe, but it's so much effort. Oh, tell my big brother to do it. Tell my dad to do it. It's the millennials. They're the worst generation in my view. Seriously, I even think the Gen Zs are not as bad as these millennials. Anyway, let's not go down that road. But that being said, listen to Amanda. Click on the tweet in the next. Make sure you're subscribing. The channel is growing. Subscribe to it. Have your notifications on and be ready. And as we've got a great clip from Amanda's friend Greg Stoker, who she's helping to try and get him elected. He's against the war. He's anti-war, and he predicted 2 weeks ago that they were going to invade Karg Island, and this is what we're seeing now. There is going to be likely an invasion into one of the islands. Craziness indeed. Okay, Resistance, you said you had a question, right?
Yeah, I had a question for Simon. I mean, I didn't know that actually Iran had between 60,000 and 200,000 Bitcoin thought to have since they started mining in 2018. But that's what the article I linked to you, Simon, and Gary and Darkside. I linked to you this article which says that if that's the case, that's around about between 6.5 billion and 13 billion in value. Could they not create a liquidity pool? And given that their oil revenues are around about 60-70 billion a year, they could probably create 10 to 20% liquidity pool for that. That would really be really good for Bitcoin. But I'm just wondering, I also linked another article, Simon, actually, that Iranian financiers have been, as US has sanctioned Iranian financiers and intermediaries in Hong Kong for $100 million worth of oil sales in cryptocurrency. This is last year. I'm just wondering, could they break that paradigm? Can Iran just declare, because it is non-sovereign Bitcoin, but it's about how you're right, it's about enforcement, but can they not just declare it and then get loads of other countries on board and sort of just bypass American sanctions that way, and anybody can participate won't be affected? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with sanctions is, if at the sovereign level, if a country wants to trade with each other despite American sanctions, then it's just about that country being sovereign enough where they can say "f you" to America, which China can and Russia can. But there are consequences because there will then and India does the same actually. But then they can come back and sanction your country, and if they sanction your country, this is the reason why we are where we are. This is the reason the dollar just became a weapon, and you know, and it can no longer be world reserve currency because it started being weaponized. And so there are things you can do, but there's consequences. So you can circumvent sanctions as an individual, but you may end up in prison for it. A country can circumvent sanctions, but then they have to have a trading relationship with America or Europe or whoever, United Nations, who's ever enforcing those sanctions. So it's just about a series of events. But the tool of sanctions is becoming problematic, which is why I believe that transnational capital is hedging away from the dollar right now, because I don't think they want that power in the hand of the government. And so if America tries to sanction the dollar and get in the way of transnational capital business, they say, well, let's not have our dependency upon one government. Let's create all these alternative routes. But yeah, Bitcoin will send to anybody that has a wallet, whether you're a country or not. And there's nothing anyone can do about that. All they can do is say, anyone that receives that Bitcoin and tries to spend it, then you're breaking the law, and there's consequences to that.
Do you think if Iran, China, and Russia declared right, as of this year, oil revenue from Iranian oil, and will help facilitate that, will be done through Bitcoin, or say 20% of oil sales will be done through Bitcoin instead of yuan, instead of a ruble or the real or
That's
whatever.
that's already happening. There's been trades between Russia, China, and Russia, China, and Iran, and they've used Bitcoin as a settlement.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm not surprised. But I'm saying they're going to declare to everyone: if you want to go through the Strait of Hormuz and use oil, it has to be done. 20% of it will have to be done through Bitcoin, for example, right? Tolls all have to be through Bitcoin, because I don't think China wants to be in a Triffin dilemma, right? I don't think Russia neither. So you having either a basket of currencies, a basket of commodities is probably or Bitcoin is designed for it, So I think if they did that, do you think America would, because they can't really flex their sanctions if that is the case, if lots of people are participating, do you think that it makes Bitcoin, it sort of puts Bitcoin in the United States crosshairs as if they want to maybe try to take that down? What do you think?
Well, money laundering happens because the elites are the ones that do the money laundering. The banking system was created for money laundering. I mean, HSBC was created in order to traffic drugs and create opium wars, and get poppy seeds from India, so that it could push forward its drug trafficking route. All of these, that's why money laundering actually functions. The question is it's just the consequences for doing it. But yeah, anyone can. I mean, yeah, if you want to settle in Bitcoin, then there is no bank that can stop a trade in Bitcoin. You can't stop the physical trade. All you can do is enforce consequences for it. But yeah, if they wanted to do that, they're more likely to push the Chinese yuan though, because they think that look, they could do it. And I think it will organically happen. But the whole point of Bitcoin is that it doesn't really require a government to enforce it. It just works. And we've already seen like America wanted to do the whole Bitcoin strategic reserve. And all you can do is decide what your people can do and what the consequences are for people that want to trade around it. But you're talking about law as opposed to the physical settlement. Bitcoin has already solved the problem of the physical settlement that no one can stop. Yeah.
Okay, so what about so Iran is facing some sort of is facing a currency crisis. Why not? Why don't they just back it by their Bitcoin reserves that they've got? Right, they've got, say they do have best case scenario 200,000 Bitcoin. Don't you think that would stabilize their currency? Maybe add some gold, some of their tonnage of gold as well, and
There's what backing a currency means is it means that you make it where you as a centralized party will accept anyone can exchange their currency for Bitcoin. And so you create an attack vector. If so the currency war that Scott Bessent launched on Iran, you could crash the currency and then you could drain, if you as a government say anybody that wants to swap their currency for Bitcoin, we will guarantee it at this price. Um, that's not a good idea because someone can just crash your currency and then you have to drain all the Bitcoin. So it creates an attack vector backing it by that. And that's why America during the Vietnamese War eventually closed the gold window because they didn't want to guarantee that you could exchange your dollars for gold. Yeah.
well, they had to finance a war as well,
Yeah.
Simon, in Vietnam, and so gold, having just a fixed reserve of gold doesn't allow that to you don't have enough financing for that. But they wanted to get out of the gold standard anyways for that. But yeah, it's interesting. I get your point. It is an attack vector. But I'm just thinking of ways how they could sort of release them from the shackles of this dollar system.
Well, you can have that's what's happening effectively. The central banks started converting their treasuries to gold. That's why gold is now the number one reserve asset. Anyone can settle, and they do settle in Bitcoin right now at the sovereign level, but they can also use their local currencies. And so all the countries started building their local but it doesn't require any type of enforcement. So it doesn't require a law because Bitcoin exists and any two parties can transact in Bitcoin. And so, it's more, so they will have a big Bitcoin sovereign wealth fund within the country and they can use that as they choose. But what tends to happen is people use fiat currencies because they can be printed and they go down in value. And people hoard their Bitcoin because it can't be printed. And over time, that creates a supply and demand squeeze. So most people like to print, they like to spend the money they can print rather than spend the money that they can't print and no one can print.
Yeah, gold is best positioned for that, in my opinion. With regards to the ground invasion, I'm just thinking why. I mean, I know everyone's talking about the islands, Karg Island and Kashum and a few others, Larak, and I still don't get the point of why they need to do that, why they need to go after these islands. I mean, that's not really a military objective, but I could sort of see how they could, and on Baluchistan as well, like southeast. What's the military target there? What is the value there? But I could sort of see if they had enough troops, that is, them flying over because they can't get through the Strait of Hormuz, and they'll be shot down. The Tripoli will be shot down, but I think they could probably fly in from the northwest over, or they can from Azerbaijan. They got a base there, right? So again, it'll have to be a lot of planning, and a lot of troops. But maybe they could fly in from Azerbaijan into the north, into Tehran. Maybe if there's, I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking if they had a real military objective with enough troops, they can go into Tehran and capture the government or whatever, and do some sort of takedown that way. But the others, there's no strategic value. There's nothing. There's no. And everything will be temporary. There's no way to to sustain anything or stay there. But at least that would be a military target. That would going in from Azerbaijan, going into Tehran would probably be better if they had a real cogent plan. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Hey, I agree. Resistance. I think you, with what you were saying, if that happened, and I don't even see that being any feasible or one's mind cannot even begin to comprehend how that doesn't even make sense, does not add up. But let's look at the amphibious assault, and that to me is so far removed from the possibility, other than a feint, is what I'm making a stand on that. And the only thing I agree with Sully on, and what Greg said, if there's going to be, let's say, Karg Island, that would be the only feasible thing that would put some pain on Iran. And I see where Sully's coming from on that. That's true. But then the cost of doing that is incomprehensible.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, no matter which angle you go for. With the troops and with what we know of how many troops they're deploying, it just
But
looks like a
resistance, you say
suicide
it doesn't
mission.
make sense. But put yourself in the boots of Trump now, right? Like, put yourself in Trump's boots. Okay, he's already getting excited. He's already started dancing. Resistance already doing the Trump dance. Chill,
You
blood.
mean it's Ronald McDonald boots,
Chill,
more like?
chill, blood. Resistance already dancing, bruv. But anyway, put yourself in the Trump boots. You're in this position right now. You can take a deal, but then you know the ramifications of that. You can continue doing what you're doing, but you're running out of defense interceptor missiles. You're running out offensive weapons. Even the JASMs, the JDAMs, they're not like infinite. You escalate and do a ground invasion. Like, what? Put yourself in Trump's boots. What do you do? Like, legitimately, in not
That's
what you should have done. What you do from now?
Sully, you
You know,
just said it. You just said it. When we do put ourselves in Trump's boots, yeah, that's the only really thing he would do. But that's like, I'm glad you said that. We have to look at it from that POV at this point.
I tell you what I do though. If there is a channel of communication, I do a deal, uh, and as part of that deal, I negotiate how I come out looking strong and what the PR is as part of that deal. And then you give them what you need to do.
So what would that deal?
But
What
you
would that deal be? Let's go through it. And it needs to be a deal. I know you don't, but a deal that Israel's happy with, Iran's happy with, and the US is happy with. Go.
well, you have to Israel as well.
Yeah.
You have to dump Israel, don't you? And America can dump Israel.
Yeah, this is where I disagree with. So come up with a deal where you keep Israel happy and Iran. Breaking news, breaking news. We got Dark Side, Simon, Gary here. Apparently, and you guys can check this, Brent crude oil prices have gone above $115. Brent crude oil prices have gone above $115. Can you guys verify that? Because I'm checking it in a few places. I'm
I'm
about to tweet it
seeing
out.
115. I'm seeing 115.50 right now, and also Pete Hegseth posted something that's concerning. He said we will forever honor and remember those warriors of Vietnam. So I hopefully that's not him signifying that we're about to escalate. So I quote tweeted that and say, "Pray we honor the 58,000 Americans we lost in Vietnam by not escalating the Iran war into another forever war that cost us thousands or tens of thousands of lives." So I just find it weird that like today he chose to randomly post that. So I hope that's not a sign that he's about to just ramp that up. And because it would be a complete dishonorment to those soldiers to repeat that again.
so, Sorry, I'm looking at the NYMEX Brent futures, and it's dropped to 108.10.
So it went up to 115 and dropped to 108.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's just opened at 108.
Interesting. But that was
I
this.
see 108. I see 108 as well. Yeah.
So someone, I said someone opened a short. I know it's only 17.3 million, but for one person or whatever, 17.3 million shows that you know something. that you know that maybe the government is going to come in with a big sell order,
Or you're just a genuine speculator.
for 17.3 million.
Yeah, it depends on the size of your ticket, isn't it?
Interesting. Well, if it was 115 to 107, he's already made money if he sold it at 107, right?
Yeah.
So, what else I was gonna say? Oh, so Simon, go back to Simon's thing. So Simon, come up with a plan where you don't dump Israel and you can make a deal.
Sorry, I got this issue with the mute button. I don't know what the deal will look like, but they you know they have their conditions, and they've already US has laid out theirs, and Iran's laid out theirs, and you've got to meet whatever the conditions are. So what would Israel do? Well, let's say that in the future Israel's not going to be backed by these military budgets, and they're going through that phase of becoming independent. Then you'd want some kind of way of gluing Israel into the region with some kind of gas pipeline or energy route. You'd have to create some kind of way where you know you cement together all of the players in the region where they don't default on the regional stability vision if you're acting as a genuine actor and trying to achieve regional stability.
Yeah, and that's the point, right? So the same question to resistance, same question. Like, put yourself in Trump's shoes. What does he do? So even we asked Simon. Simon's kind of deal is like you discard Israel out of the deal. I don't think he can do that. So
Yeah.
so what would you're in Trump's shoes right now? What would you do?
He'd have to concede. So he'd have to concede and have somehow sell to his government that we need to pay Iran for reparations. I think he has to understand what is important to Iran.
Which that one's easy because I said that, didn't I?
Exactly.
I said
Yeah.
about a week ago he's gonna get the Gulf states to pay, and I think already Iran saying the Gulf states need to pay out reparations. So I think that's kind of
Yeah.
like he's gonna get his Arab cooks to pay for that. But do continue.
Exactly. So that's a good one. That's an easy one to fix. The US bases, he could say, look, he could agree to, I don't think all of the US bases, but he could, but I think Iran could accept maybe half or 60% of the US bases to be removed. And he could sell it to the people and say, look, we're saving money here. We don't need to. They're not operational, etc. But we'll keep bases for Saudi Arabia just to because they want it as part of their defense agreement, and UAE as part of their defense agreement. But for all others, like who are friendly with Iran, Qatar doesn't need to have a base.
Fair enough.
Bahrain.
Fair enough. What's the next one? What next
Right.
point? I think that I agree with that one.
The next point is, look, we agree to a civilian nuclear program. And look, again, go back to it, but then it depends how strong they want it. Do they want, because they agreed, Iran
That's fine. That's
agreed.
fine. Okay, let's say that's agreed. Okay, what else?
Okay. Now the other things are so nuclear missile program is fine. You've got a right to defend yourself. We agree with that.
You're gonna allow the missiles to stay? Okay, okay. I've got
Well,
BB
look,
in the room
think
right
about
now.
it.
1 second, 1 second. BB saying no missile program needs to go. We're not gonna allow the missile program. Now what?
So I'll say to Netanyahu, basically, and his ChatGPT advisor, that we will give you concessions. Also, we'll fund the reparations of Israel, and we will give you
Oh
first
wait,
dibs
BB
on all.
Netanyahu says that's not extra. You were gonna do that anyway. Continue.
Now, Israel needs a new business model, so you'd
Yeah.
have to give them a new. If you're going to say, right, we're not gonna backstop you, if
So we'll make you.
assuming they're as powerful, like they actually do have you by the balls, right? Then
No,
if you're
I'll
trying to
say that.
appease Israel, you say to them, right, we're going to stop funding you militarily as a 10-year plan, we're going to get effectively a divorce, and we're going to plug a gas pipeline from Iran that goes via Israel with some kind of security guarantees that includes everyone being at peace with their neighbors. That's the type of thing you'd have to come up with.
I think there's an even better one. Oh, well, I mean, that's pretty good. I think there's another one. We could say, look, right, we're going to make you the AI hub in the Middle East, in this region. So we're going to, with the help of UAE and some Gulf countries,
They were
you're
going to
going
be
to
there
have.
anyway.
No, they weren't. It was going to be in the Gulf countries, but you're going to have that. You're going to have the AI data
No.
Israel.
No. So you're saying that, but in reality, the Gulf countries maybe would have hosted some of the data centers wherever. If
Yeah.
you look at the actual people in charge of the AI, the people who are pushing it, the people who basically control it, they're all their people.
Yeah, Tel Aviv's AI is like world class. Like their cybersecurity and AI is
Yeah,
their main trade already.
right. So they had Intel, right? Intel was the headquarters in Israel, right? But now it's been destroyed, and Intel stopped a $25 billion investment there because of after October 7th. Where they could probably say, look, you know what, we'll encourage all American businesses involved in AI to bed themselves as the hub there in Israel. Right now, in order for them to be to be secure there cannot be any sort of wars. Right, so you can't be going around attacking Iran, and Iran will not be attacking you, because you're the one that starts it, right? Not Iran.
So I
So
just want to relay this back to you, and this is why I don't think it's going to work. So what you're basically telling Israel is, Israel, you need to accept the fact that Iran's not going to have sanctions anymore. Israel, you need to accept the fact that Iran's going to have reparations. Israel, you're going to have to accept the fact that Iran's going to continue to own ballistic missiles that can wipe you off the face of the planet. Iran, we promise you that in a year's time, Israel's not going to come and bomb you again. They're not going to come and attack you again. And Iran's like, yeah, I believe that. Israel, we're also going to make you the AI hub of the world. They're like, we were going to do that anyway. We don't need you guys. You guys need to fund it as per what you did previously. So my point is this, that Iran's going to be you're basically saying to Israel, a country that has been gagging for war with Iran for 10, 20 years, to now accept a situation where they're in a much worse position than when they were gagging for that war.
Well, they are in a worse position already right now, right? So you've got lots of infrastructure literally destroyed. We haven't seen like 70% of the images of the destruction in
I agree
Israel,
with that.
right?
I agree with that.
So let's see. And beggars can't be choosers. Right now, yeah, they might not be beggars right now, but give it another month and let's see how much they will
Well,
beg.
they've already
And they'll
said, well, 1 second. From their perspective, I don't mind if I'm Bibi Netanyahu, I put it through the scenario through my AI program, and it tells me that getting these Americans to do a ground invasion isn't gonna impact us as much. We're not gonna send any soldiers. We'll clog America into a ground invasion. Yeah, Israel can continue to bomb, hit missiles at us, but we'll continue to do that at them. But now there's a ground invasion. This gives us a chance to succeed in our mission. So why would Israel agree to that rather than a ground invasion?
I mean, you tell that to the crying mayors and the shouting mayors in Israel, right? That they're going to have the same things that they had before the war.
They had that during the 12-day war as well, and they came back. My point is this: knowing what I know of Israel, they are so desperate for this. I don't see a scenario where they backtrack, and worse than that, I don't see a scenario where they backtrack and remain backtracked. So in the worst case scenario, they do pull out. It's only with the idea that they're going to be back again in 6 months to a year.
Sully, I agree with you, but you put me in this point, right? Put me in Ronald McDonald's shoes, right? You know he loves McDonald's, and his idol is Ronald McDonald. All right, I'm not saying that they would. I'm just thinking about what could they agree to. We know they're genocidal. Is
The reason
great. real
No, but
fanatic.
this is the point I'm trying to make. And so when I give this kind of thought experiment, I'm saying like when we're going through the deal, this is why I don't think the deal's possible because Israel's there. Just like I knew that the deal before the war wasn't going to be possible because Israel's there. If there was no Israel, that deal was done. The deal was done. Iran had already agreed to 0% enriched uranium. America wanted 0% enriched uranium. All the parameters of the deal were done. There was nothing to fight about. The only reason I knew that there was going to be a war and I kept predicting it is because I knew that there's this thing called Israel. Similarly, when we're talking about this current situation, we know there's this thing called Israel. And so when we know there's this thing called Israel, we know that there can't be a resolution in the sense of an agreement to pull out or a ceasefire agreement. So because I know that, then I think that, okay, what's the other thing? Then Trump, if I'm Trump, if I put myself in Trump's shoes, they're not letting me pull out because of Epstein, because of various other things, but they're not letting me pull out. So if I'm not gonna pull out, I can't continue doing what I'm doing. I gotta try something different. And then the other different thing is boots on the ground. And a lot of his commanders will be telling him, people like Hegseth will be telling him, yeah, we'll take that island. Our boys will take it. We're the best military. Look at all this, all of Iran's infrastructure we've been blowing up, and they've been showing him them 2 minutes reels with the WWE music at the background, and they get him
But
geared up towards it.
Sully, to what like? So you're saying the reason why he's faced with no other alternative but boots on the ground, and this is what they mean. But what is the objective then? If you're saying that this is why he's doing boots on the ground, well, why is it? Tell us
Oh
why
yeah, I'm
is he
telling
doing
you.
boots?
So this is I actually think that this is the plan, and this is the only thing I can think of. Take Carg Island. So they're like, we'll take Carg Island. They won't on the ground. They won't let fight us. They've never fought a physical war on the ground for a very long time. We will destroy. This is I'm saying this is what he's being told. I don't believe this. I'm just telling you, we will dominate them on the ground. There's like 1,000 of these peasants on the ground. We want better military equipment on the ground. They won't be able to deal with us. They've only been able to build these missiles. We'll go in. We'll take control of the island. Once and this the island is so vast they won't be able to hit all the perimeters. Remember, some of the military experts I spoke to, they said that this is the thought that they won't be able to have all of the military, all of the different perimeters of the island covered. So we'll take it. We'll come in the night. They won't realize it. We'll get our troops in.
Sully, the island is the size of Doncaster.
Bro, why are you telling me? I agree with you. I'm telling you what they're saying. Bro, don't mess with Doncaster as well. We got the longest runway in the whole of Europe. But anyway, coming back to it. So then they'll be like, listen, we'll take the island. They won't bomb us because they don't want to destroy their own oil infrastructure. So they won't be able to send us missiles or the drones because we're gonna hide in it. If they bomb us, they will starve themselves. So they're not gonna bomb the oil. And then what we'll do to them is we'll negotiate. Now we're in a position of negotiation. We'll say to them, we'll give your oil back if you give us the straight back. And so that's the objective. So in his mind, that's his solution to solve this quandary where he can't get out.
Yeah, but that's assuming that's what he believes.
I'm saying he believes that. I'm not saying I believe it. I think it's dumb, but he believes it.
That's what resistance. What Sully is saying, we have to look at this from the POV of the Trumpster and Netanyahu. That's what Sully's saying, which is that's what we have to look at, this insanity.
Yeah, that is really crazy. If that's what he's seeing and thinking.
That's what I think that he's thinking. That's why I think the ground invasion's happening. I actually think when I'm thinking, like, put myself in Trump's shoes, right? Obviously, I'll go in a tan in bed as well. Well, I don't need to. I'm quite brown, but I gotta make it a bit more orange. Like, I'm like, he's in this situation. He can't make a deal because Israel won't let him. He can't pull out because Iran won't agree unless there's a very pro-Iran friendly deal. But that deal, Israel won't accept. And so he can't continue doing what he's doing. So he has to escalate. What's the escalation? It's either nuclear bomb, physical ground invasion into the mainland, or ground invasion into the island. And then I think, okay, this is why when Ryan thinks the Tanub, I think, I don't know, I don't think so, but it's possible. But these ones, or even the Hormuz Islands, at least there's some kind of, in his mind, leveraging point. Like Hormuz Islands, okay, we've taken control of the Hormuz, and we can use that as leverage. The Karg Island, we take control of the oil and we can negotiate that. So that's his perspective. It's dumb. I know it's not going to work. I know it's not going to work. It doesn't make sense. But I'm telling you got to see in this. This is the only choice he's got. What other choices he got? The
I
other
think
choice is
you
what
know what
Simon said.
I'll tell you what is. I think
No, but
if I
resistance, the only other choice is what actually Simon said, which Simon's point was this: discard Israel. But I don't believe he would ever do that. So option one, discard Israel. Option two,
Come on,
boost.
Trump, do it, Trump, do it.
Listen to Simon, bro. Listen to the king of the Isle of Man.
Trump, I know you can do it. You can dump Israel. You know you make sense. Like, come on. We all know that you were on the Epstein list already. What else have they got? You can do it. The
I think
Americans will love you, Trump. You know how you'll be the most popular president of all time.
Wait, Andrew Trump. Okay, Simon, I'll do it. Oh wait, I've got a call from Mossad. What? You're gonna release the Epstein file with me messing around with the 13? What? Okay. Invasion.
Just
I think
pretend. Just pretend it's
it's
not true. Trump can just say, "No, Mossad made it up."
unfortunately, I think it's that simple. Man, I think they have video of him in the most compromising situation that you could possibly imagine. And
it's
that's
AI.
probably
It's AI. It was AI.
no, because the problem is that they didn't have AI back in 1998, and they probably have provable footage. I mean, like, what other explanation can you come up with? That is Occam's razor. Look when this all kicked off. What was going on when we started a war with Iran for no good
Well,
reason, with no good objective? What was
well, it's
happening in our country?
it's even worse than that. I think for Trump, it's even worse because they demonstrated that they could kill him before he became a president. So with this patsy, and that supposedly it was a patsy that just tried to shoot him, tried to kill him. So
He's
they
probably at the
demonstrated
age
that.
where he doesn't care, right? Like he knows he's near the end.
Nah, he
Well,
probably
they
cares
could
He
they
about
doesn't
his
need
legacy.
re-election.
Nah, Simon, like at that age, what he'll be caring about is his legacy, what he leaves behind.
exactly
And you want to
his
leave a legacy
children.
of being known as a abuser of, like, if he did do it. I'm not saying he did it or not, but if he did, like, you want that legacy. You never want that legacy to be remain with you. Look at Jimmy Savile, like that's his legacy, so he would never want that. So I think he would do anything within his power to save his legacy. Actually, he
Well,
seemed like that. Yeah.
I would say it's his children. I'd say that they could target Ivanka and Eric and all them, like Baron. They could kill them all. Like they'll say, like Mossad doesn't give a shit, right? They'll say, look, we'll kill all your progeny, like JFK. Do you know how many JFK family members got killed by accident, in a plane accident, in a random terrorist Palestinian shooting, and they're
Three,
the most unlucky family in American history, apparently.
three on top of my list. I mean, on the top of my head, three.
Yeah, for a moment.
Yeah, and they were all in. They were all in. Well, not all. I mean, there were some others. I believe. One was in a plane crash, right? One, his brother, JFK's brother, was killed by Palestinian terrorists, supposedly. And then JFK assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald. So they won't stop. They will go after it. I don't think he cares about his legacy because I don't think he's gonna die. He's like, what? I'm not there to see it. If I was there to see it, then yeah, I'd care about my legacy. But I just don't think he cares. I think he just cares about his kids that are still alive.
I agree that that's probably
It's not
true.
just that he. It's not just that he dies. It's that he gets thrown in prison and rots to hell. I mean, it's a pretty evil death. If a video were to come out of him, you know, doing what has been alleged in those files, I have no idea whether it's true or not. I'm not making any allegations, but I just put 1 + 1 + 1 together, and it still equals 3.
Since there's a
They've
little,
got
yeah, I was going to say, since there's a little bit of a lull, if it's all right with everyone, I'd like to chime in with a couple of ideas, but please go ahead and continue resistance.
no. I was going to say, like, I mean, Sully's got obviously he's got a very good point. Israel won't stop. I mean, look, and I agree with Simon. He could drop Israel, right? And he could say, look, you just negotiate with Israel, but we're going to negotiate with you guys to open the Strait of Hormuz, right? We can't control this rabid dog, right? But we'll do this X, Y, and Z concessions for you. but we want to leave. We want to leave this, and you can continue with Israel, right? We're not going to support them, blah blah. We're not even going to help them with our KC-135 refueling or whatever. We'll agree to all that, and it's between you and them, guys, right? He could, in theory, do something like that, and then and say to the Israelis, look, you go on, fight and blah blah, but we can't do this, and yeah, he might get assassinated and Epstein revealed and all sorts, but at the end of the day, I think that at what point is he going to see, like, it's going to happen eventually, because there are going to be so many dead bodies of US soldiers and maybe POWs paraded on TV, Iranian TV, and at some point he's got to make a decision. Either he concedes or he continues with Israel, and dragging him through the mud, dragging the United States through the mud, and his people and everyone, until maybe the midterms, and then after that he gets impeached, or maybe he does get impeached. Well, he can't get impeached before that, but who knows? I mean, until the midterms, and that's November, right? So this could continue for a while. Israel can drag him through this for a while if he doesn't, even after so many soldiers have been killed and maybe POWs as well. And it's going to look like a car crash. This is a polite way of saying it. And Israel's still going to want him to drag it on. He's going to have to at some point say, look, we're going to concede. Here's X, Y, and Z, and we'll leave you guys to fight it out. We can't guarantee that Israel is not going to attack you again in the future as well. So whatever you decide, you just go on. But we're going to butt out of this now, and here's the concessions and blah blah blah. So I think that's probably what he's going to be forced to do, given the way that this war has been conducted, and the remaining stockpiles are from the US and Israeli side, and Iran's existential risk to them, and the fact that they're so determined and they're so well prepared, and they've got China and Russia backing them, etc. And they seem to have all angles covered. And that has to happen at some point. Simon's sort of scenario has to happen at some point. He has to drop Israel eventually, because because you're right, Sully, Israel's not going to allow United States to stop. They're going to drag them with them. They're going to drag Trump with them, but they're going to have to make a decision.
So we've got some breaking news. Let me just quickly read this. Here it is. It says the UK, France, Germany, and Italy have issued a statement expressing concerns with the new Israeli death penalty laws. It said, we, the foreign ministers of Germany, France, Italy, and the UK, express our deep concern about a bill that would significantly expand the possibilities to impose the death penalty in Israel, and that could be voted into law next week. We are particularly worried about the de facto discriminatory character of the bill. The adoption of this bill would risk undermining Israel's commitment with regard to democratic principles. Well, they basically mean Jewish supremacy, and the Palestinians are going to be targeted. The death penalty is an inhumane and degrading form of punishment without any deterring effect. This is why we oppose the death penalty, whatever the circumstances around the world. The rejection of the death penalty is a fundamental value that unites us. We urge the Israeli decision makers in the Knesset and government to abandon these plans. Don't know what to say about that, other than that is not surprising, nor is it shocking. Let's see what else we got. One UN peacekeeper was killed and another injured after the Israeli attack on South Lebanon. I mentioned this earlier, if you remember, but that is the latest in terms of death toll. Someone mentioned about Hegseth, and it's true. He said, we will forever honor the warriors of Vietnam. They wore the uniform, they fought valiantly. We will always remember their sacrifice, which clearly seems to indicate that war is brewing. Okay, I'll say more news. That's it, really. There's not much news.
Suleiman, let me ask you a question. Do you think there's any chance on God's green earth or in the United States of America that Hegseth will ever do the same thing, extend a similar sort of message to the victims of the USS Liberty, or is that highly unlikely with Hegseth?
I think it's impossible. Not just
Agreed.
unlikely.
I got some news. So Ibrahim in Lebanon posted that Hezbollah targeted Israeli war minister Israeli Katz in northern occupied Palestine. According to sources, Israeli war minister Israeli Katz conducting a tour in northern occupied Palestine, targeted by Hezbollah using a Cornet missile and drone strike, despite being in a bunker in a fortified location. Two of his escorts were injured, one of them seriously, before he was evacuated from the scene. The incident reportedly sparked fear and confusion, raising serious questions about how Hezbollah is able to monitor and track movements beyond the border with such precision. This guy has been in a lot of spaces and he lives in Lebanon. So
Okay. Let's go to Tom. Tom, jump in.
Cool, brother. I appreciate it. So yeah, look, this situation, we try to analyze it. We try to come to conclusions that allow us to prognosticate what's coming next, what's likely, so we can prepare ourselves, our loved ones, our friends, our communities, and our families for the sort of chaotic nonsense that's clearly going to stem from everything that we're seeing in the Middle East. And one of the things that I find most disconcerting is a lot of what has to do with the way that the Israelis are dealing with this, because it's kind of outside of their typical MO. So someone mentioned earlier, I don't remember if it was Suleiman or somebody else on the panel, that Israel backtracking is a scenario that, could go in different directions. I think Israel backtracking, I sort of agree, but only for the following reason in terms of them backtracking in any way. You know, I don't fully agree that it's because look at it this way. They initiate every single one of these situations, and when they don't go their way, they always initiate these conflicts under the logic or the premise that they're going to be able to call Trump or other puppet heads of state that they have in their pocket in different countries around the EU and in different parts of the world, and that they will then call the Iranians or whatever party they've attacked and beg them or insist very strongly that they stop their counterattack against the Israelis. During the 12-day war, we know that they were begging Trump or very hysterically insisting that Trump convince the Iranians to call off their attack. Apparently that was possible. This time around, the Iranians obviously aren't stupid. As Simon alluded to, if anyone's playing 5D chess here, it's the Russians and the Iranians as I see it. So they clearly planned for this and knew that this time it wasn't in their best interest to necessarily going along with the pleas to end the hostilities at Israel's behest. And so when I'm looking at what's happening in Israel, there's a lot of things that they haven't done in the past that might be a product of this change or this lack of cooperation from the international community, if you want to look at it that way. But I also think that there's a creepier possibility here. And that is that we are, in fact, looking at AI Netanyahu. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's possible. I mean, think about it. If we have high quality generative AI or video generating AI, all kinds of apps that can generate extremely realistic videos, imagine what they have access to that they haven't necessarily allowed the public to know that they have at their disposal. So let's assume that we're looking at AI Netanyahu now. And some of the scenes that we're witnessing in Israel, the mayor crying, a lot of other unusual scenes that we're witnessing, the fact that they've taken this very poorly thought out decision to try to swamp southern Lebanon and they're taking so many losses. Could that be a product of the fact that maybe this country has already lost their only sort of pragmatic, relatively calm under fire leadership, and that now we've got God knows what people perhaps not as capable of dealing with the situation at the helm? It's something that we have to consider. And it's also possible that what we're looking at right now is an Israel in a post collapse sort of trying to figure out how to continue this conflict after they've lost key infrastructure, key assets when it comes to their ability to fight this war, and key members of their military leadership. We don't know who's really been taken out and who hasn't. There's been some people that have obviously been confirmed to have been killed in action, but there are a lot of high ranking people that are rumored to have been killed. The Israelis are very good at keeping an information stranglehold on everything coming out of that country. The damage may be far worse than we're aware of or privy to. The losses that senior leadership have taken could be much more significant. And the fact that the Trump administration is radio silent on anything having to do with how this could affect U.S. national security interests, U.S. national security, et cetera, is indicative of the fact that the Mossad is running this administration. The Israelis are running this administration. And so, I don't know. I'm extremely concerned about what I'm seeing. Be happy to hear anyone's thoughts on anything that I just shared. Thoughts and opinions. I'm not certain about anything, but I'm speculating based on a lot of the things that I'm seeing that aren't consistent with anything we've seen in the past during any of these skirmishes or exchanges between Israel and neighboring countries. Thanks, guys.
Tom, you said radio silence. That really concerns me. I wish you'd elaborate, but real quick, I posted 3 months ago. A very dear friend of mine, Colonel Vietnam, 3 combat tours Vietnam, Green Beret Colonel. He and I are very close, 20 years. He sent me an email. Our DOD and DIA have been infiltrated. We have been infiltrated by Mossad. Laura Loomer's in there. So yeah, you're right on that. That's not a conspiracy. That's working. But what do you mean by radio silence?
Brother, I was just winging it off the cuff. I said a few things. What was I'll be happy to chime in, but what was it exactly or specifically that I was talking about? There are several things that I've noticed that could fall along the lines of just this eerie
Yeah,
sort of change. Go ahead.
yeah. Right, brother. What you were saying is you said we were seeing this. Unless I misunderstood, you said we were seeing this radio silence, and I'm like, whoa, what? I did. Could you? Maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of I mean, I just see a total lack of interest in conveying to the American people, the American public, whether
Oh,
abroad
gotcha.
or in the
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, brother. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, elaborate, brother, if you can. If Sully give you the time, man. That's awesome.
yeah, certainly. As long as there's time. If there's any breaking news, I'll happily shut up. But look, I've never witnessed a moment in U.S. history in which the MO that we usually see at play when it comes to assuaging concerns, public concerns about what's going on, are just shuffled to the side. Doesn't even matter. It's not even a priority. Let's just move forward with this operation. Might makes right. Don't worry about it. Trust us. You know, the way Pete Hegseth talks. It's almost as if we're now being run by Chabad Lubavitch. Perhaps we are. You know, it really doesn't make any sense. They're running this operation like it's a Talmudic sort of military power structure that's running operations. There's no typical measures that are being taken, as was the case in any other significant military operation that the United States has ever been a party in previously. It's almost just trust me, bro. Everything's going to work out beautifully, and obviously that's a product of the culture now running the White House, and it's a very strange culture. It seems to be run by a mix of somewhat poorly prepared media pundits and influencers like Laura Loomer and others that I won't mention, as well as a bunch of God knows what Israeli agents telling our DOD exactly how to prosecute this war. It doesn't have any of the hallmarks of any other armed conflict. Look at the way we're bombing civilians. Look at the 2 strikes on the double tap on this girls' school in Iran. This war is being fought the Israeli way, which tells me that the Pentagon and everyone that's prosecuting this military action on the part of the United States of America and our institutions uh, are certainly taking orders from the Israelis. So our country's been completely hijacked, is basically the only conclusion that I can come to. Our armed forces and all these people that we have in the Middle East, all these young men and women, man, I have to tell you, I honestly think that these guys are crazy enough. Look at what's happening in Europe, for example. I don't look at this as something that's disconnected from the war that's taking place in Europe. I see it as 2 different fronts of the same war, which at some point in time are going to merge in a way that makes it very clear to everyone what countries are on what side and what countries are on the other side. It's already happening now. You know, about 2 years, whenever the war started between Russia and Ukraine, one of the things that I wanted to figure out most rapidly was how are these alliances going to set themselves up? Because it was pretty clear this was going to lead to the Third World War at some point in time or another. And so what I was trying to determine was what countries would ally with who so I could decide where I wanted to live. Because frankly, I didn't want to be part of a society that's going to be on the wrong end of history and at the same time that's going to be decimated by the impacts of a global war at a time post-COVID when the global economy can barely stand up as is. Should things complicate themselves any further, we're going to have some organic collapses. We're going to have organic famines. And at this point, the train's left the station. I don't see any scenario in which billions of people don't lose their lives, to a multitude of issues ranging from starvation to, on a lower scale in terms of numbers of people that are going to unfortunately die from this, a lack of medication and medical treatment, which is going to become endemic. Well, not endemic, it's going to become systemic, it's going to become global. And then we're going to have all kinds of other issues. Obviously, war costs a lot of people their lives. Organic sectarian conflicts are going to erupt all over the place, some organically, some as a result of there having been a power structure in place that was keeping people separated, and now, fake borders that were drawn ages ago all of a sudden they don't matter because no one's getting paid to enforce them. And all these tribes, so many people are going to end up getting wiped out by this. And when you look at the impact of COVID, what was done during COVID? Quantitative easing. They printed $8 trillion into reality, devaluing the US dollar and accelerating this process forward to the moment when eventually we see hyperinflation. And all of a sudden we need the CBDC. And when you think about the fact that the people that were behind COVID, as revealed by the Epstein files, were clearly the people that were eagerly planning events that would, quote unquote, as they said, allow them to get rid of poor people around the world, use a pandemic to implement controls and mandates that give them more power. When you understand that those are the same people that are rooting on Ukraine and actually getting Ukraine to bomb key Russian energy infrastructure, people that are ruminating and talking about a quote unquote limited nuclear war as a plausible means through which to defeat Russia. And when you realize that the same people were egging Trump on to attack Iran, knowing exactly what Iran's response would be, and that the same individuals are getting the United States, well, the Israelis themselves are bombing Iran's energy infrastructure, using sometimes Lucas drones that imitate the Shahed. You have to paint, false flag attempt there, obviously to paint the villainous image on Iran of doing this damage to energy infrastructure. And when you understand that even if they weren't helping Iran do a lot of damage to the energy infrastructure, that Iran had warned that should their energy infrastructure be struck, they would react in kind. When you understand that the same people that know all of this want a central bank digital currency, want cash phased out, and the introduction again of the CBDC, and you understand that they're manipulating all these events in a way that it seems very chaotic, but it's going to lead to exactly the kind of implementation of agendas that everybody voted against when they voted for Trump, and that everybody rejected through rejecting the COVID mandates. So the only conclusion I can come to is that this is the hardcore implementation of you will own nothing and be happy. And we're not going to do it the nice way this time, giving you the option of complying with mandates. We're just going to bomb the hell out of so much of the world's key energy infrastructure that what we want to come to fruition will come about either way. Here's the thing. I don't think they were banking on Iran being as capable as they've shown themselves to be. So at this point, as somebody very intelligent, I think it was Darkside, mentioned very intelligently earlier in the conversation, these people have, I warned about this maybe a year and a half ago when I first spoke in a space or whatever the hell it was, not even a year and a half, a year ago. I said, look, these elites, man, they don't realize that there are power dynamics that could go in a certain direction that's not in their favor either. Look, I'm in a country right now. I live in a neighboring country. I'm visiting a country right now where I decided to engage in the thought exercise of looking around and asking myself, okay, I'm staying in this beautiful resort, whatever it is, but I'm looking around. Everywhere around me is extreme poverty. I'm like, what's going to happen if this completely falls apart? I can already visualize it. There's a ton of young, what are they called, gorillas in this, not here in this area, but very close by. These guys are going to come down from everybody that has assets, beautiful properties, unless you know how to defend yourself and you're really preparing very, very intelligently and developing communities and things. I don't like where this whole situation is going. It looks like we're heading toward a worst case scenario, a mother of all sort of worst case scenarios converging, but it all seems to me to be a product of deliberate engineering by these evil geniuses that have been, frankly, doing a lot of damage to society for a very long time. The problem is, I think that they completely underestimated Iran and Russia. And I think the combination of China, in a way, they can take out of the game more easily than they can Russia and Iran, as I understand it, for a multitude of reasons. But I think they really miscalculated Russia and Iran, especially Iran, with its underground missile cities, weapons production, and all of this incredible trickery and technology that they've surprised everyone with. I think not trickery, just legit technology. Trickery, that's a term I would use to talk about the Israelis. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. The world's going to be freed from this power structure. The only problem is, will there be anything? What is our future going to look like? You know, decent people that are just concerned citizens and didn't even want to partake in these conversations, but things got so bad that it was like, God Lord, dude. All right, great. I'll start talking a little bit about these things because sometimes I have a little take here, a little take there that I think adds value to the conversation. And for whatever reason, no one else is coming up with some of these things that might be worth chiming in with. So I don't know. This is nuts. I never expected to be in a situation quite this ridiculous at this age. I'm still fairly young, but here we are. Anyway, guys, thanks.
Thank you,
Yep.
brother. That was a good analysis. Thank you.
That was a bit of a rant. I hope it was at least something that added some value and caused someone to think about something or ruminate over something that might be of
Yep.
use. Thanks,
Yeah.
guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. We see it all coming playing out here, Tom. We really do. We have been observing this. Those that are watching, studying this, and are involved in these spaces and doing the research, the study, and this is why, please, folks, repost the space. Please share Sully's videos. He has a vast archive, a wealth of knowledge and experience from the financial, economic aspects, the military aspects, of course, geopolitical experts. Suleiman I've known him for a year now, and I've listened to him for hours and hours over the year. This man is his knowledge of geopolitics. He's dedicated his life to study geopolitics in all aspects of it, and he's now sharing this. Folks, also go up there in the space and says donate. I don't care, and I'm not one to go around hammer beating the drum. Hey, send some money, send some love Sully's way. But this man is working literally. He's not. He is not. He's been demonetized twice or more that I know of, and he's working tirelessly. He's posting video after video after video, and he often says to people, "Hey, go open the video, watch the video, and subscribe." Well, a lot of people don't do it, and I'm not done speaking. I know our speaking panel does, but a lot of people, listeners down there, listen. If you like listening to this material and you share it, don't just say I'll get to it. Make the time to do it. And these videos now, like you heard Amanda saying, a lot of people that are not on X will watch videos. And then even when Sully goes on to he gets onto the Gen Z groups, he goes on to TikTok. Please don't disregard that. I have a 13-year-old daughter. She watches those videos. She got fired up. She's like, whoa, Dad, listen to this guy. He knows what he's talking about. So he's reaching the entire spectrum here. So, folks, please get involved in this. We are in a psychological war. Resistance against there's a massive 24-hour psyop going on. Folks, if you just watch some of these other channels, I clicked on the other day and I was like, what? I had my adopted son from Switzerland, a brilliant engineer, a scientist. I'm sorry. He told me. He said, "What? I'm listening to your space there on Suleiman, the Suleiman guy. We're not hearing anything about this in Europe, in Sweden, Switzerland."
Yeah, it's really bad. If I can chime in for a second, the information warfare and the chokehold that they have on making sure that only the wrong information gets out. It's a lot of times I think that people that partake in these conversations that include people that genuinely know what they're talking about and can get minute to minute, second to second updates from the field because we have so many contacts in all of these different countries and can obviously use those contacts to immediately update people on current events and what's happening in real time more quickly than any news channel would ever do because they need to go through the editors and all of that, so it's a completely different process. And if everyone were tuning in to Suleiman's space and other spaces that are speaking the truth in an unadulterated manner and sharing it with the public, we would be in a much better situation, and there would be a high likelihood that the public would react in a way that rejects a lot of this madness en masse in a way that's sufficient enough to get some of these lunatics to pull back. But there's a saying that I hear a lot on the show, the Duran, which I'm a fan of, which is that neocons have no reverse gear. And I think neocons is code for, and not all Jews I have nothing against Jews. I have plenty of Jewish friends. I just want to make that clear. But Jews have no reverse gear. That's the problem. And especially ideologically inclined Jews. And the people that are running the Trump administration are certainly that. It's a mix, as I understand it, it's a mix of central bank influence. Obviously, I think that the Rothschilds have a tremendous amount of influence over Trump. They have to. I see no way they don't, because of their influence and power over the banking system. And when it comes to, I think Chabad Lubavitch is either in first or second place behind the central banking power structure and influence. And then, of course, we have BlackRock, which I've never fully understood.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you.
it's just Tom cut. I thought I thought space crashed. Okay, cool. Appreciate you all. I think we're doing a great space, great news. Let me just quickly update you guys on the news. Here we go. Here we go. An explosion near the Divan Erbil Hotel in Iraq, and then we have the US base at Baghdad was heavily bombed, and we can see smoke rising from it. So it was bombed, and smoke is rising from it. That's the latest news. Also, guys, are you sure about the Brent crude oil? Because I've seen Kobayashi letter also say it's above 115. So was he wrong or?
I'm looking at the Brent futures price ticker, and it's at 107.71.
What? Sorry, 7.
The Brent crude futures on NYMEX
And it's 107, right? No, 117.
Right, this is a live ticker, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm not sure because it's this Kobayashi letter. They're normally on point with their kind of information, but maybe it was like a pump and dump or something. Okay, let's go to get this.
No, they showed a ticker. I think they showed a ticker like an hour ago, which was around about 114, 115.
Right.
So, but now it's gapped down. It's gapped down to 107.6.
Okay. Let's go to get this. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, thank you, Suleiman. Once again, this is a great space. Suleiman, you, Beatrix, Andrew, you guys are doing an amazing job. You holding this space up, day in, day out. Much respect to you guys. You guys are doing, God's work right here. Not only do you guys have a bunch of experts, speaking of that, Simon, just Tom recently, Resistance, Dark Side, but you also allow, people, regular people to come up here and ask questions. And this is what makes this space, a great space. And your YouTube channel, everything is great. So thanks again, Suleiman and team. Here's my question, mostly for Tom and Simon on a geopolitical side. Another piece to the puzzle. So we all know that, Trump was whining about NATO not getting involved, asking them to get involved and then telling them it's too late and then asking them once again. Now, this is one side, right? On the other side, he keeps saying, NATO is obsolete, NATO is not good for the US, kind of hinting that he might, just leave NATO altogether. At the same time, you hear from Israel that the next target is Turkey. So you add these two together, and you're thinking, basically, Tom was alluding a little bit on this, on a grand, geopolitical plan, if I understood that correctly. But do you think that this might be the plan to send a message to the public, to the American public, that, US should be no part of NATO, thus leaving NATO, and then once again, giving, Israel the opportunity to then attack Turkey, and then once again, US will be dragged into that war as well. What do you guys think about that?
Simon, please go ahead, and I'll go after you.
Okay, let me
It could be
quickly
that Simon's not there.
read these super chats, and then you guys can
Yeah, no
answer
worries.
this question. So the Rebel says, and apologies, I didn't read this out, so I do apologize. I'm gonna read it out now. The U.S. will give Israel the regime change they want, no matter how long it takes or how many people die. The US cannot and will not lose to Iran, period. Now, I cut back on groceries and pay $6.49 for a gallon of $6.49 for a gallon. The US will give Israel the regime change they want, no matter how long it takes or how many people die. The US cannot and will not lose to Iran, period. Rebel, I don't get what you mean there. Because you're saying they're going to give Israel the regime change they want, but then you're saying the US cannot and will not lose to Iran either. Okay. And then the other point you made, Rebel, was Trump will dump Melania before he dumps Israel. That's true. The war will continue until Iran submits willingly or by force. The US reputation is on the line. Yeah, but I mean, Iran's winning though, Rebel. Iran is winning. Yeah, and then the cool said, guys, this is fun to look at different off ramps, but guys, at this point, it's obvious which is the war between the Jal comes out, which causes famine. Appreciate that. Cool. Okay, and again, people in my chat are saying it's $115 for Brent and WTI is 102. So I don't know. I'm getting different information from different people. Casey is also here. Welcome, stranger.
Thank you. I know. I've been literally, you already know where I've been. I don't even need to discuss myself. And I know somebody else was talking, but I am
Oh
here.
my God, Humsha just sent a £2 super. She said more women in the space. Don't ignore. That is a blatant attack on KC. Like, she's a woman. Are you racist? Hummer.
Power.
Bang out of order. Bang out of order. Okay, so Silver sent me a link. Let me check the link.
Retweet this face, y'all. Hit the like and subscribe button on the
Wait, are you sure
YouTube.
you want to leave YouTube? No. Yes, I will. Let's go to this site. Okay, consent. This is crude oil, WTI 99.6. And where do I see the Brent one that you told me? Brent. No, yeah. Listen, this one says Brent 115.26. Resistance. Are you doing Hasbara, bro?
What's the ticker? What's the ticker? Because it's BZ1 is the ticker for Brent crude futures.
This is it just says Brent, bro. Let me just click on it. Okay. This is USD BBL.
BUSD BBL.
Yeah, Brent crude oil.
What's the ticker? Look, I'm just using the
Bravo,
NYMEX.
Bravo, Lima. So the link that
Yeah, okay.
What's his name again? The person in my chat who is Silver Sailor gave me was BBL, which is sorry, and the website he gave was Trading Economics, and that one has crude oil at 102 and Brent at 115.34. It's a change of $2.77.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the NYMEX futures, and it's 107.83.
Okay.
I'm looking at
Simon, do you know what the difference is here? Simon? Simon's glitched out or not because his mic's unmuted, but he hasn't messaged me. Okay, cool. Okay, so I don't know. We've got different opinions on here. Some people are saying it's 115, others are saying 107. So no idea what it is. Trading view is showing like 108 for Brent. I'm just
looking on hold on a second.
Trading Chiller said, I want a super chat too. F Israel. Yeah, obviously F them. Okay, Simon was gonna answer this question right as well, but he might have glitched out. So Tom, you're gonna have to go.
Yeah, no worries, brother. hopefully Simon can come in and share his thoughts on that if he heard it.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know
but
whether
yeah,
to
no,
drop him or not, so you can rethink it. But
no,
then I don't
no,
want to feel like
no,
I
not at all.
don't want him to think
Simon's.
that I
Oh
dropped him.
yeah,
Solly,
drop him and bring him back up, maybe. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
Solly,
I
Solly,
don't want to hurt his feelings. What if he thinks I dropped him, but I didn't?
Yeah, that would be terrible.
I got to
I
think
think he'd
about
be all
people's
right.
emotions. We live in an emotional world.
Yeah,
Solly.
man.
I'm looking at Brent oil futures on investing.com, and it's 108. You go to Google and it says market summary Brent last day futures, 115.17. I don't think that's correct. That BZW 00 ticker, I can't find it anywhere because the Brent last day futures isn't that. You go to the you can go to the NYMEX or the Trading View live ticker BZ1, and that's the futures price.
Cool. Okay, no problem.
Hey, can I just say this real quick? I just had now I did this check here on Grok, and I asked it to check all those, and it's listing right now March 29th. And I'm looking at 1900 Eastern U.S. and it's 102. It posts at Brent 115. Just putting that in there.
Cool. We've got
Should I
another
go ahead?
super chat which
Oh,
says, for Iranian scientists save Persian science. I don't know what that means. For Iranian scientists save Persian science. For Iranians, I don't know what that means. If you can explain, Huma, and clarify.
Basically, they're bombing institutes with scientists in them. So she's saying that she wants to shout out and save the scientists there.
Ah, you want to shout at the scientists? Yeah, definitely. Well, she said, well, I don't know why you're helping her out. She's saying you're not even a chick. They're saying there's no chicks on this panel. She's attacking you and that girl.
That's because y'all.
She not. She doesn't, Casey. She's saying she wants more chicks on the panel. That's what she's
I
saying.
knew it. I knew it was something like
That's
that.
what
I
she.
think she does. I don't think she considers you guys chicks.
No, she wants more chicks on the panel so that everything can go run smoothly. Because I know Beatrix been running everything and making it run smooth. So we need more chicks on the panel.
God, Casey, it's all your life, our blood. Okay, and we've got Captain Wacko. Captain Wacko said he's sent me some Bitcoin. So I've got Bitcoin now, guys. Let's see what the Bitcoin situation is. Am I as rich as Simon? Let's see. Whoa, I'm as rich as Simon now. I've got more Bitcoin. I've got 100 and total now. I had about 70 before. But thanks for that, Captain Wacko. Appreciate your support of the space. And I'm a Bitcoin maxi now, Simon. Oh, Simon's glitched out. I'll tell him next time. Oh, I got some Bitcoin now, guys. That's it. I'm all about Bitcoin. Even though I think it's going to drop below 50, but, that's a separate point. Joe is going to... Where's Joe as well? I've not seen Joe in a few days. He's hiding. But anyway, Tom, go ahead.
okay. Thanks, Suleiman. So, yeah, to get this question as well as I can. There was a component of it that I forgot, but no question. The Israelis are definitely crazy enough to take on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 15th front of this conflict on humanity that they're currently waging in Turkey. And it's just the craziest thing in the world. But I mean, based on their track record thus far, I have no doubt whatsoever that they're capable of it. When it comes to Trump and your question on him and his logic with respect to some of the comments that he made about leaving NATO, I actually think it's more simple than that. In this case, I don't think it's really that conspiratorial or that complicated. I think it's just a question of Trump detests whoever causes him not to look good. And if he's trying to get something done, which his bosses are pressuring him to do, and that the media, through the media working in a sense at their behest is also pressuring him. It's making him look bad. He will speak poorly of anyone that's causing him an inconvenience. And so I think it's probably more a question of that. But when it comes to, if you think about something, for example, when you think about, it's just Trump being Trump. If you use, he thinks this way. If you're of use to my ego, or if you're helping me look good, I'll speak kindly of you. If you're hindering anything I want to see get done in any way, shape, or form, especially past, you're a hindrance to me and I hate you and I'm going to speak poorly about you in the press. That's the way he thinks. And if you've noticed, since the Epstein files really kind of blew up in a way that was clearly causing him tremendous amounts of embarrassment. You could see it on camera. There were press conferences where people would start to call him and he looked despondent. He was trying his hardest to get away from them. He would just look at someone, they'd ask him a question, and he would visibly display signs of distress on his face and irritation and walk right out of there and not take another question. When from that point onward, I saw very marked shifts in Trump's way of sort of interacting with the press and interacting with the public. He's much less capable of trying to show his good side, if there ever was one. It was pretty fictitious, I think. But no, I don't think it's really that complicated. I think it's just a question of that being another one of these issues, everything having to do with NATO, that isn't going his way. He's trying to pressure NATO countries to help him out in this conflict. They're saying, no way. Why would they? Especially after he didn't help them with Ukraine, although it's all part of the same conflict managed by the same people that is met at some point to converge and become this world war that they can then manage in whatever way they plan to, which I'm not entirely sure exactly how they intend to do that, but there's no question that's the idea at this point. But yeah, I hope that was a fairly satisfactory question to your answer, brother. Appreciate the kind words. Maybe Simon can add something extra if he's there.
Appreciate that. Hummer said, I sent a super chat earlier before the women were given a voice. Look at the time of the super chat. I mean, she did really, but still, you gotta still do what you gotta do to mess with their minds. That being said, I was looking at Greg Stoker because I put his clip out on Instagram. Bro, the chicks love him. Like, my audience of chick is like 10% max. Bro, that clip's already like 35% chick. And I'm like, blood, how many chicks are watching that clip, bruv? Chicks love the Greg Stoker. Anyway, that girl, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on. I do listen to this pace, even if I wasn't here, guys. And like I always say, real quick, hit the like button. Definitely subscribe to Suleiman's channel. We're definitely going to need as much information as possible because I'm hearing troops are pretty much, I mean, are they on the ground? They're in the region, I heard, and we know that they are sending troops to do something. I call it a suicide mission. I think they're just sending them for a reason to say that, you know, after these people get killed, sadly, then they can say they can escalate the war, I don't know, to other plans. But this is the absolute suicide mission and more than a betrayal. I think is at some point, I mean, maybe can we call it treasonous? Because there's no plan, but you're going to take human lives into this area that they don't, you know, everybody knows. I mean, Iran they're waiting for them, right? So they already have their plans. It's a real sick shame. I don't even know who's running this government anymore. I also, I'm seeing that Israel was doing, as usual, does their terrorism in Lebanon. We pray for the resistance in Lebanon. They're killing journalists because they don't like the truth to come out. They hate the truth because the truth actually works against them. So just watching all of this happening, all of the news that's coming out, and I have been listening to how you have been interpreting what's happening in your interviews, and I've learned so much from it. So I'm always grateful for these spaces, for sure. So please, guys, retweet the space, share the space, and let's get that YouTube moving because we already need it now, but we're gonna need it even more because there's so much news. I feel like this week is going to be heavy with news. So, but we know that we can come here and get the real news. So thanks, guys.
Oh, few guys, I was just looking at the data. The last 7 days on Instagram, I'm only 7% women. I was getting worried there, bro. Thought my videos are getting too women friendly. Yeah, guys, listen to Casey, right? And go to the YouTube channel and give it a follow. Because if you're not following the YouTube channel, that means you're either sexist or racist. Because why would you reject Casey like that? So, are you sexist or racist? If you aren't, follow the YouTube channel, go to the tweet in the nest, and subscribe. Lots to speak about, lots to get through, a lot of news. I did my favorite tweet just now as well. I just said leave Dubai, leave UAE now. It triggers them. It triggers the Emiratis more. It triggers the Emiratis more than the Zayos. Like with the Zayos, they used to troll them and they'd get trolled, but the Emiratis are more easier to troll, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw you. I saw you had some words. One of them got real mad about. about your post about that. I thought it was pretty funny. They do get mad.
They do indeed get mad, and we do indeed smash them. Okay, let's go to Tom. Tom, hope you're doing well. Give us your
What's up, brother?
thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, not your Tom, the other
Well,
Tom.
oh, my bad.
Bro, give the kid a chance, blood. You're not the only Tom in the world. Tom? I guess you're the only one willing to talk. This Tom's got his mic open, but he's too scared to speak. Or his equipment isn't working. So I guess you are the only Tom in the world who's got a mic that works and is willing to
Good
come on
Lord.
the space.
What's on your mind, brother? Let's have a
Nothing.
back
I
and
just wanted
forth.
this Tom to give his thoughts, but he got muted.
All right, brother. Let me know if I can
Yeah,
help.
no problem. Okay. Actually, let me ask you a question, Tom, and then we'll go to Turing. Tom, if they did do boots on the ground, and they did have a scenario where there was some loss of American life, maybe a decent number, would it be that the people would turn on Trump, or would it be that the people would be galvanized because American troops have died and try and then basically support a war?
Great question. At this point, there is no way there'll be any galvanization, any pro-war galvanization. That would be the dumbest idea they could possibly. If they think that somehow that's going to be something they can then transform into a tool through which to engender any sort of organic and real support for this, not a chance it's going to work at this point. There are too many people that have become aware of what's going on thanks to spaces like this one and others, and a few independent media guys on YouTube and other platforms that have been sharing the truth with people. It tends to spread like a virus, the truth. It has that tendency. So no way. I think it's going to fail miserably. It's going to result in unpredictable scenarios that could even lead to mass revolt and all kinds of things that have previously never been possible because of the amount of discontent with everything going on, not just the war, but COVID. It's like all of these things are building up. People are starting to connect the dots. And I think it would be extremely unwise to try that if I were someone that worked in the Zio media. I wouldn't even give it a whirl. So to answer your question, it's going to fail miserably if they try it.
Okay, because that's going to be the interesting thing, whether there's support for this or not. But yeah, appreciate that, Tom. Let's go to Turing. Turing, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
You're funny, Suleiman. This is Homa from YouTube. I've been trying to request, but thank you, Beatrix, and
Oh
also
my
thank you
God,
for.
not
I think
another chick.
Stop it! I'm neither a misogynist or a racist. So sorry, Casey. I did send my super chat before Suleiman allowed you, so I wasn't ignoring you. Sorry. So yeah, it's just echoing what Beatrix was saying in YouTube that the US and Israel coalition are murdering a lot of Iranian scientists. So it's just a shout out to this is really another battle that the Iranians are fighting. And that was it, really. Thank you. So good to have you on, Huma. So good to have you on. So sometimes when we don't know the handle. I mean, I can't see mic requests anyway, apart from the odd troll. But as soon as you sent me your handle, I sent it to Suleiman and he brought you up. So yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the support that you and all the good people on YouTube give to this space. It's important, So yeah, to get the
Thank
news
you.
out. And we're in
Thank
this
you
for the
for
long
providing.
haul.
Yeah, thank
No,
you
no.
for providing it. Yeah, thank you for providing it. But just to say that there are female economists and other kinds of experts, please do reach out to them. And if they try to request through super chats, please do give them voice up here. But anyway, I'll shut up now. Thank you very much.
Suleiman, I had one component to the answer that I forgot to add that's extremely important. Just take a second. The one thing that worries me, and I don't think it's going to work, So there's no chance this is going to work on the public with respect to engendering any sort of real support for this war if a lot of troops get killed. And the images come out and the media tries to play on people's heartstrings to engender some sort of support. No chance it works. However, my concern, and I mentioned it the other day, was that what they're going for is to try to develop this kind of organic support for the war by virtue of getting so many members of our armed forces brutally killed, including, and things that will probably be recorded, FPV strikes, a lot of things that are very graphic, like what we've seen happen in Ukraine. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to utilize images like that that would obviously stem from an invasion such as the one that they're planning to try to engender that kind of reaction from our armed forces, to try to really create some sort of hysteria among members of our armed forces against the IRGC, against the Iranians, and create some natural and real enmity between members of the armed forces and Iran. I don't think it's going to work, but I think that might be something they're capable of trying. Anyway, just wanted to add that because I forgot to add it before. Thank you.
100%. I think you're right. I think they're going to try to elicit that type of response from the armed forces saying, hey, your brothers in arms were slaughtered. You have to seek revenge. So, you know, they'll try that, definitely. I agree with you.
Doug, I'll jump in.
Yeah, you know what? Because I heard you ask Tom about like how the media is gonna try to make people galvanize over troops on the ground or the Zio media or whatever. And funny enough, I did just see a clip from Ben Shapiro who was saying like, look, and like he was already preparing his audience. Look, this has to happen. And so one of the words he said, he said, look, American troops aren't dumb. They know that there will be lives that are lost, you know? There's no war that doesn't have any costs. And when you hear that, it's like, that's crazy. Like, yo, just like that should send a rage through American blood. Like wow, like without any problem. It's
That
just
little
literally like,
that clown needs to volunteer then.
but yeah, let me just,
Go to war then, bitch. What's the problem?
but if I,
I'm sorry
Yeah,
for the
they
language,
increased
but
the age for him, right?
yeah,
but if I
absolutely.
could just finish the point, like he's
Can
gonna
we just
say,
let Casey finish, guys, please? She's just come up for the first time in 3 days, and we are live on YouTube, so please be mindful of your language. Go ahead, Casey.
thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, because the feeling that, because I don't want to let go of that feeling that I felt when I heard him say that, like it just like made my hair stand up almost on my arms, you know, like because it's like, are you serious? Like just like that, like it's constant. Well, listen, people are gonna die. Like this is what happens in war. There's no war that doesn't have any costs. This is what happens, and that's why our soldiers are brave. But they're not dying because we are being invaded, right? They're not dying because some area, some land, maybe some country close to us, we know that they actually in reality are an imminent threat and they have to go and stop that threat. No, they're being sacrificed, okay? Iran was not, we have to remember the basics. I always say this, like, we go back to the basics, right? Like in the space, how we were talking about, but even before this happened, that Iran was not a threat, an imminent threat to America. It simply is not. Or even this lie about Iran killed thousands and thousands of American soldiers and this, that, and the third or whatever. No, there was never a war with Iran before. And they cannot say just because a support to a resistance military in their land that they're being attacked and therefore they have to defend is the same thing as targeting Americans and killing Americans. It did not happen. And so they try to feed all these lies to tell you that we have to send troops to Iran, go send people to their land, their home, to try to destroy them. And when they end up defending their land appropriately, because anybody would do it, then it's like, oh, what is that? Some sort of noble sacrifice? No, it's not. It's not a noble sacrifice. It's horrible, and it's for another nation. It's for Ben Shapiro and his ilk. You know, like it's not for. This isn't for the United States of America, and that's a basic that people need to remember. I see nothing but a lot of bloodshed. this is and one last thing, the reality of our military, and I'm not hating on anybody who enlisted, but this isn't even the military of the 2001, 2002. And we shouldn't have been here. There's no plan. Why would there be a plan? They weren't an imminent threat. So here we are, though. But that's how they're gonna say, well, look, they're brave and they're saving you. That's how they're gonna make it seem, and that's not what's happening here. That's what I wanted to share.
WKC. Let me just read some of these super chats. We've got Munya says, Simon, on price differences, 107 is the NYMEX Brent futures, while $115 is the global benchmark ICE Brent future. So I don't know if that helps resistance, but that's the kind of clarification. Also,
yeah, it's because we're approaching the end of the month, and that's the May contract, and the current traders are trading the June contract, which is 107, 108.
Right.
Now, so as we get to the end of the month, we'll be all liquidity goes into the June contract. But yeah, it's the May contract is live right now. It's 115, but it's just showing that that's where it's currently traded because we're just approaching the end of the month now. But it's going to roll onto the June contract. But you could use both. But yes, currently short-term risk is 115, but then the what's trading most now is going to be the June contract, 107, 108.
Cool. Awesome. Let's go to sorry, and then there's another super chat which is millions strong. Appreciate your support of the space. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your super chat. Okay, let me pass it to Beatrix.
Thank you very much. So just something that you might have missed, Casey, which I did cover earlier, but I think it's really important to cover in terms of what Tom was talking about as well, just a little while ago. You're talking about troops. So what two things actually. So the first thing is that Israeli media saying that when there's boots on the ground, Israel will not participate in that. It will only be American boots on the ground. There will be no Israeli boots on the ground for this war. So that's the first thing. The second thing is when I think it was 2 days ago, Israel hit Isfahan University of Technology and the University of Science and Technology in Tehran, the two universities. And there were research centers, but that's not why they were hit. We know that. They'll hit universities, they'll hit schools, they'll hit hospitals, they'll hit anything that gives a semblance of society continuing in any way. So remember, Iran said an eye for an eye. But on this, Iran didn't retaliate. There are over 60 universities, American universities across the Middle East, right? And sometimes I think you add the military bases, you add the universities, like the Middle East is fully occupied by America, full on occupation. So when you look at these 60 American universities, I think there's between 50, maybe even just over 60 university sites. And I've been to a couple of them. The one that I've been to several times is the one in Beirut. It's beautiful, beautiful place. It's one of my favorite places, American University of Beirut. AUB, they call it. And Iran said, we're going to target any of these sites now. Now, Trump hasn't told the personnel in those universities to leave. So there will be professors and academics, Americans that are still there in the region at those universities because they haven't shut down the universities in all of those regions. And he hasn't asked anybody to leave. So Iran said, look, we want you, Trump, to condemn what Israel's done by hitting our universities by Monday, which is tomorrow. And let me tell you what time. I think it's 3 p.m. local time, by noon Tehran time. That's what I'm reading. So by noon Tehran time tomorrow, Monday, if Trump hasn't condemned it, then Iran will retaliate. So Iran's giving Trump a chance to actually save lives here. Iran's giving Trump a chance just to condemn the fact that universities should not be hit. And Trump hasn't done it, and I don't think he's going to do it. He doesn't care. And Iran will respond and Iran will defend itself. And I think that's disgusting. But I know why Trump won't do it. Because if he's condemning the attacks on universities, what he's doing is he's saying Israel shouldn't have done it. And he hasn't even got the spine to say Israel shouldn't have done it. And people are going to die because of that. Because the other thing he could have done, and the minute this came out, is given an urgent warning and said, right, all Americans back home, we're going to lay on flights, get you back out of those universities, get you home so that you're not targeted. We don't want you there. We don't want you at risk. But he hasn't done that either. Like, I have so much rage inside me at that guy. It's just unbelievable. So yeah, there was that I wanted to mention.
And I want just a quick response, but yeah, I have the same rage. I have the same rage too, and I didn't know that. So thank you for filling me in. And so, first of all, if Iran was so barbaric, they wouldn't even have gave any kind of warning. And to be honest, it's in their right to do so because they didn't get a warning when their schools were hit, especially with the little girls. And it's not me saying I hate American lives for anybody who thinks that's what I'm saying. I'm saying eye for an eye, right? But they still give a warning. They give a warning to the American president to save your Americans at the very least. But really, you could save your Americans by just one sentence: I condemn Israel's actions. He's not going to do it for two reasons. Number one, you're right. He's a spineless jellyfish. He's sick. I don't even like looking at him anymore. I don't like. I'm just disgusted with him. I really am. I never thought I could feel this way about Trump, and I do. I feel this way about Trump even before, even worse than 2016 when I was like, oh, he's racist, blah, 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 whatever. I feel even more like rage towards him than, from back then to now. And then the other reason too is, well, guess what? Tricks, he gets to say that Iran killed civilians, because they're never going to tell you the whole story. So it works perfectly, right, for the propaganda. And this is, again, lives being sacrificed again for the propaganda. Then the other thing, Israel said that they're not going to come to Iran. America, what the heck, yo? Like, this is crazy. So once again, we're fighting Israel's war, and they said, well, we're not going to go to Iran. Well, why would they? Yeah, because they know it will meet them there if they go. And so they're not going to sacrifice their lives. Americans, you better sacrifice your life for them, but they're not going to sacrifice their own lives. And this is their war. So it is disgusting. Like, it really is. I have a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. But thank you for filling me in.
Yeah, that's all right. Thanks, Casey. I just want to say really quickly, thank you to Munya Brown for joining Level 1 on YouTube. Appreciate you, Munya. And listen, Karma Grant, when you say Beatrix was a MAGA supporter, she's still expecting some good from Trump. No. I think you need to listen a little bit carefully. I was hoping for the sake of innocent American people, and you should always have that hope, right? I don't expect him to do good, but this is a terrible situation. And yeah, you know what? I did support Trump for a while because I thought he'd be good for the world. But then when I dug deep into his record during his first term, and though on the surface it looked like he didn't actually go to war, he did do some things that really didn't appeal and agree to me, such as there were more settlements built under his first term than at any other time in the West Bank, such as when Americans kill civilians abroad by drone strike, they have to have a record of those civilians. There was a record kept under Obama, but under Trump, he got rid of that law. So Americans can kill as many civilians as they want by drone, but you don't have to record the civilian deaths anymore. When I found out he'd done that, I stopped supporting him. And I'm strong enough to put my support behind somebody. And then when I find things that I disagree with, I'm strong enough to change my mind. There's nothing wrong with that, Kerma Grant. And I've not made a secret of it. I've talked about it openly on these spaces. Doc and I used to do those spaces together. Casey was there as well in those spaces. There's nothing wrong in that, Kerma Grant. But now the situation is different. So I'm not expecting any good. I've called out Trump more than anybody else prior to this election, even. I was one of the people that changed Casey's mind and said, you cannot vote for this guy in this election. In fact, I was one of the only voices on this space because everyone was saying that Biden and Kamala funded a genocide. And I said, yeah, but they haven't got a cult base. Their people will stand and bang against them. They're disgusting. They're despicable. But Trump has a cult base who will support anything he does. So I think Kerma Grant, don't try to rewrite my history here. I'll tell you about it myself. So just want to clarify that. OK. Let's go to Obi. Obi, jump in. Thanks for joining.
Cheers, Beatrix. And I also want to say to what you were saying before, because I've seen a lot of people attacking someone for supporting Trump earlier. The ability to change your mind is a sign of intelligence and integrity. So the LARPing when people tell someone that, well, you supported Trump before, is just absolutely ridiculous. But the main point I wanted to talk about was this news that came out that Israel has come out and said if there are ground troops, they are not going to commit. And I think eventually the only thing that will change where we're heading is public opinion. And if you look at wars, you got to look at stages of the different wars and where support lied. And I think that this war has had the worst starting point of any war that the American government has ever started. Americans are already at, like, depending on who you are, somewhere between 60 and 80% are against this war. And I try to look up to kind of see what percentage of Americans believe that it's a war that's in the interest of Israel. It's hard to find that number, but I would imagine that at least half of that percentage believes that it's a war in the interest of Israel. So, in the interest of public opinion, the fact that Israel comes out and says, yeah, we're not going to sacrifice our own people. We got you into this war, but you guys can go and let your sons die. I think people are underestimating how terrible those optics will look for a war that Americans are already very, very negative towards. And I'm sure that after this news has come out, they're going to use some sort of Hasbara tactics and maybe deploy 2 soldiers to make it look like, yeah, we're actually part of this ground invasion. But the fact that they're not willing to commit actual humans to this war, it is going to backfire on them so hard in an environment where you already have majority of Americans are against it. If you look at Europeans. I've never seen a war where, like, people are rooting for Iran in Europe. And, this is not going to make it look easier for them. And then, on top of that, I think one of the clearest indications is Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is impacting Europeans, Americans, and people all over the world. And you are still not seeing sentiment from the world thinking it's Iran's fault. So, yeah, I think this news that came out is going to be detrimental to them. Anyway, yeah, that was it.
Do you think they're going to put troops on the ground then?
I mean, look, like I said, in a kind of Hasbara style way, I think they didn't. They're not smart enough to understand that this news is detrimental. They might, commit a number of military, a number of soldiers, which is like a non-existent type number, like 10, 12, just so they can say that they're doing it. Because again, a lot of the reports coming out is that the IDF is like almost collapsing. They're not able to actually do it in a meaningful way. So I think potentially to try and save face, they will add, a small regiment that joins the war, which will get called out. Because I don't think, I know I'm not, I've never been in the military, and someone smarter than me could probably speak to this, but they seem to be extremely spread thin. They're not actually able to do it. And if the ground invasion, because it doesn't matter, if the ground invasion, doesn't matter if America puts 50,000 or 100,000 or 10,000, people will look at the percentage. Is Israel committing 50% of the troops, whether it's 5,000, 10,000, or 50,000? If you're committing 20 soldiers and America is committing 20,000 soldiers, well, then, you're not part of the ground invasion, and people will call that out. So yeah, I think that they've backed themselves into a corner, and people are going to call this out.
Yeah, I just don't think, you know what? I mean, I was thinking about this today, and I think that it's good that the Americans are waking up, but I think I just don't know how they're going to get their country back. I don't know how they're going to do this. I was thinking today, and I suspected this anyway, when Trump first came into office last year, January, it was early last year when he said we're building all these centers for thousands and thousands of immigrants, these huge centers. And I remember saying to Casey, they're not going to be used for immigrants, they're going to be used for Americans. I don't know what this guy's planning, but whatever he's planning, Americans are going to be really unhappy with it, and he's going to use them for Americans. And I'm really frightened for the future of America. I mean, in the UK, I think there isn't a future, really. It's just a vassal state. There's nothing left here. Simon couldn't even get diesel today. They've run out of diesel on the Isle of Man because they rely on the UK to send it, and the UK is running out. We don't have anything. We used to have, I don't know, not in my time, but before my time, we used to have manufacturing. And then when Tony Blair came in, he wanted to make it a services industry, and we're rubbish at that as well, to be honest. So then all of that was outsourced. We don't grow anything here. Everything's imported. We left Europe. We had to make mega expensive trade deals with everybody. So everything costs 3 times as much and you get half the amount. People are really struggling. It literally is dire straits in this country. But for America, you guys still have that, that chance. But this guy and his whole administration is destroying it. I don't know what to say, to be honest.
I mean, also, because Simon always talks about follow the money. And if you want to add something to that, it's like follow the billionaires. What are they doing? Where are they going? Why is every billionaire on earth buying self-sustained bunkers in remote areas, right? Alex Karp, the CEO and founder of Palantir, just bought a $50 million bunker. Why? Why did he do that? They didn't used to do that. They used to buy Gulfstreams. They used to buy, yachts. They used to spend money on expensive cars. And all of a sudden, they're all buying bunkers because they know where things are going. And I agree with you that the UK, I mean, Europe, I'm Swedish originally, and, we're screwed in a different type of way. And obviously, America can be self sustained. And, who knows where it's going to end. But the billionaires, they know that, this war and where everything's heading, you could have been a family of 30 years ago as a plumber, and you could sustain your family. Now you need, 2 full-time working parents to sustain a family of, 1 child. So they know where this is going to end. So my biggest fear is just looking at what are all these billionaires doing, because they are all preparing for where shit's going to end.
Yeah.
Obi, my granddad was a
welcome back, Simon. Welcome back.
I had 33 minutes.
You took your 33 minutes. Do you know what they were saying on YouTube? They were like, Beatrix, can you get some of your diesel that you've been hoarding and give it to Simon? He's gone out looking for diesel. That's why he's left the space. I've been trolled because you couldn't get diesel, Simon.
Yeah, you got to get the plastic bags. Like honestly, we got to create our own supply chains now. Like, I think Suleiman's going to have to be stockpiling on Greg's and fish and chips. I'll send you some Bitcoin, Suleiman. You have to get the fish and chips over. Beatrix is going to get me my diesel. But Obi, what I
I'll
was
come and
saying
cook
is
for you.
yeah, wicked.
I'll cook for you. I'm a good cook.
The food you're Australian, right?
I am in Australia, yeah.
Okay,
But I
the
am
food in
Swedish.
Australia kicks ass, man. You guys have maintained some kind of like sensible regulations on your farming and all that type of stuff, right? The meat
Yeah.
in
It's
Australia is
incredible.
awesome.
Well, everything. Like the first time I moved here, like the size of like peppers, avocados, like pick any veggie, they're like 3 times the size of what you find in Europe. Like anyone that comes here is blown away because they're like, yeah, because they're actually grown in the country. They're grown to full size.
Yeah.
Like a capsicum or a red pepper, probably 3 times the size of what you find in Europe. It's
Yeah,
wild.
no, the food in Australia is awesome. And then we relied on the imports in Hong Kong. Like, but we had to pay like 5 times the price in Hong Kong for like whatever. And but the Australian stuff kicks ass. But I was gonna say, yeah, my granddad was a bus driver, and he had 7 children. My grandma never worked a day in her life, so look, they were really poor. Don't get me wrong. And they lived. My dad lived through. Well, he was a kid during World War II and the Great Depression, but yeah, with my granddad, he was a bus driver and he managed to look after 7 children. Like impossible today, not possible.
Completely impossible. And we know each other from the Celsius collapse and whatnot. And I got into Bitcoin in 2016, and I started learning about monetary policy and whatnot. And I remember growing up I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and you were taught that inflation is good. Inflation is good because it keeps the economy humming and whatnot. And it's not until in the last 2, 3 years that the average person is realizing that their wealth is getting eroded. Like most people still don't understand that like your wealth is eroded because fiat currency is heading to zero.
Yeah,
Yes, you better put
true.
your
I
money in
agree.
Celsius. I remember a good man gave that pitch in the OB.
Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it.
Let me just give some breaking news. There's reports about multiple explosions at American bases in Kuwait, in Bahrain, in UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Kuwait's Ministry of Electricity is saying that Iran attacked one of its water distillation facilities overnight. This is all just happening now, guys. Kuwait says an Indian worker was killed in the Iranian attack on power and desalination plant. Let me have a look.
They didn't pay him, and he got killed as well.
They shouldn't have had them working there, to be honest. There is the American Victoria Base at Dad is up in flames. I've just seen that footage on Suleiman's page. Literally just up in flames completely. Hezbollah saying they've now taken out 114 Israeli tanks.
Don't they have 300 tanks in total?
I have no idea. I don't know, but they've taken out 114. Iran says it's beginning to attack U.S. Israeli officials' commanders' homes in the region. So that's crazy. That's crazy. They said they will continue to hit chemical industries, refineries, steel complexes, and aluminium mega complexes.
Sorry,
I did read
Beatrix, did
this
you
earlier.
say someone's water desalination has been targeted? Who's that?
Kuwait are claiming that.
Okay, that's not good.
No, major escalation. I mean, Kuwait's tiny anyway, but you know what I mean? It's still a big escalation. Kuwait are claiming that. They're saying that Iranian attack on the power and desalination plant. So it's not good. This is all just happening in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, that would surprise me. I don't think Iran would do that. So, like, either that's a false flag or the information is being spread to try and cause panic or something. But I don't think Iran would deliberately come after water because that's actually critical for the people there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Iran would do it unless they say, and we'll wait to see if they come out and say, yes, we did it, then obviously we know because their channels of communication are direct. They don't use media or mainstream media. And this could be fake news just to justify a kind of harsher reaction from Israel. But I don't think Iran would do that, to be honest. And I haven't seen any Kuwaiti official come on the record to say it. It's just been reported in the media. I'm taking everything with this pinch of salt at the moment, Simon, where the media is concerned, until it's confirmed, because there's a lot of fake news out there. A lot of fake news. Let's go to Frozen. I saw you had your hand up for a second. Go ahead. I can't see any hands, but I did see yours come up for a second.
Yes, hi, thank you. I feel very humbled to be on the stage now between all of you. I found Suleiman in the COVID period. And then on the 7th of October and in the days afterwards, I found your space. And ever since the start of the war with Iran now, in the last 3 weeks, or what is it, I listen to the space from the moment that you start, and I fall asleep with all your voices in my ear. It cannot be overestimated how important the work is that you are doing here. Thanks to you, my view on Iran has completely changed. I started to understand how brainwashed we are here. I live in Belgium, by the way. You really educated me, but also, and this is maybe even more important, I feel like I gained a little more of my humanity back, because we are bombarded with all these images of dying people and war over the past decades. And even the images in Gaza didn't, I'm ashamed to say so, but it didn't hit me very hard. And by hearing you people speak, and especially Beatrix, about the children, but also, I think his handle is Conscious, when he states the numbers. And a few days ago, he said, like, people, you have to think that every number is a person. And that hit me so hard. And today I was in this indoor playground, and there were some children of different origin, and I saw them play and they were happy, and I saw the images of Gaza in front of my eyes, and I thought, these children have no idea how lucky they are, because there are children in completely different circumstances, and this is so unfair. So thank you for that. You made me more human again. Now, a few things I want to say. I agree with Simon that I'm quite convinced that there is a higher power behind our leaders, that they are just, the visible leaders are just the puppets, and they execute and follow the commands in favor of the real power. And I think that's also why Trump at the moment is so in your face crazy. It just makes no sense with whatever he's saying, but it serves a purpose. I'm convinced of that. I also do believe that they still have some discretionary competence, but there is a plan, and every step that is taken is according to that plan. This is my belief. This is not knowledge, and I'm not saying that others should believe it, but it's my belief. And that 7th of October happened on the 7th of October and not in June or July, because not all elements were in the right place or at the right, it wasn't the right timing yet. And so I also believe that everything is going according to plan. And when I hear some of you guys saying the USA miscalculated, I don't think so. I think this is exactly the way it is supposed to go, which is crazy when you think about it, but I really do believe that. The fact that there is all this divide and conquer, yeah, it would be very dangerous if humanity would stand united, because we would be much stronger than the powers in place. So it's better that we stay divided and fight each other instead of all together fighting the powers in place. Now, in the COVID time, I started to wake up, and knowing what I started to know, we, as a family, we decided to sell our house so that we would become debt free. But then we had the question, what to do with the money? And to us, the best option seemed gold. And through like-minded people, I managed to find a very nice guy, a very knowledgeable guy, who sold gold unregistered, because to me that seemed like the best option. And I went to visit him. It was like 1 hour and a half drive. I sat at his kitchen table. He was really nice. All he wanted to do was educate people, make them aware of what was really going on. And the astonishing thing is, 1 month later, he was killed by police forces, special police forces. And the Belgian government said that he was planning a terrorist attack. But it was obvious to me that he just knew too much. And if you think about it, it's not strange, the behavior of Belgium, because it was established by Zionist American money. I work for the Belgian government, also something I'm a little bit ashamed of. One of my jobs, the things I have to do, is listen to the parliamentary discussions. And at this moment, there is a law in preparation which has to facilitate the building of military factories. So I'm a lawyer in international environmental law. And obviously, when you want to build something or you want to make new roads, you also need a permit, especially an environmental permit. But that takes time. If you want to build a factory, it can easily take half a year till a year until you have your permit. This law wants to circumvent that, because for military factories, it's important that you have your permit in at a much faster pace. So it's evident that also in Belgium, they already know that something is coming, which is not good. But I can see that what we are experiencing now, the same with what happened in Ukraine and is still happening in Ukraine, it's going to spread. And that is already known. Even in a small country as Belgium, we are heading into that direction for sure. Now, this guy who I visited to buy gold, who was killed, after he was killed, of course, I got even more interested in getting to know him, even though he was no longer there. And I found like older posts of him, and he pointed to a YouTube channel, and in that YouTube channel there were lots of videos of Bill Cooper. I'm not sure if someone on the stage or of the listeners is familiar with him, but what I learned from Bill Cooper, who also got killed, by the way, after he made the audio tapes, because it was somewhere at the end of the 90s. He explained about the ancient religion of Babylon. I don't know if you heard about it, but it doesn't matter. And what I learned from him is that Israel consists of Isis, Ra, and El. Isis and Ra being the gods worshipped in the ancient religion of Babylon. El meaning God. And Isis and Ra were the sun gods in Babylon. But what very few people know is that they didn't really worship the sun. The sun was the symbol for the light bearer, which was Lucifer. And this ancient religion of Babylon has been spread throughout the years, from 16,000 years ago, through Freemasonry, the Knights Templars, the Jesuits. And I believe, as this Bill Cooper already said, that it are still those people who are in power, the Zionists. So every time we here in the space, we hear very frequently the name Israel, and every time I think this again, we are saying the name of the wrong God actually, and that's exactly how they wanted it to be, which is very frightening. But the good thing is, we could turn this around if humanity would just open their eyes, see this, and unite. Because altogether we are so much more powerful than those few people on the top. But they've done a good job in dividing us. But if there would be a will from our side, this would end in a few days. But anyway, that were my 5 or 2 cents. Thank you for giving me the microphone, and I'm so happy that I can stick with you guys. I have the feeling that you are my tribe, even though you don't know me. I have the feeling that I know you, and it's a good feeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frozen. I appreciate your kind words. And, when you say that, it kind of taught you humanity, I think it's more just keeping it alive. And I think we've all been through that journey. Simon and I've spoken about this before, where you have to actively remember that, you cannot get exhausted by this or immune to this or desensitized to this. At the beginning of the genocide, even before the genocide, when I used to post like the Palestinian atrocities, I used to get attacked a lot by people who was like, oh, you know what, imagine the mother seeing her dead child being posted on social media. And I was like, are you dumb? The Palestinians want you to share the picture of their children being killed by Israel, because if you don't share it, then the world doesn't know it. Nobody else is going to share it. It's going to be buried. And then they'd be like, oh, but people are going to get desensitized to it. And I was like, well, then that's their problem. They have to keep that feeling alive, because it's true. They're not numbers. They are human beings. And I think that's a really important message you gave. So really appreciate that. Thank you, Frozen. Simon, I don't know if you wanted to add anything, and then we can go to Casey. I think Simon's either got a glitchy mic or he's gone for his 33 minutes. He's probably gone for his 33 minutes. He's back.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. What was that, Beatrix? I was listening to you,
Now,
Frozen.
just Yeah, I was just saying that we often talk about the fact that, it's important to not get desensitized to what we're witnessing and what we're going through throughout the genocide. You and I've spoken about that, to not to get exhausted and just to keep going, because they're not numbers, they're people. And if we don't share what they're experiencing, nobody else is going to, as in the mainstream media certainly won't, and our governments won't tell us about the deaths that are going on in Palestine or Iran or anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was listening to your story, Frozen. Like, you go and you look at children, and you remember that, like, what just the luck of where you're born, right? And so we can't take that for granted. If we were blessed to be, like, we could have been born in Palestine, and we'd have a radically different life. And what is the difference? We're all just humans at the end of the day, and like, we deal with the circumstances that are thrown at us. And you look at those children and you realize, like, if in your community, your neighborhood, anything happened to your neighbor's children that happened to the Palestinians, you'd be distraught by it. But we kind of and that's what I think I hate most about Zionism, is just that all humans are born equal. And even that's why I hate this whole, like, just seeing people differently based upon, humans are humans at the end of the day. And like, we could all have equally been born into a different circumstance. And if we were blessed with the circumstance we have, then I feel like we've got a duty to kind of, give back in some way. So I think it's the whole journey we've all been through, really. But yeah, to me, like as soon as I remember Suleiman and Beatrix on when they were posting all those children throughout this whole thing, it's like, oh my, like you have to. Something has happened to the brain of these of these people to like think that it's okay, and the stories we create in our head to kind of think it's okay, and just think that like it is that dehumanizing effect, and we have to try and remain human. And so I just appreciate that, like when people share their stories, like we remember we're not just a bunch of people arguing with each other on X. Like behind every profile, we've all got a life, we've all got parents, many of us have children, and we have to think like how different our life could have been, just because all that those children did was be born in Palestine in an open air prison. And look what these Zayas are like doing to them, because they think they've created some crazy batshit story in their head that the land was promised to them 3,000 years ago, and they think that God wants them to go and ethnically cleanse and genocide people off their land. Like that's a special kind of psychopathic behavior. Like what's gone wrong? Something's gone seriously wrong.
Yeah, Simon, thanks for that. I think it's just all, I think it's another mechanism to divide people. You know, I think all of these things now are about dividing people, be it class, be it color, be it nationality, be it religion. You have to see people as equal. If you don't see people as equal, there's something wrong. But I want to just give some news really quickly as well, guys. Listen, there's I think the UAE is getting a bit bish bash boshed. There's like masses of black smoke coming out of a site which was targeted, they're saying, by Iranian missiles and drones in Sharjah in the UAE. I'm also seeing that there was something hit in the UAE, they're saying, by the Iranian drone, where there was some American presence. Yemen's Ansar Allah said that they've launched a third wave of attacks towards southern Israel just now. This is breaking news. With Israel saying 2 drones were intercepted before reaching Eilat. Yeah, whatever, Israel. You ain't got nothing left to intercept them. And yeah, let me just have a look what else there is. I think that's the immediate breaking news. So this is Kuwait's, now Kuwaiti media is saying that a service building at a power station and water distillation facility was targeted by a brutal Iranian attack. And this is Kuwaiti media saying it. No Kuwaiti official yet, though. I'll jump in. This is coming out of Wall Street Journal saying, breaking news, Trump is weighing a... Sorry, somebody's mic's open. I don't know who that was. Okay. Conscious, your mic's open. It's always open. I've muted it for now. If you could keep it muted, that'd be great, please. Let me just go back from the screen to the other screen I was looking at. Yeah. So this is from the Wall Street Journal. Trump is weighing a military operation. This is breaking news, to extract nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. This guy just likes going around the world stealing whatever he wants. There are ongoing missile drone attacks from Iran targeting U.S. assets in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and in Saudi Arabia. Trump's doing a bit of a press conference at the moment, and he was asked a question. I don't know what the question was, but his response was, I don't want a stupid person being president. He's also told the Financial Times in the UK, and this is breaking news, that the US could take the oil in Iran and is considering just seizing the Kaj Island and keeping it. My preferred option, he says, is to seize the Iranian oil. So there's that. I want to go to Casey, and then I'm going to come up to you, Creighton. Appreciate you joining us from the YouTube chat. Before I just go to Casey, Moses is probably the most mischievous person, right? On this YouTube chat, you wouldn't know he's there. You literally wouldn't know he's there. He hardly ever comments or anything like that. Apart from, guaranteed, when the space crashes, the minute Suleiman restarts it, this guy does a super chat and says, Suleiman, Beatrix crashed the space. Beatrix, the space crasher, was at it again. He's obviously noted that Suleiman's absent for the last 20 minutes, so he's done 2 super chats. When Frozen and I were talking, he'd done a super chat saying, has this become a Spice Girl space? And then right after that, he's done another super chat saying, Sully, come back. Literally, like, this is the only time he appears, this guy, when Suleiman's away, and he does these super chats. I don't know whether to laugh or what at this guy.
Moses, which Spice Girl is Beatrix? You have to put that in the super chat.
Oh my God, Simon, don't encourage him. He's so funny, this guy. Honestly, I forget he's there until the space crashes. And guaranteed he comes.
Definitely
And he
posh
says, or if
Spice, isn't
YouTube,
it?
when YouTube goes down, he does a super chat and says, and I have nothing to do with YouTube, you know, I don't even set it up or anything. And he does this thing where it's like, oh yeah, Sully, Beatrix crashed the YouTube. So funny. Okay, so let's
Definitely
go
posh Spice. What's
to
everyone saying in YouTube? It's definitely posh Spice.
let's see what he says. They're now laughing at his comments here. Jump in, Casey, and then we'll go to Creighton. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, the Spice Girls references. I hope it wasn't supposed to be like a criticism. I love the Spice Girls and I love the accent, so there's that. And yeah, so and then just to come back to real quick, the uranium. Oh my God, I'm so glad you read that. Yes, this is this new like talking point. I heard disgusting Mark Levin talking about it and some other tool on Fox News. I saw a clip and they were like, well, we can't let the regime have the uranium. We can't let them have the uranium. This is why we have to fight this. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I mean, you guys are just trying anything. I mean, what do you mean have the uranium? No, God wanted the uranium in Iran. Like, that's what whatever uranium is. What are you talking about? Even Trump saying he's going to seize the oil, man, the way how the arrogance is actually quite frightening. You are fighting people who are fighting for their lives, who knew you were coming, who have been prepared, and they've studied you, right? And to make just blanket statements like that, it's really frightening and scary. And then the last thing I'm going to say,
Casey, don't you think he's like really spit like, to me, I'm quite reassured by it because it sounds like he's just going to do some Hollywood movie where James Bond comes in and pulls out a suitcase full of kryptonite and then takes it back to the Q-tards and said, we did it.
See, but the thing is, Simon, it's like it would be funny, like if it was just like jokes, but like that's how he talks. That's how he talks. But he's also doing it with lives, and he needs to be impeached. Like, yo, this is crazy. Like, I'm asking for Trump to be impeached. Like, and it needs to happen. Something has to stop this. Like, it's insane. But that's how he talks. He talks like he's reading a comic book, literally, and then says he doesn't want any dumb president. What? Okay. And then the other thing, when the young lady said about you guys bringing back humanity, our humanity, her humanity, I actually understand exactly that feeling because I've told y'all before, like, I was on my way to becoming a Ben Shapiro Republican. And when everything happened, you know, I remember those spaces and I learned so much from those spaces, so much I did not know a lot of things, right? I had been heavily propagandized, right? So, and I did feel like my humanity coming back, where I actually cared about people I didn't know. And it is a process. It is. So you guys have no idea how many people you touch, which is why, again, and I'll leave it this, that's why these spaces need to be shared. That's why this channel people need to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, like the stream. When we say that, it's important. It's not just saying it just to have fun and everything. And shout out to everybody because everybody's been great. I noticed on the lives, people in the chat talking, the community that's building, it's great. But this is where you learn so much truth. They're lying to us especially in America. We are heavily propagandized, and they are lying to us in huge ways now with this war. So please, guys, subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell and that like button. And, you know, because I'm really grateful for this area of truth that we need it now more than ever. Thanks.
And Casey, which Spice Girl do you want to be?
I wanted to be posh, so like, but I don't have the accent, so obviously I might as well just go ahead and be the black girl. I forgot her name though.
Melanie Black. What was her name? What was she?
I think she was like Crazy Spice or something like that.
Scary.
Oh,
Scary
scary.
Spice.
Somebody said, I just looked this up because somebody said on here, what did they say? They said I was Scary Posh Spice. It was, I can't remember who said it now. I'm looking for it. It wasn't Sedant. Let me have a look. Yeah, I'll find it in a second. But they said I was Scary Posh Spice. So I was like, which one's that? I only know Posh one. That's obviously, she's married to David Beckham, isn't she? So I was trying to find it. And yeah, I'm apparently Scary Posh Spice.
Baby Spice, Sporty Spice, Scary Spice, Posh Spice. What's the last one?
Simon, you were really into them
What's
then,
the
weren't
last
you?
one?
Ginger.
Let me have a look.
Ginger Spice, of course.
Yeah, that's the one I liked.
That's
Oh my
Gary.
God, is Gary on the panel? I just
did.
recognized
She
his voice. I
she
can't see him though.
she hit on me when the day I was getting married to an English woman, and I was like, dude, I probably shouldn't be getting married. Oh well, we do make mistakes sometimes.
It was Celtic who said it. Celtic Stoic. Isn't one of them dead? Or have I got that
I
wrong?
don't think so.
No,
Did
none of
the
them. So.
did the Israelis come off? Did Mossad get one?
I don't know. I just thought one of them was dead.
So Gary,
Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting
Suleiman always
them.
stands up for the ginger rights as well, Gary. You're into ginger.
Well, it makes sense because he likes crazy people. Okay, I mean, he is a bit of a nutter, so he would like a nutter. And the redheads are always the best nutters. I mean, they are the best crazy people on the planet.
People are surprised that you guys know your Spice Girls so well. You two, seriously, like Simon knows his Spice
We're
Girls.
Simon and
Wow.
I are well traveled. We're well studied across a multitude of academia that's important for the future of the world.
Come on, academia, like you know your Spice Girls. I mean, like literally, is calling it academia is a bit far, Gary.
That is how they do testing now in the schools in England. I think it's about at that level.
It's
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that.
it's my generation. I don't know. I couldn't name New Direction or anything like that. I bet Casey could.
Nah, just Spice Girls, Simon. My generation too, Simon.
What about Westlife? Could you name them?
Oh my God, this is turning into like I don't even know what that is, but I just wanted to be posh.
Backstreet Boys.
What is happening,
Yeah.
guys? I leave the space to you guys for 33 seconds, and it's the end of the world. Have you guys seen the breaking news? It's literally the end of the world.
Yeah, we did. And guys, wait, sorry, Suleiman, just 1 second. Guys, breaking news, there's attacks on Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait,
Are you
UAE, Bahrain,
joking?
and Saudi
You
Arabia.
guys are talking about Backstreet Boys while it's the end of the world. What is going on?
we have been giving news. We have been
Gary
giving news
came
all the
up and
way
he
through.
was
We have been
Gary
giving
came up
news
and
all
he
the
was
way through.
standing up for
Potential.
the
Hey, I've
gingers.
been doing my job, Solly, like this. Potential hijacking, second plane grounded, isolated incident in Atlanta. Potential hijacking.
Swear down.
Suleiman, Gary was standing up for the
Dude,
gingers in your absence.
No, wait a second.
yeah,
Yeah. No, but is
we
this
took
true
a
about the
little
second
redhead
plane?
break, buddy. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now,
That's a
Wait,
false
what
flag.
happened?
but look, hey, look, there's a lot of FUD out there. There's a lot of, news you don't know if it's real or not. I'm just reading it right now from the Gateway Pundit. Doesn't sound very legit.
What have I missed? What's happening?
I'm just saying there's,
He's saying there's a plane hijacking in Atlanta.
grounded, isolated, and declared a potential hijacking incident in Atlanta.
Well, I'm not in the US, so it wasn't me.
Yeah, they
You
said
got
it.
out
They
of
said it
US
was
just
a tall, good-looking man that was suspect. So we ruled you out long ago.
you got out of US just in time to have an energy crisis in UK.
Wait, what? No, that's just your place, isn't it? And I heard you asking for fish and chips, and I
No,
said,
bro, you're not gonna be able to buy gasoline in a week. Watch. If you're in the UK, 1 week I give you max.
"What?
You should be freaked out what Simon just told you,
Simon's
man.
run out anyway already."
Yeah, but Simon's product has to go through you, go through the UK, and they're not letting it get to them, and they're not letting it get to you either, dude.
Wait, Simon, you never chose the best place, did you? Thinking it might be the end of the world.
Oh, I got my contacts, man. I've been building contacts with the farmers, the everything, man. I've got animals here. I got cows, I got sheep, I got chickens, but I haven't got
Hey,
gas.
I
I
got to
haven't
tell
got
you
any
something,
diesel.
okay? Chickens, everybody should consider having chickens. Right? Really, I don't. I should. Uh, they're very productive. They're not a lot of work. It's a great source to control your own food. If that was all you were eating was protein, you'd be fine. And you can help your neighbors. Seriously, two chickens, I think, makes like, I don't know, what's that? Four. I mean, you'll have like too many eggs to eat. Okay,
Yeah, and
Solomon, sorry, dude. I just joined.
if
We
you
went
get a
off the
sheep,
rails.
you don't need a lawnmower, Gary. It mows your lawn. It eats all the
Wow,
grass.
dude. And you probably don't even need, you could throw all your blankets out too, right? Just, you know, make your own wool blankets. I could see you doing that, Simon, in front
But
of a fireplace in a rocking chair.
yeah, I got the fire, the where you put the fresh wood in the fireplace. I got
Right. Okay,
oven
Yeah,
thing.
Simon, I'm moving to Isle of Man.
Isle of
I'm
Man.
staying at your.
I got a room, but you got to import. You got to bring
Make sure
import.
you come
You
in a
got to
wooden
bring.
boat,
You got to bring.
Solomon.
You
Come in
got to
a
bring.
wooden boat.
You
Okay.
got to bring Beatrix with three plastic bags full of diesel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and don't
I'll bring.
claim it as
What
firewood.
about if I
Claim it
leave
as a.
Beatrix and bring fish and chips?
Yeah, that's fine. Or we could do some.
How about better yet? Bring some fish and chips, a couple of redheads, and I'll meet you guys over there.
Haram, haram.
Gary's gonna bring ginger spice.
No, no, haram, haram, haram. Gary, this is
The actual spice, real ginger.
Yeah, real ginger spice, dude. Shit, we might even be able to reach out to Hurley.
okay. Breaking news.
She looks
Breaking
awesome,
news. Oh,
redhead.
sorry. Big breaking news. Major explosion in Dubai. Major explosion in Dubai. Honestly, things are kicking off hard. What did you guys do, bro? Like I left the space to you guys, and it's literally the end of the world.
Look, Joe has ran away from Dubai. He came up here because it's all going kicking
Oh, is
off.
that why you came?
Listen,
We thought you had a
Simon,
lot
no,
lack of.
listen. Whoa, 1 second. Jonah, Davos Jonah. What's the other thing that he used to go on about? How it hangs on the
Spit it
door?
out. Spit it out.
The
Yeah,
Mazuzo,
wait, I'm
Mazuzo
talking.
Jonah.
Wait, and the Mazuzo Davos Jonah. Yesterday, I messaged this guy and I said, Suleiman's away. I messaged Simon as well. I said, I'm going to be running the space. Can you come help? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, UK time. This guy says, I'm out for a couple of hours. When I get back, I'll jump on. I was like, cool, sweet. Space starts at 5. Simon jumped on at 5 o'clock as I started the space and stayed the entire duration. This guy, this is the first time he's shown his face since then. Slopey shoulders or what, Davos Jonah?
By the time I told you when I got home, by the time I got home, Solomon was back on.
Oh, you just got
And
home
there
now,
was
have you,
no,
Jonah?
no. This
You
was
just got
yesterday.
home?
This was yesterday. Solomon got back on, so I
Jonah
knew that
doesn't.
the
Jonah
space was
doesn't
good.
show up to these spaces unless there's a certain quality and quantity of people. I mean, his manager, kind of constrains the access to people. So,
No,
got to understand that, Beatrix.
he was stuck in bunkers in Dubai. There's no Wi-Fi.
Yeah. But Simon, you'd be really curious. By the way, since I wasn't on the space, I was doing a deep dive into something I said on the space the other day,
His handlers won't let
which
him come
was
on, Gary, unless there's enough people for him to do Hasbara. He's got to
which was
recruit
listen,
people. His handlers.
important information, very important information.
Simon, you remember before 9/11, Gary probably remembers as well. Andrew, I don't know if you were tied to financial markets or not, but remember the super big puts trade that were happening on United and American Airlines?
Yeah, it was meant to be Cantor Fitzgerald was the rumor, isn't it? Howard
But
Lutnick. But I
no,
do remember, yeah.
but all weekend I spent tracing this down, and it was a firm called AB and Sons, Adam Brown and Sons. Okay,
AB
Adam Brown.
Sampson.
No. Hold on, it gets worse. Um, the Adam Brown and Sons, which profited from this thing, used to have a chairman, or he still was chairman. Can't really tell if he was still chairman or not. But the guy was called A.B. Krongrad, right? A.B. Congrad happened to also be the executive director of the CIA, right? So the one trade that did the options, that's multiple sources, including Princeton, confirmed that there had to have been foreknown knowledge, happened to go to the firm that was chaired by the number three man inside the CIA, who also gave a no bid contract to Blackwater, who targeted and killed civilians who got immunity in Iraq. So this is where the money went. For the people curious, I don't want to make this connection, but happens to also be from a Jewish family. So the guy who had the firm that profited the most happened to be number three at the CIA, who made this trade. It's absolutely insane. And the reason why the 9/11 Commission did not go down this route, although they were interviewed, was because the 9/11 Commission didn't care about Americans who profited from the trade. It was only looking for the people linked to terror groups. So it was completely dismissed, and just happened to be one of the heads of the CIA. Just absolutely blew my mind.
Confirmation that the Kuwaiti plant, the desalination plant, was hit. The Kuwaitis have confirmed it. They are blaming Iran. They are blaming Iran, just to let you know. Oh, flip. So that is happening. I'll read this out for you. And we've got some very important super chats we're going to read as well in a few seconds.
Hold on, this is quite serious, right? Do Q8 have like a plan B on that? Like we don't know, do we?
If their plant's been taken out, it's like nearly all their water. So it depends if it's the entirety of the plant, if it's non-functioning, if it's a part of it. But Kuwait's Ministry of Electricity said a service building at a power station and water distillation facility was targeted by a brutal Iranian attack. We've got figures of it, and just to read it, active fire today at the Doha West Power and Water Desalination Station in Kuwait. Doha West stands as Kuwait's biggest integrated power and water desalination plant, producing up to 2,400 megawatts of electricity along with 110 million gallons of water each day. About 38.5% of the country's total desalination supply. Around 90% of Kuwait's potable water comes from desalination. So it's about 35% of the desalination supply. In addition to that, remember, Kuwait would be, if there is a ground invasion, Kuwait would be where the ground invasion, if it goes to Karg Island, that will be where the station will be Kuwait. If it's the what's Ryan things, which is the island, the Tanub, then it's going to be UAE. So these things are very important to keep in
But
mind.
do you reckon that means they have to do a forced evacuation? Like, is that what it means? If you can't get water, you can't get water.
Yeah. I mean that's 35% of the water, so they still have 65%. I don't think that puts you to critical levels. But yeah, it will have issues in a week or so, or 2 weeks, I'd say.
Okay, it makes sense that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, let's just see. We just don't know what the truth is
No,
of
I
what's
heard what
going
you
on. But
said. I think I heard. I don't know if I heard Beatrix, but I heard what you said, where you said you believe it was a false flag. So I think that was a good point. It could be. It could be. But Kuwait's blaming Iran, just to let you know, though. Because Kuwait, did I read what Kuwait said?
I said that, but then I don't expect you to have heard me say it either, Suleiman, so it's fine. As long as you heard one of us.
Yeah, exactly. Let's read some super chats. Very important ones. Moses. Oh wait, we got loads. We got Amr. Amr Iqbal with the level 2 membership. Appreciate you becoming a level 2 member. Munya Brown, level 1 membership. Appreciate you becoming a level 1 member. This is Moses. Okay, this is when while I was gone. Has this become a Spice Girl space? Sully, come back. And then Chevelle says, see you leave and Beatrice run the show off the rails. L's all around. I've been listening to you daily on here and YouTube, and I'm forever grateful. That's Isfallen. Dark Raider with a $2 super chat. Moses says, just report Sully, it's been a disaster. Chevelle says, Suleiman leaves and all of a sudden it becomes Beatrix Pop Culture Hour. Oh, the shame. The problem is with that, she doesn't know any pop culture, so I don't know if I can believe that, because, like, her knowledge of pop culture is I don't know, leaves a lot to be answered. MJ Markasm though says Sully got back when we were getting to the good part. Backstreet Boys. What a dog. Okay. Someone said my expert doesn't show that we're holding a space. Unfortunately, this is what they do. They try and keep this away from you. They don't want you to know the real information, the real news. This is major escalation. Beatrix, do you want to change the title? Because I know you're like really good at the title, and I want to copy the title to YouTube. But major.
I'll change it. And I just want to say about Moses, right? I didn't know this, but apparently Moses sits on here on X Spaces and he monitors when you're away or if the space crashes, and he only goes to YouTube to super chat about me. So I think he's your little mole on here, Suleiman, because the only time he goes over there is to super chat and say, Sully should crash the space. Sully, you're not here. Come back. Look what they're doing to the space. That's the only time he goes over there. So funny.
He's the overseer of the space. He's making sure it doesn't become shoddy. Okay, this is major news though. Okay, some more news. There's so much news that had to come back from a 33-second break. Okay, so attacks on Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia by Iran. I mean, I was talking about them being a bit soft earlier on today, so maybe, just maybe, something's going down. Fire at US victory base in Iraq. Missile hit on a base affiliated with the Israeli army in Aqaba, Jordan. Kuwait's Ministry of Electricity said a service building out a power station and water desalination plant was hit. An Iranian attack on evening, killing one person. Planes avoid landing at Dubai airport due to Iran's missile attack. And then we saw the major explosions. That is the breaking news. What else have we got? Okay, the Houthis have now launched a third wave of attacks towards Israel. The Houthis are in the game. Long live the Houthis. Houthis are like the underdog. It's like the 120-pound guy who can just literally take on anyone and everyone.
Is that Sully, does that mean Trump missed his deadline to condemn the university attacks?
No, the deadline was Monday, 10 o'clock, right? It was Monday at 10 o'clock, which is
midday local Tehran time, 12 o'clock Tehran time.
yeah. So that's like 9. It's like 3 a.m. American time. So it's now, isn't it? No, we're ahead.
It's Monday. It's Sunday today.
No,
So
it is not 3 a.m.
Wait, what time is it in US?
It's 8:47 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay. So yeah, it's not that time yet. So, but that was for the universities, right? Not for the desalination, because they hit their desalination.
Right.
That deadline was for the universities, right?
yeah.
Yes, the university.
Yeah.
Well, because basically there's a bunch of like US and UK universities in some of the Gulf countries, right? So they're gonna target those. Is that if he doesn't meet the deadline? Is that what's meant to happen?
Yeah.
He has to condemn the attack on Iranian universities. That's all he
which
has to
is
do.
zero
Just to say,
chance
yeah,
he'll
it
get
shouldn't
it.
have happened. Exactly. And because he's not going to, then they'll target these universities. Should we go to Suleiman? Are you done with the news? We can go to Creighton if you have.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Creighton, thanks for waiting, and thanks for coming over from YouTube. Jump in.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been listening to this space for around 20 days, and I just want to say thank you all. Sorry for joining late. I've heard that you guys started this before the genocide, possibly. But I just want to say thank you for bringing this space together and sustaining it. You've been the soundtrack of my life the past 20 days. I have a few remarks I want to say. As an American, Beatrix, I agree with you in that the war is deeply unpopular, according to polls, but it's not really mobilizing people the way that you would think, right? I feel like there's not enough outrage in the U.S. among everyday Americans about the war, which is not really surprising given the national response to the genocide in Gaza. However, at that time, we had many incredible protests, encampments, sit-ins, boycotts, and marches. But I think what I learned really post October 7th is that we need to have some kind of different anti-war activism because we know voting's not the answer, right? Israel has bought out Republicans and Democrats alike if we stick to a two-party system. Boycotts work if you are a consumer of war, but let's face it, as Americans, we are also producers of war. We make these wars and genocides possible because these weapons are actually made in our communities, which is something I learned fairly recently from a scholar named Phyllis Dennis at the Institute for Policy Studies, where she actually talks about how there's a strategy on the part of the military-industrial complex to spread manufacturing out to almost every congressional district. And that means that nearly every member of Congress is invested through their constituents in weapons manufacturing, which enables them to pass an increasing military budget, to have voting support in Congress for wars like the one that's happening in Iran. Which makes me think, because we're talking a lot about supply chain and economies, which I have really no expertise on at all. But I think potentially one of our entry points as a new kind of activism is the supply chain itself, given how spread out the supply chain is. And we see that there's a weapon shortage right now in Israel. They've reported on it. We see it with the lack of missiles, defense missiles going up into the air. So we know the impact that a lack of arms actually has on the ground because we're seeing it. We're witnessing it in real time. And given just how stretched out the manufacturing is of everything, I think there are opportunities for us to, I don't know, stop the supply chain in some kind of way. That's, of course, going to take a huge, huge effort. But it's not impossible because you can't really find a factory that makes, B-52s. The nuts and bolts come from one state, doors come from another state, windows comes from another state, engines, propellers, so on and so forth. So there are many entry points that I think Americans have. I guess it's a matter of what we're willing to lose in this crumbling empire.
Thanks for that, Creighton. Great points. Great points indeed. Appreciate your comments on that. Let me just quickly. Okay, that's fake. Sorry, sometimes you look at information and you find out it's fake, but this bit is real. At least 70 British nationals in the UAE have been arrested by the UAE for filming Iranian missiles. And I know this. I know people who are in these groups of expats and they're scared to even post. Like some of them posted and they're scared. Also, it is true. Henry just mentioned, no, sorry, Nick Kennedy posted on this. I did post about this earlier. He says, Sully, the UAE is deporting Iranians. My cousin's friend who had a golden visa in Iran, basically, in the UAE is like 10-year visa. They don't really give passports to foreigners because, you're not at that level. Racism. And worked for the UAE for 4 years. He received email to leave UAE immediately. They cancelled his visa. So they cancelled it just because he's Iranian. That's it. He didn't commit no crime. He's just Iranian.
Sully, they also confiscated or frozen $560 billion worth of Iranian assets in UAE. And also, if anyone's got a 99-year residency, they're asked to leave as well.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Sharjah in UAE is on fire. Smoke is rising from Sharjah. Joe, you're out, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm not there.
Oh, I thought you.
And definitely not Sharjah.
Oh, stop acting so posh. So what if Sharjah people are poor? Joe, see what I mean about these
It's
people?
not poor. It's not poor. It's just a quieter neighborhood that's more family.
No, it's more of
It's
an
not
Asian.
poor.
It's more of an Asian area, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Smoke is rising over Sharjah. This guy, bro.
Was that where all the laborers
I just
live?
find it interesting that all these guys. I'm not talking about Joe here because he wasn't there already. But
No, not the laborers. There a lot of time. It's more like traditional. Like you'll see more people with hijabs, and you'll see more
yeah,
people like traditional,
more
more
conservative.
religious.
Yeah,
More
more
conservative.
conservative,
That's it.
and then either more conservative, and then some areas of Sharjah is like it is like a lot of people from Southeast Asia or South Asia, like Pakistani, Bangladeshi community, Indian community, who are there. But
It's
and
too
it's cheap.
north for him. It's too
It's
north
cheaper.
of Dubai for him, isn't
But
it?
you know what I find interesting is like all these guys who are like promoting Dubai, all of them have left. All of them have left. No one are there. Mario's not there. Any of these big influencers.
Where are they then?
Well, I can't dox people, isn't it? But let me tell you, they've all left. And
No, you can say what country they're in.
nah, that's up to them to say, isn't it? I don't do that. But yeah, what was saying, they've all left Dubai. Even a lot of these influencers, what they've done is they've sent their family members.
Joa's in. I can tell you where Joa is. He's in Tel Aviv right about now.
Fake
He left.
news,
He left the
fake
UAE.
news,
Put social on.
fake news, fake news, fake news.
Sully, the other influencers you're talking about, they're in Cyprus, right?
You know what it is? And some of the other influencers, what they've done is they've sent all their families, all their kids, everyone out of Dubai, and they're just there on their own, and they're like, oh yeah, Dubai's safe. Well, if it's safe, why don't you make sure your kids are there? Because you know it's not safe, blood. Why are you chatting it? Ask all these influencers, like, show me your kid. Is your kid in Dubai? There may be a few poor ones, but there may be a couple, but largely speaking, most of them, because I know a lot of them, they've sent the kids out. They've sent the kids, their wives away from Dubai. And they're
And
like,
it's a
oh, yeah,
ghost town.
exactly. Bro, yesterday the explosions were so bad. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. In Dubai, near Dubai airport, the explosions were so bad. It was like the entirety of Dubai was shaking. Like people I know ran from the center of Dubai and tried to escape out of the center.
Good.
Leave Dubai now.
They get a
Leave.
taste. They get a taste of 0.1% of what Gaza's tasted.
Leave Dubai now. Okay. Let me see any more news. Okay, I'm seeing. Okay, I need to double check this one. I'm seeing claims that Iran's infrastructure has been hit as well, quite hard. But
I'm seeing a lot of. Have you seen the last day or so? Oh, Netanyahu funds Hamas. Netanyahu funds Hamas. It's all this crap
That's
I'm hearing.
fake.
They
That's so
don't know the
fake.
reality of what's happened.
No, I watched the video that they're using. So there's
Yeah,
a 3 minute and 50-second video, and in there they say, guess what? Netanyahu funds Hamas, right? And the evidence is these two guys saying it. Oh, guess what? Netanyahu funds Hamas. And in the clip, Netanyahu says, look, I send information to my enemies or the opposition. I'm paraphrasing now. I send information to them. Sometimes I tell them lies to manipulate them or to confuse them or to misdirect them. That's one of the things he says. He doesn't even mention the resistance, but anyway, he says that about one of them. But that could quite easily be the PA he's talking about. The other thing they mention in there is that $35 million a month was going from Qatar to Hamas. And the argument is that that money couldn't have gone without Netanyahu's approval. And actually, it was Netanyahu who wanted that money to go. And therefore, Netanyahu's funding Hamas. But this is just a lack of understanding of how Gaza worked and the lack of understanding of how Palestine works. You can't even, and Beatrix knows this, she used to literally say this all the time before October the 7th in the spaces she did. Even in that debate, I remember. She was like, look here, not even a cookie goes into Gaza without permission. Right, Beatrix? I remember you were smashing all them all by yourself. You and Charles Johnson, who unfortunately has been incarcerated since then. But they in Gaza, and she's right, you could not even get a cookie into Gaza without the permission of the Israelis. You could not even get a breadcrumb into Gaza without the permission of the Israelis. They literally used to put the Israel, and Beatrix knows, she's the one she mentioned. This is, I'm just relaying what she said in this debate. That they would not even allow, sorry, they would put the people on a calorie deficient diet in Gaza. So they'd be like, look, you need 2,000 calories in a day. We're going to allow you to only have 1,200 calories. That's going to go in. So there was nothing that went into Gaza without Israel's approval. Thus, your claim is that everything went in through Israel. What? Netanyahu funded the entirety of Gaza? Or, for example, many people did fundraisers. They did fundraisers on this app. We didn't do it. We stayed away from it because we didn't, we didn't know where the money was going. But that money went to Gaza. Again, none of that money would have went to Gaza if actually, okay, I know it didn't go. But let's say hypothetically something did go to Gaza. It would be based on permission from the Israelis. So this whole argument is really stupid. It's like a lack of understanding of how
it's not
Gaza
just
works. And
that. It's the money. The money didn't really go to Hamas, right? This, if you know about what happened, is that Hamas, some of the elements in Hamas and the government were in Syria and Lebanon, Jordan, etc. And the US, and basically they did want to destabilize the or break up Palestine from the PA's grip, right? And what happened was is that Hamas, they thought Hamas would be a good because the people wanted Hamas more so to govern Gaza and separate that from West Bank. And then they asked Qatar, who was the cucks for the United States, to fund that, not Hamas, but the government in Gaza. And so what the money was going to was things like food, electricity, things like that. It wasn't to do with funding a Hamas terror group or whatever it is. And it wasn't certainly by Netanyahu. Netanyahu agreed because it furthered his goal of trying to disintegrate the Palestinian state and cause, right? And that's really what happened. So basically, a lot of the money that goes in yes, you're right, it's being controlled, but it's not to fund a Hamas. It was to pay for vital things like food, electricity, water, everything else, because that's something that the PA would hold. In Gaza, and a lot of corruption was happening in that place, and this is why the people really hated the PA by that point.
No, resistance, you're wrong. It wasn't to buy food. Sorry, I have to stop you because food was rationed and food was sent in by them on that calorie controlled diet, and it had a whole ban list. So things like spices and sweets and plasters and paracetamols were on the ban list. You're right about that. It wasn't for arms. When they say Hamas was the government. It had a military wing, which is the military wing that was then prescribed as terrorist, right?
facts.
But the government, the civil service, running Gaza. That's what the money went for, in the same way the PA was funded. And Netanyahu initially allowed the formation of Hamas because he wanted to divide the Palestinian movement. And that's why he allowed the money to go in. He didn't fund it. And it was to set up the civil service, like you're saying. That's what it was for.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it was the bills. A lot of it was salaries, bills, all that stuff to fund the government and to create this infrastructure and to try and have two or multiple factions of Palestine. And that was the whole point, so that they can never unite and have a Palestinian state.
And that's why they got people like Marwan Barghouti in prison, because they know that he would be one of the few people who would unite all the Palestinians. And they wanted to always separate the resistance against Israel with the kind of governance aspect, and they always wanted to separate that. So there was always this strategy from their side, but this claim that resistance is being funded by Netanyahu is just ridiculous. But I know a lot of these left wingers love jumping on that.
But Salman, here's the part I don't get, because Netanyahu did send money. There's no doubt. Even he says he sent money, and his
He,
opposition said he sent money.
no, he doesn't say that. He
But
doesn't say
yes,
that.
he
Can you
does.
show me the
He
evidence?
says, yeah, I can show you the evidence. He says he
I,
sent money to avoid humanitarian collapse.
he didn't
That
say
money,
no, but you need to show it, because I know where that comes from, and you'll watch it, and it's someone quoting him, but him not saying it directly. So it's like me saying, guess what, guys? Joa said he banged a mezuzah. And then someone's like, okay, where's the... And I go and tell the Times of Israel. And then that's the evidence. And you're like, I didn't do that, blood. Me don't do nothing with the mezuzah. But it don't matter. Like, it's like that. It's in the Times of Israel. But where's you saying physically yourself? Or where's the video of you doing it?
yeah, I'll get the evidence and send it to you. This has always been my belief before this whole thing, that if you want to control an area, you divide and conquer. So what do? You set up an opposing government and you fund it. That's what America does everywhere. Why wouldn't Israel do that? It makes no sense for them not to do it,
To do
especially
what?
when people like
But they did
Smotrich,
that. That's what I was saying, Joe. They did
right?
that.
And that's what I'm
They
saying. They
did
did do
that.
that. So they
But they,
sent money to
but it
Hamas.
wasn't his money.
The government, the
No.
government
It
is
wasn't
called
his.
Hamas.
No, but Joe. Yes, Joe, I literally said that. I think that men just have a problem listening to female voices on this space. I'm beginning to actually believe it.
You just need
I
to
literally
speak
said
clear,
he
because the
allowed.
government is called Hamas.
Oh my God, I literally just said that to resistance. That the government was formed and it was called Hamas and it had a military wing which was separate and it was a civil service. He allowed the money to flow through there. The difference is when they say he funded it, what they're trying to say is he took money out of the Israeli budget to give it to the Palestinians. He wouldn't give a drop of water. They even claim they own the frigging rainwater in Gaza. Look at the UN papers, in the United Nations papers, it says Israel claims it has a right to rainwater that falls in Gaza. He didn't fund it. He allowed the funding through Qatar. That's what it is. And even Qatar doesn't deny that. Qatar helped a lot in Palestine, a lot. Like, even after every one of these kind of assaults that happened, even before the genocide, there was a lot of rebuilding by the GCC countries of apartments and hospitals and things like that. You know, that doesn't come out. He never funded it. He allowed the funding.
And also this
Yes.
this fake story of Hamas leaders, all billionaires, and it was all propagated by some professor in 2014, Israeli professor at university, and then Forbes Israel quoted it, and forever they've used that reference over and over and over again, just from the word of a professor who's got no factual evidence
But I feel like
whatsoever.
we're playing semantics. If Trump allows payment to Haiti, Trump funded Haiti, right?
No,
If
no.
Netanyahu allows funding to go to Hamas, he funded Hamas.
So
Like,
that
I don't
means
No, that's not the
understand.
same thing.
Israel funds every Palestinian, because what they do is they starve them. They don't allow anything in, and then when some other country, like Qatar, gives anything, that means Israel funded it. That just
Oh,
makes no sense.
Israel funded some, and UNRWA funded the part that Israel's supposed to fund and doesn't
No,
fund.
even according to you, UNRWA doesn't even fund as well, because Israel has to allow that in as well. According to your definition, because Israel has to allow it in,
No.
Israel funds it all. Because nothing, even
Suleiman,
UNRWA can't go in without Israeli
Suleiman.
permission, Joe.
So that means that because money goes through APAC, the person who gave the money to APAC doesn't matter. So every time we're like APAC, we're actually all saying the wrong thing, because you should name the precise person who donated to APAC
No, that's wrong.
and trace that
It's
link
not
to
the
Incorrect.
go to
same
the right
Wrong
person.
analogy.
thing.
It's
Incorrect.
ridiculous.
Horrible analogy, because what APAC actually does is APAC themselves designate and fund and then campaign for that specific candidate. They'll financially give the candidate money. They'll do
APAC
the
doesn't. APAC doesn't. They just approve who it goes to, Suleiman.
no, they fund it.
No,
They'll
no,
pay
they
for
just approve who
no
goes.
they
It's not
no
APAC's money.
no, they do.
They
No,
approve
you're
it.
not understanding. So APAC send the money to the candidate because they're a pack. If they have to actually send it, and what happens is, so they'll choose an candidate. So they'll say, for example, I don't know, like Nancy Pelosi. So be like, Nancy Pelosi, we're now gonna approve. We're gonna now give you this funding. We're gonna give you $1 million. Actually, the candidate you're going against is anti-Israel. We're gonna give you $10 million. We're gonna really campaign and make sure that the more funds are allocated towards you because we want you to win it. This is not Israel saying we want to give you the money. This is Qatar saying, or all these other countries saying, we want to give this money to Gaza, and then they have to be like, okay, we're gonna let her in, and that's all it is, because anything, even food, even a breadcrumb cannot go in without the approval.
I completely
So
understand that.
Jonah on YouTube, Arsenal Troll says Jonah. Literally, they say Jonah. Not a shekel was given to Palestinians. Maybe easier for you to get it when we say shekel. Somebody else is saying the Netanyahu video you saw. They're claiming it was in Hebrew, but then you didn't need translations on it. You saw it, and then someone's done a super chat. That argue not. Thank you. Saying Beatrix, it's your British accent. That's why people don't understand me. Apparently, it's my British accent. Appreciate the comments.
And if I may, I'm sorry, just to jump in, because I did want to jump in on this. I saw this thing and I felt that I said the same thing. People have been trying to peddle this whole, Netanyahu funded Hamas, to keep the people, he built up Hamas and everything to keep them divided. What that does is it takes the credit away from the fact that a people can build a resistance and say, we've had enough. And then they just say, no, this is a psyop done by Netanyahu. And so therefore, there's never a chance of where somebody can just have sovereignty to themselves. But again, yes, he allowed the money to go through, just like he had to allow rations of food to go through. I mean, that's how it's always been. Like, I read old articles about this. So this isn't like Netanyahu's funding Hamas or whatever. I just
It's like
Also, by the
aid
same
trucks outside
analogy,
Gaza.
Netanyahu's funding the PA. And by the same analogy, Netanyahu's funding every single Palestinian. This is just like illogical.
It's like the aid trucks outside Gaza. It's up to Israel to allow those aid trucks to go through.
Exactly.
And because it fits their narrative, right? Oh, well, Israel funded ISIS and created ISIS. And Netanyahu funded Hamas. And so they're all funding terrorism. I get that they want to fit it into their comfortable narrative of that. But this is where we get into like problems, right? You conflate Hamas with ISIS and with Al Qaeda, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, they're all terrorist groups.
And that's actually the aim of what they're doing.
Did US fund Taliban resistance?
Yeah.
No, they didn't. It never sent a single dime to
During
Taliban.
the war against Russia, yes, they did.
Yeah, they weren't called the Taliban back then, so you're
Whatever
wrong.
they're called.
They didn't fund the Taliban.
Afghanistan
You guys
resistance
are playing
militia.
semantics. They never sent money to the Taliban.
When they were fighting the Russians, they were.
Right, and Israel sent money to a government that they wanted to oppose the other government that had too much power in Palestine.
No, Israel didn't send the money. This is the thing, Jonah. We're all discussing.
Okay, so $13 million that went in suitcases that were negotiated through Israel, that
this is not their
many of the
money.
people inside Israel say that it was Netanyahu.
No.
You're telling me it's a lie.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it's part of the Hasbara.
You guys take it as if he funded terrorism. He didn't fund terrorism. He funded the opposition, which is exactly what AIPAC does in America.
It's not his money. It didn't come from Israel.
It's not AIPAC's money either, but you still say it's AIPAC.
Oh my God, no! It could be different. AIPAC and Israel are two aligned entities, right? That's all from the same
You're not getting
pocket.
the point. AIPAC doesn't put money in. AIPAC gets money from people
Yes,
and then uses that to give to people.
But
No,
that's not
AIPAC
the
doesn't
analogy.
generate money.
That's not the analogy. It's Qatar's money it's going through Israel to go to Gaza. That's the analogy. It's like the aid trucks come from all over the world. They have to go through Israel to get into Gaza. Same thing.
It's not the same thing. There's evidence otherwise.
So is your
I'll post it
position?
though. We can debate it some
So
other
Joe,
time.
is your position that every Palestinian is funded by Netanyahu?
Every Palestinian gets money from Israel.
No.
For
Yeah, so
sure.
every individual Palestinian is No, don't change the argument about Netanyahu. So every individual Palestinian is funded by Netanyahu. Is that your position?
No, he's not funded by Netanyahu.
Okay, so your position isn't that Hamas is funded by Netanyahu.
No, money was approved to go to Hamas by Netanyahu.
Okay, and was money approved to go to?
And some of that money was Israeli money.
Okay, was
not Netanyahu's own pocket.
Well, that's not true. But what was money that went to individual Palestinians approved by Netanyahu, according to your position?
There is money that goes to Palestinians that's from Israel.
You're not, Joe. Okay, can you not answer the question directly? This is unlike you. Okay,
I think that's what you're saying.
You're not normally like this. You're just very direct normally. Okay, look. So let me be clear on this. Okay, I'll put it all together in one for you so you can answer it. So do you, according to your position, money is approved by Netanyahu to go to Hamas, and money is approved by Netanyahu to go to individual Palestinians, correct?
I don't know if Netanyahu would approve individuals, to be honest with you. He would approve some type of initiative or whatever it is.
So where does the money come from when it comes to the Palestinians?
Well, some of it comes from Israel. A lot of it comes from taxes that are collected, and majority of it comes from UNRWA, which are donated, is actually Israel's responsibility to pay, but they don't pay, which is actually illegal because under international law, they would have to pay.
You're not. I agree with that, but that's a separate point. You're not understanding the specific point. The point is this: there's no money that goes into Gaza without Israel's approval, because they don't allow even a speck of dust to go into there without their permission. So when you
they've
say
blocked Cheetos, for example, before. They've blocked such things as this month they don't get any Cheetos.
Exactly. Or for example, during the genocide, they did a blockade and nothing went in, right? And they starved the people. That's an example of them having complete autonomy on what goes in and out. This is why we did we did the water. Remember you doing that water, you doing the water posters, and we did the Starving Gaza campaigns and all these kind of things, right? Why were we doing that? Because Israel had control over what goes into Gaza and what doesn't. So similarly, when money is coming into the resistance, that is based on approval by Netanyahu. Similarly, it's when an individual gets money, it's by the approval of Netanyahu. Okay, let me read this comment.
But there is a difference.
Okay, I'll let you come with the difference in a second. Avi says panel versus Joa is peak entertainment. Love you, bro. So you get a lot of love there, Joa. And the argue not says Joa is getting cornered and that's why he's playing semantics. Okay, go ahead, Joa.
Yeah. Look, in the very initial funding of Hamas, where they got $30 million from Qatar, there's a question of $13 million that was given to them by cash, which many of the people in the government in Israel say that came directly from Netanyahu's government in order to fund
so
them.
you're saying what I said. Thank you.
No, but I'm saying his government's cash. He funded the initial thing for Hamas to let them grow.
I'm not disagreeing that there are these people who randomly claim, and it's just based on their claim, that Netanyahu gave money. But I'm saying when you look into it, that's all it is. It's never Netanyahu saying himself. But it's based on, it's like, I just gave the same analogy right at the beginning. We're going back to the same point. It's like me saying Joe banged the mezuzah.
But he did say.
It's like me saying, it's like me telling the Times of Israel Joe banged the mezuzah.
No. Netanyahu literally said, I did not, and I have the thing. I can send it to you directly in the end.
Send it.
He literally said, I did not fund Hamas. I funded what I thought was going to be a humanitarian collapse and wanted to stop it.
Send it. Send it.
Yeah, and you believe everything that Netanyahu says.
Hang on a minute. Joa, you're believing Netanyahu saying he wanted to stop a humanitarian collapse?
You have to repeat yourself because when I switched to go get a link, it mutes me for some reason. So it mutes the audio. Go
No,
ahead.
it's because okay, brother Resistance. Can you repeat what I said? Because he doesn't understand my voice.
Beatrix saying you believe Netanyahu that he basically is funding them because he wanted to avoid a humanitarian crisis.
No, I don't believe that. I'm telling you what he said to the press.
And if you don't believe that, then it's not true. Then what are we talking about? You know it's not true.
Exactly.
Well, who get Beatrix? If there's a humanitarian collapse in Gaza, who does the money go to? Exactly what you said. The government of
No,
Gaza,
but Joe, what
which is
he
called
wanted the
Hamas.
humanitarian collapse, right? No, so let me tell you, right? Okay, let me give you an
He was
example of
causing
the
the collapse
money
by
that
controlling calories and everything else. I completely understand that. I know that's BS.
most of them, like, no, okay, so most of the money that went through, right, to Gaza was from Qatar, millions of dollars, okay, and it was approved. Um, and it went via Israel, but it was from Qatar, and it was salaries of civil servants in Gaza. It was some aid, it was some fuel, as Brother Resistance was saying.
Completely agree, Beatrix. Are you saying every single dollar was funded by Qatar, or there is
No,
outside
so
funding?
so there was some other funding. So
The European
basically,
Union.
Qatar, yeah, Qatar gave a lot of it. I know that at that time, there were charities even from the UK working on the ground in Gaza. So people from abroad used to charitable networks, used to donate a lot. Charitable networks from the Gulf used to donate a lot. There was local Palestinian support from like Palestinians in Jordan and other places that were funding Gaza a lot. Iran gave direct funding at the time, funding for the civil service, but also obviously weapons and things like that.
Is
Qatar
Israel,
did.
did Israel give any funding for that?
No, Israel didn't give a penny for it.
Okay. Well,
Israel didn't give a penny for it. And also,
but there's plenty
Joa,
of
that
high officials in Israel that say otherwise. You do agree with
yeah,
that?
but they're lying because you know what? They're lying because they want to pin this on Netanyahu. After when Hamas was created around 2007, I think it was 2627, something like that, they developed their own revenue streams because at the time, remember, there wasn't a blockade on. So they had taxes on goods and businesses, they had border tariffs, they had fees on imports and exports. It was some of the best agriculture of the region. They had hotels, they had a resort, they had all of that until the blockade came and then the agriculture was bombed. I was talking about this yesterday when Simon was asking me about my visit to Gaza, and the agriculture was destroyed, so they couldn't export anything. And that's when Qatar started actually funding them. But out of Israeli money, nothing went there. As in Israeli government money, nothing went there. It all came from outside via Israel. It's the same way the PA operates, right? So money goes to Israel for the PA, and then, like in the genocide, they just held all the money from the PA, all of it. And remember, the United Nations was saying you've got to release the money to the PA because it cannot function without it. So that's what happened.
Yeah, and it all has to go through Israeli banks, you know. So your idea of oh well, it has to go through Israel. That's the only way it goes through Israel. Is going through Israeli banks into to the accounts of the government, the Palestinian government, in the West Bank and Gaza, and a lot of it was from Qatar, UNRWA, and the EU. You know, who funded like something like 100 million every year, right, since 2014, and maybe 60 million since 2006. This is just the way it is. And then yeah, Beatrix is absolutely right. The last 5 years, the Israeli government has been either delayed paying salaries of Palestinians, whether it's in Gaza or the West Bank, and now they just, so they used to pay like 11 months out of 12. Now they pay 6 months, 7 months out of 12, right? And they delay it so badly for anything. This is why they force the PA to detain and imprison Palestinians, and kill and shoot and kill Palestinians as well in the West Bank, because otherwise they would hold the money, they would hold salaries. and this is and it's deliberate because the PA, they were ousted, they were outvoted by Hamas, right? But the Israelis kept them on, and the PA was so corrupt, and the Israelis said, "Yeah, we'll help you, and we'll pay you to fund salaries and govern the West Bank." And obviously Qatar and EU, UNRWA, they were supporting primarily, not primarily, but they were supporting Gaza, the government there, and obviously Netanyahu and the US. They thought it was a good idea for that to happen, not basically avoiding a humanitarian crisis, but that's just the way it is. And everything was facilitated going through Israeli banks first, right, in order to go through to the end users, which were the Palestinians, whether in Gaza or the West Bank. So this idea,
I think
and
US would just do PA,
and
isn't
so
it? Just to the
now,
West Bank.
yeah, exactly. And so now, and
Resistance.
sorry,
What this is ignoring.
wait. Let me just finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish. Right
Yeah, but
now,
you're saying stuff
Israel. Let
all
me
of
finish.
us know.
Right now, Israel owes the Palestinians 2.2 billion in unpaid salaries over the last
I
6
think it's
years.
more. It's like 6 billion. I heard.
Well, I mean, I heard,
If
I read it.
resistance.
I read it. It's
Here's the
about
thing.
2.2 billion.
Where this all comes from, where all this stems from, was around 2018-19. Okay, and you can go look at the polls. There were polls that Gazans no longer supported Hamas in 2019. They wanted Hamas out. Okay, the Knesset wanted to not fund Hamas, not send any more money to Hamas, and allow them to decide. Netanyahu's government pressured them to continue allowing funding coming from Qatar, to the point where some of it came in through cars, in cash, in suitcases, into there, which the Knesset was actually against. That's why they keep talking about this, is because he allowed funding to go when Hamas was about to actually be elected out or thrown out, or whatever it may
That's
be.
fake news.
Yeah,
No, it's
it is
not,
fake news.
Suleiman. I can show you the poll.
Yeah, look, you know better than anyone. Any poll by an Israelis can be manipulated. The
It's not
point
an
is,
Israeli poll, Suleiman.
yeah, okay, I don't believe the poll. It's just fake. But the point is,
Joel, it was in
68
a blockade in
68% of
Gaza. Listen,
68% of
Cash.
people did not
All
want
right,
Hamas inside of Gaza
yeah,
anymore in
that's fake.
2019.
That's fake.
Joel, in the blockade, Cash was like of little use to them. What were they going to buy? They were on rations coming in. What were they going to buy? Like, this is crazy next level propaganda. Let me tell you something, right? You know, in this genocide, I think it was in the first year of the genocide, one of the United Nations votes that happened, I think it was, or one of the statements, something happened. It was either a vote that took place or something like that. And Qatar voted the right way against Israeli aggression, or whatever it was. I can't remember which one it was, and I'll try to look it up. I posted about it at the time. Within 30 minutes of Qatar voting, Israel went and bombed 7 apartment blocks next to each other. All 7 of those apartment blocks had been built by Qatar in Gaza. This genocide I'm talking about, because Qatar voted in a way that they didn't want to. That's how much Qatari investment was there. That's how much they did try to help. There was none of this suitcases full of cash went in there. This is
But
propaganda.
Beatrix, this is why I get upset on this panel. And look, I love you guys, and we're on the same side. But you're going to tell me that Hamas did not beat protesters in 2019?
Yeah, I mean, look,
No, this isn't. What's that got to do with anything?
They didn't beat demonstrators because
No, not that I know of.
people were in the streets protesting Hamas in 2019.
no,
A bit like they were in Iran,
the
right?
march,
Recently.
the march of
And the
liberty.
government killed those protesters.
Beatrix, you know damn well that in Gaza it's quite different than in Iran. Okay, you had people protesting them, and one of the biggest reasons was because on the March of the Return, it was peaceful until Hamas showed up, and then when
no,
Hamas
it
showed
was,
up,
that's
the IDF.
complete
Hold on, let me
propaganda.
finish. Let me finish. The IDF opened fire. Hamas did nothing wrong. IDF opened fire, killed a 14-year-old boy, which ended up starting everything. And a lot of the people in Gaza blamed Hamas for that, because they said they didn't want Hamas there. That was the March of the Return.
No,
Do you understand?
Okay,
And then
can
when
I say something
demonstrators
now, Joel? Wait,
protested, they beat them.
let me say
That's
something.
what I hate,
Yeah,
because you guys make anyone that's like on
no,
our
let
side,
me say
you make them
something to you.
holier than thou. All people
No,
do bad
it's not.
shit, and you can't call it out.
They do. Okay, but let me say something to you. Do you know how infiltrated Iran is, right? Let me just say something, resistance, and you can jump in. You know how infiltrated Iran is with Mossad agents and stuff. That's how infiltrated Gaza was. When I was in Gaza, right? Nobody prepared me for this. So I was taken to my hotel that I was going to stay in. I say it's a hotel. It was empty, right? I mean, it's not used as a hotel. It's an empty building because they don't have anybody going in. It's under lock. But they put us in this building, and I was with this Italian girl, the one I was telling you about last night, Simon, Ariel Sharon's PA's daughter. And her boyfriend was put in another hotel. So we'd made a decision. We only got in on the Thursday. We had to leave on the Sunday that we weren't going to sleep. And she was like, oh, let's go find out where they are. Let's go out. It was evening. It was nighttime. It was late night. Let's go and see. Because we're really like hyped up. So I said, yeah, let's go. So it was like a little boutique hotel. So we just dumped our stuff and everything else. And we came down the stairs. And as we came out of the door, these two guys got up from either side, black polo neck, black trousers, smartly dressed. And they were gunned up. And they were like, you can't go anywhere. Why? What do you mean you're going? And we were like, no, what do you mean we can't go anywhere? We didn't have our vehicles, you see, because we dropped them off in Gaza City with all the aid and everything and handed the keys over. So we were like quite insistent that, well, hang on, no, we want to go and stuff. So they ordered a vehicle for us, which was completely blacked out at the back. They put us in the back of this vehicle. They drove us to the hotel that they knew that the guys were at. She met up with her boyfriend. They sat so close to us, two of them and two more, right, with me and this Italian girl, watching every move of ours. And we were just like, what the hell's going on? Anyway, so we chilled there for a little while, her and I did. And then we found out some of the other guys, they didn't have this for the men, by the way. Then we found out some of the other guys had actually moved on somewhere and they were chilling somewhere else. We're like, cool, we want to go there. The men that were there watching us, they wouldn't let us. So we started, as you do, stamping your feet a little bit, saying, no, but we want to make the most of every minute and stuff. So they called that vehicle back that was blacked out, put us in the back of that vehicle, drove us around, opened the door and said, right, you're back at your hotel. And we were like, what the hell? Like we've driven all the way here. We can look after ourselves. What is this? So we went up. We were like, we just stayed in the hotel room. It was only a couple of hours before dawn. And the next day, I had personal security all around me. I've never been guarded. Like, it was like freaking being royalty. So I actually said to one of the senior officers there, I said, this is crazy. Why do I have all these armed men around me? And he said, you don't know. He said, we have so much infiltration here. We're so scared that somebody's going to harm you. And obviously, there's a more risk of a female, and then blame it on Hamas and blame it on the people of Gaza. We have to keep you protected. You're our guest. We will always keep you protected. And what they did was they put some female protection on me as well. So like, for example, believe it or not, if I wanted to go to the washroom or if I came back up to my room for something, they were with me at all times. That's how much care they had to take. So when you say a protest happened and people revolted, how do you know the Palestinians? Because it is heavily, heavily infiltrated. Heavily infiltrated. Look, what happened when they were going to do the hostage exchange? During the genocide, they brought the hostages to that place, that building, I think it was in Rafah. And America had built that bridge, that pier, whatever it was called, aid pier or whatever. They used it to go in and kill over 100 people to rescue one hostage. Whereas if they'd just waited a few hours, they could have had all the hostages released without killing anybody. Who gave them that information? Who gave them the information, the Americans and Israelis, that that's where the hostages were at that time? So this is how they do it. Joa, this is how they do it in Iran. It doesn't mean that people are not unhappy. Of course, nobody's
Beatrix,
100% happy.
exactly, and that's my point. There's going to
Can I
be
just,
people that are unhappy, and you
Joa,
can't just make an excuse
can I
for
just
it every
read the
time.
just breaking
Yeah.
news? I'm going to give it straight back to you, Joa, because you obviously need an opportunity to respond, so I'm not trying to cut that off. Just quickly, because a lot of news, I was there tweeting away, bloods. Okay, so Trump's being asked a lot of questions. He says Iran agreed to 20 big boats of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. He said they gave us, I think, out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil going through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump says every Gulf state is 100% on his side. He said Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, they're all fighting back. They were surprised to be hit. He admitted he was surprised too, which is telling. But the bigger picture is that Iran's strategy hitting the. Okay. 1 second. Yeah, so he said that about them. Let me just give you some more information. Oof, it froze. Okay, Trump says Iran negotiations are going well. He said you never know with Iran because this is just crazy what he says here. He says you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up. Yeah, exactly. You negotiate with them and then you decide to blow them up. Trump on Granovich, he said he has lots of alternatives and he's weeks ahead of schedule with Iran. So he was asked about the ground invasion. He said we've got loads of alternatives and we're weeks ahead with Iran. Trump on the Iran deal, he said I do see a deal in Iran, could be soon. Trump just confirmed the US is negotiating with Iran both directly and indirectly. Trump says he succeeded in regime change in Iran. And then Trump says, okay, I mentioned that already. Okay, cool. That's the overview of that. Joel, go ahead. You want to respond?
Yeah, just like in any country, you're never going to get 100% support, right? And it just so happened that around 2019, both people in the West Bank and in Gaza through Facebook were showing that they wanted, even one guy that got arrested said, we should fight against the PLO the way we fight against Israel, right? Um, that's just one example. There's many of
Okay,
them.
so that poll that
Like
you're saying, who did they support more than Hamas?
62%,
No, that's
62% of
not.
Gazans.
No. Which party did they support more than Hamas?
He
No,
just said
it
he's
wasn't.
implying it's PLO. He's implying that they
It's
hate
not.
No,
It's
PLO,
no,
so
not.
no.
they
I've
like
looked at the. I've
Hamas.
looked at the poll.
That was an
Can you just
example of
not?
PLO.
Can you just answer the question, please?
Yeah, there wasn't a party.
Exactly, because this is the manipulated statement of the poll. Because in reality, when the people who asked the question in the poll, if you remove the people who said none, so they were asked, do you support Fatah or Hamas? Or what was the question? Was like,
But
do you
that
support,
wasn't the question.
wait a second, which political party do you support, Hamas, Fatah, or others? 30% said, so the majority said Hamas, of the ones who chose a political party, because the majority just said, we don't support anyone. But the ones who did say that they support, actually, the majority said Hamas.
Yeah, and I'm looking at something not that different than you. It
So,
says
but then this is just,
Gaza
it's just the way you
government.
stated it. It's like, okay, so of the people, so it's like me asking the panel and saying, guys, do you support Suleiman or Beatrix? Right? And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 people in the panel. I said, do you support Suleiman or Beatrix? 4 say neither. And then of the remaining 6, 4 say me and 2 say Beatrix.
But that's not the poll I'm talking about.
And so
I'm
that,
talking about the poll. I'm
okay,
talking
go
about
on.
the poll that simply said, "Do people in Gaza trust Hamas?"
Trust Hamas.
67% said they no longer trust Hamas. 67%.
Which poll
Only
is?
4%. Only 4% said they
Well,
don't
I'm
know.
looking at the PSR poll.
Yes, I'm looking at the PSR poll.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking at, and it says this is the 2018 to 2019 poll, and it says this what I said, which is the majority supported Hamas, but of the parties that were supported, but the most of the people who were asked just said none.
What page you on? Yeah, they want none. They didn't
Yeah,
want.
So
Well, they didn't want Hamas. That's all I said.
yeah, but it's just the way you
I
said it
didn't
is
say
quite
who. I didn't
manipulative.
say who they wanted. I just said they
Yeah,
didn't want.
but okay,
There was a
they were
time
saying
where they
that
didn't
it's
want
not.
Hamas. Okay, this goes back to my original thing. Was the the Israeli
And they
government,
only
the
asked
what they call the
400 people.
kibbutz?
By the way, they only asked 400 people, just so everybody knows. But go on.
Yeah, anything above 356 is statistically significant. Um, and it'll probably
out
have
of 2
like
million.
the plus or minus
Yeah, yeah.
when it's that many, when it's that big of a percentage, it's still valid. I'm just what I was pointing to is during that time there were Gazans, as you're seeing, who did not trust Hamas. A lot of the Knesset believed this was the opportunity to stop funding Hamas, okay, so that Hamas would fall. Netanyahu's government is the one that said, no, 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 we want to keep a separation between PLO and Hamas, so we're going to fund them, right? And at the time, even cash came in through the border.
Yeah, this is
That's why
fake.
this whole thing is being no, it's not.
I'm telling you
That's
it's
why this whole
fake
thing was being brought
because
up.
what you're doing is after the fact restating what actually happened. So what actually happened was Hamas were the legitimate government, right? Israel wasn't funding Hamas. This is just propaganda. They were being funded by external countries. And so the question really was is do we do a blockade, which is what we saw during the Gaza
I'm
genocide?
not saying anything different. I'm saying exactly that.
No, but it's the way you're framing it. So let me frame it the right way. So what they were deciding was, do we cause a blockade like we did in Gaza and starve the Palestinian people? Because when the money, when it's the goods that come in, that's to just allow them to survive because they've put them on a calorie diet. They're not able to basically trade themselves. They're not able to have access to the land, sea, and air. So unfortunately, what you do is you keep them in a concentration camp. You only allow in what you're allowed in, and it's the external countries that allow it in. So the decision of the conversation was about, in reality, do we allow that money into the government of Gaza? And the answer was yes, we need to allow them in because we're going to starve them. So all you're saying is that they didn't decide to starve them at that time; they decided to starve them now.
No, what I'm saying is at that time, what the people that were in the Knesset are saying is that Netanyahu said to continue to allow funding to go to Hamas government in order to have an opposition to the PLO. When most of the Knesset saw it as an opportunity to have Hamas fall.
Okay,
And
how? And okay,
this is why he's being
Okay,
attacked
explain
for
how
it
they would have
now.
made a Hamas fall. Explain, please.
Because if they didn't get funding and
Okay,
people
so
already don't trust
so
them,
let's just
they
go through.
assume
Okay, Joe.
it would fall.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is it's not about Hamas, it's about causing a starvation of the Gazan people and then hoping that Hamas will fall. This is what you're talking about.
You can send food without sending money. They don't sit there and buy the food, right? So
The
it's not
money is
about causing a
irrelevant if the food
starvation.
doesn't come in.
No, but they didn't say stop the food back in 2019. They were saying stop the money.
The money is to rebuild, to do the rebuilding effort because they continuously bomb Gaza. It's to be able to trade. When you have money come in, this is how you'll be able to buy stuff. So the money ends up going to the people in order to buy the goods that come in.
They're not sitting
Okay.
down and
It's running the civil service,
exactly the
Suleiman.
civil
They can't run a civil service. They can't run universities. They can't
exactly.
run the school. They can't run anything without paying people salaries, right? It
Right. They
shuts
couldn't run
down.
anything, but they
It
would
just
still
shuts
have
down
food,
Gaza.
but it wouldn't it would shut down Gaza basically, which which the Knesset believed would cause an uprising against Hamas since 67% didn't trust Hamas.
Well, it would, even if 90% trusted Hamas, when you do that, that would cause an uprising in every country. This is what they try. It's only because they even tried that in Iran, tried the blockade, but it did the Iranian people, the destruction that they caused in the economy, they still didn't rise up against the government. But yeah, there is a possibility you could do that. But just to be clear, it's not about funding. What you're saying is, just to be clear, once again, is about causing a blockade in Gaza, not giving, destroying the infrastructure, destroying the society, destroying the culture, destroying everything, and basically making it so that when these goods come in, which are minimal, what happens is it goes to what it is now, where they'll go in, then Al Shahab, which is a Israeli-backed group, will take control of the goods, and then the food doesn't come into Gaza and these type of things. So what you're basically saying is what end up happening. So we experienced what you said in the last 2 years, and people didn't rise up against Hamas.
It's only I just see it different. I don't
Yeah,
see
the people didn't rise up to
none of
Hamas.
them.
We saw it. We saw what you asked for in these two
No,
years,
no,
and the
different.
people didn't rise up and overthrow Hamas. Actually, the
Different.
opposite. Because you love polling so much, the same organization who did your poll said that after October the 7th, 72% said that they support Hamas. And what happened on October the 7th? The majority said that Israelis
Yeah,
what? So
that's very
so
different
actually
now.
the opposite happened of what the Israeli government thought. They thought by starving the Gazan people, it would overthrow and causing destruction in Gaza, it would cause
You-
people to overthrow Hamas. Actually, what happened is the majority of people ended up supporting Hamas.
Can I say something without you interrupting me,
Bro,
please?
I'm not interrupting you. We're talking about me and you talking.
You did every single time I try to make the point. No one in 2019 was talking about a blockade. They were talking about not sending money, not about food, not about water. about not sending money
No,
because they
Joe,
believed.
no,
Hold on, let me
7 years
finish.
ago,
Joe,
Can
Joe.
I
no,
Joe, it's
Joe,
finish a
7
no,
years
fucking
ago.
point?
no.
Can I
Let's,
finish a point without every time
We're
Joe.
getting
in
Let me
new
let me
interrupted?
waters
correct
now.
you.
Why do you not want the truth
No,
to
no,
get
no. Let
out?
me
Every
correct you.
time I try
Okay,
to say it, I get
when was the
interrupted.
march of when
You
was
can
the Great
correct
March
me
of
after I'm
Return?
done. You can correct me when I'm
When
done.
was the Great March
You
of
can correct.
Return?
You can correct me when I'm done.
Wait,
Okay?
let Joe go.
They
Go ahead,
didn't.
Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
They didn't want to send the money because to the government, to the civil service, which Beatrice said correctly, they didn't want to send the money because they assumed that would cause an uprising. When you bomb a country, of course, and you cut off their food and water, they're not going to be called go against the only people they can depend on, which is Hamas at the time, right? So you can't compare the two, nor was it the same tactic. They weren't talking about 2019 about bombing and wiping out the population and cutting off food and water for days on end, which I was with you here fighting against that. They were simply I'm simply telling you the conditions that were happening at that time and why this is a subject matter today, because in 2019 they wanted to stop they wanted to stop the flow of cash from Qatar to Hamas, not Hamas the militia, just simply the civil service, like keeping things running. They weren't going to stop the food. They weren't going to stop the water. They just wanted to stop the money because they thought that would overturn the government. And Netanyahu was the only one that did not want that to happen, to the point where they had money coming in a car, in a suitcase, in order to get it in there against the Knesset's wishes. And this is why they keep saying Netanyahu funded Hamas. This is the situation of why
So,
that
so you're
happened.
accepting it was Qatar, right? Number one. Number
I've just
two,
added
I went to
Ryan, but you
Gaza.
dropped. Sorry, go ahead, Joe. But I just added Ryan, but you dropped. So Ryan, just come back up again. I don't know what happened. You glitched out. But go ahead, Beatrix.
Yeah, just I'll just stop it. Just so basically, Joey, you're accepting it was Qatari money coming via Israel. I went to Gaza before 2019. It was in a complete blockade. They were getting nothing through, and I mean nothing through. So the water, in the morning when I brushed my teeth, they told us do not touch the tap water, but you forget, don't you? So as I opened the tap and put the water in my mouth, I had to spit it out straight away. It was like salt and bleach. Like imagine somebody puts a ton of salt in a glass of water and adds bleach. They'd already poisoned the water. I went before 2019. It was under a complete blockade. Nothing was getting in there. It was scarce. And I'm not joking when I say that it was scarce. And I think it'd been like that. When you say 2019, at 2019, it probably would have been like that for about 10 or 12 years. So it's not about Israel didn't want to stop the water and it didn't want to stop the food. Israel was starving them already by then.
Yeah, and not only that,
Already.
Beatrix, is that
Um,
they poisoned the soil,
I agree
right?
with that.
The UN scientists came in and they found that the soil has been poisoned through successive bombings. The Great March of Return wasn't some random one-off event. It happened from 2018 all the way to the end of 2019, and it was a weekly event. And it was caused, and the goal of that Great March of the Return was to protest the occupation and the fact that there's so many refugees that were displaced, and that the living condition was so bad. And it was co-organized by Hamas, and all the people there were willing participants. But then what happened was they got shot, and a lot of them got shot in the legs. Some of them got killed. 40 or 50 got killed. 11,000 were injured during the course of that 14 months, right? And it wasn't. You think that you like to blame Hamas on this, but it wasn't. It was the people that actually wanted to protest in the first place, and they weren't blaming Hamas. No one, you
I
can't
didn't
find
blame Hamas.
someone that
You
were
don't
blaming
listen.
Hamas during the points of
You don't
March of
listen.
Return. What you can't let
It
me finish.
was.
I let you speak. Please let me finish. And you can't,
It
right?
took you a long
I
time, but I'll
agree
let
with
you
you.
finish.
I agree with you. Not everyone's going to support Hamas. There's still remnants of PLO and PA supporters in Gaza. There's still, even to this day, they're never going to be converted to Hamas because Hamas has a different, are theologically driven. That's the way the government is, and not all of Gaza are like that. So of course you're going to have protesters. The fact is, the vast majority, I'd say 65, 70%, are in support of Hamas, and more so probably now than before, right? But what I'm trying to say to you is that every country has a government that there's lots of people in every country that hates their government, right? This is no different. That doesn't mean to say that that somehow Hamas are some a terrorist organization, or they're very disliked in Gaza and they shouldn't be fit to govern Gaza.
Thanks
That's
for
not
that
the case.
resistance. Appreciate it. Thanks for that.
They're dealing with a blockade that's crippling all of society, and it's imposed solely by Israel, not because Israel funded
Thanks for that
Hamas.
resistance. Yeah, I agree with it. I agree with you. Yeah, agree with you completely. Just want to welcome Ryan Dawson onto the stage. Ryan, hope you're doing well. It's been a few days. How are you? And how's things?
Pretty good.
Any
Yeah, to
updates?
say no one was complaining about the blockade in 2019 is fucking idiotic. You had Cass led in 2008. You had Pillar of Defense
No one
after
said
that,
that,
212. You
Ryan. No
had,
one, no one fucking
you
said
just said
that.
it. I heard you
No,
say
I
it.
didn't.
I heard
No,
you
I did
just say it
not.
when I
I
came
did.
in.
I did not say no one complained about the blockade. That's stupid.
You said no one was talking about the blockade in 2019.
I
It
said
was
I
just
wasn't
about
talking.
freezing assets, blah,
I
blah,
said
blah.
I
I
wasn't.
heard you say it. And
I'm
then you
talking
said,
about the
why do you interrupt me?
Knesset,
And you're
Ryan.
interrupting me now.
Listen,
It's
I'm
like
talking
when your
about the
premise is
Knesset.
wrong, your conclusion is irrelevant.
You're a
That's
fucking
why you get
idiot.
interrupted, because the first
You're
thing you
really an
say that
idiot.
you're building off what the rest of you say is
No, I
already
didn't. I said
wrong,
the
so you don't have to hear the rest of it.
Knesset was not
Shut the
talking
fuck
about a
up, Joa.
blockade.
All
You
right,
moron.
okay, Sullivan, I don't give a fuck. He's retarded. I don't talk to donkeys. I ain't wasting my time.
You're a
I'm
fucking
out.
donkey.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Everyone wants to hear me, not you. You're retarded.
Everyone wants to hear you with bullshit 9/11 narrative that I fucking debunked within one fucking weekend. That you can go look at my fucking post, you moron.
Oh my
And
God, what is going
your
on?
building 7 bullshit.
Whoa, 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 that went from 0 to 100. I think Uma's right. We need more chicks on this freaking panel. There's too much tea going on here. Whew.
Beatrix, the problem is anyone who tries to push anything back on Ryan, which refuses to look at any evidence but his own, is a donkey. And I
But
have
he's
a
gone,
problem with
Joa.
that
He's
guy.
gone. He's gone. He's gone. Let's not talk about him. He's gone. He's gone. Right. Sadly, because I wanted to hear him talk about the tanks again. I love it when he talks about. He just laughs and tells us how many tanks have been taken out and gives an
I
update.
can leave if
Hope,
he'll come back. I don't have a problem.
no, don't worry. Yeah, hopefully he'll come back anyway. Just let everything calm down. I don't know if there's any breaking news. If not, we can go to Andy. Andy Suleiman, is there anything?
Let me just check any breaking news. What happened there? Did Ryan and Joe have a fight? Okay.
They had a chick fight. They had a chick fight.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
I
Okay.
bet the YouTube lot are now wishing we'd stuck to Spice Girls, huh?
Okay. Let's see. We got Hezbollah is hitting Israel right now, so Hezbollah is bombarding Israel right now as well. Yeah. Okay. Hezbollah is hitting Israel. Let me just tweet this out. Oops, and the thing's crashed as well. Just give me 2 seconds. So yeah, let me go to just Andy. Go ahead, Andy. Jump in because the flipping YouTube is all crashed. Okay.
Yeah, Bill Ackman just made a post about how this is the most lopsided war ever, and it's going to create a peace dividend and a huge win for the U.S. and humanity. So all of you should buy stocks right now. So he's completely off his rocker. Yeah, he probably wants us to all buy stocks so he can lock in his profits, and then he probably wants us all to buy so then he can sell and make his profits before the market crashes. So yeah, you know the Zios are all getting completely desperate. He was the one that was literally reposting all the Zionist accounts in the 2 months leading up to it during the protest, pushing the, oh my God, 30,000 people died. So, yeah, you know they're getting desperate to try to keep the markets stable because they don't want it to all come crashing down at once. They probably want a gradual collapse because they don't want us all panicking because they want, they, as we were talking about earlier, with COVID, they had it in Wuhan, but then it was only 3 months later when it collapsed. They want to bleed and play their games and do little ups and downs with insider trading. They don't want it to, they don't want a 10-20% crash in one day. They don't want a Black Monday 1987 style crash, anything like that. They like order in the financial system and they want something that they can control. they don't want retail investors all selling off, deciding one day, oh my God, we're going to sell off, because then all of a sudden they lose their investors if the retail investors all of a sudden make a move. So yeah, and then with what's going on in Kuwait, if that's even if let's say a small fraction of that is out, even if let's say they lose, even if only half of that's out and they lose 20% of their water, that's a huge hit if that's actually true. And I mean, it's reported that it was hit and it caused significant damage, but they never said confirmed Iranian strike. They just said that it was hit. So I mean, it could be a false flag. But it would make sense for Iran to try to take out Kuwait to preempt and to basically cripple Kuwait, so to make it harder for the U.S. to stage an invasion, because throwing Kuwait into chaos would make it harder for the U.S. to stage their invasion. I mean, taking out their water makes it harder to stage an invasion. So, yeah, I mean, and then you have Trump saying, oh, we're really close to a peace deal. It could be days. Yeah, you've been saying we're days away from a deal since day 2 of this war, when you also said Iran was out of missiles. So yeah, you're so close to a peace deal. That's why Iran basically hit 6 countries at once. I mean, at this point, I don't even think Trump knows what's going on at this point. I think he just says whatever pops into his mind at any given moment. I'm honestly shocked they wheel him out. I'm honestly shocked they wheel him out here to do interviews, just like with Biden. We're like, why the heck do they even let this guy speak? I'm honestly think it's the same with Trump, but I mean, like, I'm shocked they don't just put Rubio out there. At least he's competent sounding. Like, Trump just babbles and contradicts himself so many times. Like, if I were the Zios, I'd throw Rubio out there. I mean, he's not going to sound like a complete fool. I mean, anyone defending this war sounds foolish, but Rubio could at least put together a coherent statement. I mean, Texas obviously an idiot.
But Andy, can I ask you something, right? On Trump, the more this has gone on over the month, the more I'm starting to, like, you know what Simon says about he cannot be that stupid. So he's partly a little bit of the markets, but that's not really working, controlling the markets, whether we've got a deal narrative. I think he's just trolling everybody and buying time, and that's all he's doing. Literally trolling people and buying time and doing this yo-yo and playing mind games with people, and that's what he's doing. Literally, it's black and white,
Yeah,
isn't
but
it? Do you know what I mean?
he's
He's not that
buying
stupid.
time for what, though? For what? There's no deal that's just gonna match. He's buying time for what? A deal? I mean, he's not. Iran's not gonna cave. So what's he even buying time for? To get troops in place for a ground invasion? That's gonna be a road to nowhere. I mean, there's only because I mean we already ran through the situation. There's not really a tenable deal that can be reached. So I don't even know what he's buying time for. That's the thing.
Well, could be ground invasion, could be that he's going to take their oil, could be that he's going to take their, look what he's doing on Cuba. You know, he's allowing oil to go to Cuba, but only to those private institutes that support him. Basically, the monarchists, the few monarchists in Cuba,
Maybe
equivalent
he's
of
waiting
monarchists
for
in Cuba.
maybe he's
Not,
waiting to get the regime change in Cuba, and then he'll get that win, and then maybe if he makes a deal that's more favorable to Iran. But I mean, he still can't make a deal that's favorable to Iran because of the Israel issues. He could make a deal favorable to Iran after he gets Cuba and take a slight loss in Iran and say, well, we got Cuba. He could spin that to his supporters because a lot of them aren't the brightest tools in the shed. But the issue is we still go back to the Israel issue. Israel's not going to accept sanctions lifted and Iran keeping their missiles.
Okay, guys, 1 second. I need to address the chat because they're losing their minds. Let me be clear on this. Joa is a friend of mine. Ryan is a friend of mine. I would never, ever kick either one of those two. And I think if they met each other, they would love each other. I've met both of them in person. I've spent time with both of them, more time with Ryan in person. And so I have a lot of good views about Joa, and I have a lot of good views about Ryan. So anyone who's telling me to kick Joa, that's not going to happen. And similarly, anyone who tells me and used to tell me to kick Ryan, I remember Ryan and got into a few fights on these spaces with the women, and they were like, "Oh, he's a misogynist, kick him out." And I said I will never ever kick out Ryan. And at that time, everyone was pressuring me to kick out Ryan Dawson. Now you guys all know who he is, mainly because I've been platforming him and trying to make him as popular as possible. But now you're on his side. But very easily, I know you would switch on him if you knew his opinions on other issues. But I would never kick Ryan. So I would never kick any of them because they're both my friends and I like both of them. And so it's very simple. So when Joe said, okay, I could drop for Ryan, no, that's not going to happen. So I wouldn't do that. So anyway, hope that clarifies it.
And for what it's worth, Sully, I really like Joa here because having that sort of
No, but
viewpoint
let's
is
be
good.
clear on Joa. Like, you're a great point, but let me be clear. You can't compare Joa to Manco. Joa has been against the genocide from day one. He's been on these spaces for 3 years, speaking against them.
To the
And
point of having the FBI called on me and being interviewed. Just so you
exactly,
guys
Joe has
know.
had the FBI on him and being called. And yeah, he's got a slight difference of opinion, slightly. He's not even that contrarian. It's a very nuanced difference. But because it's like 3 a.m. in the UK, we're kind of having that discussion in between news about the nuance. And he has a slightly different opinion. And it's not even majorly different. He's with Gaza. He's against this war. He's against any war. He's against all those things. So, anyway, the thing's simple. If you're telling me to throw Joe off, it's very simple. You don't need to be following me because I'm not going to throw any of my friends off these spaces. I've got a lot of love for Ryan. I've got a lot of love for Joe, and it's not going to happen. I just just messaging Ryan. Though. I was like, "Listen, you met each other, you love each other, and we can have a coffee." He's like, "You can have a coffee with that guy." Okay, chill. But anyway, that being
So,
said,
Simon, I have one pet peeve. If someone puts words in my mouth and then on top of it calls me a retard
well,
for it,
I'm not sure. I didn't
that's
hear
why I
what.
rage. That's why I rage quit before. I've only rage quit once. I can't stand when someone says said something that I didn't say.
Well, I don't know what you said, if
That's
you
all.
did say it or not. So I wasn't listening, to be honest. In the sense of I was listening, but when you don't listen precisely, I can go back and listen and see if you said it or not. Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe he misunderstood. Who knows? But point is, okay, cool. Anyway, Ryan just told me he's up there. Anyway, Ryan, I do want Ryan to come back. But at the same time, obviously, I don't want Ryan to feel uncomfortable as well. As his choice.
Bro, I can draw. I'm seriously. If people want to hear
No,
him in the
Joa, no,
truth, they want
No,
to
no,
hear
I
him.
no,
He
don't.
can
please,
draw.
please, just
I don't want
look,
anyone
Joa.
to
This is
drop.
this is all overblown, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, Ryan said his update was that the Houthis will close the Red Sea if the US attacks on the ground. But yeah. Okay, cool. Okay.
Can I just say as
Bayern goes,
well, right? I think
Suleiman
this
is
is
too.
important,
Oh, sorry,
Suleiman.
guys.
Oh no, sorry, were you saying something? I didn't
Yeah,
hear. I
yeah.
just wanted to say something about Joe. Really.
Yeah.
Go,
Bayern
go
says
ahead.
Suleiman is too naive. A side effect of trying to be a good Muslim. I'm a good Muslim. I'm a really good boy. Trust me.
Solomon, it's also because I let Beatrix joke around and Casey and you, and these people think I'm Jewish, which is hilarious. But that's what they think
Yeah,
because
yeah.
of the mezuzah joke and
We don't really think
everything
that's too
else.
much.
I don't think it's because of the
No, I
joke. I
know
think
you
it's because
don't, but they do.
it's
The
because
the group does.
no, I don't think it's that. I think it's just like you obviously have a contrarian position sometimes, and maybe not always people can
Yeah,
take.
that's possible. That's possible.
People want everyone to have the same opinion, and if you kind of veer off a bit, they do get upset. And I've noticed that they don't like even debates or discussion. They want it to be just like very single-minded kind of thing. But anyway, Beatrix, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I am going to say something. So first thing, I was going to say something about Joa. In fact, let me say that first. What I was going to say, then I want to address somebody on the YouTube. So a lot of people on YouTube, you may not know this, but 36 hours after October the 7th, 24 to 36 hours after October the 7th, we were all in shock at what we were witnessing, completely in shock. We thought somebody around the world would have intervened by day 2 of 24/7 bombing of Gaza and bodies just being blown up, and nobody did. And we thought, what do we do? What can we say? And some of you may have been with us that night. And we said, what is this? This is what do we call this? Is it massacre? And we decided to call it a genocide. That's where that term was first used. That night, all of us, and I mean all the listeners, everybody on the panel, the huge movement, we called it Gaza genocide, and we got that trending. People were tagging in politicians, celebrities, influencers, sportsmen, sportswomen, everybody, anybody you know. And the next day it was trending worldwide. And Joa was with us throughout the whole night, and he was doing the graphics and everything for people to tag in. So we may joke with Joa, but he is our friend. And what I want to say to this guy, right? Hanif Somic, or whatever the hell your name is, you've just come on the YouTube chat today, new account, nobody knows who the hell you are. You're calling out Joa and you're saying Suleiman's going to lose listeners. Well, mate, listen, how about we start with you first? Let me put your butt out of that chat so you can get lost and get some fresh air somewhere else. Don't come in our space and don't come in our chat as a new account and try to cause division, because I'm on you. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks,
And I just
Suleiman.
wanted to say, I've been listening to Joa for like since the genocide, since the first week of the genocide, and he's honest with his opinions. And to be honest, 95% I tend to agree with him on. It's just the 5%, but that's the 5% that any human being tends to be more vocal about. That's all it is. But I really do appreciate Joa being in here, and despite my apparent, sort of animosity towards him, it's not it's not like that at all. And so I just want to say thank you, Joa, as well, for your honesty and sincerity.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, and look, Ryan's more. I can see loads of chat said, Gary. Look, I've asked Ryan. He can come back if he wants. If he doesn't want to, it's his choice. Listen, you guys only know who he is largely because of me, right? Some of you will know him otherwise, but I've been promoting him a lot during the last 12-day war. No one was asking for him because he wasn't coming on my platform. So let's be clear on this. Like, it's good. I want Ryan back, but it's his choice, and he's another good friend of mine. Okay, this is getting thingy. Let's get back onto the space. Let's get the conversation back onto the politics. Okay. Okay, so Tehran is.
Oh, my favorite troll just gave a super chat, Moses. He says, I've been listening every day on X for 2.5 years. I love Joa. You got the name wrong there, Moses. It's Jonah. But yeah.
Okay. Let's go to. Okay, so Tehran is being bombed heavily right now as well. It is being bombed heavily right now as well. So that's happening. Let me just give some more news and then I'll post it. It's like, because when I see the news, I'd like start posting it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hezbollah says the following: we bombed the Dovev settlement with missiles as part of the warning we gave to the settlements. We targeted the Israeli Gujjar site with missiles. So Hezbollah's update today, because some of you guys wanted it, let me give it myself quickly, is they've hit a number of Merkava tanks again today. They tried to infiltrate through the southern Lebanon, and Hezbollah hit them hard. You see the Merkava tanks being blown up. Quite a few were hit. They also hit the and by the way, I know these updates a lot myself, but I just like other people to say them because it just brings that extra dimension. So what happened was, in one of the incidences, you had a lot of Israelis within a specific location, within a house inside the Lebanon. So it was within the border of Lebanon, and basically Hezbollah found it and blew them up and took them out. So they got taken out on that. So each time incursion they try to do into Lebanon is not working. The Merkava tanks that are trying to come in just are not getting through. They've tried to do incursions through the east, and again, Hezbollah has been hitting them and removing them out. They've not had any incursions from Syria, so that's been pretty decent. But yeah, that's literally what's been going on. So yeah, that's kind of the update on Lebanon. Okay, what else we got? Okay, let's go to Casey. Casey, jump in.
Okay, yes, thank you. So much has been said. But yeah, I love hearing the Hezbollah news because You know what? I don't know if you guys shared the story, which this isn't anything to share as far as like a good thing or like we're not praising this guy or whatever. But it's a point to be made that because I saw it on Twitter, apparently some guy from Connecticut left his home all the way in Connecticut to join the IDF to go try to take Lebanese land. And unfortunately, you know, I mean, it's a war and he was killed. Why would you leave your home to go try to take somebody else's land? And this is the point. So that's why Hezbollah is fighting back. And so this word terrorists, you know, I don't really like saying the real word on YouTube, but you guys know I'm talking about terrorists. But you know, America just designates these people who are literally fighting for their land that word. And in fact, the people that we actually have issues with, we created them ourselves. Like our establishment created them ourselves. And to be honest, I don't even call them terrorists. I call them America proxy militia. I do, being as though we funded and trained them. So there's that. But I thought it was pretty. I thought it was quite the story that you left all the way from Connecticut to go all the way to join an army to go try to take land from people in Lebanon. What were you thinking? You know, this has to stop. And yeah, I mean, it was just a lot said, but you know, it's good that this space is debunking propaganda. I love that part.
Casey, that's a very good point. To jump in on that, this goes to show you how propagandized and how these Christian Zionists. I guarantee you that individual probably grew up in that Christian Zionist household where that's all he heard was, "If you bless Israel, we'll be blessed."
No, he didn't, but I just didn't want to necessarily go there. But he was just a Zionist, not the Christian Zionist kind. But yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, okay, then, yeah, but, okay, let's say Zionist, but a lot of that, Casey, I'm going to push back just a little bit here. A lot of that comes back from this notion that we have this God given edict to get involved and to bless Israel. And it carries forward, it goes deep into our society, kiddo. It really does. I grew up American, born, raised, United States of America. I'm 70, going on 72 years old. I'm telling you, 60 years of this. It's so deeply embedded in our society. And this is deep. And this people are starting to wake up. And again, I agree, Casey, 100%. Thank God for this space. This is why we're fighting this fight. We're fighting an ideological war here. And few realize that. Few really realize that. But I get it. And more, like you, of course, you, Casey, you're so blessed. You're a young woman. You get it. Thanks, Casey.
Yeah. Resistance, question to you. Where do you think this Trump's kind of making a lot of contradictory statements. He's talking about how a deal's going to be done. Then he's like he's far ahead of schedule in terms of the ground invasion. Where do you think this goes?
Like I said, I mean, I'm waiting to hear. I mean, I believe you when you say that Daniel Davis and a few others are saying it's going to be a ground invasion. I have to wait to see if that happens. But any sort of deals, I just don't think Iran is ready to do any sort of deals right now. And for me, I just think that this is going to continue on and on and on. And Israel's going to drag, like you said before, Israel's going to just drag America until it becomes so bad for Israel that they'll have to beg for a ceasefire, a negotiation. But Iran will only do a permanent one. So I think it's just going to have to. There may be a ground invasion along the way, but this doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. And also, it's like Trump is caught. We all know Trump is caught between a rock and a hard place. But it just seems like the longer he's not informed accurately, and obviously it's not just Trump making the decisions, but it's just Trump being fooled into making these decisions, and then going along with it. The fact that he's constantly incoherent, there might be an element that he's also losing it, a bit senile, just from some of the stuff that he's saying. But that plays into the hands of the Israelis because they like idiots, so they can just manipulate them more and more to further their goals. So, like I said, I mean, if we had really coherent and with it sort of mentally sharp sort of leader, I don't think this war would have probably happened. But such is the case. We've got someone like him who's got a very temporary attention span, and plays well into the hands of Israel. But I think they picked the wrong country in Iran, and that's the problem. And now there's a country that fights back, and they're, in terms of people say it's asymmetric, etc. Yeah, but it's actually equal in capabilities and capable of causing destruction to all their assets, whether it's in the Middle East as United States assets, or the Gulf countries, or Israel. And now we're seeing that. So I think it's going to last for a lot longer. And any deals, I just don't think will be good enough for Iran right now.
Thanks for that, Resistance. Let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, jump in.
Thank you. Yes, the case is that Israel has been at this through multiple presidencies in terms of trying to get an American president to attack Iran. There was even the guy, Patrick Clausen from the Washington Institute for Middle East Policy or Near East Policy, who back like 13 years ago was talking about how are we going to get an American president into war with Iran? And then he started articulating potential false flags or provocations where it would at least look like Iran had sunk a ship or an Iranian ship had been sunk. And so, I mean, even back to Bush, they were trying to, especially the second term of Bush, there was a lot of push toward ramping it up toward Iran. There were even, Gwyneth Todd was a whistleblower who was on the National Security Council, who was, I believe, stationed in Bahrain and would look like she was even being set up as part of a false flag against the American Navy by a high-level commander, and she had to even leave the country. So there was there was missing nukes from like South Dakota Minot Air Force Base in the late second half of the Bush second term, and so this has been going on, but it's always been there's been this part of the American intelligence community that's always done their best analysis. This happened with the Iraq War. The actual, so you remember the whole thing with the CIA actually said no, there is no credible intelligence that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction or is trying to build nuclear weapons. And then they had Cheney's office. What was the guy's name who was his aide who then got indicted? But he would go to the CIA and berate them and try to force them to produce intelligence, and they couldn't accomplish it. So they actually then had to produce the intelligence directly in the Pentagon and the vice president's office alongside Ariel Sharon in Israel. So this has been going on for a long time, where there's this attempt to manufacture intelligence or push the United States into war. And Iran was always the one that no American president would do because they knew exactly what would happen, what we're seeing. That's what they were informed in terms of their briefings and all of that. And so this is, I think, one of the reasons why Trump was installed in the very first place. And that's why they needed him for the second term, was to accomplish this. So I think that this is a major piece of the reason why at least the Israeli side of things were very interested in installing Trump, and they got involved in the 2016 election. You go look at Psy Group and other Israeli intelligence fronts, and they were working in that election. So I just wanted to point some of that stuff. I'd love to return to Gaza and Hamas like you all were talking about, but I don't want to hijack.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Frozen. Frozen, go ahead, jump in.
I think Frozen has spoken before. I'm not sure if she's here anymore. She spoke a while ago, Suleiman. We just hadn't rotated the panel.
Oh, okay, drop her.
There's all these loving super chats being given now.
Do you want to read them?
Team Joa. I'm Team Suleiman. Nobody's given a Team Beatrix super chat
W
though.
Seda, he's on the right team. He is on the right team.
What about Team Chicks? Did we get any of?
Yeah, Siddharth, what about Team Beatrix? And Jabba, what about your Team Joa? What about Team Beatrix and Team Chicks? Yeah, actually, Jabba, what about Team Chicks?
That's crazy.
Beatrix.
Well, I just want to like. I wanted to say actually. It seems like loads of. I'm not in other spaces or anything like that, and I don't want to bring that up. But it seems like when I flick through YouTube, it's all the other spaces are on YouTube, or all the other videos are on YouTube. But I can't. I have to manually search for Suleiman's interviews, which is so annoying. And they're filled
Yep.
with. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, Sully, and I'm trying to watch some of
No.
the search by your name constantly, and it just seems like all the other spaces are just like, if you got, even if they have to be half Zionist and half pro-resistance to even show up on my feed. It's really annoying, and I've got it set up on my TV, and I'm subscribed with you as well, so it's not like, I should be getting, and I've watched so many videos, I should be getting that you on my home screen, but I'm not.
I'm
Frustrating.
if I could just jump in, just only because like this is a perfect. I'm sorry, Suleiman, you know what I mean. But resistance makes a huge point, and this is why the notification bell is so important. I feel the same way too. I'm noticing that's happening. Right, you're not showing up. You should be the first the channel that I see on my YouTube, because I'm always on your channel. That is how the algorithm is supposed to work. But they are trying to suppress this channel. So that's why liking and subscribing, liking this stream, engaging, commenting, this stuff is extremely important, because you can push past this wall. It doesn't have to stay like that, but the momentum has to be, continuously pushed so that this can, stop happening, and then things can reset back to normal. It can happen. So guys, please, that's why we keep saying, like the stream, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and do some engagements, hit some comments, things like that, because these interviews are good, but they are going to try to suppress this channel. And then on top of that, I'm sorry, just real quick, Suleiman does not give fake news and stuff, because they could have dinged him for that long time ago. And I know people are checking his channel out. So he keeps it correct. So that's why we need the momentum. I just thank you for saying that, Resistance.
Yeah, and I watched one of his Sully's counterpart. Let's just leave him to that one video, and all of a sudden I'm flooded with his on my home screen. It's just so annoying, and he's not even a great interviewer. He's so annoying. I mean, I just hate. I mean, listening to him half the time, and his questions are so crude and rudimentary.
And that's because I'm not writing his
Just really
questions for him
quickly,
anymore.
guys, right? There's breaking news. Trump says America has, quote unquote, lots of alternatives to ground troops in Iran. I don't know what his lots of alternatives are. This guy's just like playing this game.
This discombobulator thing, though, does worry me a bit, because I've been looking into
What is
that
it?
too.
What's that,
And
Joe?
supposedly, there's some credible evidence that U.S. has a high-power microwave weapon that basically fries the electronics within a 1 mile range. From 2 to 5 miles, it makes them stop working, basically jams them or shuts them down, almost like an EMP. But it's constant. And there's some credible evidence from people who study this kind of thing that they did use that in Venezuela. Um, and I wonder what that would do in Iran. Although I don't think much if it only operates up to 5 kilometers. But I don't know militarily wise if 5 kilometer is enough of a range to not have any weapons being able to be used, any electronic weapons or like missiles that have electronic parts or whatever it may be.
Well, that's good for Larak Island, because that's like 5 kilometers in diameter, I think. If you manage to get there.
Yeah, that's if you manage to get there. And again, Joy, you know that China and Russia are heavily weighed into this. Man, they have their shoulder into this. And resistance just said it. If they even manage to get in close, and they'll have the intel. China's feeding Iran intel, like live time intel.
Oh, and from Venezuela, they probably have the intel on if it was used or not, or if this is real or not.
Do they have the jamming technology though? Do they have the missile capability? Do they have the drone capability? So all of that would have factored in because that I think that's the difference between Iran and Venezuela.
So, Joe, do
Oh,
you
yeah, I
think
agree.
actually from your
Much
research,
smaller.
Joe, how much have you looked into this? I mean, in depth. Have you like really gone after this?
I spent 2 days. I spent 2 days. I looked at any secret weapons because of
Yeah.
what Trump mentioned about secret weapons. I looked at any credible sources of any secret weapon projects, and the only two that are worrisome is that one, and then that one thing of that I don't think is true. The TR9, like the reverse engineering of a UFO that has like plasma stealth or whatever the hell it's called. But even that, if they had one, it would be one. It wouldn't even be that dangerous. Um, um, on its own by itself. It's just the microwave one. What does that do, right? Does Iran have artillery shells? Like, I don't know. Do they? Because that probably wouldn't work on that. So they'd still be able to attack.
Yeah, right. You gotta look. We gotta look at everything exactly.
I've got some super chats here, right? I don't know if this is backfired on us, Casey. This isn't a super chat, but someone says Team Kitchen Chicks. And then Moses, a favorite troll who only goes over there to give a super chat to troll, says Beatlessy, as a mixture of Beatrix and Khaleesi. Beatlessy, go to sleep, thanks. The men are here. Beatrix sounds like a new show. Beatrix, I'll love you for a bag of diesel. Freaking hell, man. I don't have any diesel, guys. Like, the more you say it, the more people are believing it. You're crazy. And then XR Pirate says Team Space Crasher Beatrix. Like, you guys are spending money super chatting to troll me. And what else have we got? Team Beatrix, true on having to manually search. Dizzy Kitai, thank you very
So
much.
like this manual search
Appreciate all
thing,
the
like what
support.
is the reason why? Like that's actually kind of annoying to me because like we and like there is a lot of listeners on YouTube. Like, so is there any listeners on YouTube who've naturally just found it through YouTube, or has everybody just found us through X and collaborations? Like I'd be interested to hear if anyone in the YouTube chat, because we've got about what is it, 670 people on now.
Do a poll. Do a poll on YouTube, Suleiman. Do a poll.
Yeah, good idea.
So there was a time where you were just
I'm full of good ideas.
sorry.
Wait, how do
There
you
was
edit?
sorry.
Oh, okay. How do you add option? Sweet. Okay. How did you find this channel? So we'll write X and we'll write Twitter because some of them might get confused, like what does X mean? And then we'll write YouTube as in naturally on YouTube. YouTube, they might get confused and be like, oh, I'm on YouTube, so write YouTube algo. And then the last one is collabs, because we've done quite a few collabs. Actually, I'm glad we good idea with this, Paul.
I said I'm full of good ideas.
Oh, so IB Denmark's idea. Wait, Conscious, are you IB Denmark?
No, I am in Canada.
Oh, I've been thinking that you're the guy called IB Denmark on there, so you're not the same person.
No. My name on YouTube is Conscious Mankind also, and I have to search for your name when I go to YouTube.
Another one.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so just let me know in the poll what it was, how you found it. How do I check the poll? Can you not pin the poll? No. Okay. Yeah, everyone's like, we're 84% at Twitter, 10% YouTube out. We're only 62 votes at the moment. Yeah, interestingly, yeah, YouTube guys continue voting. Let me see. But most people are saying Twitter. So yeah, Twitter did move everyone across. Because most people say, oh, you can't, like X is really bad when you've got a follow on X. It doesn't really move across to YouTube. And I actually believed that for a long time. But I guess this poll is showing otherwise. Interesting. What, collabs haven't got me hardly anyone? Why am I wasting my time with all these collabs then, bloods? What is going on? But yeah, that girl, how do I sort this algo out, bro? I want to be famous. I want to be
That's
big
right.
and famous. I'm
It,
jokes. But yeah, go
I
on.
mean, you're already the king of Twitter, so you know. But real talk. This happens, but that's why I really am pushing for people to engage with your content so that it can start getting pushed back out again in the algorithm, so you still get more
Yeah,
people
that's true.
coming
Because you know
in.
the videos today, I kind of said, "Oh, everyone follow it," but I didn't push it that hard. And normally Beatrix pushes it hard, but she kind of been busy. So I guess I'm gonna have to start pushing these videos a bit harder to like break out the algorithm so people can actually see the spaces live, right?
Yeah, that's how it goes. And I noticed that I had to look for you, and before it wasn't like that, where you would just pop up. This does happen, but it doesn't have to stay there. So that's why it's like pushing a boulder, like, just giving it that push, and then once people engage and start pushing it, then the algorithm picks up and does what it has to do. It was like, moving the hamster wheel, like getting it going again.
Okay, so let's look at
But
this because I'm interested in this. So it's 670 people on YouTube at the moment. And we peaked today at nearly 900. And the voting, there's been 113 people vote. 86% say Twitter, so that's like 90 people. 9% say YouTube algo. So Lisa Jean said, I found this blessed channel via Myron. Yeah, nice one. 9% YouTube algo, which is what, like 10 people through the YouTube algo and about 7% through thingy. So let's see what people are saying. YouTube is shadow banning you. Okay, how do I sort the shadow ban out though? I didn't see the X space, so I found the YouTube today. Okay. I know people that listen to your Space and X, but I refuse to download the app, so I follow you on YouTube. Ah, so someone from X told them about me. Okay. I heard about you in the X Hamster comment section. What is the X Hamster comment section? Short and 10-minute video clips will bring more audience. I do bare short blood, and I do bare 10-minute clips. Come on YouTube because X is kicking me off. The X space gets hidden a lot. Okay, my battery on X doesn't last. YouTube saves my phone. Interesting. Comments and likes on comments. Comments and likes on comments boost. Guys, why aren't you liking the video then? How many likes have we got on this? 500. That's a lot. We got a lot of likes. You have been on the top of my feed every day on YouTube. Okay, so John says I'm on being the feed and top. Originally short, but last few days only need to manually search your channel and find the live link. It will grow. Thank you. Rathbone got me. Yeah, we love Rathbone. Nah, Sully, keep it up. Yeah, I have to search you on X and YouTube. Oh, so annoying, bro. Why did I have to do that? I've been following X for a couple of years and started following you on YouTube. W. Beatrix, come on, that's fake news. You know where you
Do you
find me from
think? Do you
Beatrix.
think some of them? Because if some of them are saying that it's on the top of the feed, it might be geolocated. This at the algorithm. So in some locations, they're fine. They don't have the restrictions, but in other locations, then they do. Worth maybe
In-
asking him. Why did they asking
Interesting.
them?
Hey guys, sorry to cut you off. Do you edit your keywords for each YouTube video as well?
My what?
Your keywords?
No, what's that?
Yeah. So I've been trying to search up, and first of all, I highly respect you guys for everything you guys do. Um, and before I get into that, everything, but in terms of the keywords, when people search you up on YouTube, for example, if I'm trying to search up any of the Anthony Aguilar interviews with you, I can't even find them on YouTube. So what you need to do is for each video that you post, right? There needs to be when you're posting it, if you go down and you click advanced, it allows you to type in things that when people search them up on YouTube, your video shows up as well.
Oh,
So
you talk
there's
about tags?
tools, tags, yeah.
Oh, add the tags, but you know what was like a friend of mine, he's really big on YouTube, and I'll tell you because I'm very open with my audience. I don't like So what he said, what he does is and this is advice from him, and he's got a channel of almost 200,000 followers, and he's
Okay.
built his over the last 3 years or 4 years on politics. So this is what he said to me. So if you look at the Morandi video as an example, I'll put hashtags in the description. So hashtag politics, news, trending, Netanyahu, Israel, blackmail, Iran, Trump, Israel, Iran war, war, Tehran, World War III, Trump, USA, Army, Morandi, and Suleiman Ahmed. So that's the hashtags in the description. And then the tags What he said to me is that when you put less tags, that works out better. So he only puts 4 tags in. So in this one, the only 4 tags I put in is Iran, war, Trump, and Israel. So I've been told, like, because I used to put loads of tags in and the videos didn't do that good. But since the war, I've been putting in just the 4. And yeah, so that's what I've been told. But are you saying that's wrong?
Oh no, I mean I don't have 200,000 subscribers, so definitely that is probably more correct. But yeah, I guess it's a mixture. You just started your YouTube channel as well, so maybe it's that. And
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure.
well, why? But Sully, if you're interviewing Anti Aguilar, then swap out those two tags for Anti Aguilar, right? Or wouldn't that make more sense?
Yeah, so put an extra tag in for Anthony Aguilar. You're allowed to have loads. It lets you do up to 500, but I just kept it to 4 because that's what I was told. You should only do like 3 or 4 or 5.
Yeah, I mean, you could have the war and all that, but yeah, just add Aguilar, Anti Aguilar, and that's it. And whoever guessed the guest.
That's a good idea. Yeah. I think I did do that for a few. I think you're right. I think I should have done that. Yeah, thanks for that advice. I appreciate it.
I'm going to bed,
And I will
guys.
do
Good
that.
night.
Okay, blood. See you later. Sully, tags and keywords don't matter anymore. Please set up your playlist with the right titles. I run a few busy YouTube channels and can tell you 100% it will make a huge difference. Set up your. I did do that. I've done 2 playlists, but I just need to add more stuff to them. Like I did it up to like I'm a week behind. So you're saying do the playlist. Set up your playlist, Sully. Okay, I will. I've done them. Amity, if you check it, there are 2 playlists. One is interviews and one is news. I don't. Is that what you mean? Check it out and let me know. Because I've done that. Hashtags are dead. The Google AI controls everything. And yes, if they do use tags 3 to 4 to max, okay. Everyone needs to boost as well as for the main videos. Okay, appreciate it. Amity, you also saying about the playlist. I've actually done 2 playlists, but I don't know if that's what you mean. One is you'll see it. One is Iran war interviews, and the other one is Iran war updates. But I think I'm like a week behind. When was it? The last one was a Ryan interview. When was that? Okay, I'm 2 weeks behind. I'm not. Okay, I'll start continue. But is that what you mean, or do you mean something else? Okay. 12 o'clock Tehran time would be what? 7 a.m. here, isn't it?
8:30, I think 7:30 or 8:30 UK.
Yeah, but then up to now, my only focus has been specifically the Iran war. So it's literally interviews about the Iran war or giving you guys 10-minute updates about the Iran war. Sulman, you need to do a food collab with Ertan, American Turk. He has a huge audience on YouTube. Okay, bruv. Yeah, that definitely fits with my channel. Okay. Hashtags are dead.
Trump's been talking about Iran, and he says about Iran, he says we negotiate with them, and then we always have to blow them up.
Wait,
And
MJ, how come
anybody
you
doesn't
deleted some of
see.
these messages? I don't get it. Like, he just said everyone needs to boost as well as for the main video. Okay. What else?
Who deleted them?
What else do we hear? Genuine debates. You need to get Mr. Beast. Bro, I don't want no Zayo. What are you talking about, Mr. Beast? We don't get no Zayos on the chat. Come on, blood. Okay, so the poll finished. And yeah, most people, only 8% of people from 200 actually got founders on the YouTube algo. Every other person found us through Twitter or collabs. Interesting. Okay, let's get back into the space. That was an interesting and appreciated. That helped a lot because I know we took like a 10-minute detour there, but I wanted to, like, because we're putting the work in and we want to make sure we maximize the efforts we put in. Okay, let's get back into the conversation. Appreciate you all. I really do. Andy, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
I mean, this whole discombobulator thing, we're not entirely sure if it's real or not. I mean, and even if it is, I mean,
Hello. Sorry, could I ask a question? Hello. Hi, I'm Amy. It's 3 a.m. here in the UK. I've been lucky enough to be in contact with Sarah Wilkinson. I'm sure you're aware of her, and also the Rebuild Gaza 24 project. So my focus is basically
Amy, let me just stop you there for a second. I'm going to let you continue, but I think it's really important to tell you we know Sarah very well. We know the whole group really well. Lots of love for Sarah and for Shamin, particularly, especially. We don't do any plugging, any promotion of any organization, any charities, anything like that on our space. We just do not allow it. Sarah knows this. Charlene knows this. It's been our principle since the first day of the genocide. So I wasn't sure if you were going there. And if you weren't, I apologize. But just to let you know, because you did mention the organization's name, we don't do that here. But anyway, do continue. Just have to unmute again, Amy. I think it's a double mute.
On. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you. So in my opinion, it's a systemic, it's nothing to do with religion at all. It really angers me. I'm not a religious person personally, but I respect everyone's faith. And I'm getting very aggravated by the fact that people are trying to bring anti-Semitism, anti-Islam, and all this kind of thing into it. This is just about a genocide of a population, in my opinion. I think just on a humanitarian level, and that's what I find so that's what makes me really angry. And I think that's why, I mean, I actually did go to the protest today, which is why my voice sounds, I sound a bit like a man, but yeah, so but I think that, do you think there is real, because I've been bombarding my MP with all these I've done all the right things, I've sent all the right emails, and she still won't meet me. Has
Who's
anyone
your
had
MP,
any
Amy?
success?
Who's your MP?
Helen, oh gosh, I've forgotten her surname. Helen thingamajiggy. Hold on 1 second. Let me look her up. Helen Reeves. Helen Reeves.
She's Zio, though, isn't she?
Sorry?
She's Zio, though, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately.
Andy, why
And
do you
she
like?
won't meet me. She sent me an email.
Cool.
And it was like kind
Thanks for
of,
that, Amy. Amy, what's your view on the Iran war, which is what we're talking about now? Amy, how do you let this chick just interrupt you like that? But anyway, go continue, Amy.
my view is that I think that no country on this world is perfect. I don't think, and it's no country has it absolutely right. But I don't,
What?
this way of
Are you Joe?
this approach of trying to trying to like come in and kill like
Joe, is this your chick?
it just blows my mind. So for me, Iran is just doing what it has to do to defend like children, like it's next generations. Do you know what I mean? Like
I get what you're saying. I get what you're
it's
saying.
future.
Do you know Joe?
And
Do you know Joe, Amy?
sorry.
Do you know Joe?
Yes.
Ah, yeah, you sound like
No,
him.
well, I don't know, not personally, but
You sound
no.
like him. Okay, great points, great thoughts. Appreciate it, Amy. Let's go to Andy. Andy,
Yeah, so
how do you let this chick interrupt you like that?
I don't know. Yeah, so I was going back to this the discombobulator. I mean, we're not sure entirely how real this thing is. I mean, Trump claims it's real. I mean, with him and everything he says is a lie, so he could just be making it up. But let's say it is real. It's not like the US has 20 of these things lying around. If it is real, it's very advanced, very expensive technology. So they probably only have, let's say at most three of them, and it's limited range, so would have to deploy it pretty close to an island, and then that would allow Iran to shoot a missile or a drone at it. Because the second it's deployed, that would mean with Russian and Chinese intelligence, Iran would know where it is, and then would be able to just launch a ballistic missile or drone swarm at it and probably take it out. So that would and that would only lower the defenses on the island. That would not stop Iran from launching missiles and drones from mainland Iran to the island. So it's not like it would leave the island completely defenseless. They can still launch all their Shahed drones. They can still launch all of their ballistic missiles and just pummel any troops landing onto the island. So it's
But
not.
Andy, it would have to be if it's real, it would have to be non-electronic. So you couldn't use the ballistics or the drones. You'd have to use artillery.
Well, I'm saying it can only if it knocks out stuff that's only in a 2 to 5 kilometer range. They would only be able to knock out the stuff on the island, so they would be able to shoot stuff from way further away from the island, or only knock out what's on the island. So they'd be able to still shoot stuff from further away and launch it onto the island from say 100 kilometers away. Is what I was saying. So it only knocks out.
Yeah. I just don't know. I don't know enough about the weaponry if the last 2 kilometers or 5 kilometers or whatever, how important the electronics are on a drone. I assume on a drone they are, but on a ballistic missile, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if this is real. Plus, yeah, I mean, I feel like this seems almost like sci-fi at this point. Like what, it just creates a field, and then anything that gets within 5 kilometers of it just shorts out. This almost seems too good to be true. Like this seems like something out of like a science fiction movie almost.
Not a field. It's like a ray, like a microwave would be.
Oh,
Right.
so it only works from one direction.
Yeah, exactly.
So couldn't like a drone loop around and come in behind and then just take the thing out then? Like
Yeah, it should be able to if it's
exactly.
far enough.
Exactly. You could just
But it's just you've only got Trump's word for it, right? That this thing exists, isn't it?
it's
Or have you
No,
got some like
there's other people that had been talking about this before the whole Venezuela thing. Who were credible. I can go look at the names, but some people who are credible now, they could be nut jobs or who knows, but this is something that the US military has been looking into, is an electronic weapon. We do know that that's been reported for a very, very long time. And the fact that this was, I didn't know what the discombobulator was. When I started looking at the fact that it's a microwave, it actually makes sense. Because you would fry out all the electronics. It'd probably be the easiest way to fry out the electronics. You just, that kind of wave is a very, very short wave, so it can't travel that far. Right. So it's a very limited range type thing.
Sorry, actually, I'm from engineering point of view. I wanted to address this question, Jua. First, I never thought of anything like this, but I have been thinking about it since you asked the question. First of all, microwaves are long waves, not short waves, so they don't travel that far. And as Andy said, they are directional. So I don't think, I never heard of something. I'm from mechanical engineering, but I know a little bit about microwaves. The other thing, what I was thinking is that the fact that Iran has decentralized army, they have 31 command centers which work independently. So this, if there is any weapon like this, I think the fact that they are decentralized and it will not affect them that much because these command centers work independently, and the way how I understand it, they are prepared for any jamming of any part, so that the other part can take over. So that's another one thing. But also, I have a question to the panel. When we were talking about stopping the war, I was wondering whether really Trump can stop the war now, or did the war get enough momentum for anybody not to be able to stop it? Because I don't think that they can really claim enough win for it now, and they may think, okay, if we prolong it a little bit more and a little bit more, and that's what they call the creep, of the war, or mission creep, and then it will become like Ukraine war 4 years and we don't see an end, you know?
Can I
Appreciate
ask you a
that.
question about the
Can
wave real quick? Just
go
really
ahead, bro.
fast.
Yeah.
Is it more of a beam or does it fan out a microwave?
Yeah, usually it's a beam.
Okay. So it would be like a beam if it does exist.
Yeah, but
So
also like
complete.
the thing with microwaves, they are long waves, and you know when they hit, you see their effect when they hit some molecules which start vibrating. So the heat comes from within. So basically, there are things which are transparent to microwaves, like things which are, for example, silicon carbide or silicon. Like these are the things which are made like the electronics are made of. So
Yeah, the chips.
so the
For example.
heating really, which will damage certain things. Yeah, but how? From engineering point of view, I don't see something like that. You know.
So I just want to read this super chat. Is from Why Can't We Have It? He says, Sully, please check your DMs once you're done. I gave you several steps that will boost your SEO score on YouTube. Thanks for everything you and Posh Spice do for us. I love that, but I don't even think she knows who that is. Like, you don't understand how culturally unaware this human being is. She probably thinks you're talking about Faulty Towers or what was the other one there? Anyway, she probably thought you talk about
I
that.
don't know what Faulty Towers is, but I know Posh Spice because she married to David Beckham,
Oh,
right?
damn.
So I know
You saw
that
a
one.
little bit. Okay, so wow, that's
I'm
progress.
cultured. I'm cultured.
Do you know what the Spice Girls are?
They were a band. Casey was talking about them with Simon and Gary. Gary likes the ginger one.
Ah, okay.
He nearly didn't get married because he liked the ginger one. He said that's what he said earlier.
Oh, damn. Okay. Cool. But I'm gonna, and I saw what you sent me, and it's very good advice. I'll literally put it on the next video, because I think it looks really smart. It looks like it looks legit. Like when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So I appreciate your advice. Uh, uh, so and it's really helpful. I really appreciate when people do give me these type of advices because, you know. But you know this bit here where you wrote hosted by and wrote list of names. Do I put all those names in on every single one? Like you've hosted by Suleiman with Scott Ritter, Anna, Simon, George, all these kind of Daniel Davis, all these people, or do I edit it based on who I'm interviewing, or do I put in because those are all the people that I've interviewed? And then same with the tags. Is it for the specific interview, or do I put all the names of the people I've interviewed? I've interviewed so many people. I've interviewed Imran Khan. I put every name in. Like, oh my god, I've interviewed like every celebrity there is. I just don't say it. I need to do Mario and make it look like an interview. Like, I should put all them things in actually. But anyway, let me know on that. Why can't I'm kind of digressing a bit. But yeah, is it for this what you sent for every interview or for the specific names for the specific ones? But appreciate what you sent me. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Silver Sailor, give us your 1 minute promo.
Konnichiwa, my brother. Thank you, Salaman.
Konnichiwa.
Beatrix. Hey, there you go. Andrew, our veterans that are listening, here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'll be reading a quote from Smedley Butler's "A War is a Racket." In the World War, we used propaganda to make the boys accept conscription. They were made to feel ashamed if they didn't join the army. That is it. I want to mention, if I can briefly, about the conscience on war and the Center on War and Conscience. They have a giant billboard going up near Fort Bragg on Monday. I think it's going to run for a week, and it's helping the service members submit applications to be conscientious objectors. And yes, that likely means they would have to be honorably discharged. But yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And why can't has got the guy who's been helping us, giving us another super chat, which is The one thing I will say is that if US troops are on the ground, it will be hard for Netanyahu to drop in a nuke. Yeah, good point. He may not, but they may do it where they drop the nuke in a different area compared to where they are. But yeah, other than that, it's a great point. Yeah. Why can't let me know about the tags, please? About the about the description, whether I should have that all the time or is it specific to the specific person? Okay, let's go to let's bring this guy up. Irish. The Irish. The Irish. Give us your thoughts.
Who's that addressed to?
To the
The Irish
Irish.
warrior.
To the Irish. Okay. You let my people down there. Okay. No, I've seen the 5 steps. Why can't? Appreciate you sending that. I will follow it. I'm asking specifically because I've read the DM. Oh, go to requests. I've read the DM. But on step 3 in the description, you have hosted by Suleiman with, and then you have a number of different people that I've interviewed in the past. And so I'm asking whether I should have all the names in there for every single video, or specifically, let's say I'm interviewing Daniel Davis, only to have his name. That's the first question. And then the same question about the tags. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. How did he just drop as soon as I asked him a question?
He probably came to squat on our space
No,
and
Andrew's
thought you'd
good.
just not noticed him.
No, Andrew's been up and given some golden points in the past.
Has he? Okay, my apologies, Andrew. Bring him
Yeah,
back
you
up.
should apologize.
Oh my God, why are people saying Sully's 20% Irish? Let me tell you something, guys.
I'm about
Sully's had this.
12%. I'm about 12%.
Sully will change his nationality depending on who he's speaking
Wait, that's
to. He's
not
Persian,
true.
he's Irish.
That's not true. I'm just telling you that's the DNA. Don't blame me because I'm diverse genetically,
A
and hence
man
why
of
I'm
the
so
world.
smart.
He's a man of the
Exactly,
world.
I'm a man of the world. I'm
Oh my God, don't
I'm
encourage him, Andrew.
6.6% Persian as well. So it's actually representing. Anyway, let's go to
There you go.
inevitable.
See?
Andrew's back. Let's bring Andrew. Andrew, apologize for Beatrix attacking you so badly, and I was there to defend you and and that's what I do for the boys. So Andrew, go ahead, give us your thoughts.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I don't know what
Yeah.
happened last time. Okay, great. Thank you both for having me up. I wanted to lay out a quick scenario I think is becoming more likely regarding the War Powers Resolution. Technically, Trump has 60 days from when he initiated the military action before his orders become illegal. Congress has to approve use of force. So the problem with that is that if they decide to do an invasion of these islands or the coast to really any scale in the next, say, 2 weeks, they're going to be right at the end of that 60 days at that time. Now, the Powers Resolution says that you have a 30-day period, so it's the next 90 to 90 days. You have a 30-day period from that 60 days ends, and those military actions have to be focused on removing the troops. It's basically a safety buffer to give the military time to get out. And I think at that point, the Trump administration is going to argue that that is militarily impossible and that Iran is still attacking and that they can't pull out. And that's a constitutional crisis if that does occur, because those orders become illegal, and there's going to have to be a court case about it at the very minimum if Congress doesn't have a vote. And I think it's going to be very hard to vote no to funding or using further military force if in 2.5 weeks we already have thousands of Marines and airborne division or whatever, all over different islands and the coast of Iran, because honestly, you might not even be able to remove them quickly, depending on how they insert them. So I've not really heard anyone talk about this. And I think that as an invasion looks like it's becoming more and more likely, that this is going to be the conflict point, basically, that they're not going to get a vote from Congress, and they're just going to keep the troops there because they're going to argue they have no other choice. So that's all I really wanted to say, and see if anyone had any thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, Andrew. Let me just, Andrew. This is Andrew. Yeah, well, I agree with you. However, we know that never works. We go back to Vietnam. We can talk about that. We never declared war there. I mean, let's talk about Iraq, Afghanistan. I don't think Afghanistan or Congress never declared war. And these presidents, they do these workarounds on that. So I love your logic on that, but man, I never see that practiced.
Well, even short of declaring war, it is the law that there has to be a congressional approval of the use of military force, which they did get in these other wars, including the Afghanistan, Vietnam. You can disagree with the precedent. I do too. I don't agree with those votes to use military force, but there hasn't even been one regarding Iran. So I really think that this is an unavoidable point of conflict if they do invade. Now, if they don't invade, if the U.S. doesn't send troops, this whole thing is irrelevant. So I'll admit that.
Yeah, but
But Andrew, did you see his statement a couple of days ago, yesterday or the day before? I can't remember when Trump said, he literally openly said, oh, if we call it a war, we have to go to Congress, we have to get all sorts of approvals and things and votes, and that's why we don't call it that. It's all about the language, so we'll just call it. What did he call it? And the other Andrew, what did he call it? Did he just call it military action or something? He said,
military
right?
intervention or action, something like that. They wordsmith it.
Yeah, and of course.
Yeah, he said words matter, and that's why we're not going to call it a war, because then we can basically, you're saying we can, and he was saying this openly on camera, we can bypass Congress.
Right.
He
That's
said it.
not going to work for the actual 60-day period for the War Powers Resolution. As people know, people like Pete Hegseth, who are in the administration, have called it a war. Marco Rubio's called it a war. I mean, these language semantics might be politically useful, but I don't think anyone would be able to put Trump in jail if he called it a war right now. But when the 60-day period is up, there is, by law, this is the law of the land. This is literally the active law on the War Powers Resolution. Just look it up. And it is true that in these previous wars, they have gone to Congress and gotten this approval. So whether they want to call it a war or play games, of course, they're going to do that politically. But I mean, first of all, once you actually invade, if they do put ground troops in, not calling it a war is really beyond any kind of like propagandistic value. Everyone knows what it is, and I don't think it offers real legal protection. But they will have to figure out some way to get congressional approval to continue this past 60 days, and they know there's this deadline. This is a deadline that they don't want to talk about right now because Congress doesn't even know what's happening. I'm not sure how many of them even know what the plan is. There may not be a group of people outside of Trump and 5 or 10 others that even really know the full scope of what they're about to do. But if they do invade at some point, whether they call it a war or a scuffle, they're going to need congressional approval, and they're going to need to make that legal. Because after 60 days, all of the military action is supposed to be oriented at getting them out. That is a safety buffer period. And they're not going to do that if they invade. So, anyway, that's my case. I don't want to take up a ton of time.
So, Andrew, they have these Iran briefings, right? Because we've seen like a couple of times people have come up, congressmen, or I think once it might have even been a woman, but a couple of times congressmen, I can't remember the names now, have come out and said, I think that's the first time we found out about troops on the ground. Like we thought they might do it. This about 3 weeks ago, and he came out and said, "I can't believe Trump is considering that. I've just come out of the Iran briefing. Some people have even walked out of these briefings. Some people, and they're not allowed to talk about what happens inside the briefing outside. But they have come out and said on camera that one of them said, I remember now that one of them came out and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe we've come this. We've gone into this, and Trump. It appears from the briefing I've just been in that Trump has no plan. Trump has no plan." So he does have briefings, right, for Congress, or
Yes.
I don't know if it's.
They do. Congress was just briefed, and one of the interesting points is obviously they can't say exactly what they heard, but a bunch of Republicans came out and started talking about how they do not support boot on the ground. They do not. It's a hard line. I don't believe them, but I do think that there is something in those reports that triggered them to come out and look pale as a ghost and start saying this over and over. So to your point, they're getting briefed. What they actually know, nobody knows except for them. And really, you have to kind of read the tea leaves on their reactions. And the latest reaction from their latest briefing was Republicans. And I'm not talking like, Thomas Massey. I'm talking about establishment Republicans that are very much Trump supporters. They support the war effort generally, and they're coming out and they're looking shaken and starting to tell the media they don't support boots on the ground. Oh, we don't, no, we don't like that. That's not what we wanted. But or they're saying it's very concerning. At that point, Congress would have to step in. Some of them even said at that point Congress would need. Some of them just said we need to hear the plan, which is pathetic. Their job is to actually vote on the use of force, not to just hear a plan. But the point is, they did come out and start talking about that recently, which is an indication that we are going to send a not insubstantial amount of ground forces.
That's even scarier. I wonder what it is that's made even the establishment turn on it. Did you see the that today that Israeli media is reporting that if there are boots on the ground in this war, it will not be Israeli boots, only American boots on the ground. Did you see that?
I did see that, and that's another one of those signs in the wind where you go, why are they even talking about this at this specific time? I mean, it's not surprising to anyone, really, I'm sure, that they wouldn't send troops and they expect Americans to go die fighting for Israel. But it is kind of noteworthy that they said that today, and that comes off the heels of within, I think, the last week of the congressional briefing you're talking about. So on top of that, the amount of troop forces being brought in, there's like 50,000 troops there plus, or at least on the way, and they're not, they can't use the bases. They can't station them at the bases. So what are you going to do with them? Just have them float out in the ocean? It's very obvious that we're going to do something.
I also saw some news today that Israel is apparently saying to America that where you're being pressed to, or being pressed to, my words, or where your bases may not survive in the Middle East, or they might be destroyed, or you can't rebuild them, whichever way you want to look at it, where you can't have your bases in the Middle East, build your American bases in Israel. Build your bases in Israel and host your military kind of here. And I didn't see a response coming out of the White House on that, but I think it would be absolute suicide. I don't think America, well, I'm hoping, crazy times though. I don't know. I was going to say, I don't think America would consider that. But under Trump, these are crazy times. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Andrew?
Well, I'll tell you my thoughts generally on why the war is happening now, and it does have a lot to do with Trump. But I think the American deep state or establishment, whatever you want to call it, from the think tanks to the congressional people to the people that are not politically elected, the generals, the Pentagon, these kinds of people, they kind of see a potentially never again level opportunity, like a generational or more opportunity to attack Iran right now, because Russia is extended. They can't really help as much as they might otherwise if they hadn't been fighting in Ukraine for 4 years or whatever it is almost. And Syria had Assad overthrown, so Hezbollah got booted out basically. And they see the conditions as ripe. They just went after Venezuela first, and it's kind of part of Trump's globe domineering attitude. But basically, in my opinion, once Assad fell in December of 2024, that was Biden was a lame duck, and they knew Trump was coming in. And I think that this war was inevitable from that point on. And because of that, because I believe that there is a sincere belief by these people that this is a generational opportunity, that really there's going to be a lot of pressure to go through with whatever they want to do. So,
But what do they want to do you think?
well, that's a good question. And I personally think that what I've been saying is that they don't care about regime change as much. The Americans, I think they want to destroy Iran, basically do what they did to Gaza with Israel, and they're starting to target power plants in I think they will settle for crippling Iran, but the question is, if they invade, they have to get the Strait open. I think that is the case. Now, there's people that have a theory that America actually wants the Strait closed and that the Marines going there will be used to interdict Chinese oil going to China, because currently Iran is still putting ships out going to China with oil. It's a possibility that America wants the Strait closed. Now, I'm not really as far on that side of the equation. There's people that argue that as like a way to hurt China and kind of take the global economy down and just hope they come out on top, because, you know, for a bunch of reasons, they think they can't beat China militarily, that their chance at global hegemony is slipping away, and it's kind of like a suicide bomber or something, like, you know, I'm taking us all down and we'll see who comes out on top. So I'm not sure I buy that theory, but if they want the Strait open, it doesn't matter how much they degrade Iran or destroy the country, as long as the military, the IRGC, keeps fighting and keeps the Strait closed. And that would be the thing that prompts an invasion from the US to try to clear it. So that's kind of my perspective. What the actual end goal is, I think Israel and the US are quite satisfied with just destroying Iran. And the problem with that is that the nuclear problem doesn't really go away. You know, eventually you stop attacking and they rebuild their society. But it's hard to see if they're looking that far ahead without being plugged into the administration.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Inevitable, jump in.
Yes, yeah. So I kind of want to piggyback on that, and I wanted to touch on what Joa was talking about earlier as well. So to piggyback on what you were just saying, Andrew, they want to. It seems like they want to do regime destruction and more so take out as many people that won't listen to them as possible until they can find somebody who is high up on the, I guess you can say, food chain, in order to basically have enough comfortable dialogue and discourse. The force that is shutting down the strait essentially needs to be eliminated from their point of view. And obviously, obviously, if they can if they can get enough assets within the country as well, if they can get enough like Mossad and CIA and any intelligence assets that they can, and kind of restore the network that existed prior to January of this year, then that would pretty much be like a win for them in their perspective. But and obviously, that seems to be kind of like the pretext for getting boots on the ground, because they need to have some sort of like basically they need some sort of influence, like from a force perspective. Like you're only going to take out the IRGC by force. It's not going to be
Right.
through
And
subversion,
they don't have
right?
proxies. They don't really have armed proxies ready to do this. So you're right.
And like they do have a bit, and no, to your point, they don't have nearly enough. Like they have a bit, and the reason why I think they do still have some inroads is because of the nuclear scientists and the even officials that are still getting assassinated. They can't do that other than through having people inside, but it's not nearly enough.
They
It
can't do what
certainly
they did
isn't
to
enough
Syria.
as it was in January. Say again?
They can't do what they did to Syria using proxies, I believe.
Exactly. Yeah, the Syria, they had basically the army infiltrated, and yeah, like it was like a mixture of bribery. And look, they're attacking the banking system, they're attacking any sort of vector that can kind of like destroy confidence within the IRGC. It's just not working. And January was, look, the reason why they're pushing this 35,000 person, that 35,000 killed bullshit is because what really happened was they took a loss that was so severe that they needed to almost make up a lie that is just as bad. That's literally what happened. Their network within the country was decimated, and Russia was a huge part of obviously that decimation, with the Starlink terminals being sought out and destroyed. But quite frankly, like the IRGC had enough internal intelligence and defense systems to protect their own interests and continuity. That being said, I think tying into the discombobulator conversation, because this is something that I was kind of like looking at too this weekend as well, and really just like ever since Friday night, it seems like what Iran is doing right now, or the IRGC is doing right now, is taking out components that would allow for the deployment of the so-called discombobulator. My question has always been, if the discombobulator is real, why wasn't it used in Ukraine? How in the hell did we see it? Like why don't they just use it and then beat like Russia the entire time, right? Why don't they just completely shut down Russia's capabilities if they have it, if they have the ability to? What I think is going on here is they have to project like something to look. America's electronic warfare capabilities are significant, and some of the assets that were in place, like the E3 Sentry AWACS that were taken out yesterday or the day before, I think there were like 2 or 3 of those that were taken out. Though that's important. Iran this past weekend, the last 48 hours, has spent a lot of their focus on taking out some of what would be needed for the environment. So I think it's correct to call it a microwave. It's a large area electronic warfare directed energy system. And maybe it's more so of a pulse energy weapon that's integrated in a layered like a EW suite, but that's described for the MEU. I think, or I think it's been put on the MEU. I think the Tripoli and the Boxer will probably bring in more components, and it's going to attempt to create like an electronic umbrella or a bubble, and that's going to both obviously like detect and jam and disrupt anything that Iran can use, like the drone command frequencies and the enemy radars and communications. And of course, it's going to blind and or try to blind and deceive threats and create enough defenses long enough for the F-35Bs and the anything that they use for the amphibious assault, right? They can't do it without a strong electronic warfare ecosystem. The problem is those radars, especially the early warning systems that were in the region, were completely destroyed by Iran very early on. Iran obviously has great intelligence coming, from their own capabilities and also their allies. However, like the I think the non-kinetic enabler for an amphibious ground invasion is going to be through electronic warfare. So by hitting those AWACS a few days ago, you basically hurt a huge part of that discombobulator bubble because that needs like the real-time 360 surveillance, right? Like you need that for a threat handoff. They only have like 10 of those on Earth, those E3s, the E3 Sentry AWACS. They only have like literally 10 of those, and they'll never get it back because a lot of the components that are needed for the AWACS are, through rare earths and whatnot. And frankly, I think they cost like $500 million per plane. I could be wrong, or per aircraft, I should say. But it's extremely, I think it's more expensive than the F-35 for the record. So, you lose like 6 to 12% basically of the entire fleet that they have just from taking out one. So, the remaining ones obviously have to surge and accelerate, like accelerating fatigue, and it reduces the bubble's coverage and reliability. Those strato tankers that we're taking out too, the KC 135 strato tankers were also hit. That was meant to extend the combat radius, right? And the loiter time of the F-35Bs and Ospreys, a lot of what would be needed for that amphibious attack. So just what Iran has focused on doing by fortifying as well, and by taking out these little pieces that were meant for the enabling of the amphibious assault, I think that's why we're seeing such like a asymmetrical response from the U.S. Like the U.S. and Israel are attacking universities. They're attacking like infrastructure, key infrastructure, while Iran is attacking extremely critical, I guess you can say, components of this electronic warfare bubble, especially with those swarm attacks. And the thing that I kind of want to land on with this is one of the things that really stand out to me is the targeting and the precision of the targeting. When you see those pictures of the what do you call it, the E3s, the E3 Sentry AWACS, when you see pictures of it, they literally hit the radar on the plane, on the aircrafts, and left everything else. That is how precise things have become. It is like night and day from what it was a year ago during the 12-day war. Like literally the 12-day war, yeah, you were able to like jam and obviously send drones off course and send them down and take them offline. The U.S. was already able to do that, and obviously with Israel in coordination. But they switched during the 12-day war and more towards the tail end to the Beidou satellites, which like dramatically increased the precision of the drone attacks and the drone swarms. And there's been zero answer. So I think what the plan is to take out the, I guess you can say, like the command center locate capabilities from the Iranian side, and that's, but like if you have that, then you take out like a major um, force of enablement for Iran's ability to counteroffense. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where we're at with this. Yeah, I'll just kind of like land there. I don't want to go on too long.
Appreciate that, inevitable. We've got some breaking news. It's from Trump, President Trump.
Yeah, inevitable.
Statement on Iran, and the statement is the following. He said, "Big day in Iran. Many long sought after targets have been taken out and destroyed by our great military, uh, the finest and most lethal in the world." Um, so he is claiming that they've taken out a number of important Iranian targets. So we'll have to see what he means by that and what's happened. But this is his claim right now. So that's the latest news. Is posted by Donald Trump saying or trying to indicate that they've taken out a number of high value targets.
I saw some footage on your page, Suleiman, of Tehran. I think that's the worst I've seen Tehran look. It was horrific tonight. The bombardment over Tehran. And I remember the deadline that Trump's been given ends in 4 or 5 hours, something like that. I wonder who they've taken out. I think tomorrow's going to be a horrific day. I feel that tomorrow's going to be a horrific day because we don't know the outcome of what Trump's talking about yet. We'll probably find out in the coming hours.
Yeah, Beatrice, that deadline, we're forgetting about that. That's right. Their deadline, and to refresh people's minds here, was Iran said, hey, the U.S. has to come out and condemn those university attacks. Am I right? That's the deadline you're talking about, right?
Yeah, 2 universities were hit, and I don't know how many people were killed by Israel in Tehran.
Trump also said something else. Mario just posted. Trump delivers the direct ultimatum of the entire war. They're going to give up the nuclear weapons. They're going to give us the nuclear dust. If they don't, they're not going to have a country. So Trump's completely spiraling. And yeah, Iran needs to ramp up their retaliation. The IRGC has been way too nice. They need to dial up the retaliation to 11. They need to start striking Israeli power plants. Enough is enough. This is ridiculous. Plunge Israel into the dark. Iranians can go without power. If the Israelis lose a little power, let's have the Israelis suffer a small fraction of power loss that the Gazans have suffered. The people of Gaza have suffered. They will go right back on those boats to Europe. Have fun. Maybe then they'll evacuate, and then the Palestinians can reclaim their land. That would actually be the optimal outcome.
I'm with you, Andy.
Yeah, so we were talking about that. That's what Andrew was talking about, Andy, that Iran gave them a deadline to condemn, America has to condemn the Israeli bombing of the university. And it's almost a catch-22 for Trump. He should just condemn it because if he doesn't, they've got like, what, 50, 60 plus universities? America has 60 plus universities
60
across the Middle
plus.
East.
Yeah, 60 plus.
Yeah, across the Middle East. And Iran said, we'll give you until 12 p.m. Tehran time, Monday, Trump, condemn the bombing of our universities. That's all he has to do. And if you don't, then we're going to hit those universities. So all he has to do, Andy, to save the lives of like American people and just all citizens working in those universities is just condemn the bombing. But he won't do it because he doesn't want to break ranks with Israel. That's the only reason he won't. And that's what Andrew was just talking about, that the deadline for that is tomorrow. And I think Iran, like I was thinking about this, what you just said, right? About, oh, Iran needs to go harder. And I was thinking, why did they give him a deadline? And I think that deadline exposes Trump because it's like, so you couldn't just even condemn an attack or 2 attacks on 2 universities
No,
to save lives?
and Iran will actually follow through on that deadline versus Trump said, I'm going to go at the power plants, and then he tacoed out, and then he extended the deadline twice versus Iran right at 12 o'clock if the missiles will be flying towards Texas A&M or Northwestern or Georgetown or American or wherever in the Middle East. Right at 12 o'clock, the missiles will be flying, the sounds will be going off, and universities will be reduced into rubble. Iran's not going to extend the deadline. They will follow through on the deadline. And then everyone will be like, wow, when Iran makes a deadline, they follow through versus Trump. He's weak and he tacos out. Trump extends his deadlines. Iran isn't. So it will expose Trump as tacoing out. And it will show that Iran's trustworthy. They keep their promises. But I was saying that Iran needs to go harder. They need to start taking out Israeli power grids, like now, like weeks ago, to be honest.
Yeah, their power grids are being attacked right now with those like blackout bombs. That's been happening.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
They are doing it. I forgot about that, Andy. That's right. They are hitting those power grids now in Israel. That's right.
oh well, I was saying Iran's power grids are being hit by Israel right now. Now they did do a counterattack as well, so I will say that like on the nuclear reactor plant, I believe, in Nimona. But as far as Israel is literally hitting them or hitting their, but the thing is they're not. They're keeping Israel as the ones who are hitting the power infrastructure. They're keeping America out of it because Iran warned that if America gets involved, then it becomes carte blanche for the Gulf countries. So I think that's kind of they're playing that sort of like semantics game. But no, I think
But they
to
can take
yeah.
out all of Israel's power grids. I mean, there's one power plant that is like a quarter of their power. So Iran should freaking turn that thing into dust and say, okay, have fun without 25% of your energy, Israel.
So I think we shouldn't, I understand everyone is anxious to see all this happen to Israel, but you have to keep in mind there is an escalation ladder game here, right? Like one of the biggest mistakes that the US and Israel made is that they've basically put the IRGC in a position where they have nothing to lose, right? They assume that any attempt at peace or anything is just going to lead to the attacks coming back and they'll be killed at some future date. So that's a mistake that Iran is not going to make. They're always going to leave something for the other party to lose.
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, that's true. We've seen it
I feel like
consistently.
they're too soft. I'm just afraid they're still too soft. I just don't want to see them screw this up. This is an existential battle for all of humanity, not just zombies. If they fall, then we're all cooked.
No, I feel it, man. I totally understand where you're coming from, but I think that they are playing a very smooth, calculated game. It's you like the party that's in control is the one that can escalate with control. They don't it's the reason why the US and Israel do all this like lashing out nonsense is because they don't know what else to do. They don't know what to do with themselves. They can't hit what's actually important. They can't get rid of the capabilities that are important. So they have to resort to all this other nonsense.
Yeah, they've been consistent. We've seen that consistent throughout this month now. As you said, they're exactly right. Iran has been consistent in that.
Yeah, and they're being very systematic and methodical, like they start with the ports. Actually Ryan Dawson was talking about this the other day in his interview with Sully. He was saying that like, they're starting with the ports. Then once the ports are gone, it's much harder to receive things in large quantities easily, right? Then it will all have to be flown in, and that's like an extra logistical challenge. And once the ports are all gone, then they start moving to Tel Aviv.
But
And then
Temo, let me just interrupt you. Let me ask you a question, right? So
sure.
let's say you've got an estate on you've got an estate, and it's got a big villa in the middle of it, and you've got a farm next to it, whatever. And the enemy is going to come and it's just going to try to bomb your entire state and destroy it and all the workers on it and all the farmers. And you've got a choice. You can take out the enemy as quickly as possible so it doesn't damage you. What do you do? Do you say, all right, we'll take out one little part, let them come and kill some more people, then take out another little part of of the enemy, and then allow them to come and kill some more of the people on my estate? Like, layman's question, why isn't Iran just going all in? Why are they allowing Israel and America to come in every night and kill so many people? What I saw tonight was horrific.
Yeah, so
I guess the question is, what's holding Iran back from dealing with Israel? That's it.
sure. Yeah, that's actually a really good question. So you got to think about it like this, right? I don't know if anyone's ever like played one of these video games, right? Where it's like there's like two paths to victory. Either you like last a certain amount of time or you just like kill the other guy, right? So Iran has like two paths to victory, sort of, but it's mainly one path. That one path is just keep the strait closed for long enough and cause global economic crisis. At which point, everyone, presumably, maybe they won't, but I think there's a good chance they do. Everyone at that point just falls to their knees. And if you can just win that way with minimal permanent damage to your infrastructure, that's the most ideal situation.
I don't
Because
think
that
it's going to
means
go that. I don't think it's going to go that way. They're going to keep just bombing Iran's power grid. They're going to keep doing that, and I think these people are so deranged. They're going to literally do a ground invasion and turn this into a 10-year war. I don't think
well,
I think they'll literally try to force troops, and they will literally feed 100,000 Americans into the slaughter to collapse this regime. I am telling you, they will feed 100,000 of us into the slaughter if it means bringing the regime down. They will do that. So they need to
well,
Israel to its knees so they don't even think about that.
okay. One thing I'll say,
If there's no Israel left to force America into the war, then they can't force us into the war.
sure, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. But
Blast the thing.
here's
I
something to
don't mean literally
consider.
blast it. I mean freaking take out the infrastructure and make them all flee to Europe, back where they came from.
Sure. No, I know what you're saying. So here's the thing. First of all, just keep this in mind, right? On the side of what I'm about to say, which is that what you're describing is actually exactly how the US wants Iran to think. It's, that's just classic brinksmanship because the US wants Iran to think, "Oh, we're crazy. We'll do anything," you know? Um, but the reality typically is not like that. I mean, you gotta understand too that unless Israel becomes like a fully independent thing, then they are still reliant on the US. They're still reliant on the global economy. You can't put the cart before the horse. If the US's economy absolutely just tanks and goes to crap, and it's stuck that way for 5-10 years because all oil infrastructure is taken out, this puts Israel in a very precarious situation. You know? Now, from the Iran side, one thing to keep in mind is yes, they did hit some energy power grid stuff today, but it actually seems that it wasn't like a direct destruction. It was like some shrapnel damage, and they were actually able to bring the power back on relatively quickly.
Oh, wait, who did,
You know,
Israel or Iran?
they hit the power grid was hit in Iran, but seems to have just been some minor shrapnel damage, and Iran was able to repair it very quickly and bring the power back online.
Yeah, no, you're
Um,
right. They tried to use those bombs that NATO used in Yugoslavia, those blackout bombs, and they tried to like take out the grid permanently. But no, like Iran has since fortified, like that they're way more. It's a way different situation. But no, just to your point.
Yeah, so the point is that for Iran, they would like to win this war in the best way that they can, in the most advantageous way that they can. And the most advantageous way to do that is to avoid as much infrastructural damage as possible, while just running the timeout. And
Well, the,
so
I don't
go
think
ahead.
I don't think there is a running the timeout because we're dealing with Israel that views this as their last chance to get Iran collapsed, and I am telling you, they will literally send 100,000 American goyim to their deaths to bring that regime down, which is why Israel needs to be brought to its knees before that can happen.
I guess like I think what Iran anticipates though is like a potential. If you take away everything from Israel besides their nuclear weapons, they're going to use nuclear weapons. I think that's what
That's
Iran
yeah.
is kind of like bracing for. And to that point, like it's better to make Israel say uncle in America than it is to make Israel basically feel like a cornered a cornered animal. And what Iran seems to have focused on over the last like few days has been making the ground invasion, which isn't look. Let's be honest, it's literally here, right? It's going. They're focusing on making it as difficult as possible, which is why like the stuff that they've taken out have been specifically like logistical craft, anything that would have helped the ground invasion, such as those like 6 LCUs that got taken out on Friday, and the plane in Turkey, the Globemaster C-17 that got taken out in Turkey over their airspace, the Strato tankers that got taken out I think today, which would have helped immensely with like refueling and whatnot, and those E3 Sentry AWACS that got taken out in Saudi Arabia. Those were really like pointed and specific for the purpose of, again, making the ground invasion way more difficult and making electronic warfare coming from the Tripoli and the Boxer and the components that would have been delivered on the destroyers. Those are going to make it much more difficult for those to be used. And without that, the discombobulator, which my understanding is, if that exists, it would have been a wide area electronical attack field. It's going to make that much more difficult to deploy. It's night and day from Venezuela, where you had paid off people on the inside, and you had the U.S. mainland like right there anyway, right? It's way different. They had aircraft carriers right there on Venezuela's water, I believe. They had like one, I think, that was deployed down there. It's much different now. But no, so like to Thermo's point, I understand that perspective. It's like you do want to control the ladder of escalation, but that's why I do. But I also do believe that Iran is going to make good on whatever promise is delivered tomorrow. Attacking universities is a significant deal, because there are two areas in which Iran cannot so easily replace. There are three really. One is their heavy water facilities, which one of them got taken out today. The heavy water facilities for nuclear. I think it was in Isfahan. I could be wrong. The other one is obviously their leadership. When people like Larijani are eliminated, it's very difficult to replace experience and intelligence, right? The three is their academia, because it is truthfully a major component to Iran's ability to, execute so brilliantly in martial affairs. And I think that's why Israel is targeting that the most, because they don't know what else to do. Kind of like what you just said, Thermo. They have no idea what else to do.
Yeah, and Beatrix actually, I think this was the point you were getting at, but Beatrix, correct me if I'm wrong. Um the deadline thing is so brilliant if you think about it, because it's like, oh, you won't even like say something bad about your daddy Israel to save your universities? Like, are you serious right now? Like, you won't even just utter one word of like consternation just to save your like, you know what I mean? It's
Thermo, I saw the deadline, right? It kind of just went, it was passed by. Nobody really spoke about it, but I was thinking about it today. So I came on the space and I thought, by giving a deadline, they could have just bombed the universities, because they said they were going to do an eye for an eye. But giving a deadline, simply asking Trump to condemn it, knowing he's got 50, 60 universities across the Middle East, they've checkmated him. They have checkmated him, Thermo, really.
That's why I think that the Pakistan talks are real. They look real. I mean, these are serious players in the region. Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. They have significant power and pull in the region. And note that the UAE is not there, because that's why the UAE is the one who's getting hit the hardest by Iran, because Iran knows that the UAE is the main GCC player who helped Israel and the United States set this up over the last decade. So I get the sense like it's becoming clearer and clearer that basically Netanyahu and Trump helped basically set the United States up to get all of our bases targeted. I mean, this AWACS E3 being taken out, I think that's sort of like we can't keep going down this road, because it's looking more and more obvious of like who's actually benefiting here. Like David said on the space earlier on, like Russia would like to see this go on as long as possible. They're getting all of their oil income, all of that. China is showing themselves to be able to like help Iran in major targeting and really suss out the US military. And so I think the entire world is beginning to wake up to how we're sort of like set up in a certain way. And I think there's enough players right now who want this to come to close. I would watch for a serious week of the beginning of the tour to close.
That deadline is in just under 5 hours. By the way, I did the time zone calculation, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So that'd be 3:30 for me Central Time. Someone could fact check that for me, but I'm pretty sure that's 5 hours.
Guys, you know what would be like just absolutely hilarious is if a month from now, like the strait is still closed and everyone's just like having the worst time. All these countries are out of fuel. Like this isn't the hilarious part, by the way. Sorry. And like, everyone's having like the worst time. Everything's going like horribly. All the economies like are just crashing. And Iran comes out and says, hey, you know what? Just set aside your relationship with Israel and we'll open the strait.
They
No
did.
problem.
They did say
Just
that. They said they'd let ships through for European countries if they kick out their American and U.S. ambassador. They literally said that, and no one has taken that offer because the European countries are cooked.
Spain was the only one, right? They kicked out the Israeli ambassador, and that's why the Spanish ship was allowed to go through the vessel
Yeah,
for oil,
no,
right?
and we're actually seeing this though. So there's an account I follow in New Zealand, and he's freaking out, and he's further right. It's a Groiper account, but he said there's all these MAGA idiots in New Zealand that are glazing Trump, and he's like, what are these people doing? Our country's running out of fuel, and you're glazing Trump, who's literally caught, and we're gonna not have any fuel, and we have idiot leadership who didn't build up a strategic reserve or anything. We're running out of fuel because of this war, and you're cheering on the destruction of our country. Like, I don't get people in some of these countries literally cheering on Trump for this war when you have a country like New Zealand that's literally going to be out of fuel, like Australia. Like, how could you be supporting Trump in one of those? Like, that's even stupider than supporting Trump here. Like, here you can at least be like, oh, well, fuel's a little more expensive. Like, but like when you're like, people are literally not going to have gas in their cars. Like, Australia pumps are going empty. Like, people are literally going to be riding horses or riding a kangaroo somewhere. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. Like, there's, it's gonna just be out. Like, it's finite. Fuel's finite. You can print money, you can't print fuel.
well, and it's gonna be even more interesting if once things really get horrible and these others are still refusing to cut their relation. And it's be like straight amount to their entire population. And
Well,
very
Thermo,
curious to see how far.
you're rubber banding real bad, brother.
Oh, okay.
And the greatest hypocrisy in all of this is Russia. They were banned from the World Cup, banned for the Olympics for invading Ukraine, but then we're freaking hosting the World Cup when we illegally started a war with Iran, and Israel's allowed to compete in the Olympics when they committed a genocide. And I don't know if you've seen the meme, but there's a meme when it's Palestine, they call it terrorism. When it's Russia, they call it an invasion. When it's the U.S., they call it an intervention, and when it's Israel, they call it self-defense, and that's exactly what this is. It's so ridiculous that that we can just commit these horrible atrocities and there aren't any like either you have to freaking after this not allow us to compete in international events or reinstate Russia. You can't have it both ways, and you have to either ban Israel or reinstate Russia as well. You can't just say, oh well, because Russia is not considered a Western country, they can't compete. But it's just ridiculous, and it just shows that there's no international law anymore. It's what you enforce.
Well, anybody who's involved in an aggressive war should be probably barred from the Olympics. So at this point, that should be the United States, Israel, and Russia, basically.
Yeah,
I
but we
would
know we're
support
not
that.
getting
But
banned. So I'm saying we know we're not getting
no,
banned.
I know.
So that's why I'm saying the only other option is you have to bring Russia back because there's no universe when we're getting banned. We're freaking hosting in 2028. So we're hosting the Olympics in 2028. we're probably going to freaking be at war with Iran in 2028, and there's going to be 20,000 dead Americans, and we're going to be at that freaking war at this rate.
No, but we're hosting the World Cup this summer. We also have our 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence this
Free
summer too. So this
America,
is why.
free America from Israel for our 250th anniversary. How about that?
Is
Yeah,
voice back?
look, sorry, go ahead.
My voice.
Oh no, it's still rubber banding for you.
I'll drop off and rejoin.
No, I was just gonna say the they're still gonna like unless there's some sort of like unless Trump just finds it in his heart to you know, if he finds it in his heart to just tell Israel to go fuck itself finally, and maybe he does what maybe Israel is the one that gets regime changed, right? Maybe that's what America decides to do for once is actually target its real enemy. Until then, chances are they're still going to be trying to invade or I guess like invading Iran. The thing is, Iran has done everything that it can, and I think its focus has been on preventing this. And like a lot of what the tactical maneuvers have been over the last like 3 days has been focusing on making it as difficult as possible. And I do think that's because there is a real risk, right? Typically, you want to determine the risk. Like a lot of the way that you can assess a risk of one party is by determining the decisions made by the counterparty. So a lot of what Iran's uh, decisions have been over the last few days has been specifically to make it as difficult as possible. Because it's one thing to fortify anything like the beachheads in the southern part of Iran or the islands, for example, the one nearest to Kuwait, for example, right? They fortified it, but the proactive decisions that were made specifically has been for I think it's been a testament to how significant even the limited or phased protracted ground invasion would still be, right? Like it would be significant. The AWACS that were hit, for example, like that, those have specifically been successful in the past. Um, I think for like its flying command post, right? Those are what those are. Those so back in the Iraq War, for example, the desert or rather Desert Storm, those helped with like hundreds of thousands of sorties, right? Just that alone. So it's been how do I put it? Like a logistical sort of like enabler in the highest level. And maybe Andrew could even speak more to that. But those like E3 AWACS, like I think one crew alone or one air control wing alone flew like thousands of sorties and like for tens of thousands of hours. And they had a hugely successful rate of mission capable sorties, despite the intense pace that was taking place during the Gulf War, Desert Storm. Um, and so you can imagine if you have I think they had like six of those, and three of those were hit in Saudi Arabia. You can imagine what they were planning to do on those beachheads, right? Like that would have been a massive. So that's a massive loss for you, the United States. And I do think that Iran is like so they're competent enough to sort of measure the value of each decision made from a tactical standpoint. And something tells me, something tells me the reason why they're doing this is because the decisions that they make now are Iran's way of looking like 3 to 4 weeks down the line, and it's going to be way significantly harder. Also, I don't know if the Tripoli has gone near the Arabian Sea yet. I haven't heard anything about its particular whereabouts, but um, yeah, like this, there's a reason why America is calling up way more people. There's a reason why, you know, there's a reason why they're doing what they're doing. Is basically what I'm trying to say.
But that could just be a show of for. This is the way Trump likes to do it too. When he's ready to make his deal, like I mean, he even considered like the nuclear bombing, the Midnight Thunder, as part of deal making last year. I imagine in his own head, he sees the decapitation of the entire Iranian government as part of deal making. So there is a possibility that the just a little bit more push of American troop presence there is sort of, or we will do it, even though everybody knows any kind of real land invasion is just a total delusional fantasy. If you really want to do that, you'd have to have Turkey on your side rather than basically saying they're on Iran's side. You'd have to have Pakistan on side rather than being a negotiator. And then even then it would be hard. I mean, Iran has a million ready to go. They have more if they need to. They have the terrain. Everybody knows it's delusional. So that's why I think that this is all sort of huffing and puffing at this point before it begins to be wound down.
Well, there is this like one of the 36 stratagems. It's like an ancient Chinese tactical principle guideline, and one of them is called "Make a sound in the east, then strike in the west." And there is a reason to believe that there could be that could be what America is trying to do currently by, say, making a lot of the noise, so to speak, against and around Karg Island, and maybe like in this theater, Karg sits off, the southwestern coast of Iran. And then the east, like the central Gulf air hub, the Saudi Arabia side, has this like high profile fixed forward base. And not just Saudi Arabia, but even in East Africa as well, and in Iraq as well. There's a lot of movement taking place there, where some have posited that perhaps the additional troops will be to set up a sort of like infrastructure or rather a logistical outpost in these locations. So imagine Iran has to kind of like focus um, expending some of its really significant shots, like the Qadir 380 ballistic missile, right? And how they fired those salvos and took out those LCUs, um, and all of that is monitored, right? And meanwhile, the Iranian attention is fixed on not just its defending itself and fortifying, but also the strikes that are taking place internally. They want Iran to react strongly, as strong as possible, and again focus attention and firepower to, say, targeting universities, right, or returning fire and reciprocating. And then it could create this like sort of like false sense of confidence, and in a way, not false, I should say, there's a different way to put it, but it's sort of like expending its energy in one direction, and then the real strike perhaps could be the arrival of the MEU theater, right? And it could be the kind of like focusing on the eastern portion where the Gulf of Oman is. The real strike could be sending through the Tripoli, right? Which there's confirmation of the fact that I think it's relatively close. I just don't know where in the Arabian Sea it is, but the force package that's kind of built for contested like assaults on Karg Island and delivering the discombobulator, I think like that they're trying to take as much attention away from the like all directional electronic warfare assault, because that's really the only thing that'll be possible. That'll be the only thing that allows Iran or allows the U.S. and Israel to foment any sort of amphibious assault, right? So that's why you're seeing such like a multi-front attack. I don't think they're like, obviously it's bloodlust. It's obviously they're gonna try to kill civilians just to fucking, I don't know, get like please ball, I guess. But the other end of it is also, all right, expend Iran's energy so that when we have our pieces in place, now we can really like hit them where it hurts. So I guess like I'm trying to kind of steel man what Thermo was saying earlier, and maybe like see it from a perspective of, all right, well, should these things be written off as distractions, even if they're literally killing civilians and attacking innocent people? Is Iran going to allow themselves to be distracted by that? Right. I hate to say it that way, but that's kind of what it looks like.
There's no safe landing for any Marine anywhere in the Straits. None. Okay? I mean, imagine that they reach the beach safely. What's to stop Iran from throwing 1,000 drones into those positions? How do the Marines protect themselves up in MEU? It's ridiculous to even contemplate. And so I don't take any of this seriously.
Well, yeah, I think that's certainly true. Like Iran has, as a result of their sort of like measured strategic reprisals, they've made it as difficult and dangerous as possible for Marines to land.
Could Russia invade New Orleans and block off the Mississippi River? No, wouldn't come close to it. And neither can any ship into the straits, including the MUs that'll drop off the Marines. You're going to parachute them in? It's well defended, right? They have to have the coordinates of every facility, every square foot of that island, every island, or any place that that the U.S. could possibly land there, and hit it with missiles. I don't get it. Obviously I'm up there in space a lot. I've been gone for a week. I'm back now. I'm back in LA anyway. And I just don't see any way that we can land and start to project force boots on the ground in Iran. What's the comparable in history? It doesn't exist.
That's exactly what all the military analysts have been saying for weeks now, a month now, and that's why I'm in stunned shock of disbelief. I have no words left. I have no words left.
Well, unless something's happened
Well,
since I've been.
but just before you, I'm going to give the mic right back to you. Welcome, Doc. Andrew, you're going to have even less words. So Trump said tonight, I can't think of anybody in history that should get the Nobel Peace Prize more than me. I don't want to be bragging, but nobody else settled wars. He said that. Doc, over to you.
Yeah, he's deluded. And right now, the military is having to take his orders or having to position ships, planes, and what have you. But there isn't any legitimate military person, still under Trump's command, who's going to tell him this is doable. Because I've listened to all the military experts. Look, it's not rocket science, right? Go look at the landscape around the Straits of Hormuz. You can do it with Google Maps. There's no beaches there. They're cliff sides, and I'm sure they have. Besides missiles, they probably have fortified guns protecting it. Why wouldn't they? Iran is known for decades. America and others have wargamed this, understanding that they could close the straits off. Where's the wargame that says that we can't force it open and maintain it? It's ridiculous. So when Trump says these things, they all have to be taken with a grain of salt or completely ignored. The alternative is he's going to send thousands of Marines to their death. And I don't think Trump is that person. I don't think anyone's that person. Maybe Bibi. That's about it. And I saw a post, I don't know if it was the New York Times or someone else, that said there are going to be no Israeli troops involved in this quote-unquote invasion of Iran.
It's basically the United States sort of reluctantly, the UAE with maybe some Air Force and Uganda. That's what it sounds like that they're. So that's why this is not serious. I don't believe this is serious. This is just sort of like you could. That's why Trump's saying I stopped the war of 23 years. I've stopped the 27-year war, 25. I mean, this is him making sounds towards I'm the peace guy. Remember that after I bring this thing to a close.
Yeah, he's
That I
making
should have ever
noises.
done.
He's only talking to the MAGA idiots. He's trying to maintain what he feels is a political advantage heading into November's election. And I can't. You've got to be an idiot to buy this stuff. I'm sorry. I was a Trump fan, a supporter, voted for him 3 times. But man, you read the room, do your research. This doesn't make any sense at all. And the only sense that it does make is he's freaking crazy, and he's going to get a lot of people killed.
Yeah, no, well, I like that comparison that you made too, Doc, of like imagine Russia trying to get into what did you say, the Gulf of Mexico, and like imagine if they said,
You mean
okay,
the
we're
Gulf
gonna,
of America? The Gulf of
oh
America,
yeah,
you mean? Yeah, the Gulf of
right, yeah,
America. Yeah, that's right. New Orleans, the headwaters of the Mississippi, one of the biggest, economic trading engines in our country. It's the Mississippi River. This is ridiculous. we should relax about this a little bit, because I don't see, well, at least in terms of the Americans, I don't see him sending that many Americans to their death.
But like, if you were you, right? If you had to seize the Gulf of America, um, and you were Russia, right? You kind of would, like, let's say you made that earnest effort. What would you do? Like, where would you start strategically? It seems like America is kind of emulating what would be needed. Like, imagine if Russia had to take like the Caribbean, the closest Caribbean islands, and like, whatever is like off of the coast of Florida. They would kind of try to start there, and they would need kind of like whatever they can deal with in terms of dealing with asymmetric threats, right? They would kind of like have to deal with the geographic and logistical nightmare by starting small, but they would start, and they would probably position themselves kind of like in the north, whatever, the South American
Well,
countries first,
yeah, look
right?
at it this way. They have Cuba, and New York Times story today or tonight was that Trump is allowing Russia to send oil, breaking the blockade. To me, that shows that Trump knows that he's lost in the Gulf because because Russia wants to send oil to its satellite, Cuba, and they've always supported Cuba. And Trump is like, oh
No,
shit,
but Doc, I need to clear that up. I've been following Cuba very closely. So this was agreed a few days ago, and what Trump's allowed is for private corporations within Cuba that support Trump, right? And the American takeover of Cuba, the oil will only go to those. It won't go to any public corporations. It won't go to the hospitals. Literally, people died when the power failed who were in intensive care and babies on incubators. This was in the last week, but they won't get any of the fuel. So he's creating the rift there. It's like on par with what they tried to do with the Mossad and the riots in Iran. That's what he's doing. He's piping up those who are going to support him, when he's ready to do his dirty deeds on Cuba. It's disgusting what he's doing. And he's been quite open about it as well, to be honest.
yeah, sorry, I'm driving. I'm gonna get out of my car here in a few minutes to pick up my dog after my trip. So I'll be listening. I'll come back on before I get home.
Well, I was only like like speaking to the comparison. Like, if Russia wanted to get some sort of like, whether the Louisiana, some waterway in Louisiana, right? What would they do if they literally took a serious effort at it? I think they would start with like the northern parts of South America, maybe Caribbean island chains, try to seize those, and they would position themselves in a way they would have to send pretty heavy like spoof missile guidance and electronic warfare, capabilities to jam U.S. radars. They would have to kind of like creep through into there per se, like as opposed to outright just like parachuting people in. They'd get completely killed. And I think America is kind of taking that route, but it does kind of show me that America does have serious. They are serious about this. Every element, even Iran's response and their tactical defense over the weekend, which I think has been like 10 out of 10, if you look by like what Iran has accomplished in their counteroffense, 10 out of 10. But I do think it again validates how serious the U.S. is. They really think they can do this. They really think they can win this. It's to the point where like there's got to be something that we don't know, and frankly, a lot of what we don't know is what Iran does know because of their spying capabilities, their intelligence. Just they have assets within many high places, I guess you can say. So it's easier said than done. The U.S. has never had an enemy that is as tapped in with cyber warfare and espionage, and with everything from just counter defense from an electronic warfare standpoint. They've never had an enemy like Iran. Like literally, like one of the things that Iran took out was this submarine hunter. That was one of the planes that Iran took out like on Friday night. It was a literal literal submarine hunter design. I don't know the name of it, but and I can look that up just to maybe post it in purple pill. But like they literally hit that because they knew that that's going to be one of the things that are targeted, and Iran's submarine force has not even been touched yet. their ships, their naval ships, their destroyers were taken out by America, but none of their subs were touched, nor have they been used.
Yeah,
So
I
just think
think that
about it.
that's where I really need to come in here really heavy on this. That's where I spent most of my naval career, submarine warfare. And again, going back to inevitable, going back to day one, I talked about this. And I was on the staff, Commander, Submarine Force Atlantic. I was on his staff. And Admiral Cooper made it clear that I know, and I realize, it really pisses me off when I get some comments coming into me saying, "Yeah, hey, when did you retire? Things have changed." Well, no, let me make this very clear. Although I retired from active duty, now listen to this carefully. It was 95, but I was a consultant, all right, for years after that. And then I was very closely aligned with and stayed connected with Naval Institute. And I still, even it's 10 months now, I was at a Navy lab. And I'm not going to tell you, I don't need to talk about the location. And I was not there on business. I was there in recreation, hanging out, but I still talk to these engineers, right? So I kind of know a little bit about what I'm talking about here. But we knew clearly the Persian Gulf, I'm talking submarine warfare. Submarines are the silent service. I said clearly 3 times, and I got pushback, and the hate started coming out. Oh, hey, he's going to hide behind non-disclosures. Oh, it's a secret. I can't talk about it. Yeah, hell no, I'm not going to talk about it. But let me make this very clear. The submarine threat there is very, very real, and the United States understands that. We knew it's back in the 90s. We were wargaming this in 2000, up 2005, 2006. And I'm going to leave it there with this comment. What you just heard Inevitable talking about, we always talk about the missiles and this and this. No one talks about the submarine threat that they have. Oh, where's their submarines? Well, they've got that figured out at an asymmetrical standard to where folks, we're going to find out. Unfortunately, I'm afraid we're going to find out that. But the problem is our submarines are limited in that. Okay, we're very limited in what we can do in that area. We have to fight. The United States Navy's got to fight this from the deep water. That's why we got to move out. We can't move in. The Persian Gulf is their playground. Iran owns the Persian Gulf. Now, I got a lot of hate coming back, and they said from day 3, day 4, oh, things have changed. We can blow that straight open. We can control it. No, you can't. Yes, we can. Okay, we obviously have the proof. So we haven't even seen, as you said, Inevitable, I'll back you up on that. We have not even seen their submarine threat move in yet, but they will use it. I think they've already used it.
So literally, I just looked it up. It was the P-8 Poseidon. That's what
Right.
America. That's what they hit.
Right.
They hit a hangar in the Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain. That's what they hit on Friday or Saturday night. And there was a radar maintenance hangar, the hangars for the P-8 Poseidon, drone hangars, and equipment storage facility. The P-8 Poseidon, that is specifically again that
Sub
submarine.
Hunter.
I guess you can sniffer. Yeah, hunter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
use the sonar buoys. They use all kinds of stuff. Exactly. And yeah, exactly. But even then, okay, let's do this. Inevitable. I'm going to play a little game here with you. Hey, tracking contact bearing 25296, correction, 252, bearing 185. You get 10, 20, 30 contacts coming in. They overwhelm, they swarm. And even then, I won't go into that. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, 358 missile can literally, or not 350, excuse me, the 380, which was the anti-ship, that takes out a lot of what's they call it like a, oh my gosh, I think it's water adjacent. I think that's what it's called. But those ships basically they can take them out. But the 358 missile, those are enough of an answer for anything like that because they're slow. They're like these stuff like the Poseidon. They're not they're not like an F 16. They're not like a Raptor. They're not an F-22. They're not like those are very easy to take out and they're extremely difficult to replace. The US has never had an opponent that has such capability of taking out your relatively slow aircraft that are critically important, especially for force multipliers. The force multipliers are what keeps you in the game if you're the US trying to do basically the impossible, which is to force open the Strait of Hormuz by yourself with no other significant assistance from any other major power. That's literally that's literally the game they're playing. And like no, you're like you said, you brought up the Iran subways. They haven't even used them yet. They have the Qadir class midget submarines, and I don't. Maybe you could explain the significance of those, but those are they have like literal dozens of those. Dozens. North Korea
Dozens.
designed them. Yeah, they're optimized literally for the Persian Gulf, which is relatively shallow. They're not like deep water per se. They're not like the ocean like they're not out there in the Arabian Sea, for example. And they can literally sit on the seabed and they have stealth, so you can't even detect them. You can't detect them. What are you going to do? Right? And that's obviously before you even get through, let alone the Persian Gulf. If we're talking about Karg Island, right? You have that waiting for you. Just so what are you going to do if you're the Tripoli, right? You don't even need to send any drones. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Iran holds back and uses their Gadir class midget submarines for that. But you get out there into the Arabian Sea, yeah, look, it's a night and day. So
Another
yeah,
thing too, the Poseidon was built. Think Cold War, brother. Think this. Think this now. All right, open, vast oceans like the Pacific or Atlantic, right? In the open Atlantic theater, where you have hundreds and thousands of square miles of open ocean. That's what it's built for. But when you're in a tight little kill box, I hope people can visualize this. Imagine being out in thousands of square miles of open ocean. That's what the Poseidon's built for. But to be inside of a tiny, it's like getting into a knife fight inside of a telephone booth. Okay, it's a little bit rough versus a knife fight like that admiral told us one time. We were in a close combat environment. I'm talking simulator against 3 Soviet submarines. We were fighting a Victor 3, an Alpha, and then an Oscar. We were fighting a scenario, and then we actually go out in the range and practice it with these mini submarines. But here's what the admiral stopped the simulator, and he said, no. He said, I've given you a high-powered rifle with a scope, and you're in a knife fight in a phone booth here. Back out, back out. We fight the long fight. We can't get in there. Let's be honest. That's their turf, man. So we know that. We've been fighting for that. But then the insanity when they put the Fifth Fleet headquarters in there, I kept asking other officers, I said, isn't that the epitome of hubris? We're going to put our fleet right in their backyard when they own that. But I'm laughing. It's great because now we get to see the real game being played here, and I'm glad the United States needs to realize its position needs. We have to reposition ourselves. We've overextended ourselves. Our taxpayers, our people are being bled out dry in Ukraine and supporting Israel. Stop the insanity, people, please, for the love of God, and stop paying tribute, to the God bless America. Let's go kill some more Palestinians. No, God doesn't work that way.
Yeah, exactly, Andrew. Just want to welcome Marin onto the stage. Marin, hope you're doing well. How's things? Marin, you there? Okay, cool. Let's go to Black Swan. Go ahead, Black Swan.
Hey, how you going, guys? Just a question, predominantly for Inevitable, actually. So in 2020, the US under Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, and then in 2021, Iran signed the Iran-China 25-year comprehensive strategic partnership. China's also invested quite heavily in like the Gwadar port in Pakistan, which is and it's heavily reliant on, I guess, energy imports from the Gulf, right? And so in 2023, when Israel orchestrated the October 7th Hamas attack, um, I'd say orchestrated. I think it was personally, I think it was a false flag, or at least they had foreknowledge. To think that like Mossad, one of the seemingly or proposed most capable intelligence agencies was unable to detect it or was unaware of it, I think is maybe a little bit, I don't know, farcical, especially if you look at like the Hamas like pager attacks and whatnot that they're able to orchestrate. So if I guess if you believe that they did orchestrate that Hamas attack, when doing so, and the invasion and destruction of Gaza, they knew that would necessitate a response from Iran. Like the population in Gwadar are ethnically Baloches, and there's a sizable population in Iran. And I assume that the US is trying to broker some sort of a deal with the Kurds, or whatever to try and get some sort of insurrection into Iran. But um, if you consider that like Iran was the cornerstone of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative in Central or Western Asia, and they'd signed that 25-year development cooperation agreement, and then 40, I think it's something like 45% of Chinese energy imports originate in the Gulf, and predominantly from Iran as well. I think, like, is this like do you think that this is potentially a like proxy war type conflict that's intended to like further to further impact China as opposed to a conflict with Iran itself? And if you think about like the fact that the US took Venezuela, the United States is a net energy exporter. They're one of the largest oil exporters on the planet, and could theoretically, profit quite heavily from their like European, Australian, Canadian allies, etc., importing from the US. Do you think that there's like some strategic calculation that's like being done where the US has said, okay, look, yes, that this will hurt us, yes, it will hurt the West, but it will hurt China more, and we can sort of maintain our position during that time?
Well, Iran is a significant land choke point with the Belt and Road Initiative. Land, right? Probably the most significant in the region due to it's just like obviously you have to get through Uzbekistan. There's like a line, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Excuse me.
Yeah, you could go north by Azerbaijan and yeah.
Yeah, like, there's a literal like rail line that was built and completed earlier this year, actually, from I think it's Uzbekistan to Turkmenistan through there through Iran that would go through up to Turkey, obviously, and then go further into Europe actually, and also could go down to through like Dubai or yeah, I think Dubai. And obviously continue down through Africa. Like, so Iran has that like two-way, I guess, like vantage
And
point.
north south, right, from
Yes,
Russia down to the yeah.
exactly. So there's like it's such a critical, just geographically speaking, in and of itself, and obviously from a I think there's just obviously a resistance economy that also kind of comes into play here, that kind of ties that bind, if you will. But to kind of like to give you like because I could go on all day about literally how much Iran and China have to gain from one another. But the what we're seeing too is like this overwhelming support from a perspective of trade, because a lot of people think that like, okay, China gives you money and Iran gives them oil. A lot of times they're actually bartering. A lot of times Iran, frankly, doesn't actually fucking need like just cash. Like, yeah, they need money. Yes, they need a stronger real, but what they really also need too is, precursory chemicals. They
Infrastructure.
need
Yeah.
infrastructure. Yes,
Yep.
exactly. Like contracts. A lot of contracts are based in oil. A lot of the contracts are based in not just oil, but oil and work and expertise and engineering and you know not just precursory chemicals, but even like tunnel boring machines. The tunnel boring machines are some of the best Chinese type tunnel boring machines. I mean, look, I'm biased, but they're the best in the world, like basically. And the expanded networks that have taken place not just within Iran, but also with Hezbollah,
Nah, bro, I don't
as
believe
well
you're
as
biased.
yeah, no, good. I'm glad. No bias here at all. Inevitable China is not biased towards China whatsoever. So no, I'm kidding. But look, those TBMs are critical, not just for expanding the networks that within the IRGC, the physical tunnel networks, but also the in Lebanon with Hezbollah and Ansar Allah with in Yemen as well. And that has been a huge factor of just redundancy, if you will, for any time that the Israel or the West attempt to do infrastructure attacks, destroy their supplies, stake out their networks, do anything sort of like tracking, anything of that sort. Most of the tunnel system that is within Iran is unaccounted for by the West. That's a fact. That's a fact. In Yemen, it's also a very similar picture. They've tried. They've tried to like literally map out, and they'll give you these diagrams, and then they have to redo them like every other year. Why? Why? Because they literally can't. Like, so again, a lot of the technology that is employed with its like it's like you're living in two scenarios. You have a rare earth export restriction for military equipment. You have dual use items that were banned from Israel. Like China stopped sending dual use items during the genocide, like early on, like I think it was in December 2023, versus Iran, which can pretty much like get whatever it wants. Like all you have to do is just ask, basically. Like, yeah, China's not going to send assembled weapons together because Iran doesn't need it. Iran needs the capability to create their own weapons, and this is straight from Khamenei himself. He wanted it that way, and it was the right call, in hindsight, especially because now Iran is self sufficient, but they're also really what they're getting is something that can be delivered through multiple pathways, whether it's through the Caspian Sea, from their allies in the north, or whether it's obviously straight through the waterways or through plane deliveries itself. So there's like a million ways that Iran can get what they need to continue and build and expand. It's pretty cool. Like you know, like there's a reason why they're so successful now. It's because they kind of built the inroads, and their economy is hinged to not just like in industry, right? But like not just industry and production, but also self sufficiency. It's been the bedrock to their entire economy.
Because the way I see it, right, is I don't think America just blindly followed Israel into this conflict. I think that they're thinking about it from like a grander geostrategic perspective, with China as the foremost adversary. But I think it's
So Black
I
Swan.
think it's a huge strategic blunder, right? Because I think what's happening now is China's, it's like with Sun Tzu, right? Like when you surround an enemy, you always leave an outlet free. You always leave the out for the enemy to retreat from the battlefield. And they haven't done it with Iran. They've basically cornered Iran and put them into a position where they're fighting for the continuation of the IRGC. So they have no option but to up the cost as much as possible to the West until, like Thermo, I think, was saying earlier, they can bide enough time that the America just gives up. But I think the if you're thinking about it from like a Russian Chinese perspective, that they now have an opportunity to basically threaten America's position as the global hegemon from like a reserve currency perspective, right?
Well, a lot of
Because
that was on its
if
way
they
down. Okay.
threaten if they threaten those Gulf states, like, and realistically, all they need to do is blow up a couple of desal plants, a couple of ports, and a couple of refineries, and America's alliance with the Gulf states is fucked. And then their position from a petrodollar perspective is completely fucked as well. So it's like,
Yeah, but Black
yeah.
Swan, you got to keep one piece of nuance in mind, right? It's very critical, and I think it actually kind of connects you to Inevitable's position and then also to the Israeli position, which is that, of course, taking Iran out of the hands of Russia and China does damage Russia and China. That is geopolitically beneficial to the United States. But you have to keep one thing in mind, which is that the United States had plenty of opportunities to do that diplomatically over the last few decades. Why didn't they do it?
It was already happening with the JCPOA. That
Exactly.
was basically a way of bringing Iran back into the Western fold. And this is why I don't see this as some kind of blunder. Whenever you see Trump and Netanyahu moving together, it almost always ends up directly servicing Putin and the multipolar world order rising. And see, so yes, China after October 7th, they made a lot of noises about how they were on the Palestinian side. Yes, they wound down certain dual use technology, but they basically kept so they're a major trading partner for Israel still to this day. It's not like Turkey, who actually really wound down all economic trade to a substantial degree with Israel. And so China is not going to try to cut off ties with Israel after this. They want to be able to keep everybody in the fold. However, I did note that right in the beginning of this year, China, which had a long term cyber relationship with Israel and actually brought a lot of Israeli technology for surveillance in, especially in terms of their civilian programs, they actually, in the very beginning of 2026, banned imports of American and Israeli cyber technology. So that to me sort of was also some kind of China prepared for this. They stocked up in 1.3 billion something oil barrels of reserve. They don't want this to go on too long, but they're prepared. Russia's very happy with this. So I actually just sort of see like Netanyahu and Trump over and over really just serving the multipolar world order rather than
I don't
blunders.
I don't really see it that way at all. I think that Israel is just self-interested, and the reason why the U.S. couldn't establish diplomatic ties with Iran was because Iran wouldn't give up their plans against Israel, their attempts to contain Israel and prevent them from expanding. And so, yeah, that's why I think that this war is taking place, because the US can't make diplomatic ties with Iran as long as they are against Israel. And so the only other way to take that geostrategic position while also eliminating an enemy for Israel is to go to war.
Well, America has also kind of like used their sanction capabilities to make it much more difficult as well, with China trading and dealing with not just Iran but also the Axis partners as well, the Axis of Resistance partners. Like back in, I think it's been like well over 10 years since that occurred, but like since that really came to a huge spike. But last year, I remember after Operation Rough Rider basically failed, like dramatically. Um, there were a list of sanctions in September of 2025 that went through specifically against Chinese-based like suppliers. There's a couple that I remember in particular: the Shenzhen Trading Company, the Hubei Chica Industrial Company, and there were like four or five other ones that specifically were sending coordinated bulk shipments of chemical precursors that are used in like manufacturing ballistic missiles and ballistic missile motors and explosives, that were listed and sanctioned by the U.S. for specifically being sent to Ansar Allah, the Houthis specifically. And I think that's an example of the U.S. and how they've set like long. It's been a long story of sort of like this, I guess you can say Cold War. Maybe that's what you were saying earlier, Black Swan. It's been sort of like a Cold War-ish sort of economic um, sort of exchange of, I don't want to say aggression, but for lack of a better term, I'll say that. And it's because not just Iran, but the axis of resistance in itself have been hugely like, look, I'm going to be honest, the more China supports the axis of resistance, the merrier for me. Like they can give Hezbollah whatever it wants for I care. I don't care if China gives Iran a nuke delivered in a package with a bow at the top of it. Like I literally wouldn't care. I'd be fine. I'd be happy about it. But the point is, therefore I don't think that Israel is necessarily in America. I don't think they're necessarily in on it per se. I don't think that they're willfully ushering in multipolarity. I actually think quite a bit of what's going on is um, it's like the last gasp sort of effort to prevent it from setting forth, if you will. Like I think
Yeah,
that's
I
the
agree. I
entire
agree
goal.
100% inevitable.
No, not Israel. America maybe, but Israel is definitely. I mean, Netanyahu and Putin have been closer than any other two leaders in the world if you go back the last 15 years in a very deep kind of manner. And by the way, China and Israel engaged in an attack on Los Alamos laboratory in the spring of 2000, basically in the run up to 9/11, and penetrated the nuclear bomb squad of the Department of Energy in a conjunction. So Israel has always been this back door to the multipolar new world order. Note that on the day that Trump allegedly won another election with a lot of funny things happening in swing states, basically you have Elon Musk who announcing a new world order, and then you had Putin at Valdai basically talking about a novel multipolar world order. Trump has been a Russian asset since probably the 80s at the very latest. And then over the decades he was basically cultivated as a Russian asset via all of the Russian organized crime that was washed through properties all around the world. So this is a long-term setup. Trump is basically an asset of these kinds of multipolar world order desires. And Netanyahu's called KGBB on the Israeli streets because a lot of people know that.
Wait. Like that
Wait,
Los
so do you
Alamos, where
think
did that
that
come from? Like I've never heard of that before. That China and Israel attacked Los Alamos.
like a
Well,
cyber
they
a cyber
stole
attack,
the
or
it was a Hugin attack. So it was like half human intelligence and half signals intelligence, and they penetrated. If you go back and look at there was a big fire in New Mexico in the spring of 2000. The only place I've seen this documented is by the same guy who wrote the book about Robert Maxwell, Israel super spy,
Was this
Gordon
Taiwan
Thomas.
involved, or like was this
No, China. China. This was organized between Mossad and Chinese intelligence,
Chinese
and they
Communist
mapped it out
Party?
actually in
Chinese
China.
Communist Party intelligence was involved in
like
this.
8200 or something.
Yes,
I've got to look that up.
yeah. Well, Mossad Unit 8200, and then Chinese intelligence, and it's in Seeds of Fire.
So when was this? This was in 2000.
Yes, and what they stole was, you remember, this was then blamed on Wenho Lee, the Chinese American
Okay, no. So
scientist,
he's
but that
Taiwanese though. Like and obviously like it's the same country but different like forces within. Like Taiwan, like the opposition party and the CIA infiltration, within facilitates quite a bit of that. And often they'll pass off Chinese and say the Chinese Communist Party did this, and then it'll really be like
no,
like
no, no.
the
That's who it was blamed
Kuomintang.
on. That's not who did
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That's not
Like,
that.
it
That's
was
what I'm saying.
KMT assets probably. He was probably a KMT asset if I had to guess.
No, no, he was not the one who did it. This was the cover up inside of the United States. Remember, Robert Maxwell actually helped install the Israeli backdoored Promise software into the U.S. Nuclear laboratory system via Senator John Tower. And if you go read that book, Israel Super Spy, Robert Maxwell, by Gordon Thomas and Martin Dillon, it points out that there was even a backdoor from Israel then into China and the Soviet Union at that point. So there's
But
a deep.
even if that's true, all that shows is that Israel wanted something and China wanted something, and they had aligning interests in that
Yeah,
moment.
agreed.
Like even
Agreed.
assuming that everything you're saying is true, that doesn't mean that there's like this like big broad conspiracy where all the countries are in on it and they're all trying to like destroy the U.S.'s hegemony over power. I mean, one big problem too with this whole theory is like, well, then so like was Syria just like a massive ruse?
Well, the thing is, though, like a multipolar world
What do
does
you
serve
mean?
US interests as well, right? Because it's like the Triffin dilemma. If you have the world reserve currency, you end up exporting all of your industrial base and you just get hollowed out and become like a financialized services economy, which is basically what's happened to the West, right? So by removing the US dollar as the world reserve currency, it does actually benefit American industry and exports and all the rest of it. It could
So,
be better for the US long term.
Well,
well, okay, great. Okay,
I
one second.
think
Let me just
it
jump.
does make you
Okay, let me jump in,
stronger.
guys.
Oh, God.
We want to thank. Let me just get this membership, this super chat up. Okay, I just want to thank Queen Finn for the level 1 membership. Appreciate you and appreciate you being an important member of the community. In addition to that, guys, I have got a tweet in the nest. Actually, let me put it in the YouTube comments. There is a tweet in the nest. It is the Ryan Dawson segment, and he's talking about how boots on the ground would fail. So do check this out. It is the Ryan Dawson one. I think we had a great space today as well. So appreciate each and every single person who joined the space. We are going to be wrapping up. We'll be back tomorrow. Unless there's breaking news. If there's major breaking news, we'll start immediately. But if there's not immediate breaking news, then we'll come back at 1 p.m. Eastern as per what we normally do. In the meantime, everyone check out the Ryan Dawson interview. The tweet's in the nest. I'm going to be moving everyone across there. It's in the YouTube comments as well. I believe I've pinned it, but actually, end poll. And then, okay, I've put it in the YouTube comments. come across there. I think it's really good. Support us, like the video, share the video, comment on the video when you come across. I'll be there chatting to everybody as we're wrapping up. But much love to each and every